Chapter 89. The Northern Expedition. Who is Zhu Di? Once he sets his mind on a matter, no one can dissuade him, and he directly issued an imperial decree. Under normal circumstances, such a decision would have been final. However, this time was different, as the relocation of the capital threatened the interests of all officials, who would not easily acquiesce. The Hanlin Academy refrained from drafting the decree, and the Ministry of Rites refused to promulgate it. Zhu Di, undeterred, issued another edict, leaving the ministers with no recourse. An imperial decree, to be valid, must be issued through the Central Secretariat and the Ministry of Rites, with Zhu Di abolishing the chancellorship. The decrees of the Ming Emperor typically originate from the Hanlin Academy and are promulgated by the Ministry of Rites. However, the Zhongzhi, an imperial edict, differs significantly. It is issued directly from the inner court without passing through any departments. Although it bypasses the Ministry of Rites, it remains effective. In this era of supreme imperial authority, the emperor's word equates to law. In essence, Zhongzhi often represents the emperor's desperate measures to compel his officials through sheer power. Generally, emperors prefer to avoid issuing Zhongzhi unless absolutely necessary. Drafted decrees can still be returned by the Ministry of Rites, but a Zhongzhi is irrevocably binding, leaving the officials with no alternative but to comply, unless they dare to resist. Yet, none would dare oppose an edict, especially one issued by an emperor like Zhu Di. Nonetheless, as policies arise, so do countermeasures. While they could not openly defy the edict, they were not without recourse. Thus, the ministers staged a scene kneeling at the palace gates, blocking entry and invoking filial piety to persuade Zhu Di to reconsider, urging him to allow the late empress to be buried promptly for her peace. Zhu Di, infuriated by these duplicitous courtiers, seethed with anger. Emperor Li Qing suggested that the journey would be arduous and unsuitable for the empress. Instead, it would be prudent to select a favorable site in Shuntian for her tomb and delay the burial until the mausoleum was completed. He understood that if the fourth prince disrupted the established order again, it would likely lead to calamity, and it was best to provide the officials with a buffer period. Zhu Di remained enraged, yet Li Qing's reasoning held merit, and he nodded slightly. Tomorrow, we shall embark on the northern expedition, and you shall accompany me. With that, he indignantly swept his sleeve and departed. Li Qing surveyed the multitude of ministers kneeling before him, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. The issue of relocating the capital was indeed exceedingly delicate. Lacking a viable solution, he sought out the chubby advisor, hoping for a clever strategy. Alas, the advisor shook his head firmly, asserting that the matter could not be resolved amicably. Coercive measures would be essential. However, it would be best to postpone the relocation for a few years, allowing the momentum of reforms to subside before undertaking such a significant change. I shall do my utmost to appease them here, but you must also persuade His Majesty. We cannot allow the relocation to disrupt the favorable situation we have achieved, he urged. I understand, Li Qing replied, his brow furrowed with concern. Can you manage this? Not entirely sure, but I shall give it a try, the advisor sighed. A harmonious relocation is unattainable. As long as we avoid a major upheaval, I would be satisfied. After a moment of silence, Li Qing inquired, do you support the relocation? From a long-term perspective, the benefits of relocating the capital outweigh the drawbacks. Little Fat nodded, contemplating that if the capital were not relocated, it would not be long before the imperial power would be undermined by the southern gentry, following the same path as the northern Song. The actions of my father, the emperor, are indeed calculated and far-sighted. Although Jinling is affluent, it is not the most suitable choice for a capital due to its limited stature. The Ming dynasty is a unified and orthodox dynasty, and the location of its capital must possess strategic significance. Little Fat sighed, expressing a preference for Luoyang or Xi'an as the new capital, but ultimately conceded that Shuntian is also acceptable. Li Qing smiled wryly, acknowledging that those two locations are indeed appropriate for a capital, yet unsuitable given the current circumstances of the Ming dynasty. The emperor has managed affairs in Beiping for many years, and relocating to unfamiliar territories like Luoyang or Xi'an could lead to unforeseen complications. Indeed, Little Fat rubbed his brow, revealing that there was something he preferred not to disclose, and asked Li Qing to convey a message to the emperor. What is it? Li Qing inquired. This time, during the northern tour, take Zhongzhi with you, Little Fat stated earnestly. Future emperors must be martial sovereigns. Otherwise, it will be difficult to command the ministers. Zhongzhi cannot emulate me. He must learn from my father. Li Qing nodded. That is easily conveyed. The emperor cherishes the crown prince and is unlikely to refuse. I shall inform him shortly. And what of the second and third brothers? Little Fat added. One is genuinely foolish, and the other pretends to be astute. Without our father in the capital, they will undoubtedly be exploited. Agreed, Li Qing replied, but do not burden yourself too heavily. Take care of your health. I am carefree. Should the heavens fall, I have my father to rely on, so I am in no hurry. Maintain that mindset, Li Qing remarked lightly. I shall go to the emperor now. I originally intended to bring Zhongzhi along, Zhu Di said, but it is best to keep the second brother from returning for now. His presence will ease the burden on the eldest. Court struggles should not be too fierce, yet they cannot be entirely absent. Li Qing chuckled, Your Majesty, are you not concerned that the Han prince could truly incite rebellion? Him? Zhu Di scoffed. The eldest has the capability to incite rebellion, but he does not. Li Qing felt resigned, recognizing Zhu Di's suspicious nature, which surpassed even that of the late Emperor Zhu Yuanzong. At least the latter did not doubt his own son. All right. Prepare for our departure. We shall set off tomorrow. Can we bring family? Li Qing inquired. Zhu Di's expression darkened. Do not compel me to chastise you. The following morning, the emperor embarked on his northern tour, with officials seeing him off beyond the city gates. It was evident that the ministers adhered to protocol. The emperor stepped back, and they reciprocated, each preserving their dignity without completely severing ties. These seasoned officials understood the nuances of power well. Of course, the primary reason was that the ministers comprehended the gravity of provoking this sovereign. He was indeed capable of administering harsh consequences. Zhu Di's approach to governance mirrored that of Zhu Yuanzhong, and in some aspects, he was even more ruthless, particularly concerning the exploitation of officials and gentry. Inside the dragon carriage, Zhu Di remained silent, gazing out at the passing scenery, while Li Qing, having experienced the dragon carriage before, appeared indifferent, leaning against the opposite window and admiring the view. In between them, Zhongzhi felt increasingly uncomfortable. At his age, he was restless and would rather ride outside than remain confined within the carriage. However, he dared not voice his thoughts before this journey. He had resolved to keep his grandfather in good spirits to secure the position of the crown prince. There is no alternative. Uncle is watching with keen interest, evidently poised for a resurgence, and he must exert himself. Zhongzhi has been patiently maintaining silence, not wishing to disturb his grandfather's enjoyment of the scenery. However, as time wears on, he finds himself unable to remain still. He tugs at Li Qing's sleeve, and she turns, inquiring softly, What is it, Taizong? Nothing. Zhongzhi replies with a smile, whispering, Let us switch places. Li Qing, equally softly, responds, No. Zhongzhi, feeling helpless, implores, For the sake of our little fatty, please. Just switch with me. I'm feeling quite stifled. What are you muttering about? Zhu Di lowers the curtain of the palanquin, his grim expression turning towards them. Nothing, nothing. Zhongzhi quickly gestures, sensing his grandfather's displeasure. Li Qing, however, expresses no reservations, stating that the Taizong finds the atmosphere too oppressive and wishes to step outside for some fresh air. Zhu Di glances at Zhongzhi and commands, Go outside. Grandfather. I take my leave. Zhongzhi nods, feeling anxious, akin to a devoted admirer reprimanded by a goddess. Zhu Di exhales a heavy sigh, asking, Do you know what I am contemplating? No. Li Qing shakes her head. Observing the deepening frown on the fourth prince's face, she quickly interjects, What is the emperor thinking? Zhu Di sighs again. I wonder, if I were to relocate the capital, would it ever return here after my passing? It likely would not. Historically, after Zhu Di moved the capital to Beiping, it was firmly established, with no further relocations occurring. I believe it might, Zhu Di counters. Previously, when the new capital was established and the Grand Canal was constructed, the expenses were considerable, and he felt his health could withstand it. Thus he abandoned the idea of building a mausoleum. Now, the time has come to reconsider it. Imperial mausoleums are typically constructed at the onset of an emperor's reign, and Zhu Di's delay in beginning this project is indeed remarkable. Initially, in the 7th year of Yongle, he had intended to commence construction, and the officials had concurred, provided that the new capital and canal projects were approached with caution due to the strain on the national treasury. When Zhu Di's temper flared, he simply decided against it. Following the profound loss of his wife, he has been significantly affected and has begun to contemplate his own affairs after death. The ancients placed great importance on such matters, and emperors even more so. Zhu Di wryly remarks, Only by being buried in Shuntian can I completely sever the aspirations of those individuals. Chapter 90. Life is truly brief. The emperor's procession has journeyed northward for over 20 days, passing the residence of the Prince of Yin and the Forbidden City without pause. As they are poised to continue their journey, Li Qing grows increasingly restless, pondering whether the fourth prince, overwhelmed by his emotional turmoil, intends to confront the Mongols on the grasslands. Although the entourage is numerous, it pales in comparison to a military campaign, and with insufficient provisions, venturing onto the grasslands would be tantamount to courting death. Your Majesty, where are we headed? To Jiong Pass. What? Li Qing is taken aback. Are you truly intending to launch a northern expedition? When did I ever mention a northern expedition? Zhu Di shoots him a disapproving glance. Then what purpose does a visit to Jiong Pass serve? Zhu Di sighs deeply, to select a site of auspicious feng shui. He then grumbles, damn it. If I were to be buried beneath Jiong Pass, what later ruler would dare to relocate me? Li Qing contemplates this statement, finding it quite valid. However, with the actions of the fourth son, the elder Zhu finds himself in solitude. Upon reflection, the Ming dynasty's 13 tombs lie far in the north of Jizhou, with only Zhu alone guarding the southern lands. This indeed presents a rather lonely situation for a founding emperor. Nevertheless, considering Zhu Biao and Empress Ma, it is likely that Zhu would not be too lonesome. Li Qing bowed his hands in respect, exclaiming, Your Majesty is truly wise. After a pause, he inquired about the Empress's burial site, remarking that once the royal tomb is completed, the Empress would be interred. Zhu Di softly replied, Once the mausoleum is built, the Empress shall be laid to rest. Li Qing was taken aback. It is unheard of, even in later generations, for someone to remain unburied for years after passing. He wished to offer counsel, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After a day's journey, the procession arrived at Jiong Pass, where Zhu Di ascended the Great Wall to survey the lands beyond. Approaching his 60th year, he felt a resurgence of youthful vigor, reminiscent of the spirited Yan king of his 20s, brimming with ambition and fervor. After a long while, he exhaled slowly, reflecting on the swift passage of time, lamenting, Alas, I have grown old. Beside him, Zhu Zhongzhi flattered, Grandfather, you are in the prime of your life, not old at all. Zhu Di offered a wry smile, disregarding his grandson's words, and continued to admire the view. Zhu Zhongzhi, understanding his grandfather's need for warmth, draped a cloak over him, standing quietly by his side. Eventually, feeling a chill, Zhu Di tightened his cloak and summoned the officials from the Astronomical Bureau, including Lu Yuanyuan. A court eunuch responded and hurried away, soon returning with a group, greeting, We pay our respects to your Majesty. At ease, Zhu Di commanded. Within a 50-li radius, select a site of auspicious soil. Complete this task with diligence, and I shall reward you handsomely. The officials of the Astronomical Bureau responded eagerly, their spirits elevated at the prospect of selecting a tomb for the emperor, a task that promised to bring glory to their lineage. The usually staid stargazers were invigorated by such a significant responsibility. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall not disappoint you. Very well, proceed. The officials took their leave. The northern wind howled, biting at their faces. Zhu Zhongzhi advised, Grandfather, the wind is fierce here. Let us return to the palace. Indeed, let us go. At the Yin King's residence, the two of them occupied the rear courtyard, while Li Qing stayed in the front courtyard, and the atmosphere was one of silence and ennui. This monotony persisted for 3 months, until the beginning of summer when the officials from the Astronomical Bureau finally identified the auspicious site for the royal tomb. On the 9th day of the 5th month, during the hour of the pig, the site was determined, and at the hour of the dragon, sacrifices were made to the deities of the earth, the 5 directions, and the dragon god. At the hour of the goat, Zhu Di bestowed a golden sword, instructing the Astronomical Bureau to mark the auspicious site. Unexpectedly, as the Bureau opened the golden well, water gushed forth incessantly. Zhu Di, witnessing the fountain of water from a distance, felt his countenance darken. Such an outpouring was not an auspicious sign, and the officials of the Astronomical Bureau stood aghast, their faces drained of color. Anticipating the emperor's impending wrath, Zheng Songjung immediately proclaimed, The site at Huangdashan is indeed a true dragon's den. As long as the sovereign star arrives, the outpouring shall cease. Zhu Di remained skeptical, slowly approaching the well, yet the water continued unabated. Lu Yuanyuan then declared, With the 24 directions, the land, celestial bodies, and the 28 lunar mansions, the foundation of the eternal emperor shall be established here. The mountains and rivers shall belong to the sovereign. Who dares to defy this? The sovereign's arrival shall quell this flood. How could one dare to oppose it? Such an act would be a transgression against heaven and earth. Uncertain whether this fellow truly possessed skill or if the spring of Jin well had merely run dry. After a scolding, indeed, the Jin well ceased its flow. The heavens thus displayed favor, and Zhu Di's expression softened considerably, observing the picturesque surroundings not far from Jiong Pass. All aspects met his requirements, prompting him to suppress his earlier fury. The officials from the Astronomical Bureau finally exhaled in relief, their garments damp from anxiety. Having skirted the gates of death, they were filled with a sense of gratitude for surviving the ordeal. Li Qing, a skeptic of the supernatural, understood that the so-called emergence of water from the Jin well was merely a geographical phenomenon resulting from deep excavation. The fortunate group simply had not reached the spring. The officials of the Astronomical Bureau were also privy to the truth and hastily summoned craftsmen to spread dry earth, compact it, and lay gold bricks. These gold bricks were not made of gold, but were a special craft used in the royal palaces Fengtian Hall and imperial tombs. After lingering for over 10 days and witnessing the orderly construction of the royal mausoleum, Zhu Di felt reassured and longed to return home. Li Qing, equally eager to return, noted Zhu Di's intent and began to insist on the importance of state affairs, emphasizing that the crown prince could not shoulder the responsibilities alone. 2 days later, the imperial procession made its way back to the capital. Throughout the journey, Zhu Di maintained a stoic demeanor. Ever since the passing of Empress Su, he had not smiled. However, his expression had softened, revealing a sense of ease. Perhaps gazing upon his future resting place had brought him a measure of relief, prompting Zhu Di to reflect. Life is indeed fleeting. Upon hearing these words, Li Qing lapsed into silence and, after a moment, offered consolation. Yet it is filled with splendor, is it not? Zhu Di paused, then a smile, long absent, graced his face as he nodded. Indeed, it is resplendent. This northern expedition had granted Zhu Di greater clarity, allowing him to let go of many former obsessions. Yet, at times, unburdening oneself may not be entirely beneficial, particularly for someone like Zhu Di. Upon reaching Shandong, Zhu Di unexpectedly fell gravely ill. Zhu Zhongzi's face went pale with fright. Li Qing was equally alarmed, thinking, "Old Fourth, you must endure. Your tomb is just beginning its construction. Do not hasten to occupy it." Reluctantly, the procession had to halt in Shandong. Zhu Di suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea, losing considerable weight, but under Li Qing's diligent care, his condition stabilized at last. "Grandfather, the Ming cannot do without you. You must take care of your health." Zhu Zhongzi's heart trembled, aware that his second uncle remained in the capital. If anything were to befall the elder, it would spell disaster. "Fear not, I shall endure," Zhu Di replied. "Let us continue our journey." Zhu Zhongzi looked toward Li Qing, who nodded, indicating the emperor was nearly recovered. "That is reassuring," Zhu Zhongzi sighed in relief, then dispatched a young eunuch to convey the imperial edict. 10 days later, the group returned to the capital. Upon entering the palace, the commander of the Jinyue, Ji Gang, approached. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to discuss." "Speak," Zhu Di replied. Ji Gang glanced at Li Qing and Zhu Zhongzi, steeling himself as he requested. "I beseech your Majesty to dismiss those present." Zhu Di's expression darkened, though he did not become angry. He waved his hand. "You two may withdraw for now." "As you command," they replied, bowing before retreating a short distance, yet they did not leave entirely. As Ji Gang observed the two individuals retreating, albeit not entirely, he couldn't help but inwardly lament. However, noticing the emperor's dwindling patience, he reluctantly spoke. "Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue, Xia Yuanji, and the Minister of Personnel, Qian Yi, along with Yang Shiqi from the cabinet, have privately met with the crown prince, harboring ulterior motives." He spoke in a whisper, confident that the two would not overhear. "Oh, I see," Zhu Di nodded. Ji Gang was utterly astonished. Could this truly be the ever-suspicious Yongle Emperor? "Enough," Zhu Di waved his hand. Perceiving that Ji Gang had indeed been swayed by the second prince, he pressed, "What of Xie Jin?" Ji Gang paused, then, unable to conceal his disappointment, bowed slightly. "I understand, your Majesty. You heard what that fellow said, didn't you?" Zhu Zhongzi inquired softly. "He claims your father privately meets with officials, intending to plot treachery." "What?" Zhu Zhongzi exclaimed, then quickly lowered his voice, fiercely declaring, "This scoundrel is courting death." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Do you truly believe your grandfather would take his word at face value? What if?" "Fear not. Your second uncle will never amount to anything," Li Qing stretched lazily. Just wait and see. His role as a pawn is already complete. Soon he will be relegated. Chapter 91. The wise grandson, decisive in action. Xiejin is dead? Li Qing was taken aback by the news. When did this happen? Last night. Zhu Zhongzhi replied gravely. When we discovered him this morning, he was already cold. It must have been Ji Gang's doing. Your second uncle is indeed unwilling to remain idle. What was the emperor's reaction? Li Qing asked. Zhu Zhongzhi's expression darkened. Grandfather did not display anger, merely signaled his awareness. Li Qing lowered his gaze, sipping his tea, choosing silence. Over the past 6 months, your second uncle has engaged in numerous underhanded schemes. The situation is precarious. We cannot remain passive. Zhu Zhongzhi poured more tea for Li Qing. Do you have any good ideas? We? Li Qing replied in surprise. What do you mean by we? You, Zhu Zhongzhi, must endure your anger, he continued. Your second uncle is not fit to be an emperor. If he gains power, it would spell disaster for the Ming and its people. Can you bear that? Li Qing leisurely took a sip of tea, chuckling. How does your father react? You still don't know him? Zhu Zhongzhi fumed. He acts as if nothing is amiss, totally oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Li Qing smiled. In this world, nothing is inherently troublesome. It is the foolish who complicate matters. I maintain my stance. Your second uncle will never succeed. Let us observe the outcome. Zhu Zhongzhi was infuriated, exclaiming, Are you afraid? Li Qing laughed. Provocation has no effect on me. Zhu Zhongzhi, devoid of any remaining temper, declared, If you won't assist, I shall act alone. Zhu Zhongzhi departed, and Li Qing did not attempt to dissuade him. At this age, one is often brimming with ambition, and given Zhu Zhongzhi's intelligence and courage, it is inevitable that he would possess an overbearing disposition. Such individuals seldom learn without experiencing significant setbacks. The young must endure more trials. Li Qing thought with a faint smile. 3 days later, the commander of the Jinyui was impeached for hoarding armor, intending to conspire against the throne. Zhu Di was incensed and ordered the crown prince to investigate, and indeed, they uncovered armor and a set of dragon robes. Ji Gang was dismissed and imprisoned in the Zhao prison for rigorous interrogation. Under the discerning gaze of Zhu Zhongzhi, Ji Gang had no choice but to reveal everything, confessing that he acted under the orders of the Han prince. In the Qinqing palace, Zhu Di observed the irrefutable evidence of wrongdoing and quietly displayed a hint of satisfaction. Zhongzhi, what do you propose we do with this individual? Zhu Zhongzhi replied with a respectful gesture, Execute him. And then? Zhu Di inquired further. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhongzhi tentatively suggested, While it is plausible that Ji Gang might falsely accuse others, it would be prudent to summon my second uncle for questioning. Very well. Summon your second uncle. As you command, grandfather. Zhu Zhongzhi complied with a courteous bow and turned to leave. And what of the young prince? Zhu Di inquired with a smile. Li Qing, aware of the impending misfortune awaiting young Zhongzhi, added fuel to the fire. Ah, the wise grandson. Decisive in matters of life and death. Indeed. Well said, Zhu Di replied with a cold smile, appreciating the decisiveness shown towards his blood relation. He felt both pride and concern regarding Zhu Zhongzhi's actions. There was no doubt that Zhu Zhongzhi possessed the qualities befitting an emperor: wisdom, courage, and ruthlessness. Especially the latter trait, which was of utmost significance. To be an emperor, one must be merciless. However, when it involves one's own son, that is unacceptable. Zhu Di was fierce, yet he could not bring himself to harm his son. Although his second son harbored ambitions for the throne, he did not possess the audacity to rebel. This, Zhu Di was well aware of. As for Ji Gang, a mere commander of the Jinyui, what power did he have to incite rebellion? Such a simple truth was not lost on Zhu Di. The reason he indulged Zhu Zhongzhi and permitted him to investigate the case was that Zhu Di intended to eliminate Ji Gang. It was not merely because Ji Gang had killed the late minister, but because Ji Gang had committed a grave error by colluding with the feudal prince. Zhu Di, intent on stirring up court disputes, would naturally refrain from rigorously investigating officials who had dealings with the Han prince. However, the Jinyui was different. The Jinyui answered solely to the emperor, and while any individual could vie for prominence, the Jinyui was not permitted to partake. Ultimately, Ji Gang failed to comprehend that as a commander, his duty was to serve the emperor. Once he became untrustworthy in the eyes of the emperor, his existence would no longer be warranted. A little over half an hour later, Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Zhongzhi entered the grand hall. Father, you summoned me? The Han prince. oblivious to the gravity of the situation, displayed his naivety. Zhu Di addressed the matter directly. Ji Gang intends to rebel, claiming it was upon your instructions. Zhu Gaoxiu was taken aback, then erupted in furious expletives. Which scoundrel spread such rumors? Zhu Di remained unfazed, gesturing towards Zhu Zhongzhi. Zhongzhi, do share. As you wish, grandfather. Zhu Zhongzhi, feeling quite embarrassed, had not anticipated his grandfather would be so forthright. He awkwardly stated, second uncle, Ji Gang indeed made such an assertion. If you doubt it, you may examine the confession. Huh? Zhu Gaoxiu scoffed coldly. How credible is a confession extracted under duress? What do you mean by that, second uncle? Zhu Zhongzhi retorted nonchalantly. Could it be that I would falsely accuse you? Or perhaps, are you feeling guilty? Zhu Gaoxiu, a straightforward man, was not as eloquent as his elder nephew. Yet he indeed felt a twinge of guilt. Though he harbored no intentions of rebellion, his attempts to win Ji Gang over were genuine, prompting him to mask his unease with anger. You little brat, do you intend to frame your second uncle as well? With the conversation reaching this point, Zhu Zhongzhi ceased to hold back, taunting, second uncle, do not dodge the issue. Is it guilt that you feel? Stop using trifles as a means of authority. Zhu Gaoxiu had long harbored a disdain for his elder nephew. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. The impact was considerable, causing Zhu Zhongzhi to stagger precariously, nearly losing his footing. What is the matter with you? Zhu Gaoxiu was straightforward, but not foolish. He had been keenly observing his father's expressions. Noticing no sign of discontent or any attempt to intervene, he felt a surge of confidence. Another slap followed, leaving Zhu Zhongzhi in a state of confusion. Shaking his head, he turned to Zhu Di. Grandfather, do you see this? Zhu Di appeared oblivious, sipping his tea with an air of indifference. Zhu Gaoxiu let out a sinister chuckle, raising his hand for yet another strike. Zhu Zhongzhi was on the verge of losing his temper, yet he dared not retaliate. Although the status of the crown prince was indeed prestigious, he was still not the heir apparent. Moreover, Zhu Gaoxiu was his own second uncle, and striking an elder was a grave transgression. Desperate for assistance, he turned to his grandfather, but Zhu Di continued to ignore him. Thus, he sought help from Li Qing, who seemed to be thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, showing no inclination to intervene, merely a passive observer. In the midst of his daze, another slap landed. Zhu Zhongzhi, still youthful and hot-headed, cast aside his cleverness in a surge of anger and exclaimed, Uncle, do you dare to spar with me? At that moment, all he wanted was to vent his frustration, ready to use the pretext of sparring to retaliate. Having never endured such humiliation, being publicly slapped was intolerable. This statement struck a chord with Zhu Gaoxiu, who arrogantly replied, What is there to fear? The astute little eunuch had already retreated to the palace entrance, his desire for self-preservation palpable. Come, come, I shall let you use one hand. Use one hand. Zhu Zhongzhi erupted, launching a surprise attack, having prepared a quip for when he would succeed. Uncle, do not take offense. I have held back. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality soon became evident. Despite Zhu Zhongzhi's unforeseen assault and his earnest efforts, he was still no match for Zhu Gaoxiu. A swift kick and a powerful strike brought Zhu Zhongzhi to his knees. Hands pressed against the ground, struggling to rise, his face pale and spitting out saliva. Let us compete with firearms. Zhu Zhongzhi gasped defiantly, coughing softly. Zhu Di placed his teacup down, stating, You have sparred enough. It is time to cease. Zhu Zhongzhi struggled to rise, feeling utterly wronged. Grandfather, Zhu Di's gaze turned icy. Zhu Zhongzhi felt a chill run down his spine, bowing respectfully, casting a resentful glance at Zhu Gaoxiu. Uncle, your skills are formidable. I am no match for you. Should I wish to spar again, I shall seek you out. Zhu Gaoxiu laughed heartily. Nephew, do not take offense. I have indeed held back. Next time, I shall be gentler. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Zhu Di. Father, regarding the matter of Ji Gang, I am wholly wronged. You are aware of my character. Enough. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively, in the face of a dying man's reckless accusations. Would I believe you? He then addressed Zhu Zhongzhi. Aside from Ji Gang's testimony, do you have any evidence to prove your uncle's treasonous intentions? The grandson has yet to investigate thoroughly. In other words, you possess no evidence? Zhu Di scoffed. Go seek punishment from the crown prince. With a heavy heart, Zhu Zhongzhi bowed and took his leave. The young rascal has indeed reached this point, and a sense of delight filled Zhu Gaoxiu's heart as he exclaimed, Father, your wisdom and valor are unmatched. Recently, I have come across an exquisite bow. Zhu Di interrupted him, stating, the bow shall be delivered. Tomorrow, you will return to your fief. At this, Zhu Gaoxiu felt a pang of injustice. Just as hope ignited within him, he was struck down once more, leaving him disheartened. Father, I wish to spend more time with you. No need, Zhu Di replied decisively. Pack your belongings and depart tomorrow. Learn from the third. Is it not preferable to live as a carefree prince? Zhu Gaoxiu's expression darkened, and with a bitter smile, he acquiesced. I understand, father. The following day, the Han king departed. Meanwhile, Ji Gang faced execution by Ling Qi, and his family was exiled. These consecutive events favored the civil officials, restoring tranquility to the court as previous turmoil gradually subsided. Zhu Zhongzhi was confined by his father, a situation akin to imprisonment, and he was never released thereafter. Time flowed swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, and soon winter arrived, marking the end of another year. The political climate stabilized. With the national policy of land tax reform fully implemented and the trial cultivation of corn proving remarkably successful, an imperial edict was issued to promote wheat planting in Shandong, Hunan, and Hebei provinces the following year, heralding a promising situation. As the year-end approached, all were diligently attending to governmental affairs in preparation for the upcoming holiday. Yet Sanbao was set to embark on his journey. At the end of the 14th year of Yongle, his 5th expedition to the western seas commenced. On the day of departure, Li Qing came to bid farewell. Sanbao, if those are indeed potatoes, be sure to bring back a substantial quantity, he advised. And don't forget the corn seeds. Bring back as many as you can. After a pause, he added, also sweet potatoes. Ensure you safeguard the blueprints. Let them take a good look. Perhaps the Europeans have already acquired them. Sanbao nodded with a smile. Rest assured, sir, for the sustenance of millions. I shall not be negligent, as you have reiterated several times. Li Qing blushed slightly and earnestly wished him safe travels. Indeed, Sanbao replied with a smile. Having weathered countless trials, he clasped his hands and said, Take care, sir. Take care, Li Qing reciprocated. Watching the treasure ship sail away, Li Qing lingered on the banks of the Yangtze River for a long while before exhaling deeply. This parting would last over 2 years. He could endure it. But his old friend might not. Time passes swiftly, Li Qing reflected. Indeed, time shows no mercy, and in the blink of an eye. It was already the 15th year of Yongle. When Zhang Wen had curtailed the princes, the 3 brothers had accompanied him to the capital. Vivid memories of the chubby young Zhu Zhongzhi, measuring a foot long, remained fresh. Now, he had grown into adulthood, reaching the age of marriage. To wed the daughter of Hu Rong, the Minister of Rites, known as the Hu family. The grand wedding of the crown prince signified the solidification of his position, ensuring no unexpected developments would arise. The civil officials rejoiced, and even the military generals were pleased to accept this, for while the crown prince may not resonate with them, the grand prince certainly did. On the day of the wedding, Zhu Di hosted a lavish banquet of such high standards that it rivaled the celebratory return from a victorious northern expedition, and the festivities were quite lively. Dressed in ceremonial attire, Zhu Zhongzhi exuded an extraordinary aura, and after a prolonged confinement and extensive study, he had matured significantly, no longer exhibiting the brashness of his earlier days. With a demeanor both restrained and imbued with valor, Zhu Di wore a contented smile, firmly believing that his grandson would ascend to the throne as a capable and enlightened ruler. He held little regard for his son, despite the latter's abilities. The gulf between their worth was insurmountable. In contrast, his affection for his grandson was profound, a bond that transcended generations, far exceeding his feelings for his own son. As he gazed upon his grandson, whose latent heroism was subtly evident, Zhu Di's smile widened, and he mused softly. Enduring hardships has fostered such growth. It is truly commendable. When he becomes emperor, I shall rest easy. Li Qing nodded in agreement, equally impressed with Zhu Zhongzhi. The young man was not only intelligent and bold, but had also been nurtured by the hands of both Zhu Di and his son, complemented by his military experience, rendering him a paragon of literary and martial prowess. With such an emperor in the future, the Ming dynasty shall thrive, and the people shall rejoice, he declared. Zhu Di's laughter rang out. To hear such sweet words from your lips is indeed a rarity. Li Qing replied playfully, if your majesty desires to hear more, I could speak for 3 days and nights, provided you show some appreciation. Zhu Di shot him a playful glare and recalled, the old monk's health has waned. You should visit him more often. He felt a genuine gratitude towards Dao Yan. Most emperors live in solitude, especially those who are accomplished. Zhu Di counted few as friends, with Li Qing and Dao Yan being the only two. "I shall obey your command," Li Qing assured him. At his grandson's wedding, Zhu Di, as a grandfather, was filled with joy, indulging in the festivities until his face flushed and he could scarcely stand straight. Li Qing also partook in the revelry, though he remained clear-headed. In the temple's main hall, Dao Yan sat on a cushion, his frail body hunched over, rhythmically striking the wooden fish with admirable precision. Li Qing seated himself across, awaiting in silence. After a quarter of an hour, Dao Yan paused and looked at Li Qing, stating, "I am not ill, merely aged, so there is no need for concern. If you could cease your studies, you might extend your life." Li Qing responded, "Yet, I am accustomed to my pursuits." Dao Yan gently shook his head, simply saying, "I am used to it." Li Qing refrained from further persuasion and shifted the conversation to mundane matters. The venerable monk, whose wisdom and cunning were unparalleled, had indeed aged, surpassing 80 years, a remarkable lifespan even in later generations. That he could still walk with the aid of a cane was a testament to his resilience. "The happiest years of my life were during the Jingnan period," Dao Yan reflected. Li Qing jested, "May we never see another like you in the Ming dynasty." Dao Yan chuckled in agreement, but then remarked earnestly, "Even without you, the esteemed Lord Yongqing, I would have aided the emperor in claiming the throne. Indeed, master, your talents command my utmost admiration." Li Qing felt it inappropriate to argue with a man nearing death, especially given that history had indeed borne witness to Dao Yan's capabilities. Individuals like him were meant to flourish in tumultuous times. Otherwise, they could become a source of great misfortune. After bidding farewell to Dao Yan, Li Qing proceeded to the residence of Duke Liang. Lan Yu had also aged, his health significantly deteriorated, not faring better than Dao Yan, his hair now a crown of white, even his eyebrows turning gray. Once robust, his physique had become stooped and somewhat gaunt. The two men sat beneath a tree, sipping tea, reminiscing about the past, and overwhelmed with sentiment. Later, Li Jinglong arrived, a venomous snake in demeanor, and within moments, his words provoked Lan Yu into a furious rage. Forcing him to retreat in disarray, his cane clutched tightly. As he fled, Li Jinglong taunted, "You seem quite sprightly. Do not lean on your cane and pretend to be venerable." Their commotion seemed to transport them back to a bygone era. In the 15th year of Yongle, June arrived. Following the wheat harvest, the trial cultivation of Yongle rice had commenced in several regions across the mountains and rivers of two provinces. Due to a scarcity of seeds, less than a few 100,000 acres were sown, yet the planting of Yongle rice heralded hope for the populace, as the court had declared that within 3 years, everyone would be allowed to cultivate Yongle rice. Time continued its relentless march. Beauty inevitably faded, wrinkles appeared, and Hongxiu discovered her first white hair when she surreptitiously plucked it. After a session of emotional guidance from the adept Li Qing, she gradually accepted the reality, achieving tranquility and ceasing her habit of hair plucking. In the 16th year of Yongle, May arrived, and Dao Yan fell gravely ill. Zhu Di and Li Qing visited him, finding the old monk bedridden and unable to rise in greeting. "Old monk, do you have any wishes?" Zhu Di inquired, aware that this dear friend was near his end. "I shall grant any request," he promised. Dao Yan beseeched, "Monk Pukia has been imprisoned for quite some time. I hope for his pardon." This monk had been a prominent figure during Zhang Wen's reign, and upon the voyage to the west and the establishment of a new capital, the officials had spread the rumor that Zhang Wen had survived, claiming he had transformed into a monk and was sent away by Pukia. Thus, Zhu Di had found an excuse to imprison him. "Very well, I agree," Zhu Di replied without hesitation. "Is there anything else?" Dao Yan earnestly added, "I hope His Majesty can release Taishian. He is a loyal minister." Zhu Di hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Is there anything further?" "None, thank you." "Your Majesty, for your benevolence," Dao Yan replied, struggling to rise and bowing deeply. "Your Majesty is wise." 7 days later, Dao Yan passed away. Zhu Di suspended court for 2 days and arranged for Dao Yan's burial in accordance with monastic rites, posthumously granting him the title of Counselor to the Nation and Grand Minister of Honor and Wealth, elevating him to the status of Duke of Honor and the Chief of the State. He conferred the posthumous name Gongjing and personally inscribed his memorial tablet. Chapter 93. Time like a blade cuts down the proud and hastens. Aging Li Qing yearned to bind time, yet found himself powerless against its elusive nature, slipping away unnoticed. Time, like a blade, cuts down the proud and hastens the aging process. In the 17th year of Yongle, after the tireless efforts of over 100,000 craftsmen, the Chongling tomb was completed. Zhu Di embarked on another northern tour, while Zhu Zhongzhi donned mourning attire and escorted the coffin to Shuntian. Li Qing was taken aback to learn that the first interment at the Ming 13 tombs was not an emperor, but the empress. As Su Miaoyun was laid to rest, it felt as though Zhu Di's heart was buried alongside her. He sat alone before the tomb, his face a mask of desolation, quietly burning paper money, an endless supply of it, refusing to heed any counsel. Unsurprisingly, Zhu Di fell ill once more, this time more gravely than before. After 2 days of unconsciousness, Li Qing infused him with vital energy, and fortunately, Zhu Di was not afflicted by an incurable ailment. Upon awakening, he felt better, albeit with a heavy heart. After Zhu Di's restoration, he promptly issued an order to devote all efforts to the construction of the new capital, insisting that it be completed by the 18th year of the Yongle era. Firstly, he could not bear the prolonged separation from his wife. Secondly, as Zhu Di aged, he understood that if the relocation were not completed while he was still alive, the costly new capital might ultimately become a mere shell of its intended grandeur. Upon returning to the capital, Zhu Di largely relinquished his administrative duties, delegating both significant and trivial matters to the crown prince. This strategy considerably elevated the crown prince's status, serving both to exercise his capabilities and to placate the scholar officials, preparing them for the impending relocation. Zhu Di recognized that the move would encounter substantial resistance. While he could manage the military officials, he found it difficult to influence the civil servants. The deep-seated grievances between him and the scholar officials were irreconcilable. Fortunately, Zhu Zhongzhi had matured enough to share some of the burdens with his father, granting the aging monarch a much-needed respite. In September of that year, the esteemed General Lan Yu reached the end of his life, passing away quietly one night, leaving Li Qing unable to utter a farewell. Lan Yu's life was marked by both frustration and brilliance. His military achievements were undeniable and deserving of remembrance by future generations. Li Qing and Li Jinglong entered the palace to seek posthumous honors for Lan Yu. Zhu Di owed a debt of gratitude to the two men. Although he harbored grievances against Lan Yu, it was inappropriate to hold a deceased individual accountable, especially considering Lan Yu's genuine contributions to the state. Aside from not bestowing a princely title upon him, all appropriate rites were observed. Moreover, after repeated requests from Li Qing and Li Jinglong, Lan Yu was honored with a commendable posthumous title, Wu Yi. Among posthumous titles, the highest for military figures is Wu Ning, a distinction awarded only to Suda, while Wu Yi stands just beneath it, a title well suited for Lan Yu. Li Jinglong sought to petition for a Wu Ning title for Lan Yu, but Zhu Di declined, reasoning that Lan Yu did not qualify as a founding hero. With numerous founding heroes, only Su De had received the Wu Ning title, and Zhu Di was reluctant to elevate Lan Yu to the same level as his father-in-law. Li Qing did not press the issue further, acknowledging that Wu Yi was already commendable. After 7 days of mourning, Lan Yu was laid to rest. On the day of the burial, Li Jinglong wept inconsolably. By December of that same year, the new capital in Shuntianfu was nearly complete, with only minor details remaining, yet it met the requirements for relocation. Zhu Di was invigorated and instructed all officials to prepare for the formal transfer of the capital in March of the following year. The once tranquil court was thrown into disarray once more, as officials vehemently opposed the move, presenting a myriad of reasons. Zhu Gaoqi attempted to soothe their concerns, but to no avail. This decision struck at the very foundation of the officials' power, and they were resolute in their refusal to compromise. The powerful nobility, while less aggressive than the scholar officials, also expressed their dissent regarding the relocation. No one wished to leave the prosperous Jiangnan region for the inhospitable northern plains of Beiping. To the ministers, Beiping represented a harsh and desolate land, akin to exile. The military officials were somewhat indifferent, as the current power holders were either those who had participated in the Jingnan campaign or their descendants, and their aversion to the relocation was not as pronounced. However, the scholar officials, with most of their roots in the south, viewed the prospect of moving to Beiping as a matter of life and death. Moreover, the northern regions are desolate and impoverished. Venturing there, one seeks to extract some profit but finds it utterly unattainable. In contrast, in the south, mere effort yields ample rewards. Dissent resounded incessantly, and at this juncture, Zhu Di once again shattered conventions, resurrecting old grievances. The votes cast by the officials of your were brought forth anew. Zhu Di personally tallied the votes, all resounding in affirmation. Yes, yes, and yet again, yes. Upon concluding the tally, Zhu Di, incensed, declared, "It was you who consented to the relocation of the capital. Now you renege on your word. Do you think me a fool?" The emperor's antics left the officials in a state of exasperation, particularly the civil officials, who were incensed to the point of near transcendence, their beards twitching in a rather comical manner. Yet, no one dared to voice their dissent, each hoping that another would take the brunt of the confrontation. Thus, Zhu Di emerged victorious once more, triumphing over the officials through his cunning. However, Li Qing harbored a sense of foreboding, believing this time would not conclude so easily. The crux of the matter lay in Zhu Di's blatant disregard for the established norms. While the officials adhered to the rules, he persistently flouted them. In this arena of power, even the emperor, exalted as he was, ought to respect the principles of governance and embrace compromise. Yet Zhu Di eschewed this path, following his own whims. He feared that the officials might also choose to break the rules, inciting chaos. Nonetheless, reality proved his concerns unfounded. Under the emperor's scheming and the crown prince's soothing approach, combined with a blend of coercion and flattery, the officials gradually calmed their tumultuous emotions. They seemed resigned to their fate, their spirits dampened, yet none dared to step forward. With the new year approaching, they all anticipated their year-end bonuses. And Li Qing mused that the timing of the fourth prince's maneuvering was indeed fortuitous. On New Year's Eve, within the confines of the Yongqing Marquisate, fireworks erupted in a continuous display. Sunflower seeds, candied fruits, pastries, and fine wines adorned the table as the family of four sat in a row, toasting with wine and marveling at the fireworks. "Sir, after the new year, shall we proceed to Shantian?" Hong Xiu inquired. "The plan is to relocate the capital in March." Li Qing replied with a smile, "Rest assured, it shall be warmer by then." Hong Xiu nodded, hesitated for a moment, and softly expressed, I wish to remain here." Wan Ling and Lian Xiang also gently nodded, casting timid glances at Li Qing. "Remain here?" Li Qing responded with displeasure. "A husband and wife must stand united. Do not let affection breed arrogance." "Sir, no need to say more. We know what you are thinking," Li Qing stated calmly. "This matter is non-negotiable. You must accompany me." The three women nodded glumly, their spirits somewhat diminished. As one ages, regardless of how well one maintains their appearance, signs of aging inevitably manifest, particularly over the past 2 years. They had aged considerably. Though they did not yet resemble haggard crones, they were certainly not youthful either. This was true even with Li Qing's frequent nurturing through vital energy. Yet, vital energy, after all, is not omnipotent. It can only delay the onset of aging, not prevent it entirely. During this festive season, Li Qing wished for their happiness and gently remarked, "Do not dwell on such matters. Think of it as a sacrifice for me." The three women exchanged glances and nodded softly. After a while, Wan Ling quietly said, "Sir, when we go, please do not be saddened. Rest assured, I am a person of great resilience. I may feel sorrow, but it shall not linger for long." Li Qing laughed heartily, unburdened by worries. At these words, the three women felt a slight easing of their hearts. After a night passed, time advanced to the 18th year of the Yongle era. The annual leave is fleeting, and before he knows it, it is once again time to attend the morning court. However, Li Qing is a slacker who frequently skips the early assemblies. After some probing, he discovers that the fourth prince does not seem to mind, so he decides to forego the afternoon court as well. He spends his days being carried around in a sedan, leisurely strolling through the streets of Jinling with three ladies, indulging in shopping, and more shopping. With the economy of Beiping being rather backward, with few and rudimentary shops, Li Qing seizes the opportunity to purchase a plethora of daily necessities for future needs, all while being spared the burden of moving himself. Li Qing's continuous absence from court soon draws the ire of Zhu Di, who, uninterested in reasoning with him, directly deducts Li Qing's salary for the month. As the end of the month arrives, Li Qing goes to collect his salary, only to find himself empty-handed, realizing he has been played by the fourth prince. In this era, there are no labor laws, leaving Li Qing with no avenue for complaint, compelling him to return to court. Primarily, the salary is substantial, making skipping work an unwise choice. One day, Zhu Di summons Li Qing to discuss the impending relocation of the capital, which is merely a month away. When the time comes, the officials will surely squabble. So do you have a plan? If last month's salary could be settled, I believe I might have a suggestion. Li Qing responds candidly. Zhu Di's expression darkens, and he urges him to elaborate. Housing subsidies, Li Qing explains. Speak plainly, Zhu Di insists. It is a government allowance for officials to rebuild their residences. Zhu Di furrows his brow in contemplation, recognizing that this is no trivial amount, while ordinary officials may manage. The nobility comprises numerous lords, and the court cannot bear such a burden. Li Qing proposes two options. First, they could reside in government-built residences, which would be of lower standards, but at no cost. Second, they could construct their own homes, maintaining the current standards of Jinling, with the court funding only a portion. That still amounts to a significant sum. Zhu Di laments, considering the number of recipients involved. Li Qing counters, one must not see it that way. On the surface, the lords and nobles benefit, but ultimately, it is the common people who gain, as the government's subsidized funds will eventually circulate back to the local populace, stimulating the regional economy. Although the fourth prince lacks a deep understanding of economics, he grasps the notion that money spent will reach the hands of the people. Gritting his teeth, he concedes, very well, I shall allocate the funds. The two then deliberate further on the details of the capital relocation, ultimately establishing a preliminary subsidy plan. Just as they are about to toast to their success, they are interrupted by the arrival of the chubby attendant, who rushes in with a petition in hand, visibly flustered. Father, there is trouble. Zhu Di frowns slightly, admonishing the crown prince for his disheveled state. What is the matter? Father, something has truly gone awry. The chubby attendant, sweating profusely, stutters in his urgency. Noticing the attendant's distress, Li Qing's heart races, and he asks, is there a rebellion? He has a nagging feeling that the capital relocation would not proceed smoothly, and the attendant's flustered demeanor only heightens his concern about the officials potentially breaking the rules. Recalling the past turmoil caused by the burning of the weaving bureau and the unrest in the Grand Canal. Shut your mouth. Zhu Di glares at Li Qing before turning back to the attendant. What exactly has happened? There truly is a rebellion, the chubby attendant confirms, wiping the sweat from his brow with a grave nod. What? A rebellion? Zhu Di is taken aback, then swiftly erupts in anger. Who dares to rebel? It is not surprising that he is in such a state of agitation. Any emperor harbors profound trepidation towards rebellion, especially considering that his father seized the throne through insurrection, and he himself ascended to power via similar means. Upon hearing of another uprising, how could he not be enraged? Who is responsible? How many are involved? The murderous intent of Zhu Di was palpable. The stout youth took a breath and replied, the leader hails from Puzhou in Shandong, a woman named Lin San. The infamous Tang sire, a woman? Zhu Di was momentarily taken aback, stammering, a woman leading a rebellion? Li Qing was equally astonished. In these times, could a woman truly incite an insurrection? The name Tang sire sounded vaguely familiar to Li Qing, yet he couldn't recall where he had heard it. What are the specifics? Li Qing inquired. After a brief moment to catch his breath, the stout youth recounted the events. The rebel leader Tang sire, along with her subordinates Lu Exine, Lu Jun, and Ding Gu, had caused turmoil in places like Jima and Shouguang. Initially, they numbered only 500, but in a short span, they amassed a force of 3,000. The stout youth expressed his concern, saying, Father, the situation is escalating. I implore you to make a decisive choice soon. Li Qing asked, who submitted the memorial. It came from the Izhou garrison in Shandong, the stout youth replied. Li Qing was about to speak further when Zhu Di erupted in anger. What purpose does this inquiry serve? Damn it, their intentions are treacherous. Father, please reconsider. The stout youth interjected hastily. They are all commoners. This is not the time for widespread slaughter. The ancestral teachings of the Ming state that if there is a popular uprising, the principal offenders must be severely punished, while those coerced should not be pursued. The populace is the foundation of the state. Large-scale massacres will lead to a loss of public support. Yet the people can be pacified with modest benefits, returning to being loyal subjects. Li Qing, however, felt the matter was not so straightforward. The fact that the leader was a woman was highly suspicious. In this era, dominated by men, even the most capable woman could not openly present herself. A frail female instigating a rebellion seemed utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, popular uprisings typically arise from the desperation of the populace, yet the current Ming dynasty was thriving. with the implementation of the land tax reform and the cultivation of yongle rice significantly improving the lives of the citizens. Why would they rebel now? When the capital was being established and the Grand Canal was constructed, there was no dissent. Now, with reduced taxation, it was illogical for them to revolt. Lastly, the very location of the uprising in Shandong was particularly intriguing. Shandong served as a crucial passage from Jinling to Shuntian, and with the relocation of the capital imminent, it was curious that unrest would erupt there. Li Qing couldn't help but ponder further. The influence of capitalists in this era was profoundly significant. Noticing Li Qing's furrowed brow, Zhu Di asked, "Li Qing, what is your perspective?" "Your Majesty, there must be some underlying intrigue in this matter," Li Qing responded with a bow. Although the construction of the canal and the new capital involved the requisition of many Shandong peasants, the court provided sustenance and paid wages, resulting in improved livelihoods for many. They would not rebel. Even if discontent were the cause, they would not choose to rise up just as the completion of the capital is at hand. It seems likely that some malevolent forces are at play, seeking to disrupt the relocation. Zhu Di narrowed his eyes, a cold glint in his gaze. "Gaoji, instruct the Jinyui to investigate this matter thoroughly. Furthermore, expedite a dispatch to the Qingzhou garrison to pacify the situation swiftly." "Tang Sayo," he scoffed. "I shall see what powers this enchantress possesses." "I shall obey your command," his son replied. Upon hearing that the emperor had refrained from mass slaughter, the chubby young prince gradually felt a sense of relief. He hurriedly offered a bow and swiftly set about his tasks. Zhu Di, filled with fury, and Li Qing, deeply concerned, were certain that this was not merely a civil uprising, but a premeditated turmoil aimed at thwarting the relocation of the capital. Clearly, the relentless exploitation by Zhu Di had pushed the officials and gentry to their limits. The relocation was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhu Di repeatedly defied conventions, overturning tables, and now the repercussions had arrived. Historically, the throne and the scholar officials shared the realm, but in the Ming dynasty, this dynamic had shifted. The officials were already simmering with resentment, exacerbated by the actions of the old emperor and his son. The old emperor was ruthless, employing severe punishments. Yet, overall, he did not excessively oppress the officials. In contrast, the fourth prince was merciless, exploiting the interests of the gentry. Although the number of officials executed by Zhu Di paled in comparison to the old emperor's toll, the animosity directed at him far surpassed that aimed at his predecessor. "Your Majesty, how do you intend to address this situation?" Li Qing inquired. "Severe punishment for the instigators," Zhu Di replied coldly. "Annihilate the treacherous gentry." Li Qing nodded. Recognizing the lack of better alternatives, it was unthinkable to massacre the common folk. This incident had provided Li Qing with a clearer understanding of the broader situation. The powerful families of Jiangnan sought to ensnare the emperor and manipulate the future. It was evident that if the capital were not relocated, successive emperors would become mere puppets, entirely overshadowed by the gentry. Should that transpire, the Ming dynasty would hardly endure 270 years. Within a century, it would likely be ravaged. Initially, Li Qing believed that relocating the capital to Shuntian would extend strategic depth. However, he now realized the significance of the move was far greater. As a unified dynasty, the Ming should not remain anchored in a corner of Jiangnan. The following day, during the morning court assembly, the ministers collectively voiced their grievances, particularly the censors, who pointedly accused Zhu Di, proclaiming phrases such as exploiting the populace, inciting public ire, seeking personal glory, depleting national strength. They denounced Zhu Di vehemently, almost branding him a harbinger of ruin, with the central theme being, "The people's revolt is a consequence of your actions." This time, Zhu Di refrained from selecting examples or administering punishment. Instead, he observed the ministers with an unsettling calm. Those who hurled the fiercest accusations found themselves under his chilling gaze, which seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. He was genuinely enraged, patiently awaiting the truth to surface, anticipating a thorough reckoning. Gradually, the censors ceased their tirades, and the officials fell silent. They were not afraid of punishment, nor did they dread the prospect of death for their cause. At least they could gain a noble reputation. However, the emperor's gaze, akin to that of a spectator observing jesters, filled them with dread. They understood that this emperor was truly furious, and any misstep could jeopardize their families. "Have we all fallen silent?" Zhu Di taunted. "Perhaps you should speculate how I shall deal with these individuals once the ringleader is identified?" After a pause, he commanded, "Xiao Linzi, Bring forth pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Let the officials inscribe their recommendations for dealing with the most heinous instigators. He surveyed the ministers, a playful smile gracing his lips as he added, "This time, it shall be recorded with names. Rest assured, I shall review all your suggestions." It is not the emperor's wrath that incites fear, but rather his amusement. After years of interaction, the emperor's temperament is well understood by them. When he erupts in anger, it is no trivial matter. The fate of Feng Xiaoru looms vividly in their memories, rendering them unable to remain composed. The decree for ministers to draft measures for the severe punishment of the villainous leader is indeed a masterstroke. Zhu Di's actions can be described as both lethal and psychologically devastating. The vast Feng Tian Hall is eerily silent. The sound of a falling needle is palpable. Shortly, a eunuch presents ink, paper, and brush, prompting the officials to pen their suggestions for punishing the malevolent leader, while Zhu Di observes coldly. Regardless of whether the ministers are guiltless or harboring secrets, all pen their proposals with increasing severity. A punishment starting with 3 clans and extending to 9 is deemed acceptable. Some even suggest exhuming graves and desecrating the remains of ancestors. 10 days later, intelligence arrives in the capital, detailing the uprising led by the sorceress Tang Ser, alongside her personal dossier and the latest military reports. Upon reviewing this information, Zhu Di's countenance darkens significantly. Li Qing, upon learning of this, is equally astonished. The developments exceed his expectations and have spiraled out of control. No one could have anticipated that this civil unrest would escalate into such a significant upheaval. The situation has become dire, and Li Qing wears a grave expression. Even the usually carefree, easygoing little fat man now bears a serious demeanor, his joviality replaced by a palpable aura of menace. Chapter 95. Zhu Di's adaptability. The Qingzhou garrison attempted to negotiate peace, only to fall victim to the rebels' trap. Commander Gao Feng was killed, and the casualties among the soldiers were severe. The Minister of Revenue promptly dispatched Sun Gong from Zhu Prefecture to seek reconciliation. But the insurgents rebuffed the overture and slaughtered the accompanying officials. Both Jimu and Zhu prefectures have been successively breached. This cannot merely be classified as civil unrest. It is a blatant rebellion aimed at seizing the throne. Most civil disturbances arise from impoverished conditions, leading to armed resistance against landlords rather than direct confrontation with the court. Even during the tumultuous late Yuan period, the initial uprisings involved targeting wealthy households rather than engaging the Yuan army directly. Only as the situation escalated did the Yuan court suppress the rebels, leading to open warfare. This instance, however, is entirely different. The court has extended an olive branch. Yet the rebels remain unyielding, choosing instead to wage war, slaughter officials, and burn granaries, clearly intent on amplifying the chaos. What incenses Zhu Di further is that this intelligence has been gathered by the Jinui, while local officials labor to suppress and conceal the truth. Whether they are the masterminds or simply seeking to protect their positions, Zhu Di cannot tolerate such deception. Nothing is more abominable to a sovereign than the treachery of his subjects. Li Qing scrutinizes Tang Ser's personal dossier repeatedly. Tang Ser, wife of Lin San from Putai, Shandong. After her husband's death, she discovered a stone box while returning from a tomb sweeping, containing a sword and military texts. Through relentless study, she became proficient in various arts. Shaved her head to become a nun, proclaimed herself the Mother Buddha, claiming to possess knowledge of life, death, and the outcomes of endeavors, as well as the ability to animate paper figures to engage in combat. Should she require clothing, food, or wealth, she can summon them through her sorcery. This mirrors the path of dynastic change, reminiscent of the Stone Man uprising during the late Yuan, inciting rebellion throughout the Yellow River Basin. Even more alarming is the emergence of a structured White Lotus army among these insurgents. History has a startling tendency to repeat itself, once again invoking the White Lotus Rebellion. During the late Yuan dynasty, chaos reigned across the land. Han Shantong and Lu Futong seized this opportunity to incite rebellion. Interestingly, Zhu Yuanzhang was once a member of the White Lotus Society, and it is undeniable that their influence greatly aided his rise to power. However, once he ascended the throne, Zhu Yuanzhang relentlessly suppressed the White Lotus Society, fearing that others might emulate their actions. Under his oppressive rule, the White Lotus Society faded into obscurity. Their presence scarcely heard of, making it all the more intolerable for Zhu Di when such a significant disturbance erupted. With a chilling gaze, Zhu Di struggled to conceal his fury. Let us not discuss whether Tang Ser has the capabilities of Han Shantong and Lu Futong. But know this, my Ming dynasty is not the Yuan court. Rebellion? It comes at a price. Zhu Di laughed bitterly, gritting his teeth. Determined to show that justice would prevail, Li Qing and Xiao Pang remained silent, fully aware that sparing them this time was out of the question. The next day, the Duke of Anyuan, Lu Sheng, along with Commandant Lu Zhong, led 5,000 elite troops to suppress the uprising. As the army set forth, the court fell into an uneasy silence. No one dared to criticize Zhu Di, nor to use the unrest as a pretext against the relocation of the capital. Everyone anxiously observed the unfolding situation, aware of the unprecedented severity of this incident in the history of the Ming dynasty. It was common knowledge that many lives would be lost and families would be annihilated in the aftermath. Li Qing closely monitored the developments, with the court's officials donning their formal attire and dispatching urgent messages every 800 miles to ensure real-time intelligence reached the capital. 7 days later, the elite forces arrived at Yidu and Shandong, where Tang Ser's White Lotus army held a fortified position at the Shizhuang stockade. Observing the formidable terrain, the Duke of Anyuan realized that a direct assault would incur heavy losses. Thus, he opted to besiege the area and cut off their water and supplies. The White Lotus army, fortified by their advantageous position, soon found themselves in dire straits, as the mountainous region lacked water. Ultimately, Tang Ser, with no other options, sought to surrender. Upon receiving the report, Zhu Di exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling that order had finally been restored. Li Qing also felt a sense of ease, understanding that no one would dare oppose the relocation of the capital after this incident. However, a sudden twist awaited them. Tang Ser, under the pretense of surrendering due to depleted supplies and lack of water, lured the main Ming forces to the eastern part of the city where water was available. Seizing the moment, she concentrated her troops and launched a night attack, resulting in the death of Commandant Lu Zhong. By the time the Ming forces returned to defend, Tang Ser had already skillfully orchestrated the withdrawal of the White Lotus army. Simultaneously, uprisings erupted in places such as Zhucheng, Anxiu, and Zhaozhou, with numerous rebel factions forming, all of which were subsequently incorporated by Tang Ser, swelling the ranks of the White Lotus army to over 20,000. The situation had officially spiraled out of control. At this critical juncture, Zhu Di exhibited his remarkable strategic prowess, embodying the grandeur of the Yongle Emperor. He resolutely dismissed all counsel, including Li Qing's immediate reinforcement proposal. Zhu Di issued a decree halting all construction projects in the new capital, sending the craftsmen home to quell public dissent, thereby preventing the White Lotus army from exploiting the opportunity to grow stronger through resistance against tyranny. Simultaneously, he ordered military forces in Jizhou, Zhending, and Jinan to enforce strict martial law, aiming to prevent further deterioration of the situation. These two directives effectively suffocated the White Lotus army's avenues for survival, confining them tightly within the vicinity of Jimao, leaving them no chance to escape. It was only then that Zhu Di commanded the troops from the Shandong garrison to proceed in quelling the rebellion. After the decree was issued, Wei Qing, the chief commander responsible for defending against the Japanese pirates along the Shandong coast, was the first to mobilize his troops. Collaborating with the Marquis of Anyuan, they launched a coordinated assault, enveloping the White Lotus army from all sides. Within a matter of days, the insurgents suffered a crushing defeat, scattering in all directions. The military prowess of the Ming forces was far beyond that of the rebel army, as over 20,000 insurgents were decimated by fewer than 8,000 Ming soldiers. In this singular battle, more than 2,000 members of the White Lotus sect were slain, with over 4,000 taken captive. Before additional reinforcements could arrive, the situation was decisively settled. The uprising led by Tang Ser was swift to arise and equally rapid to collapse, with a mere month passing from the initial news of revolt to its swift suppression. Once the turmoil was quelled, it was time for reckoning. Zhu Di was not a man of leniency. This insurrection was not merely a civil disturbance, but a serious rebellion that warranted severe punishment. With the White Lotus sect having emerged, sparing any would be tantamount to inviting further chaos. Thus, all captives were executed without exception. The families of the condemned were confiscated by the authorities, with the men reduced to laborers and the women forced into servitude as courtesans, forever stripped of their dignity. their descendants destined to inherit their plight. Zhu Di aimed to establish a precedent, instilling fear throughout the realm, showcasing the dire fate that awaited those who aligned with the White Lotus sect. But the reckoning did not end there. The provincial officials, including the governor of Shandong, the councillors, and the inspectors, were all executed for their alleged complicity in the rebellion. However, Zhu Di's wrath extended even further. Under the same charges, he initiated a thorough purge, executing all local officials, including county magistrates, clerks, jailers, and constables, who had any association with the insurgents. The Ming court had few officials, yet many clerks. In this sweep, Zhu Di executed over 3,000 individuals, a testament to his ruthlessness. Consequently, word spread throughout the kingdom, instilling trepidation among officials regarding the White Lotus sect, to the extent that even established temples were not spared. In their quest to retain their positions and secure their lives, local officials began stringent investigations into monasteries and nunneries, forcing numerous monks and nuns to return to secular life. Though such actions lacked compassion, they inadvertently augmented the labor force, as these individuals, who previously spent their days wringing wooden fish and engaging in no productive work, were now compelled to contribute to society. Their return to secular life brought about numerous benefits without any detriment. During Zhu Di's 18-year reign, the number executed in this single month surpassed the total of the preceding 17 years combined, instilling fear in his ministers. Particularly among the civil officials, anxiety ran high, as if they could sense the ghost of the founding emperor beckoning them. The majority of those executed were from the civil administration, with military leaders remaining largely untouched. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Di elevated the status of military commanders, rewarding those who participated in quelling the rebellion with honors and substantial compensation for the families of the fallen soldiers. Simultaneously, he established a positive archetype for the military, promoting Wei Qing, the commander responsible for coastal defense, to the position of regional commander. Zhu Di's actions undeniably signaled his favor towards the military. I value you. Align with me, and you shall prosper. This approach proved remarkably effective, as military leaders rallied their support, eagerly petitioning for the relocation of the capital. Stabilizing the military. Zhu Di's resolve instantly hardened, and the civil officials, aware that the tide had turned, begrudgingly urged him on. Unexpectedly, Zhu Di, unwilling to relent, declared that the reckoning was far from over. The principal offender, Tang Sire, had yet to be apprehended, and this matter could not simply be dismissed. He suspected collusion in shielding Tang Sire and demanded a thorough investigation. With local matters settled, it was time to address the court. Enough, father, the chubby prince implored. This must cease. Further bloodshed is unwarranted. No, this issue remains unresolved, Zhu Di asserted, his intentions unmistakably resolute, mirroring his father's unyielding nature. Either we act decisively or not at all. This is a rare opportunity. With the military's loyalty secured, if we do not eradicate this malignancy now, it will become exceedingly difficult once they gain power. Gao Qi, you will not make a commendable emperor, Zhu Di lamented, his disappointment palpable. A prosperous nation fosters the wealth of its people, yet prosperity alone does not guarantee national strength. I understand your concern for the populace and your desire to be a benevolent ruler, but if the nation lacks power, how can the people thrive? The Song dynasty, though rife with corruption among officials and dominated by powerful clans, afforded its citizens a far superior existence than we experience in this great Ming. But what shall we do if our strength falters and enemies invade? Without the protection of the state, the people become mere lambs for slaughter, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. Zhu Di firmly declared, it is easy to be an emperor beloved by ministers and lauded by the populace. Yet this perception is but a facade of a good ruler. Your compassion may sow seeds of peril for future sovereigns and pose a threat to the great Ming. The chubby prince, disheartened, replied, Father, my desire is for the people to lead prosperous lives, yet I would not wish to do so at the expense of national strength. I am not as incapable as you suggest. My benevolence stems from your need for moderation, does it not? Zhu Di paused, contemplating, and slowly nodded. You have a point. However, I perceive that you lack the fortitude. After a brief silence, Zhu Di continued earnestly, you may maintain your image as a benevolent ruler. The chubby prince exclaimed, bewildered. What do you mean, father? I have foresight, Zhu Di replied, his disdain for the prince evident. Moreover, you are not the one to succeed me. After a century, He shall take command of the military, and I have little to worry about concerning you." The chubby prince, visibly hurt, retorted, "Father, this is too much. I have accomplished so much, and though you do not praise me, must you constantly belittle me? I have served the state well. Look at yourself." Zhu Di scoffed. "You resemble a stone mill, devoid of any imperial demeanor. One cannot judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by its surface," Zhu Di muttered, turning away. Dismissing him, the imperial guard was mobilized in full force, diligently searching for the nefarious Tang sire. For over a month, their efforts yielded no results. It was as though she had vanished into thin air, or perhaps she had never existed at all. Zhu Di's frustration reached a boiling point, yet he found himself powerless. Consequently, he redirected his scrutiny towards officials in the capital, primarily focusing on the civil bureaucrats from Jiangnan. Alas, once again, they discovered nothing. No evidence of collusion between officials and local authorities emerged. All were deemed innocent. Zhu Di could not accept such an outcome. Thus, he seized the chubby fellow and delivered a thorough beating. "Are you protecting those officials? This is an injustice." The chubby one lamented. "What does this have to do with me? Father, you know me. I lack the courage." Zhu Di, filled with indignation, kicked him again and ordered, "Get lost." Unsatisfied with the results, Zhu Di sought counsel from Li Qing. "Your Majesty, it's time to cease this," Li Qing urged, unwilling for Zhu Di to continue down this path. "At the very least, we cannot proceed further. Relocating the capital is paramount, far more critical than any other matter." Zhu Di pondered for a moment and nodded gently. "Now that all the ministers agree to the relocation, I shall have the Astronomical Bureau select an auspicious date for our swift move to Shunyanfu." However, he remained restless. His nature rendered him exceptionally suspicious. The disappearance of Jiang Wen instilled in him a constant sense of unease, as if there were always treacherous subjects plotting against him. For years, he had not enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, not even trusting his own son, a testament to his profound paranoia. "Li Qing, what do you suppose could be the cause of this investigation yielding no results?" Zhu Di inquired. "Do speak freely. It pertains to the crown prince, and there is no harm in discussing it." "First, we must rule out the crown prince," Li Qing replied with a bitter smile. "Your Majesty, he is your son. Raised under your watch, you know him better than anyone." Zhu Di fell silent. "Then where lies the problem?" With so much time having passed, the investigation began only now, providing ample opportunity for them to discreetly arrange matters and destroy evidence. Li Qing suggested, perhaps they commence their operations as soon as the court dispatched troops. As for Tang sire, he frowned in contemplation. "I suspect she may be a fabrication, perhaps she never existed at all." Did not the pacification officers state that they had never encountered this woman? Whether Tang sire was real or not mattered little. Even if she did exist and managed to escape, the White Lotus sect could never regain its former influence after this incident. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively. "What troubles me is how those individuals could operate so flawlessly." Pausing for a moment, he posed a question. "Is it possible that high-ranking members of the Jinyui have been infiltrated or bribed?" Zhu Di harbored such suspicions, primarily due to the incident involving Ji Gang being courted by a simpleton. If even a fool like him could sway the Jinyui, Zhu Di's trust in that organization had nearly evaporated. "Such a possibility cannot be dismissed," Li Qing conceded, "but it is of little importance." "Of little importance?" Zhu Di raised his voice. "Relocate the capital. We must do so without delay." Li Qing insisted, "Nothing supersedes the significance of the capital's relocation, Your Majesty. While the ministers are in agreement, we should act swiftly. Let us not wait for the Astronomical Bureau to determine an auspicious day. We must relocate first. Originally, we planned to move in early March, and now it is already May. This cannot be delayed any longer." He implored earnestly, "Whatever you intend to accomplish, we can address it after the relocation is complete. You seem quite anxious. Truly, it is the eunuch who is more eager than the emperor," Zhu Di jested. "Rest assured, no one dares obstruct the relocation this time." Despite his words, Zhu Di heeded Li Qing's advice. The next day, he announced the relocation, and within 2 days, the process officially commenced. The Hanlin Academy and the censorate led the charge, followed by the 6 ministries, the prominent nobles, and the crown prince, Zhongzhi, who personally commanded 10,000 capital troops to transport grain and supplies to Shuntian. Meanwhile, the chubby fellow, accompanied by his wife and children, relocated to the new capital, while Zhu Di remained in command of the army, holding his position. The relocation of the capital proved to be more troublesome than anticipated. Beginning in early May and continuing until August, various departments gradually settled into their new locations, though governance persisted throughout this period. The officials of the Ming dynasty submitted their memorials, which were divided in two, one half delivered to Zhu Di and the other to Zhu Gaoqi. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Crown Prince Zhu Gaoqi and the grandson Zhu Zhongzhi successively reported that all was in order, respectfully requesting the emperor to transfer his residence. Zhu Di, however, remained unhurried, dispatching a trusted eunuch to ascertain the situation. Upon receiving confirmation, he, with reluctance akin to a bride meeting her in-laws, led his army to Beiping. Once the dust settled, winter had already arrived. Officials temporarily resided in their offices, military commanders in barracks, while the nobility enjoyed the finest accommodations at the collective lordly residences. Although slightly cramped, the conditions were relatively favorable, and the court also provided a subsidy policy for the ministers to choose from. Li Qing was the last to head to Shuntian, occupied with selling his belongings. No longer young and with retirement looming, even if he were to re-enter public service, he could no longer bear the title of Marquis Yongqing, as he had no son to inherit his position. Thus, he sold nearly everything he could. Had it not been for the estate bestowed upon him by the founding emperor, he would have considered selling that as well. Nevertheless, Li Qing was undeterred. The vast marquisate was quite empty and rather shabby. After acquiring a sum of silver, he set off to Shuntian with his 3 daughters. A snowfall in the 18th year of Yongle arrived later than that of the previous year. However, the officials still had to endure the rigors of early morning court sessions, rising before dawn. The biting wind cut like a blade, and while the robust warriors could withstand it, the scholars fared poorly. Once the northern snow began to fall, it seemed endless and did not melt. Initially, it would only reach the ankles, but later, it froze solid, turning treacherous with one misstep leading to a humiliating fall. The Ming dynasty stipulated that only officials of the 3rd rank and above could ride in sedan chairs or on horseback to court, while others were required to walk. This did not imply that those below the 3rd rank could not use sedan chairs for travel, but rather that they could not do so when attending court. With nearly 1,000 officials attending daily, if all were to ride in chairs, it would likely result in traffic accidents. The higher-ranking officials fared better, but the ordinary ones suffered greatly. Not only were they prohibited from riding, but they also lacked the privilege to enter the hall. Among the 1,000 officials, only about 100 were allowed into the hall of celestial purity, while the rest stood outside. The biting cold wind and swirling snow left their hearts chilled, and their spirits dampened, leading them to lament their fates. The burden of serving in the Ming dynasty was indeed a heavy one. In Chapter 97, Yu Qian reflects on the regrets of the civil officials, lamenting that Shuntian pales in comparison to Jinling. Setting aside the disparity in splendor, the harsh natural conditions alone rendered their experiences unbearable. The pampered scholars could scarcely endure such hardships, but it was too late for regrets. Having come this far, leaving was not an easy option. After a decade of arduous study, achieving official status was no small feat, and none wished to relinquish it so easily. Though the civil ministers grumbled, none resigned. In the blink of an eye, the time for year-end bonuses had arrived. It was the first day of the new year in the 19th year of Yongle. During the annual meeting of the Ming Company, Zhu Di summarized the current situation and envisioned the future, painting a grand picture for his ministers. Aware of their discontent, he doubled the year-end bonuses, presenting substantial red envelopes to the officials in the capital. The saying goes, those who take are soft-hearted, and most officials fell silent. However, to those hailing from noble families, such sums were hardly significant. Yet, with the officials quieted, they could not launch a public outcry and had to bide their time. Thanks to the implementation of land surveys and the consolidation of taxes, the finances of the Ming dynasty experienced considerable relief, transforming the once dire treasury into one that began to accumulate savings. With the pressure alleviated, Xia Yuanji bore a smile, and Zhu Di became more prudent with expenditures. Aside from the officials from Jiangnan, who remained disgruntled, all other matters appeared satisfactory. In February, following a suggestion from Xia Yuanji, Zhu Di issued an edict allowing officials in the capital to bring their families, providing travel expenses. This further assuaged the officials' sentiments, as the functioning of the state depended on its ministers, and Zhu Di wished to avoid having them govern with discontent. As a result of this initiative, the court gradually calmed, and opposition to the relocation of the capital diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Zhu Di delayed the morning court sessions, rescheduling them to a quarter past the third hour, 5:45 a.m. On March 15th, Zhu Di exchanged his customary attire for a brand-new dragon robe. Admiring himself in the mirror, adjusting his beard, and straightening his imperial crown, all while being particularly mindful of his appearance. This day held special significance, as it marked the palace examination of the Ming dynasty. Today, his grandfather appeared even more sagacious and martial than usual. Zhongzhi, ever the sycophant, resembled a devoted admirer. Alas, time had taken its toll on Zhu Di. With a sigh, he cast a sidelong glance at his eldest grandson, intending to accompany him shortly. Zhongzhi's heart swelled with joy, yet he composed himself, asking if such an arrangement was permissible. Zhu Di scoffed lightly, glanced at the mirror once more, and declared, "Let us proceed." The sycophant dutifully followed his grandfather, eager to please. On the day of the palace examination, Zhu Di cancelled the afternoon court, and the Hall of Supreme Harmony was graced solely by the 6 ministers, vice-ministers, and the officials of the censorate and the Hanlin Academy. As the emperor arrived, the officials bowed, and the candidates mimicked them, their faces flushed with excitement. "Long live our emperor! Long live the crown prince!" "Be at ease," Zhu Di waved his sleeve. Taking his seat upon the dragon throne, Zhu Gaoqi stood to his left, while Zhongzhi stood to his right, the 3 generations forming a harmonious arrangement. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The candidates rose with the officials, their exhilaration palpable. Li Qing observed the undergraduate candidates with interest. Those permitted to participate in the palace examination were all of a high caliber, with each being a successful jinshi capable of holding office. The undergraduate candidates of this era were incomparable to those of later generations, as only a little over 100 were chosen from the entire Ming dynasty. Far more challenging than admission to contemporary prestigious institutions. As Zhu Di posed the examination questions, the candidates fervently penned their responses. Given that the candidates required ample time to complete their papers, Zhu Di could not wait indefinitely. He strolled around the temporary examination hall before departing. Shortly thereafter, Xia Yuanji also left to attend to official duties. With both of them gone, Li Qing found the atmosphere dull and contemplated slipping away, but was halted by Zhongzhi. "Where are you off to? It is not noon, so why should you concern yourself, Li Qing?" Zhang opened his mouth and suggested finding the crown prince. "I see you merely wish to shirk your duties." Zhongzhi pulled him aside and whispered, "Uncle Qing, His Majesty has instructed me to oversee the examination." "And so?" Zhongzhi countered. "Is it not possible that His Majesty intends to cultivate me, hoping I might forge closer ties with these individuals?" Li Qing nodded. "But what does that have to do with me?" Zhongzhi retorted. "This is a matter of trust." "Thank you," Li Qing replied with a slight bow. "But at my age, I have little time left to serve. You should cultivate the newcomers instead, having matured considerably since the last punishment." Zhongzhi remained young and overly eager for power. "Uncle, here is the information on the candidates," he said, producing a letter. "Help me select a few. His Majesty wishes for me to nurture some loyal supporters. Why not choose for yourself?" Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Moreover, the results are not yet out. What significance does this hold? Results do not equate to capability." Zhongzhi shook his head. "The primary goal is to secure some loyal supporters before the results are released. That will forge closer bonds. What benefit can be gained from mere accolades?" Li Qing furrowed his brow. "You are not yet the crown prince. Why the rush?" "This is for my father," Zhongzhi explained. "As long as His Majesty remains strong, all is well. But should the day come when my father cannot endure alone? With his overly benevolent nature, it would be unthinkable for him to face adversity alone. This is also His Majesty's intent." Li Qing acknowledged with a hum before adding with a laugh, "This feels akin to a riddle anyone could choose. Uncle, you have consumed more salt than I have rice. Your discernment surely surpasses mine," Zhongzhi flattered. Li Qing recognized that the young man sought to win him over and build political strength, yet he had little interest in empty promises. So, he replied cleverly, "That is merely my particular taste." "Uncle Qing, do you truly find me intolerable?" Zhongzhi asked. Feigning sorrow. "Not at all," Li Qing shook his head. "Then why?" Zhongzhi lamented. "I have always regarded you as one of my own. Yet you seem reluctant to assist me. Is it so wrong to ask for a favor among friends?" Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Familiarity does not grant you the right to demand favors, and you ought to know that I, Li Qing, do not work for free. You, on the other hand, seem to expect assistance without any form of compensation." Zhongzhi, fully aware of Li Qing's nature, promised, "The Yongqing Marquisate will undoubtedly be the first to be completed." Li Qing smiled and nodded, taking the list to review. Among the 150 candidates, nearly 120 hailed from the south, with Jiangxi province alone accounting for 42. In contrast, the number from the north was fewer than those from Jiangxi. Li Qing sighed inwardly at the stark regional differences and promptly selected candidates from Hebei and Shandong provinces. These two northern provinces were not only nearby, but also fostered a natural affinity towards the capital. "You might suggest to His Majesty that all these individuals remain in the capital," Li Qing proposed. Zhongzhi immediately grasped the implication, exclaiming, "What a brilliant strategy, Uncle Qing." He drew inferences from one example to another. These individuals ought to be appointed to the 6 ministries or the censorate. Their presence could mitigate a portion of the dissenting opinions against the relocation of the capital. Indeed, Li Qing nodded, intending to return the list to Zhongzhi when he was suddenly captivated by a name in the corner. Yu Qian. This name was quite familiar to Li Qing. Despite his limited knowledge of Ming history and the passage of years, he immediately recalled the remarkable feats of this individual. Hailing from Haining, Zhujiang, and coinciding perfectly with the timeline of the 19th year of the Yongle reign, it must surely be him. Li Qing took a deep breath, adopting an unprecedented seriousness. "This person is one you must secure." Zhongzhi had never seen him in such a state and was immediately concerned. Upon observing Yu Qian's place of origin, he furrowed his brow. "He is from the south. He is an exception," Li Qing asserted earnestly. "Qingba would not lead you astray. Employing him is indeed the right choice." Zhongzhi, somewhat puzzled, nodded in agreement. "I will pay attention to this person, Qingba. Do you know him?" "I do not," Li Qing replied, maintaining his composure. "It is merely intuition. Your Majesty, I wish to request a person." "Who?" "Yu Qian." Zhu Di was momentarily taken aback, racking his brain for a recollection of this individual, but failing to do so. Hesitantly, he asked, "Who is Yu Qian?" "A candidate from this examination," Li Qing replied awkwardly. "The Ministry of War is in need of a censor, and I find him quite agreeable." "I recall the Ministry of War does not seem to lack censors," Zhu Di remarked, a bit puzzled. Li Qing, unfazed, countered, "That individual is incompetent and even opposed the relocation of the capital." "Your Majesty, do you not recall that he once pointed a finger at you in reproach?" "There were many who criticized Zhu Di. How could he possibly remember them all?" He nodded. "Indeed, he is certainly unfit. Thank you for your great grace, Your Majesty." Hold on, Zhu Di responded, beginning to realize something was amiss. "But the results have not yet been announced. Why designate this person?" Li Qing pondered for a moment, conjuring an excuse. "This individual possesses clarity in his gaze and righteousness in his character. He is a pillar of talent. As a Taoist, I have the ability to discern one's countenance. I cannot be mistaken." Zhu Di scoffed. "Do not attempt to deceive me. Do you take me for a mere child? Confess honestly, have you received any benefits?" Upon hearing this, Li Qing grew anxious. "Your Majesty, do not tarnish my reputation. You know me well. Not only have I not accepted his money, but even if I had, I would not assist him." Zhu Di paused momentarily, then dismissed his doubts. He trusted Li Qing's integrity. However, he remained perplexed as to why Li Qing was so adamant. "Did you know each other before?" "I did not." Li Qing shook his head. "If Your Majesty does not consent, then so be it." With that, he turned to leave. "Is this how you treat the Emperor?" Zhu Di scolded. "Are you itching for a reprimand?" "Your servant knows his fault," Li Qing replied. After a brief contemplation, Zhu Di nodded. "Very well, I grant this request." It was merely a 7th rank official, nothing of grave concern. New Jinshi typically began at the 7th rank, so it was not out of bounds. Li Qing seized this rare opportunity to speak, as Zhu Di was not one to be wholly unsympathetic. Li Qing nodded. "Just a nod?" Zhu Di expressed his dissatisfaction with Li Qing's demeanor. "I already expressed my gratitude earlier." Li Qing replied innocently, shrugging. "Shall I thank you again? Get lost." "Then I shall take my leave," Li Qing said, turning to depart. "Wait, come back." Li Qing felt a surge of irritation. Does His Majesty have matters to attend to? Upon mentioning fortune-telling, Zhu Di's brow furrowed. "Can you read celestial signs?" Li Qing was momentarily taken aback by Zhu Di's leap in logic. Celestial signs? That's the realm of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. This was indeed outside his expertise. "Were you not just claiming to be a Taoist?" Zhu Di retorted angrily. "If you cannot even interpret the heavens, what kind of Taoist are you?" Li Qing was perplexed by Zhu Di's sudden outburst. "Is something the matter?" Well, there is a slight issue, Zhu Di replied, glancing aside. But it is not a grave matter. Li Qing quietly mused that this expression from the fourth prince often signified a sense of guilt. He awaited Zhu Di's subsequent words. When Zhu Di remained silent, his irritation grew, and he muttered, "You heard the thunder a few days ago, correct?" "Indeed. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau has foretold that the thunder was a sign of the capital's relocation," Zhu Di admitted with a hint of unease. "It signifies that the Taizu is angered." In truth, Zhu Di was not particularly superstitious, but his anxiety was palpable. After all, not only had he usurped the rightful heir, but he had also moved the capital, a deed that could be seen as a direct affront to his predecessor. "You were once a close advisor to the Taizu and know him well," Zhu Di queried nervously. "Do you think that if he had a spirit in the heavens, he would truly be angered by my relocation of the capital?" Li Qing shook his head resolutely, providing the response Zhu Di wished to hear. "Absolutely not. The Taizu was not a petty man. The relocation is beneficial for the state. He would only feel content, not anger." "That is reassuring." Zhu Di relaxed, selectively choosing to believe Li Qing's words. He then huffed with indignation. "They wish to move back, but I insist on establishing the capital here. Damn it. They say this is merely a celestial warning, and that divine retribution will come within a month. I shall see what kind of retribution can manifest." Li Qing stifled a laugh and nodded. "Your Majesty is indeed wise." At times, he found himself questioning whether Zhu Di suffered from a split personality, oscillating between grand ambition and cruel tyranny, marked by an inherent suspicion rooted in insecurity. After all, the throne was seized, and feeling guilty was only natural. As he bid farewell to Zhu Di, Li Qing hummed a cheerful tune while making his way out. In high spirits, just before exiting the palace gates, a long-forgotten memory surfaced. Years ago, during a visit to the Forbidden City, a tour guide had recounted a significant fire during the Yongle period, when the palace was struck by lightning, igniting the three main halls and nearly consuming them entirely. This incident left a deep impression on him, especially since the guide had extolled the wonders of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, using the opportunity to sell talismans crafted by their descendants. He had even purchased one before going bungee jumping, which led him to this era of the Ming dynasty. Lightning striking and igniting the halls. Li Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head. Such an event was virtually impossible. Although the palace was predominantly wooden, the rooftops were adorned with glazed tiles. Even if lightning were to strike and create an opening, the sheer size of the three main halls would allow ample time to extinguish any fire. Unless, of course, it was an act of arson. Li Qing mused to himself. Although that tour guide may have sold counterfeit goods, distorting history was a different matter altogether. The three main halls were indeed burned during the Yongle period. "Your Highness, may I have a moment to speak? I am about to submit my work. Let us discuss this later." The invigilator, Zhongzhi, was meticulous in his duties. A significant matter arose, causing Zhongzhi to pause and greet the nearby proctor before following Li Qing to a secluded area. "What has transpired?" Li Qing elaborated on his suspicions in detail, then sighed, adding, "Of course, this is merely my personal conjecture. It may well be a figment of my imagination. Nonetheless, it is prudent to remain cautious." Zhongzhi's expression turned grave. "Qingba, your speculation might indeed hold merit." Over the years, he had come to understand the character of the civil officials, and with the teachings of his grandfather, he harbored a rather unfavorable impression of the bureaucratic faction. Moreover, the civil officials had a notorious history, having once set fire to the weaving bureau. Zhongzhi reasoned, if the civil officials intend to set ablaze the three great halls, thereby compelling the emperor to return in the name of Emperor Taizu, they would undoubtedly require an executor. They would never sully their hands. Li Qing nodded, indicating for him to continue his analysis. To render the three great halls unrecognizable, the only recourse would be to ignite the flames unexpectedly under the cover of night. Zhongzhi continued, during the night, civil officials cannot enter the palace. Only two types of individuals are permitted, the duty eunuchs and the station jinyui. Li Qing nodded again and inquired, which do you think it would be? Zhongzhi furrowed his brow in contemplation. The jinyui. And why is that? Because of the discipline. Zhongzhi explained. If the commander of the jinyui can be bribed by my uncle, then civil officials would naturally prioritize the jinyui. As for the eunuchs, there are no precedents of them being bribed. They are unlikely to take such risks. He continued his analysis. Eunuchs are slaves, while the jinyui are officials. Civil officials inherently look down upon eunuchs. Moreover, the station Jinui could dismiss the eunuchs, whereas the latter lacked the authority to expel the Jinui. Indeed, the Taizong is astute. Li Qing acknowledged Zhu Zhangji's insights, praising his analytical prowess. Li Qing pressed on. How do you propose we handle this matter? Zhu Zhangji pondered for a moment, recognizing that this was merely conjecture. Even if the civil officials harbored such intentions, one must catch the thief red-handed. After a brief pause, he asked, Qingbo, you haven't shared this with anyone else, have you? Aside from myself, you are the only one aware, Li Qing confirmed with a nod. To prevent any leaks, it would be best if you kept this to yourself. Zhu Zhangji confidently replied, rest assured, with me here, they shall not succeed. Then I leave it in your capable hands, Li Qing smiled. If such an event were to occur, and you thwarted it, the emperor would undoubtedly hold you in even higher regard. Ultimately, it was but a conjecture, and Li Qing did not wish to spread alarm. He merely aimed to encourage Zhu Zhangji's enthusiasm. Zhu Zhangji, still youthful, beamed with pride at the thought of his grandfather's praise, exclaiming, just you wait and see. Li Qing chuckled, influenced by old Zhu's enthusiasm, and his own ability to inspire had reached new heights. Seizing the moment, he painted a few more enticing visions, and Zhu Zhangji savored them eagerly. At that moment, the examination time concluded, and the candidates began to submit their papers, departing the examination hall under the guidance of the officials from the Ministry of Rites. Observing this, Li Qing inquired, do you know which one is Yu Qian? Zhu Zhangji pointed, indicating, that one, the tall figure in the blue robe. Chapter 99. The overly cordial minister. The student had encountered the minister before. Yu Qian, with a respectful gesture, acknowledged the esteemed official. Before the examination commenced, the Ministry of Rites had introduced him to the distinguished figures of the 6 ministries, and he was aware of Li Qing's identity. However, he found it perplexing that such a prominent minister of war would engage him in casual conversation. There's no need for excessive formalities, Li Qing remarked with a smile. Do you have confidence in securing the top position? Li Qing's familiarity left Yu Qian bewildered. Out of courtesy, he responded, the talent in the Ming dynasty is abundant. I possess no such assurance. What was the matter with this masked minister? I do not even know him, Yu Qian pondered, feeling a bit uneasy. The disparity in their statuses was vast. Even if he were to achieve the highest honor, he could not compare to a minister. Haven't you eaten yet? Not yet, Yu Qian replied. Li Qing scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Ahem, well, do enjoy your meal, and take a proper rest. Yu Qian bowed, expressing gratitude for the minister's concern. Heh. Li Qing chuckled awkwardly, noticing Yu Qian's discomfort, and decided to let him be. There was plenty of time. They could discuss matters once he entered the Ministry of War. Li Qing resolved to hum a little tune as he left the palace. Li Qing did not take residence in the noble estates. He found them too noisy and instead rented a quiet dwelling. Upon entering his home, he was greeted by the familiar aroma of food. Master, 2 young maidservants timidly called out. Li Qing nodded and turned to Wan Ling. By the scent, it seems you are the chef today? Wan Ling smiled, explaining, actually, they have learned quite a bit, but they are still unsure about Jiangnan cuisine. I cooked to ensure you would find it to your liking. Master, we are learning quickly, the maidservants eagerly assured, fearful of dismissal. Li Qing chuckled, you may go and dine. There's no need to attend to me. Yes, master. The maidservant sighed in relief and curtsied before retreating. They worked diligently, Hongxiu remarked. I have given them a wage of 3 guan. Indeed, the value of currency has changed. It is time for a raise, Li Qing said as he settled at the table. In the afternoon, I shall take you out for a stroll. There is nothing lacking at home, Hongxiu laughed. Having purchased so much in Jinling, we won't need to shop for quite some time. Being idle is not pleasant. It's good to get out, Lian Xiang chimed in cheerfully. If you don't wish to go, Hongxiu, I will accompany Wan Ling. Hongxiu shot her a glance, retorting. Who says I don't want to go? Li Qing laughed. All right, let us eat first. After relocating to Shuntian, Li Qing often took them for shopping. Aside from official duties, he spent nearly all his time with them. 3 days later, the results were announced. Yu Qian did not secure the top position but achieved commendable results, ranking among the top in the 2nd class. He was summoned by Li Qing to join the Ministry of War as a deputy minister. Although the position of deputy minister was of the 7th rank, it wielded considerable authority, responsible for delivering official documents and possessing supervisory powers, as well as being an official voice. The role was highly coveted, far more desirable than serving as a county magistrate. Yu Qian's appointment as Deputy Minister of War was thus quite reasonable, as top scholars typically entered the Hanlin Academy, while positions like deputy minister were generally held by those in the second class. However, most of the second-degree jinshi are not so fortunate, as there are only a handful of positions available among the numerous candidates, and most of these roles are already occupied. Yu Qian was greatly surprised to have attained this official title. As he embarked on his bureaucratic career, he aspired to ascend to a higher rank and fulfill his ambitions. Starting as a du gushizhong was far better than his peers, as this position offered ample opportunities for advancement. Amidst his astonishment, he also felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing that his superior seemed deliberately inclined to nurture him. His superior would frequently engage him in intimate conversations and even impart the principles of governance, such as how to manifest one's ambitions while ensuring personal safety. Yu Qian was taken aback, yet also perplexed. Although his ancestors had served in government positions, that was a distant past, long before the establishment of the Ming dynasty. His family had fallen into decline, leaving no social connections to speak of. One day, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he inquired, "My lord, why do you treat me with such exceptional kindness?" Li Qing replied with a smile, "It is my duty as a superior to cultivate my subordinates. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities. What is so strange about that? Besides, I am an approachable person and treat everyone well. You should get accustomed to it. I have always been this benevolent." Yu Qian found his demeanor rather odd, for most scholars are typically modest. It was his first encounter with someone so self-praising, yet there was truth in his words. This minister was indeed excessively generous. "Please work diligently. The Ming dynasty needs talents like you," Li Qing admonished firmly. "Do not squander my efforts in nurturing you. Your subordinate will remember this," Yu Qian replied with a deep bow, his tone exceedingly earnest. Li Qing added, "Not only must you be capable in your duties, but you must also understand the ways of governance. Do you comprehend?" Yu Qian nodded, acknowledging that he must assist his superior in handling affairs and obey his directives. However, he also understood that if his superior made inappropriate decisions, he was entitled to voice his opinions. "I grasp your intent, my lord." Li Qing scratched his nose, not correcting Yu Qian. The innocence of a pure heart is invaluable. He wished for Yu Qian to be a touch more astute, but did not want him to lose his integrity. At this juncture, Yu Qian had yet to experience the treacherous nature of political life, and discussing the intricacies of governance seemed premature. Li Qing resolved to allow him to remain in the position of du gushizhong for 2 years. Though Li Qing was already in his 60s, he believed he could work for another decade or so. His hope was that before his departure, Yu Qian would be poised to succeed him as the Minister of War. That night, a thunderous clap of thunder erupted, startling the slumbering Li Qing awake. The commotion roused the 3 women as well. "What is it, sir?" they asked. "Nothing. You may continue to sleep," Li Qing replied nonchalantly. "I will step outside to see if rain is approaching." The 3 women did not dwell on it and returned to their slumber. Li Qing exited the room and leaped onto the roof, gazing intently towards the direction of the palace. The sky continued to rumble with thunder, though the sounds diminished in intensity, and there were no signs of impending rain. After a mere quarter of an hour, tranquility was restored. This residence was situated quite a distance from the palace, approximately 7 or 8 miles away. Even with his keen eyesight, it was impossible to discern the situation at such a distance unless a great fire were to break out. Troubled, Li Qing pondered the events of the past few days and questioned whether Zhongzhi could maintain his vigilance. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to investigate personally. Upon returning to the chamber, he prodded the 3 women gently to ensure they remained in a deeper slumber. Li Qing donned a dark robe and hastened toward the imperial palace. The palace gates were already locked, yet the towering walls could not deter Li Qing's determined stride. In no time, he stealthily scaled the wall and entered the palace. The nighttime palace was eerily silent, with few guards on duty and their vigilance notably lax. Li Qing navigated around the patrolling officers with ease, inching closer to the hall of imperial edicts. Having traversed only a short distance, a sudden commotion pierced the stillness. Startling Li Qing, he swiftly approached and soon detected the acrid scent of smoke. "By heavens, they are bold," he muttered through clenched teeth, poised to thwart their plans despite the risk of exposure. However, he hesitated, for it was evident that others had already taken action. Focusing intently, he beheld a group of over 50 individuals, each carrying buckets of water, led by a young eunuch who was vociferously cursing. "Damn it! Let no arsonist escape. Whoever captures them shall be rewarded 100 gold pieces by this prince." Li Qing felt a measure of relief at the reliability of Zhongzhi. Seizing the opportunity to discreetly withdraw and make his way toward the Hall of Reverence. Concerned about revealing himself, Li Qing did not hurry. By the time he arrived, Zhongzhi had also gathered his men and charged directly into the hall, where the sounds of pleading soon echoed from within. The Hall of Reverence showed no signs of smoke or fire. Li Qing chose not to venture toward the Hall of Splendor. Zhongzhi had evidently made thorough preparations, rendering any risk unnecessary. The following day, during the morning court assembly, Li Qing surveyed the unscathed three great halls, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The machinations of certain individuals had ultimately come to naught. In the Hall of Imperial Edicts, Zhu Di stood before the imperial dais, his face a mask of fury. He refrained from seating himself, as the dragon throne had been singed, albeit only slightly. The Hall of Imperial Edicts had suffered minimal damage, aside from the charred throne. Only two red lacquered pillars bore blackened marks, while everything else remained intact. Yet, although the flames in the hall had been extinguished, the fire of rage within Zhu Di burned fiercely. The ministers trembled inwardly. The arson of the three great halls signaled an impending reckoning of unprecedented severity. It was clear that the forthcoming storm would be relentless. The officials suppressed their trepidation, shouting "Long live the Emperor" and performing the customary bow of allegiance. However, this time, there was no command from the Emperor for them to rise. Zhu Di stood there, his cold gaze sweeping over the assembly in silence. Typically, the Emperor would be seated while the officials stood. Today, however, the Emperor remained standing while the officials knelt. The Hall of Imperial Edicts was unusually quiet. With all heads bowed, none daring to meet the Emperor's gaze. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Di coldly commanded, "Bring forth the culprit." Moments later, a captain of the Imperial Guard was brought in, escorted by a general. This man had been apprehended by Zhongzhi in the Hall of Reverence. As for the arsonists in the Hall of Imperial Edicts and the Hall of Splendor, they had taken their own lives due to the untimely capture. "Spare me, spare me," the captain cried, repeatedly bowing his head until blood streamed down, obscuring his features, yet he did not dare to cease. "Who is behind this? Speak honestly, and you may suffer less." Zhu Di spoke coolly, "Confess, and you shall receive leniency." "I will confess everything. I shall confess everything," the wretched man exclaimed. The 100 households confessed on the spot that it was the head of the Ministry of Revenue, Xiao Yi, who had instigated the crime. The culprit admitted to accepting his bribes, but claimed he would not need to account for them, merely naming names. Zhu Di, uninterested in his ramblings, pressed for more information. "Is that all?" he inquired. "No, nothing more," the 100 households stammered, continuing to bow their heads in fear. "I only had contact with him. I know nothing else." "Bring in the head of the Ministry of Revenue, Xiao Yi," ordered Zhu Di, his voice icy. A mere 6th-rank official, Xiao Yi was certainly not the ultimate source. The general on duty complied, and soon returned with Xiao Yi in tow. "Your Majesty, spare me. I am wrongfully accused," Xiao Yi pleaded, kneeling and banging his head on the ground, yet stubbornly refusing to admit guilt. The 100 households, witnessing his plea, retorted fiercely, "You clearly ordered me to do this. I still have the silver you sent hidden in my home. Your Majesty, if you do not believe me, you may send someone to check. The stolen funds are concealed beneath my bed." Seeing the Emperor's signal, the eunuch promptly bowed and set off to investigate. Zhu Di smirked, "Xiao Yi, what else do you have to say?" "I am guilty, Your Majesty," Xiao Yi confessed, realizing the situation was dire. "But I was also coerced and tempted. My judgment was clouded." "Who instigated you?" Zhu Di pressed. "It was the Right Vice Minister of War, Fong Bin," Xiao Yi hastily replied. From the 100 households to the head of the ministry, and now to the vice minister, it was evident that the matter escalated. Zhu Di's murderous intent deepened. Fong Bin. The name echoed like thunder within the hall, reverberating ominously. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Di scanned the room, but Fong Bin was nowhere to be seen. "Li Qing," he called. "Here, Your Majesty," replied Li Qing. "Where is Fong Bin?" "How would I know? He did not ask for leave," Li Qing stammered. "Your Majesty, could it be that this man has fled in fear of punishment?" "Fled?" Zhu Di chuckled darkly. "I shall see where he thinks he can escape. Bring forth the guilty." With the vice minister now implicated, the assembled officials were filled with dread, fearing they too might be ensnared, and they silently prayed for their own safety. At this juncture, the Minister of Rites, Lu Zhan, spoke up. "Your Majesty, the Right Vice Minister of War bears significant suspicion. The Minister of War cannot evade responsibility. He turned to Li Qing. Your subordinate has committed such heinous acts. Do you have nothing to say? Li Qing gazed at him intently, then bowed. Your Majesty, I have been lax in my management. I bear the guilt. Please, punish me. You are indeed guilty, Zhu Di replied, his expression darkening. You shall forfeit half a year's salary. He did not doubt Li Qing's integrity. He was well aware of Li Qing's character, especially since the grandson had provided details confirming that the arsonists were apprehended due to Li Qing's intervention. However, with the Vice Minister of War embroiled in this affair, Li Qing, as the Minister of War, could not escape culpability. His lax management was also a crime, particularly in light of the grave offense of burning down the 3 great halls. A half-year salary forfeiture was a lenient punishment. Seeing that his attempts to divert blame had failed, Lu Zhan felt a twinge of regret but dared not speak further, as excessive words could incite the emperor's suspicion. Yet Li Qing was not one to passively accept such a loss. Having lost a significant portion of his salary due to a single decree, he would not let it rest easily. Your Majesty, Li Qing interjected, to my knowledge, Fang Bin and Minister Lu have always been on good terms. Zhu Di turned his gaze toward Lu Zhan, who instantly paled. Your Majesty, he speaks falsely. Lu Zhenxing's voice rose in pitch, trembling with a tone of disbelief. Resembling a wail, I am wronged. In the realm of officialdom, what do pleasantries among colleagues truly signify? If mere greetings and casual exchanges are deemed as friendship, then all the officials in this grand hall are on amicable terms with Fang Bin. His assertion held merit. The intricacies of court life often hinge upon personal relationships. Yet, the flaw lay in his excessive agitation. The quivering timbre of his voice and his pallid complexion compelled Zhu Di to harbor a flicker of suspicion towards him. However, as a high-ranking minister, Zhu Di could not condemn him without tangible evidence. Gentlemen, remain calm. Once Fang Bin arrives, the truth shall emerge. As the morning court session drew to a close, Zhu Di refrained from dismissing the assembly, leaving the ministers kneeling in discomfort, their limbs weary and spirits low. A quarter of an hour later, the Jin Wei captain returned from apprehending Fang Bin, but his hands were empty. Where is he? Zhu Di inquired. Your Majesty. Fang Bin has fled, the captain replied. No, he continued. He has hanged himself. By the time I arrived, he was already cold. At this, Zhu Di's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent flickering within. Where is the body? It is outside the hall. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Di calmly instructed, all officials, rise and follow me. Shortly thereafter, the ministers gathered outside the hall, where they beheld the lifeless form of Fang Bin, his tongue protruding grotesquely, the manner of his death horrific. Zhu Di reached out to touch the body, confirming it was indeed cold. A suicide out of guilt? Zhu Di scoffed. Does he truly believe that death would absolve him? Such a notion is far too simplistic. Bring him up. Whip the corpse. Zhu Di swept his gaze across the assembly of ministers, his voice cold as ice. Observe closely. Before long, Fang Bin's body was hoisted aloft, subjected to relentless lashes from iron-tipped whips, as the palace guards took turns inflicting punishment until, within half an hour, the body was rendered unrecognizable. Ultimately, it was severed in two, leaving the ministers pale and speechless. Zhu Di's voice, chillingly calm, rang out. Proclaim the edict, Fang Bin. The right assistant minister of the Ministry of War is guilty of treason. His entire clan shall be executed. Accomplices Xiao Yiling from the Ministry of Revenue shall be subjected to Ling Qi, their families annihilated. Accomplices Wang Chong and Lu Gang, Li Hai from the Jin Wei, shall be whipped and their families obliterated. Furthermore, let it be known, justice shall be served publicly for all to witness. Having issued the decree, Zhu Di cast a glance at the ministers, who were rendered mute with fear, and continued, to eradicate treasonous whispers and heinous acts. I have resolved to establish the Eastern Inspection Office, under the supervision of inner ministers. The commander of the Jin Wei and the Eastern Office shall mutually oversee one another, ensuring internal and external checks. In this manner, the officials found themselves under an additional layer of scrutiny, apart from the Jin Wei. The ministers felt a deep anguish, yet dared not voice their discontent. In this critical moment, none would risk incurring the emperor's wrath. Zhu Di's establishment of the Eastern Inspection Office stemmed from his waning trust in the Jin Wei. If he could not rely on them, whom could he trust? The answer lay with the eunuchs. They were the emperor's personal servants, bound to his will, loyal only to him. Regardless of their power, they were nothing without the emperor. Court is adjourned. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhu Di disregarded the minister's sentiments and departed in a huff. The ministers were left in a state of despair, powerless to alter their fate. Li Qing sighed heavily, lamenting the repetition of history, as the Eastern Office was indeed established. The renowned eunuchs of the Ming dynasty, such as Wang Zhen, Lu Jin, and Wei Zhongxian, all held the position of head of the Eastern Depot, an institution notorious for its infamy. However, in the present context, the establishment of the Eastern Depot by Zhu Di can be deemed justifiable. The relocation of the capital, the maritime expeditions, and the reforms affecting land taxation have significantly undermined the interests of the gentry. Such audacity as to set fire to the 3 great halls of the palace indicates that without suppression, greater chaos may ensue. Yet, once an interest group is formed, it becomes exceedingly difficult to dismantle it. Chapter 101. The wealth of the Ming. The formation of the Eastern Judicial Depot progressed at an astonishing pace. Within just 2 days, the core personnel were established. Admittedly, the number of key figures was minimal: 1 commander, 1,000 household officer, and 100 household officer, along with several officials, totaling fewer than 50 individuals. Nevertheless, their authority was considerable, encompassing the responsibilities of investigation and arrest, and they possessed the right to observe interrogations conducted by the Jinyui. Consequently, the power of the Jinyui diminished significantly, curbing their exercise of authority. The commander of the Eastern Judicial Depot hailed from the Yin Wangfu, specifically, the eunuch Xiao Linzi. Though he lacked the seniority of Sanbao, he was favored for his youth, being just over 30, a prime age for a eunuch who generally enjoyed a long life. With Sanbao's illustrious accomplishments as a benchmark, Xiao Linzi aspired to carve out his own legacy. Since Sanbao's voyages to the west, he had become an idol among all eunuchs, causing them to stand a little taller in his presence. With such a figure as their spiritual leader, the eunuchs, often burdened by their insecurities, found renewed motivation to showcase their capabilities. Zhu Di recognized the entrenched power of the Jinyui and understood that relying solely on this small contingent would not suffice for a balance of power. Hence, he extended considerable support to the Eastern Judicial Depot, designating an office space north of the Dong'an Gate and allocating an additional 50,000 taels of silver for recruitment. It must be noted that, despite their lack of formal education, these eunuchs demonstrated commendable administrative abilities and exceptional enthusiasm for their work. One day, Li Qing accompanied Zhu Di to the Eastern Depot to assess the progress and was taken aback. In less than half a month, over 800 robust and formidable recruits had been enlisted, and the establishment was shaping up quite impressively. However, the one aspect that displeased Li Qing was the presence of a portrait of Yu Fei displayed prominently in the main hall of the Eastern Depot. How absurd! If the spirit of the valiant general were to witness this scene, one could only wonder what his thoughts would be. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Qing inquired, "Master, why do you hang a portrait of Yu Wumu here?" With a chuckle, Xiao Linzi replied, "We may not possess great abilities, but our loyalty to the emperor is paramount. Lord Yu Wumu epitomizes loyalty to the throne, and we hold him in the highest regard." Upon hearing this explanation, Zhu Di's expression shifted from confusion to satisfaction. Li Qing touched his nose, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. As they exited the Eastern Depot, Zhu Di sighed with relief and remarked, "Did you see? Eunuchs are not without merit." "What do you mean?" Zhu Di continued, "When opportunities are scarce, it is understandable. Yet, once the chance arises, no one is significantly inferior to another. We are all human. Possessing knowledge does not inherently bestow superiority or exceptional capability." Li Qing nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with this sentiment. Even an ordinary recent graduate like him could attain the rank of a marquis and become a minister. Oftentimes, many individuals suffer from a lack of opportunity. Once afforded a chance, they may indeed carve out a remarkable career. Just as the humble cowherd Zhu Yuanzhang ascended to the throne and performed admirably, it undoubtedly showcases his exceptional ability, yet the crux remains the serendipity of opportunity. Zhu Di stretched his limbs and chuckled. "Sanjiao has sent word. The treasure ship has entered the realm of the Ming dynasty, and within a fortnight at most, it shall return." "Is Sanjiao coming back?" Li Qing exclaimed with delight. "Did he find the sweet potatoes?" "That remains unmentioned, so it likely did not happen." Zhu Di gently shook his head. "However, he has discovered a new nation this time." Upon hearing this, Li Qing's expression shifted from gloom to joy, and he inquired further, "What about the potatoes? Are you referring to the Yongle beans?" "Indeed," Zhu Di replied. "He has brought back quite a bounty. The reason Sanjiao took so long this time was to secure more seeds. The Florentines regarded the Yongle beans as ornamental and did not cultivate them extensively. Sanjiao encouraged widespread planting and, during this interval, collaborated with Florentine adventurers to explore new lands. Yet, due to the monsoon and inadequate supplies, they had to return for safety. Without making landfall, Zhu Di elucidated the reasons behind Sanjiao's prolonged absence. New lands. Li Qing scratched his head, pondering, could it be the Americas? Considering the timeline, Sanjiao set sail at the end of the 14th year of Yongle, and now it is the 5th month of the 19th year. Nearly double the usual duration for such voyages. It wouldn't be surprising to discover new territories after such an extensive period. Suddenly, Li Qing recalled something and hastily remarked, "By the way, Your Majesty, has anyone been sent to inform Sanjiao about the relocation of the capital? If Sanjiao returns and finds he has returned to the wrong place, it would undoubtedly be a source of amusement." "I have already addressed that," Zhu Di replied curtly. "Do you perceive me as so careless?" "Ah, Your Majesty, there is a misunderstanding," Li Qing muttered under his breath, offering an apology. In his heart, Li Qing felt elated, although the sweet potatoes could not be brought back. If a new land had indeed been discovered, then the sweet potatoes would not be far behind, and business could flourish even further. Now, they awaited Sanjiao's return. The rapid establishment of the Eastern Depot left many astounded, yet most officials remained indifferent. They did not believe these eunuchs could amount to anything significant. However, a harsh reality soon dawned upon them. 10 days later, Minister of Rites Liu Jun was found guilty of involvement in the arson incident at the Three Great Halls. With irrefutable evidence against him, Zhu Di showed no mercy. He ordered execution by slow slicing and the annihilation of 9 generations. The fall of a Minister of Rites silenced the court officials, and it was only then they recognized the formidable nature of this eunuch faction. The officials lamented their plight. Having just managed to ease tensions with the Jinui, now the Eastern Depot emerged, leaving them to wonder when this turmoil would cease. Unlike the Jinui, the Eastern Depot was governed by eunuchs. While civil officials could forge alliances with the Jinui, they would vehemently refuse to ally with eunuchs. The reason was simple: dignity. At this juncture, civil officials still held to certain principles. Regardless of the circumstances, the Jinui were considered official servants of the Ming dynasty, akin to colleagues. However, the Eastern Depot was merely a faction of power wielded by eunuchs, mere servants of the emperor. They held a deep-seated contempt for the eunuchs, viewing them as even lower than prostitutes. Naturally, the military generals were also disdainful of the Eastern Depot. Both civil and military officials stood united against the Eastern Depot. However, the eunuchs of the Eastern Depot remained undeterred. They had accomplished their tasks and were rewarded, which only fueled their enthusiasm. All eunuchs aspired to emulate Sanjiao. It must be said that, at this stage, the Eastern Depot was quite commendable, capable of executing orders and exhibiting unwavering loyalty. Following the involvement of the Eastern Depot, the court returned to a state of tranquility, and the uproar over the relocation of the capital had completely subsided. Many no longer even entertained thoughts of returning. At this juncture, Zhu Di renamed Beiping as the capital, creating a new official seal inscribed with the title of the capital to be sent back to Jinling. Thus, the Ming dynasty officially established its capital in Beiping, while Jinling became the secondary capital. Jinling was the birthplace of the founding emperor and had served as the capital for several decades. Zhu Di dared not abolish it outright and chose to retain the administrative institutions. Consequently, the Ming dynasty came to possess 2 capitals, one in Nanjing and the other in Beijing. 5 days later, Sanjiao returned, prompting Zhu Di to suspend the afternoon court session and host a banquet for the officials to welcome Sanjiao back. The superintendent of the Eastern Depot, along with the captains and aides, was exceedingly delighted by the idol's return. Although they were not entitled to a seat at the table, they shamelessly attended the feast to catch a glimpse of their idol. They busied themselves pouring wine for the emperor, the crown prince, and the great-grandson, thoroughly enjoying the occasion. These individuals, accustomed to serving others, were eloquent and adept at creating a lively atmosphere, which elicited hearty laughter from Zhu Di. Zhu Di was elated. The golden goose had returned. How could he not be joyous? "Sanjiao, how much have you earned this time?" Zhu Di inquired. Sanjiao set down his wine cup and replied, "Due to the prolonged duration at sea, some was consumed, yet the total is still significantly more than last time. Additionally, I have brought back a large quantity of Yongle rice seeds and native Yongle beans." He smiled. adding, with these seeds, after just one planting, the Ming dynasty shall never again suffer from seed shortages. Zhu Di patted Sambao on the shoulder, exclaiming, your hard work is truly a great fortune for the Ming. You overpraise me, Your Majesty, Sambao modestly replied. Without your wise leadership, how could the Ming have achieved such success? Oh, huh. Zhu Di felt a surge of delight. It had been long since he experienced such satisfaction. He had intended to compose a poem, but found himself lacking inspiration, so he simply said, come, let us drink. Sambao was a treasure to Zhu Di, and indeed, to the Ming dynasty, for each of his returns brought immense wealth. Zhongzhi raised his cup, declaring, Sambao, I toast to you. Your Highness is too courteous. Sambao lifted his cup and downed it in one gulp, reflecting with emotion, before his departure. The great-grandson was still a youth, and upon his return, the great-grandson had become a father. How swiftly time passes. Li Qing, too, was filled with nostalgia, recalling how the youth of yesteryear felt as if it were just yesterday. In the blink of an eye, that youth had turned 50. Time spares no one. Li Qing raised his cup to toast Sambao, and after finishing his drink, asked, what is the yield of Yongle beans per mu? The yield is astonishing. Sambao exclaimed with enthusiasm. This crop can be planted twice a year, with an annual yield of over 1,000 jin per mu. If cultivated properly, the output can be even higher. The key is that it is easy to tend, far superior to rice. A yield of 1,000 jin per mu? Zhu Di's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that truly the case? Sambao nodded affirmatively. Alas, Zhu Di was overwhelmed with excitement, sensing that fortune was at hand. With ample provisions, the population could flourish. With a burgeoning populace, the nation's strength could thrive. Zhu Di's eyes sparkled as he chuckled sinisterly. At last, my Yongle era is upon us. As he laughed, he suddenly noticed several individuals regarding him with peculiar expressions, causing his face to flush with irritation. What is it? Did I speak amiss? Your Majesty is most sagacious, they hastily flattered. Zhongzhi pondered. Why does grandfather's laughter seem so lewd? As the banquet concluded, Zhu Di commanded the Ministry of Revenue, the Jinyue, and the Dongchang to compile a detailed account of the recent harvest, before dragging Sambao to the imperial study for a thorough discussion. Li Qing was then summoned by the chubby prince to the Eastern Palace. What is it? Brother Qing, in recent years, the Ming dynasty has amassed considerable reserves. And with the wealth brought back by Sambao, the treasury is quite affluent now, the chubby prince lamented. I worry that father is the kind of person who cannot abide having money. You are overthinking it, Li Qing scoffed, shaking his head. The Walla and the Tatars are remarkably stable. Even if he desired war, he would lack justification. Pausing for a moment, he continued, military preparedness is customary. Warfare is not devoid of benefits. The chubby prince nodded slightly, then sighed, warfare not only depletes finances, but also burdens me. Over the years, he has gradually relinquished responsibilities. And I find myself increasingly weary, my endurance waning. How much is in the treasury now? Li Qing inquired. Well, the chubby prince mused. After 3 northern expeditions with an army of 500,000, it is more than sufficient. Such wealth? Li Qing exclaimed, astonished. How did we accumulate so much in just a few years? The chubby prince grinned. You may not be aware, but with the completion of the Grand Canal and the conclusion of the capital's construction, governmental expenditures have significantly diminished. After the tax reform, annual revenues surpassed those of previous prosperous years by 30%, and with the alleviation of burdens on the populace, there are fewer disaster victims needing aid. As the handicraft industry flourishes, it has ushered in a wave of taxation. The Ming is indeed prosperous now, he cautioned, but do not mention this to father. He only knows that finances are not strained, unaware of our actual wealth. Li Qing rolled his eyes, handed over. What for? To check your health. The chubby prince extended his arm, and after a prolonged moment, Li Qing detected a pulse, furrowing his brow. What is it? The chubby prince asked anxiously. I feel fine. It's just that after prolonged official duties, I occasionally experience dizziness and fatigue, but a good sleep remedies it. Is your sleep truly proper? Of course not. The chubby prince admitted. Sensing Li Qing's jesting tone, he relaxed and added, after a long day, I usually treat myself. Li Qing retorted, there's nothing major wrong. Just slightly elevated blood pressure. Eat more vegetables, less meat, and refrain from constantly treating yourself. Why are you squinting? The chubby prince complained, startled. Li Qing replied earnestly. You really ought to lose weight. It's a struggle to even take your pulse. Perhaps I should forego dieting. After all these years and numerous attempts, I've never truly succeeded, just endured hardship, the chubby prince resignedly declared. I'll simply reduce my meat intake. And about your sleep, you should really consider it. Li Qing remarked helplessly. At over 40, you can't still act like a sprightly youth of 18. Please pay attention, Xiao Peng chuckled. Qinggu, design a meal plan for me. I shall adhere to it henceforth. All right, I will prepare one for you shortly. Xiao Peng laughed heartily. Shall we have another drink? Let's have some tea. As they sipped their tea, they engaged in a discussion about the current situation, conversing for over an hour. When Li Qing rose to take his leave, Xiao Peng accompanied him to the door. Just outside, they encountered a breathless Yu Qian. Have you seen His Highness the Crown Prince? Yu Qian inquired. Yes, Li Qing replied. Is there something urgent? Yu Qian nodded, succinctly stating. Reports from the border indicate that the Walla have invaded Hami, and the Tatars are preparing to raid. Chapter 102. The resistance of the civil officials indeed. What one fears often comes to pass, Xiao Peng exclaimed anxiously. Is the Emperor to lead the campaign personally? Yu Qian paused, slightly shaking his head. The Emperor has not mentioned leading the charge. He merely summoned His Highness the Crown Prince and Minister Li to the imperial study for a discussion. Let us go. Li Qing remained remarkably composed. Having participated in Zhu Di's previous campaigns, he was aware that the Tatars and Walla had suffered significant setbacks and posed no immediate threat to the Ming dynasty within such a short span of time. Upon arriving at the imperial study, they found Minister Xia Yuanji of the Ministry of Revenue and Minister Qian Yi of the Ministry of Personnel already present, both wearing grim expressions. Zhu Di also wore a displeased countenance, indicating that discussions had not gone well. Upon seeing the two, Zhu Di addressed them directly. What are your thoughts on the Tatar incursion? Li Qing glanced at Xiao Peng, who subtly shook his head, signaling him to speak first. We must fight. Li Qing succinctly provided Zhu Di with the desired response. Qian Yi and Xia Yuanji quickly interjected, we cannot engage in battle. The momentary glimmer of hope on Zhu Di's face vanished upon hearing this, and his expression darkened once more. How can we not fight? We lack the funds. They responded in unison. It's not cost-effective. Zhu Di glared coldly at Xia Yuanji, stating, You inform me that the treasury is devoid of funds after years of significant reductions in expenditures? Am I to presume the treasury's status is unknown to me? His tone turned icy. Do you think me easily deceived? Xia Yuanji stiffened and hurriedly shifted his argument. Your Majesty, while expenditures have indeed decreased in recent years, the Ming is on the brink of cultivating new crops. To mitigate risks associated with potential failures, it is prudent to reserve funds and grain. Additionally, introducing new crops demands a considerable workforce and support from local officials to train skilled planters and impart agricultural knowledge, all of which require financial resources. Qian added, I concur. The Ming possesses formidable walls and powerful cannons. Why should we venture forth? By simply fortifying our defenses, the Tatars cannot breach our walls. The court should adopt a strategy of patience, reaping the greatest rewards with minimal costs. Zhu Di scoffed, turning his attention to the crown prince, mockingly inquiring, Is this your stance, Your Highness? Xiao Peng, caught off guard, stammered, Father, you see clearly. You are no longer of an age to lead campaigns personally. Even if we must fight, it suffices to dispatch a capable general. Zhu Di chuckled, glancing at the three ministers with a sardonic smile. Oh, the crown prince is suggesting I should find a new role, isn't he? Despite the laughter, there was no warmth in his expression. Father, I did not mean it that way. Xiao Peng quickly bowed, flustered and agitated, feeling both anxious and wronged. You know well what you mean, Zhu Di retorted. Zhu Di let out a soft snort, and then pointed at Jian Yi and Xia Yuanji, saying, Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. You wish for my early demise so that the crown prince may ascend the throne and secure your own fortunes. The two men were taken aback and hurriedly knelt, bowing their heads. Your Majesty, we harbor no such intentions. Zhu Di coldly laughed, showing them no favor, declaring, This battle is one that I must engage in. Li Qing, I am here. Convey my edict to select elite troops from Shandong, Shaanxi, and Liaodong to gather in the capital within 2 months, after which we shall march to attack Alutai. I obey your command. Li Qing cupped his hands in respect. Jian Yi and Xia Yuanji again beseeched, Your Majesty, please reconsider. I have already contemplated this matter thoroughly. Zhu Di replied indifferently. Do not speak further. You may take your leave. In the Ministry of War, in the rear hall, Minister Yu Qian inquired, Is His Majesty truly intent on leading the expedition himself? Indeed, I have conveyed all the orders, Li Qing affirmed with a nod. Yu Qian sighed deeply, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Speak freely. There is no need for restraint, Li Qing encouraged. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Qian clasped his hands and stated, I believe it is unnecessary to embark on this campaign. The Tartars cannot penetrate our defenses. His Majesty's personal involvement would merely burden the populace and deplete our resources. You see only one side of the matter. While your assessment is not without merit, many things cannot be judged merely by appearances. Li Qing sighed and countered. What sort of person do you believe the emperor to be? Is that something one can openly discuss? Yu Qian was taken aback and pondered, a man of great talent and wisdom, both heroic and martial. Li Qing smiled. Here, we are alone. What you utter will reach my ears. His Majesty has achieved remarkable feats. However, he is indeed overburdening the people, Yu Qian added. Such lamentations regarding the burdens on the populace are often the musings of civil officials. Li Qing shook his head. Do not be swayed by mere rumors. During the Yongle era, expenditures were extensive. The southern campaigns against Zhongzhi and the 3 incursions into the northern deserts saw the emperor lead armies of 500,000 on 2 occasions. The construction of the Grand Canal, the compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia, and the establishment of Beijing. No emperor throughout history has rivaled the current emperor's expenditures. Yet did the Ming dynasty fall? Did the common people truly suffer? Yu Qian was left speechless and clasped his hands, requesting, Please, minister, enlighten me. The Ming has wealth, Li Qing asserted. The resources of the Ming are extracted from the affluent gentry, and since most officials hail from noble families, this has led to discord between the sovereign and his ministers. But how does this relate to the campaign? It is intrinsically linked, Li Qing lamented. If the gentry refuse to be governed, chaos will undoubtedly ensue, forcing the emperor to concede. The burning of the weaving bureau and the 3 great halls. The obstacles to the Grand Canal. These uprisings stem from the gentry's machinations. Their influence is vast, and if not curbed in a timely manner, the Ming will face turmoil. To keep the gentry in check, one must control the military. Through military centralization, one can govern the situation. In truth, as the emperor ages, his authority has waned significantly, and his words carry less weight. Yu Qian stammered. Surely it cannot be that dire? In time, you will understand, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. The emperor is not the omnipotent figure you imagine. Those sharp-tongued advisors are not all loyal subjects. Often, they are driven by self-interest. Yu Qian remained skeptical, and Li Qing chose not to elaborate further. These matters would become clear to him after spending merely 2 years in office. In fact, it took less than a day for Yu Qian to witness the power of the civil officials coalition. The 4 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Works, and Ministry of Revenue, along with 8 deputy ministers, the Hanlin Academy scholars, the Grand Censor of the Censorate, and the cabinet officials knelt at the palace gate, beseeching the emperor to prioritize the welfare of the people and abandon his personal military campaigns. Had it not been for Li Qing's remarks, Yu Qian might have perceived their actions as a testament to their unwavering loyalty and genuine concern for the common folk. Yet now, he harbored doubts regarding the true intentions of this assembly. With discord between monarch and ministers, the emperor sought to exert control over the military to influence the court. Yu Qian recalled Li Qing's words and glanced at the officials, who remained prostrate. He pondered whether their intentions were to prevent the emperor from asserting control over the army and thereby diminish imperial authority. However, the ministers displayed an unyielding loyalty, their faces radiant with righteous fervor, leading Yu Qian to question if he was misjudging his colleagues. He decided to observe further, refraining from intervening. The ministers, steadfast in their kneeling, proclaimed that for the sake of the Ming dynasty and the stability of the realm, should the emperor refuse to rescind his decree, they would remain until death claimed them. Zhongzhi retorted that they might as well perish in their kneeling. Yet, these ministers were not to be underestimated. They promptly resorted to the age-old tradition of civil officials criticizing the emperor. They questioned why peasant revolts erupted in Shandong, attributing it to the people's resistance against his tyranny. They lamented the wrath of the founding emperor, which was a warning against the dissatisfaction stemming from the relocation of the capital. They pointed out the incursions of the Tatars as a consequence of establishing the capital in a vulnerable location. In essence, they placed the blame squarely on the emperor, asserting that the troubles were all a result of his decisions regarding the capital. The ministers delivered impassioned speeches, particularly the censors, who vociferously condemned Zhongzhi. reducing him to nothingness in their rhetoric. They declared that if he possessed the courage, he should execute them. After all, they could gain a commendable reputation, as long as he was not afraid of tarnishing his own. This reflected their mindset. Since the Tang dynasty, no Han emperor had escaped criticism, and especially after the founding of the Song dynasty, such admonition had become commonplace. This was due to a decree established by a certain emperor, that no minister who offered counsel could be executed, particularly the censors. For to do so would be a grave error. While his intentions were noble, this decree inadvertently emboldened the censors. Even the elder Zhu faced criticism from them, highlighting their audacity. Zhu Yuanzhang executed numerous officials, yet seldom did he punish censors, and even when he did, he sought justifications unrelated to the rebuke itself. This was their source of confidence. Furthermore, the law does not punish the collective. With numerous ministers and deputy ministers vocal in their criticism, could he truly eradicate them all? Such an act was indeed untenable. Though Zhu Di was infuriated, he recognized the gravity of the situation. The current instability rendered it unwise to eradicate the entire assembly of civil officials, as it could lead to chaos. He had previously transgressed established norms and had borne the consequences, fully aware of the ramifications of executing all these ministers, deputy ministers, and censors. However, Zhu Di was not without recourse. He imposed a penalty for neglecting state affairs, deducting 1 month's salary from all officials kneeling at the palace gate, declaring that for every day they failed to attend to their duties, their remuneration would be withheld. You claim the treasury is empty? Very well. Let us see who falters first without their salaries. Zhu Di understood that the majority of officials, particularly the censors, were accustomed to receiving bribes to fulfill their duties. Thus he resolved to cut their salaries directly. The order for troop deployment has been issued. I merely need to delay proceedings and endure the reprimands. At least I won't have to disburse salaries. His strategy is quite ingenious. Officials from noble families may be wealthy, but they cannot sustain the burden of compensating for so many positions. 1 day's worth of salary equates to a month's pay. Even the landlords cannot withstand such a drain. Without financial incentive, who would be inclined to serve? And yet, if funds are provided, they cannot afford it. Although the salaries of the officials are not substantial, their numbers are considerable. Soon, internal discord arose, and the influential figures behind the scenes could no longer bear it. The ministers knelt for merely 3 days before dutifully returning to their tasks. However, the petitions to impeach Zhu Di came one after another. Zhu Di dismissed them all, simultaneously citing procurement issues with the rice paper, thus having the supply for official documents. How dare they attempt to impeach me daily? Fine, let them purchase their own rice paper. The rice paper of this era is not inexpensive. With money for rice paper, one could buy meat and enjoy a delicious meal of dumplings. Within days, the volume of impeachment petitions diminished significantly. Although some still persisted, they failed to generate public discourse. This time, Zhu Di did not break the rules but emerged victorious in this battle of public opinion. The ministers temporarily settled down, and Zhu Di wore a smile. However, half a month later, he found himself in dismay once again. The Tatars had retreated and had not launched an attack on the Ming dynasty at all. Zhu Di felt deceived and cursed in frustration, while the ministers secretly rejoiced. In the imperial study, Zhu Di declared, the Tatars have a path to destruction. This battle must be fought. He set the tone from the outset. Jian Yi and Xia Yuanji exchanged glances, remaining silent. The young prince also refrained from speaking, knowing that once his father made a decision, it was futile to dissuade him. Fortunately, the treasury was no longer in want of funds. Zhu Di turned to Li Qing, inquiring, do you have any opinions? I have none, replied Li Qing. When does your majesty intend to deploy the troops? Next year, Zhu Di answered, his gaze resolute. This time, I shall eradicate any future threats and instill fear and submission in them. Upon hearing that there would be no military action this year, Xia Yuanji and Jian Yi felt a slight sense of relief. Xia Yuanji bowed, stating, Your Majesty, we have gained experience in cultivating corn, which is now being planted across several provinces. The techniques for cultivating Yongla beans have yet to be widely disseminated. I humbly request that Your Majesty allocate some funds to enable local officials to train tenant farmers and teach the populace these agricultural techniques. After a pause, he added, the people may have a degree of resistance to the new crops. I suggest the court make a commitment. If the yield is less than that of conventional crops, the losses will be compensated by the court. This way, the populace will be assured of their harvest and will not cause unrest. Zhu Di nodded. Very well. Estimate the costs and submit a proposal. Your Majesty is wise, Xia Yuanji replied, his expression brightening. Jian Yi cleared his throat, hesitantly stating, Your Majesty. I also have a petition. Speak, Zhu Di commanded. It pertains to the rice paper and the salaries, Jian Yi stammered. Officials are honest. They lack the funds to purchase rice paper, and I hope Your Majesty can see the situation regarding their salaries. Zhu Di scoffed coldly. The rice paper will be supplied as usual, and salaries will be disbursed regularly. I am compassionate. I shall not hold past matters against you. Jian Yi replied. This means that the deducted salaries will indeed not be restored. Your Majesty, a word from the Son of Heaven is as binding as a promise. How can one go back on their word? Zhu Di interrupted Jian Yi, intent on ensuring that the ministers would remember this moment. Jian Yi remarked, Your Majesty is indeed wise. There is nothing further. You may all withdraw. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively. Li Aiqing, stay a moment. He then turned to Li Qing. I have a nagging suspicion regarding the Tatar bandits. It all happened too swiftly. I was just preparing to confront them when they fled. Could it be that someone within the court has colluded with them? Li Qing, upon hearing Zhu Di's words, also felt that the events had unfolded too quickly, from the appearance of the Tatar bandits to Zhu Di's decision to march against them, and their subsequent retreat, news of which reached him in a mere 20 days. This sequence indeed seemed illogical. Nevertheless, Li Qing remained convinced that no one would dare to commit such treachery. On the contrary, Zhu Di replied with a scoff. If they are bold enough to set fire to the 3 great halls, what else might they not attempt? He lifted his teacup and took a sip, letting out a bitter smile. I am growing old. My authority has waned significantly. Over the years, the Crown Prince has managed the state well, improving the lives of the common folk. The civil officials have certainly played a substantial role. However, they too have grown in power. I fear that the day I pass may be the moment they rise against me. Li Qing fell silent. Given the current circumstances, such a scenario seemed almost inevitable, and the young prince was indeed unable to maintain control. The civil officials were united with the young prince, but once the bully was gone, they would likely become the bullies themselves. I do have a suggestion, though, Zhu Di said thoughtfully. What do you think of this? Your Majesty, please speak. Directly pass the throne to the Crown Prince. Li Qing shook his head. Your Majesty, that is not feasible. Do you believe the Crown Prince can withstand the civil officials' backlash? Zhu Di retorted. He possesses the ability to govern, yet lacks the mettle to be an emperor. Should he gain power, he may well reverse many of my policies. Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. Though Zhu Di's assertion was somewhat extreme, it was not without merit. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing suggested, perhaps a compromise would be prudent. What sort of compromise? Your Majesty, after 1,000 years, pass the throne to the Crown Prince, and once he ascends, transition the power to the grandson. With a sigh, Li Qing added, when the late emperor passed the throne to the Crown Prince, it was due to the untimely death of the esteemed Crown Prince. There is no precedent for directly passing the throne to the grandson. Zhu Di shook his head. Once one occupies that position, who would willingly relinquish it? Your suggestion appears sound, yet it is fundamentally impractical. You are overthinking it, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince does not harbor a strong desire for the throne, Li Qing replied. He is, in fact, somewhat indifferent to the position. I refuse to believe that, Zhu Di exclaimed. After a brief standoff, he ultimately acquiesced to Li Qing's proposal, acknowledging the impracticality of directly passing the throne to the grandson. The transfer of power is critical and often fraught with peril, Zhu Di said gravely. You must keep a vigilant watch. Li Qing responded earnestly. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost. Zhu Di gazed at Li Qing for a long moment, his expression gradually softening as he sighed. With you overseeing this matter, I feel reassured. I wonder how long the dynasty of the Ming will endure. It will undoubtedly be passed down through the ages, Li Qing reassured him. Zhu Di chuckled softly, shaking his head with a wry smile. When I first ascended the throne, I indeed held such aspirations, but now I see things differently. The burdens of an emperor are many. Join me for a drink, he invited. Certainly, Li Qing replied with a smile. As the dishes were served, the two men engaged in light-hearted conversation. Li Qing, after spending so much time in court, you must have gained profound insights into the political landscape. Do you possess any fundamental solutions to our issues? Zhu Di inquired. I have a few ideas, but the time for their implementation is not yet ripe, Li Qing replied. Zhu Di shot him a sidelong glance, interpreting his words as an indication that such measures could only be enacted posthumously. Ahaha, Li Qing chuckled. Yet he did not deny the implication. It was indeed his belief. Do share your thoughts, Zhu Di urged. Li Qing hesitated, saying, I fear that if I reveal them, Your Majesty, you might hastily implement them, leading to unintended consequences. The interests of the gentry in the south have already suffered significantly, should they rebel with ferocity. Even the crown prince and the grandson may find their positions precarious. Speak freely. I assure you I will not act on your words, Zhu Di insisted. Your assurances are as trustworthy as the wind, Li Qing retorted with a roll of his eyes. Understanding his sentiment, Zhu Di sighed. I have but a few years left. Cannot you ease my mind? Very well. Li Qing conceded. I have 3 strategies. Oh, Zhu Di's interest piqued, and he poured a cup of wine for Li Qing, encouraging him to elaborate. The first strategy involves implementing the decree of mutual benefit for the gentry, ensuring that regardless of birth order or legitimacy, all heirs possess equal rights to inheritance. This would significantly diminish the influence of even the wealthiest gentry over generations. Zhu Di's spirits lifted, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. And the second strategy? Reform the imperial examination system, Li Qing continued. The wealthy in the south have access to superior education, hence most officials hail from that region. Although the Ming Emperor established separate lists for the north and south, this has become largely nominal with the implementation of the Zhengwen reforms. Shall we then re-establish separate examination venues for the north and south? Zhu Di queried. No, I propose provincial examination venues. Each province should maintain consistent standards for the selection of scholars, ensuring that if candidates from certain provinces fail to achieve the status of Jinshi, they may still be selected as jurin. Li Qing clarified. For instance, Jiangxi accounts for nearly a third of the Ming's Jinshi candidates. Upon entering officialdom, they are likely to form a powerful faction. Provincial average admissions would greatly mitigate such dominance. Zhu Di's excitement grew further. And what of your third strategy? Li Qing hesitated slightly, sensing the harshness of his proposal. Despite the scarcity of northerners, we must encourage southerners to migrate north, Li Qing stated. Are you aware of how Hongwu dispersed the populace? Zhu Di mused for a long moment before finally responding. I shall take responsibility for this implementation. Your words are as empty as the wind. Li Qing attempted to interject. But Zhu Di preempted him. This will have minimal impact on the wealthy gentry of Jiangnan, and they will not vehemently oppose it, though it may invoke the ire of the common folk. Zhu Di chuckled lightly. The stigma of usurping power will forever cling to my legacy, if that is the case. Let me bear the infamy. I shall play the villain while my descendants strive to be virtuous, building canals, establishing a new capital, conquering Jiaoji, and engaging in costly military campaigns against the Mongols. These are the evaluations bestowed upon me by the literati. Little do they know how future generations will perceive my actions. His laughter carried a hint of bitterness, yet it was tinged with a sense of grievance. Throughout my life, I have scarcely lived for myself. With a sudden release, he smiled again. Let time adjudicate my merits and faults. I shall remain at peace with my conscience. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, but soon offered reassurance, stating that the emperor would undoubtedly be remembered throughout history. Compared to his missteps, his achievements shone far brighter. Zhu Di chuckled softly, expressing a wish that it might be so. After finishing his drink, Zhu Di remarked that Li Qing need not involve himself in the matter of dispersing the crowd, to avoid becoming a target for criticism. Li Qing nodded in appreciation of the emperor's concern, adding that the dispersal might not necessarily incite public resentment. The vast northern lands, while largely unsuitable for rice cultivation, could be cultivated with a little effort to grow yongla beans and rice. For the specific implementation, the emperor could consult with the crown prince, who would surely devise a solution. He paused for a moment, adding that once a decision was reached, it would be best for the emperor to present it personally, as he was well aware of the need to protect the crown prince. Zhu Di, feeling a twinge of jealousy, scoffed, remarking on their apparent closeness. Li Qing, feeling somewhat awkward, responded with a laugh, recalling how the emperor had said he would play the villain while allowing his descendants to be the heroes. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively, expressing annoyance at Li Qing's attitude towards loyal subjects. Almost fuming, Li Qing stepped out of the imperial study and bumped into Zhu Zhongzhi. In a foul mood, he pretended not to see him as Zhu Zhongzhi approached, inquiring if the emperor was in the study. Li Qing nodded, intending to leave, but was stopped again. Zhu Zhongzhi had a request, stating he was heading to the Eastern Gardens to practice military exercises and invited Li Qing to accompany him if he had no other matters to attend to. Li Qing replied that he was indeed occupied. Zhongzhi insisted on waiting, to which Li Qing conceded, saying he would bring someone along. 10 would be no problem. Zhongzhi laughed, asking who he intended to bring. Li Qing mentioned the official from the Ministry of War, Yu Qian. Zhongzhi confirmed, expressing confidence in Li Qing's judgment of the capable man, whom he could nurture into a trusted confidant. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhongzhi assessed Yu Qian and cheerfully invited him to accompany them to the Eastern Gardens. Yu Qian cast a surprised glance at Li Qing, bowing respectfully and acknowledging his orders. He understood that Zhongzhi had brought him along due to Li Qing's recommendation, but he couldn't fathom the reason for such special treatment from Li Qing, considering his modest achievements as a second-degree scholar with no connections or notable accomplishments. Upon exiting the palace gates, Zhongzhi eagerly mounted his horse and called to Li Qing to hurry after him. Li Qing nodded, and Yu Qian also performed a slight bow. After Zhongzhi departed, Li Qing gestured towards a nearby sedan chair, suggesting they travel together. Yu Qian politely declined, stating that his legs were fine and he could walk. Li Qing insisted it was quite a distance and advised him to take the sedan chair to avoid keeping Zhongzhi waiting. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Qian reluctantly agreed, saying it would be a bother. With a chuckle, Li Qing entered the sedan chair first, initiating conversation. Once settled inside, Yu Qian finally voiced his lingering question, asking why Li Qing treated him with such favor despite their lack of prior acquaintance. Li Qing smiled, responding that he simply treated everyone well. However, Yu Qian felt that this was not entirely the case. Yu Qian was remarkably candid. As far as this official knew, the reputation of the Minister of Personnel was rather unsavory. He continued, however, expressing profound agreement with the strategies advocated by the minister. Yet, Yu Qian hesitated, stating, I am merely a newly appointed scholar. It seems rather unwarranted for Minister Li to invest such effort in my development. To be frank, I am overwhelmed by such preferential treatment and would be grateful if Minister Li could elucidate the reasons behind it. Li Qing was at a loss for words, pondering how to explain. I have traversed time and am aware of your capacity to avert calamity. Although the future remained uncertain, Li Qing resolved to nurture Yu Qian diligently. After a moment of contemplation, he crafted an excuse. Given the current instability in the court, many officials harbor aversion towards relocation, even exhibiting reluctance in their duties. You, as a fresh scholar, though a southerner, do not hail from a gentry family. Hence, the emperor has deemed it necessary for me to extend special care to you. In truth, you are not alone. Others in similar circumstances will also receive such consideration. However, to accommodate the newly appointed scholars from esteemed families, please do not publicize this. With this explanation, Yu Qian felt considerably relieved, responding, Ah, I see. Thank you, Minister, for clarifying this for me. Having experienced the incident at the palace gates and reflecting on recent observations, Yu Qian began to sense the delicate relationship between the courtiers and the emperor. Recalling the incident of the arson at the three great halls, he became increasingly convinced of the veracity of Li Qing's words. Indeed, relocating the capital to Shuntian was quite advantageous. As the saying goes, one is born in adversity and perishes in comfort. Although Shuntian faced the northern Yuan directly, it was precisely this reality that fortified their defenses against invasions. Yu Qian sighed, his expression laced with disdain, lamenting that those who act out of self-interest were unworthy of their positions. Such is human nature, Li Qing remarked. How many scholars like yourself exist? Yu Qian paused momentarily, then replied with a smile. I believe there are far more officials who are loyal to the emperor and love their country. They are merely a small fraction. Li Qing scoffed, with so many kneeling at the palace gates. Are they also just a small fraction? Yu Qian asserted. I believe most of them act out of a desire to save the court's expenditures. He spoke earnestly. Yu Qian, having studied the classics, naturally believed that most scholars were virtuous officials. Kind-hearted individuals tend to subconsciously assume that others share their goodness. Li Qing understood Yu Qian's mindset and refrained from disputing it, acknowledging that many truths can only be grasped through personal experience. In fact, there were many individuals like Yu Qian in the Ming dynasty, many scholars from humble beginnings. Upon entering officialdom, initially harbored righteous ideals and a concern for the world. However, those who could steadfastly maintain their integrity and resist temptation were few and far between. Li Qing smiled. Once we arrive at the Eastern Garden, observe closely and learn well. As you command, Yu Qian replied hesitantly. What is the purpose of the Eastern Garden? For military training. I see. Yu Qian nodded. However, he remained perplexed as to why, as a junior official, he needed to study military affairs. Although he belonged to the Ministry of War, it was not responsible for warfare. The duties of junior officials primarily involved conveying official documents and reporting rumors. Strictly speaking, Yu Qian also fell under the category of a censor. He intended to inquire further, but seeing Li Qing resting his eyes, he decided to refrain. Half an hour later, the palanquin halted at the Eastern Garden, and the two descended, entering the grounds. The rhythmic sound of hooves resonated in the air before any sight of the riders could be perceived. With the vibrations pulsating beneath him, Yu Qian felt his heart quicken, prompting him to hasten his steps. Soon, the duo arrived at the training grounds. The assembly consisted of merely over 3,000 troops, a modest number. Yet the sight of an entire cavalry unit thundering across the field left an indelible impression on Yu Qian. The massive hooves of the horses struck the earth, raising clouds of dust that rippled outward, and as the steeds galloped with fervor, the scene appeared somewhat blurred, not as graceful as depicted in literature, yet inexplicably exhilarating. Zhongzhi donned a gleaming silver chainmail, his head adorned with a helmet and a plume, exuding an aura of martial prowess. As he galloped, he drew his bow and released arrows with remarkable precision. In a matter of breaths, he loosed 3 arrows, each striking the bullseye. The soldiers erupted in cheers, and Yu Qian, unable to contain himself, joined in the applause. Noticing the attention directed towards him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Minister Li, is this what you call a demonstration of martial prowess? Yu Qian inquired. It is merely archery, a warm-up before the main event, Li Qing replied with a smile. The highlight is yet to come. Nodding, Yu Qian turned his gaze back to the training field, his face alight with anticipation. Chapter 105. The benefits of migration. Like tigers and dragons, the cavalry surged across the training ground, dust swirling in their wake. Such a spectacle stirred an inexplicable excitement within this scholarly figure. A quarter of an hour later, the targets were filled with arrows, signaling the conclusion of the archery segment. As the galloping steeds gradually came to a halt, their hooves occasionally striking the ground, nostrils flaring with heavy breaths. Next, they would engage in battle formations, Li Qing reminded. Indeed, Yu Qian responded eagerly. The army of the Ming truly exemplifies the might of kings. Li Qing chuckled. Though you hold a civilian position, since you are part of the Ministry of War, it is imperative to familiarize yourself with military affairs to avoid any potential faux pas in future reports. I shall take heed, Yu Qian replied, nodding earnestly as he resumed his observation of the training grounds. The soldiers formed ranks, square formations, flying geese formations, fish scale formations, crescent moon formations, and sharp arrow formations. The regimented lines exuded a palpable aura of combat, and under the sunlight, the armor glimmered with a chilling brilliance, a sight that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. For the first time encountering military strategy and formations, Yu Qian's mind wandered to the image of 500,000 troops waging war in the northern deserts, stirring a profound sense of fervor within him. What a magnificent sight that must have been. An hour later, the demonstration concluded, and Zhongzhi exchanged greetings with the military leaders before riding over to the two men. Dismounting, Zhongzhi addressed Li Qing. How about a friendly contest later? No, I must decline, Li Qing replied, shaking his head. My old bones cannot withstand such exertion. How dull. I invited you precisely for this, Zhongzhi said, a hint of disappointment evident. What if we compete together? Li Qing chuckled. With so many spectators, a loss would be embarrassing for either of us. Let us save it for another time. If you wish to spar, come to my residence later. That sounds agreeable, Zhongzhi replied, unwilling to embarrass Li Qing publicly. Stretching his limbs, he added eagerly, then let us go now. After a moment of hesitation, Li Qing nodded his agreement. As they approached the palanquin passing through the government office, Yu Qian felt a bit awkward. Minister, it would be inappropriate for me to participate in a duel between you and the Crown Prince, he said. The office will soon adjourn. Let us share a simple meal afterward. Li Qing chuckled, remarking that it would be unbecoming of him to neglect the hardships endured by his subordinate after a long afternoon. Hardship? Merely riding in a sedan chair and observing the martial display hardly qualifies as strenuous, Yu Qian replied, somewhat bewildered. My lord, I have official business. Li Qing responded. Yu Qian paused, then ceased to decline further. Upon returning home, Zhongzhi, who had been waiting for some time, approached him with surprise upon seeing Yu Qian in tow. "I have met the crown prince." Yu Qian bowed respectfully. "No need for formalities," Zhu Zhanji smiled, then reached for a red tasseled spear from the guards, discarding its tip and handing Li Qing a pole. "Come, let us engage in a friendly contest. Do not hold back." Li Qing accepted the long staff and twirled it gracefully, signaling Zhu Zhanji to strike first. "Then I shall not be courteous," Zhu Zhanji declared earnestly. He leaped forward, launching a flurry of lethal strikes, the staff creating a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans. In the vigor of his youth, Zhu Zhanji, having honed his skills over the years, wielded the spear with an almost animated grace. With a resounding clash, Li Qing blocked the blows, the sound echoing like a sizzling pan. In a matter of moments, the two engaged in dozens of exchanges, neither yielding an inch. Frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, Zhu Zhanji shouted, intensifying his assault with renewed ferocity. Akin to a tempest, Li Qing remained calm and collected, his movements unhurried, yet perfectly timed to counter Zhu Zhanji's aggressive onslaught, occasionally delivering a counterstrike that left Zhu Zhanji disoriented. Each of Li Qing's actions was executed with a natural finesse, as if scripted, making every attack from Zhu Zhanji predictable. Gradually, Zhu Zhanji recognized this pattern. No matter how he altered his techniques, he seemed unable to escape Li Qing's calculated responses. "Let us cease for now," Zhu Zhanji puffed, his interest waning. "I had thought your age would render you an unequal opponent. I am surprised you are not merely a 60-year-old man." "Indeed," Li Qing chuckled lightly. "In a few years, I might not be your match." Zhu Zhanji rolled his eyes, muttering, "You mentioned this years ago." After an afternoon of vigorous exertion, Zhu Zhanji felt hunger pangs and waved to the guards. "I wish to share a couple of drinks with Duke Yongqing. You may wait outside." The guards bowed in agreement and exited. Zhu Zhanji glanced at Yu Qian, who responded with a bow, explaining, "Crown Prince, the minister has official matters to discuss." "Official matters?" Zhu Zhanji looked at Li Qing. "You may converse. I will return another day." "No need. We can discuss while dining," Li Qing insisted, instructing the servants to prepare food and drink and inviting both men to the guest hall. "Do not stand on ceremony. Please sit." Zhu Zhanji smiled at Yu Qian. "Are you accustomed to the Ministry of War?" Yu Qian nodded in gratitude as he took his seat. As a noble of high birth and a court official, Yu Qian felt somewhat awkward in their presence and yearned to take his leave swiftly. "May I inquire, Minister, what official matters require your attention?" Li Qing poured 2 cups of tea, offering one to Zhu Zhanji and the other to Yu Qian. "The emperor intends to implement new reforms." Yu Qian gently adjusted his teacup, a look of perplexity gracing his features. "As a mere official in the Department of State Affairs, do I truly possess the qualifications to engage in such matters?" Li Qing shook his head, a smile escaping his lips. "We are all officials of the Ming dynasty, subjects of His Majesty. Thus, we certainly possess the requisite qualifications." "What new policies does the emperor intend to implement?" "Population migration," Li Qing replied. "To be precise, it involves relocating the populace from the south to the north." Yu Qian paused, his hand halting mid-motion towards the teacup, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The common folk would undoubtedly resist this. If the court were to enforce it by decree, it would surely incite public resentment. The journey is arduous, and the risk of illness during such migrations is prevalent, which could lead to dire consequences without timely medical attention. After a moment's reflection, Yu Qian continued, "Forgive my impertinence, but in this era of peace and stability for the Ming, it is ill-advised to enact such policies." Li Qing took a sip of tea, chuckling softly. "Times have changed. The Ming now boasts new crops such as Yongla beans and Yongla rice, which require minimal soil conditions for cultivation. With slight reclamation, they can be planted. The north is replete with vast tracts of uncultivated land, and the reason for this scarcity of inhabitants lies in the lower grain yields compared to the south. However, with the introduction of these new crops, the north is now capable of producing substantial grain." Li Qing countered, "Shall we merely allow this fertile land to remain fallow?" "But there is no but to consider," interjected Zhu Zhanji, contemplatively adding, "The southern populace is affluent and numerous, yet this abundance breeds arrogance among the wealthy gentry, who impose harsh conditions upon the landless commoners. If we could relocate a portion of the southern population, the remaining southerners would find their burdens alleviated. With fewer people, the conditions would naturally improve. The landlords and gentry, who possess vast estates but do not cultivate them, would be compelled to offer better terms to prevent their lands from lying idle." Li Qing nodded, affirming Zhu Zhanji's astute observations. He then elaborated. The emperor's intention to relocate the capital to the north is to extend our strategic depth. Yu Qian, you are familiar with the southern and northern lists from the Hongwu era, are you not? Yu Qian nodded, having been born in the 31st year of Hongwu. And as a scholar, he had certainly heard of the events surrounding those lists. Li Qing continued, that year, the southern candidates overshadowed their northern counterparts, with not a single northern scholar achieving recognition. Such irony. Not to mention that in this current cohort, out of over 150 successful candidates, 102 hail from the south. Does this not underscore the issue? Is it truly the case that the Ming only encompasses the southern half of the realm? Yu Qian found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, he rose to perform a bow, humbly acknowledging the teachings imparted upon him. Please. There is no need for such formality, Li Qing said with a gentle smile. Your compassion for the common people reflects well on you as you embark on your career. However, the emperor's vision encompasses the entirety of the realm, and the court's policies must prioritize the greater good. Rest assured, the court will devise solutions for the concerns you raised. The migration itself is intended for the benefit of the populace and the preservation of the Ming's legacy. The overarching strategy is indeed sound. Yu Qian nodded. I understand. But as a mere official in the Department of State Affairs, my voice carries little weight. No, you do have a voice, both Li Qing and Zhu Zhongzhi asserted in unison. Li Qing elucidated that although one held the position of a 7th-rank official, they simultaneously served as a censor, responsible for issuing new policies amidst a court rife with contention. Following the catastrophic incidents at the 3 Grand Halls, the current officials of the 6 ministries have refrained from acting independently. Instead, they often delegate their authority to censors who serve as their mouthpieces, orchestrating public opinion to exert pressure on the emperor, thus muddling the waters. Yu Qian nodded slowly, his expression grave, as he began to discern the treacherous nature of the court. Chapter 106. Yu Duo, Minister and Crown Prince. Yu Qian spoke in a low voice. Is it possible for me to enter the court? Li Qing exchanged glances with Zhu Zhongzhi, who decisively replied, yes. Gratefully, Yu Qian rose to bow, turning to leave. Aren't you going to eat? Yu Qian glanced back, radiating an unwavering resolve. I must prepare, I beg your pardon. Observing his retreating figure, Zhu Zhongzhi could not mask his admiration. Indeed, your discernment is remarkable. This individual is extraordinary. He then shifted the conversation. However, one must strategize before taking action. Mere bravery cannot resolve issues. Let us refrain from premature conclusions. Li Qing smiled. Let us observe his performance tomorrow. Zhu Zhongzhi nodded thoughtfully. Yet, he may struggle alone. He requires some allies. Those scholars from the north have already been arranged in the 6 ministries, and they can be of assistance tomorrow. Indeed, that is feasible. Li Qing remarked with a smile. It is getting late. You should act swiftly. We can postpone our meal for another day, lest we delay important matters. Very well. Zhu Zhongzhi grumbled. Why did you not mention such a significant policy sooner? Li Qing chuckled. I intended to let them take the initiative and then respond accordingly. I merely wished to inform you. Who could have anticipated Yu Qian's urgency? Now, hurry along, and we shall make up for this meal another time. Zhu Zhongzhi nodded and turned to depart. The following day, at the Fengtian Hall, as dawn broke, the ministers had already entered the court, taking their places and awaiting the emperor's arrival. Before the emperor stepped into the grand hall, officials engaged in hushed conversations, exchanging pleasantries steeped in social niceties. The right vice minister of personnel and the left vice minister of justice, while conversing, suddenly noticed several unfamiliar faces standing at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one as the newly appointed official from the personnel ministry. Minister Liu, what do you see? Minister Wang, can a censor truly enter the court? Is this not absurd? The left vice minister of justice followed his gaze and, suppressing a scoff, inquired, what is the meaning of this? How can a 7th-rank censor enter the hall? He discerned that one among them was indeed a censor from the justice ministry. Strange occurrences are often accompanied by suspicious motives. The right vice minister of personnel remarked, furrowing his brow. Given their circumstances, they must be newly minted scholars. How could they have gained entry without assistance? The left vice minister of justice dismissed the concern lightly. It is merely a 7th-rank censor. What is there to fear? We must not be careless. The right vice minister cautioned softly. Look at the one standing at the front. He is a censor of the Ministry of War. Could it be that Li Qing has not kept his intentions concealed? From the Ministry of War? The left vice minister's surprise turned to amusement as he shook his head. A censor is merely a seventh-rank official. What is there to be afraid of? Just as he was about to speak further, a voice interrupted. Silence. The commander of the Eastern Depot sharply declared, "Let anyone who dares to make a disturbance be expelled from the Great Hall." Instantly, the murmurs ceased, and the ministers stood in perfect alignment. Though discontent brewed within their hearts, their lips remained honest. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Di entered the hall. The ministers cried out in unison, "Long live the emperor," and performed the customary rites of reverence. "You may rise," commanded Zhu Di, who then waved his sleeve and took his seat upon the dragon throne. Smiling faintly as he spoke, the rice of the Yongle era, having been trialed, yields in the north are by no means inferior to those of the south, and the Yongle beans flourish remarkably well in the north as well. The ministers, having expressed their gratitude, rose and listened quietly as the emperor rambled on, each one perplexed, unsure of the emperor's intentions. Before long, they would come to understand. There exists vast tracts of uncultivated land in the north, which pains me to behold, lamented Zhu Di with a heavy heart. I have resolved to relocate a portion of the populace from the south to the north to cultivate the land. Shock rippled through the ministers, and Liu, the deputy minister of personnel, was the first to step forward, urging the emperor to reconsider. For such a policy would alienate the people. Is your majesty truly willing to uproot the citizens from their homes, leaving them destitute? Following suit, Wang, the deputy minister of justice, spoke with sharp words. Soon after, the right vice-censor of the censorate took the floor, vehemently arguing that the emperor's actions contradicted established principles. Uprooting the citizens instead of allowing them to live peacefully was hardly the mark of a sage ruler. Subsequently, the left vice-censor rose, boldly questioning, "May I ask, what wrong have the common people committed?" In quick succession, various ministers and officials stepped forward to voice their concerns. For the sake of personal ambition, how shall your majesty be viewed by the common folk if you disregard their lives? They echoed. As Confucius said, let the heart of the ruler be aligned with that of the people. Has your majesty ever considered the sentiments of the populace? The 6 ministers remained silent, and after the 2 deputy ministers expressed their opinions, they quietly returned to their positions, leaving the stage to others. Yu Qian furrowed his brow, realizing that no one had offered any substantial suggestions. Their opposition was merely a pretext to berate the emperor. It was a futile attempt at counsel. While he harbored no qualms about opposing the emperor, he believed it imperative to present examples. The more he listened, the more discomfort he became. These individuals spoke of the common people, yet offered only grandiose rhetoric, devoid of practical solutions. Unable to endure any longer, he raised his voice. "Your Majesty, I have a proposal." His resonant tone echoed throughout the newly constructed hall, silencing all others. The ministers turned to Yu Qian, casting him varying glances, some astonished, others indignant, and a few scornful. "Step forward and speak," commanded Zhu Di. With head held high, Yu Qian advanced through the path cleared by the civil and military officials, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, I believe that the relocation of the populace has both advantages and disadvantages, but the benefits outweigh the drawbacks." Before he could continue, a Hanlin scholar interjected. "And you are?" Yu Qian replied clearly. "I am Yu Qian, the Deputy Minister of War." The scholar retorted. "It seems that the Deputy Minister does not possess the privilege to enter the hall." Sneering, he added, "Your Majesty, Yu Qian has overstepped his bounds." Without attempting to resolve the issue at hand, Yu Qian could hardly conceal his ire as he retorted, "You are an official of the Ming dynasty, and so am I. You are a subject of the emperor, and I too am a subject of the emperor. You have the privilege to attend court, and so do I. The emperor has commanded me to speak, yet you persist in obstructing me and diverting the conversation. What is your true intention?" Yu Qian, employing the adversary's own tactics against him, did not directly answer the question. Instead, he deftly adorned his opponent with a weighty accusation, leaving the scholar from the Hanlin Academy in a rather precarious position. While officials in the capital may attend court, those below the 5th rank can only stand outside the hall. Yu Qian, being of the 7th rank, occupied a notably low position among capital officials, even when standing outside. He was relegated to the back, unable to hear the proceedings within. This was precisely why Yu Qian sought entry into the hall. Intrigued, Zhu Di rested his chin on his hand, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Noticing the Hanlin scholar at a loss for words, a supervising censor stepped forward in support, questioning Yu Qian. "How do you justify the relocation of southern citizens, uprooting them from their homes and traveling thousands of miles north?" Is the benefit truly greater than the detriment? Are you suggesting that the welfare of the populace is expendable merely to increase the treasury by a meager amount? Indeed. A minister from the Ministry of Rites interjected, "You are a censor, tasked with speaking truthfully and boldly, rather than indulging in sycophancy that may lead the emperor astray." The undersecretary of the Ministry of Personnel mocked, "In your pursuit of advancement, you resort to flattery, forsaking the integrity of a scholar and rendering your education in the classics meaningless. Is the integrity of a scholar merely about being indiscriminate in judgment? To criticize the emperor without discernment, simply to gain a reputation for candor?" Yu Qian shot back. "You." The undersecretary's face flushed with indignation, trembling with rage. Yet he could not present a coherent argument. As it became evident that his subordinates were faltering, the deputy minister of personnel intervened. "Yu Qian, this court is not a marketplace. It is not merely the loudest voice that holds validity." "I do not share that sentiment," Yu Qian replied. His emotions heightened and his voice still resonant. "For you have yet to articulate any reasoning." "You all," the deputy minister remarked coolly, insinuating that the you he referred to included him. The implicit threat was unmistakable, a clear attempt to intimidate. Yet, Yu Qian remained undeterred, affirmatively nodding. "Indeed." The deputy minister was taken aback, unprepared for such a bold retort from a mere seventh-rank official, and he found himself consumed by a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Do you realize that defaming a superior's reputation carries grave consequences? And are you aware," Yu Qian countered, "that defaming the emperor's reputation bears even greater penalties?" The deputy minister, unable to withstand the pressure, glanced towards his superior for support. Jian Yi, ever the mediator, maintained his composure, feigning ignorance of the exchange. The deputy minister, now desperate and unwilling to concede, knew that being overthrown by a seventh-rank official would spell the end of his career. With a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, he coldly demanded, "Since you assert that the relocation of southern citizens to the north is more beneficial than detrimental, do enlighten us on how that is so." Yu Qian took a deep breath, having boldly confronted his superiors, aiming to engage them in a calm discourse. At last, he had arrived at his moment to speak. He carefully chose his words and began, "It is an undeniable fact that the south is more prosperous than the north, with a larger population. Gentlemen, do you know the reasons behind this?" No one spoke. All eyes were fixated on Yu Qian's performance. The deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel was silenced, daunted by the gravity of the situation, especially since Yu Qian's words held no fault. With no one daring to interject, Yu Qian continued, "This is because the people of the north migrated to the south. During the Jin dynasty, a significant portion of the population from the Yellow River Basin relocated to the Zhongzhi region, settling in places such as Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Huizhou, and Bashu, which led to rapid population growth and economic development in these areas. In the Tang dynasty, over 1 million northerners moved southward, directly altering the demographic focus of the Han people from the Yellow River Basin. In the Song dynasty, a considerable number of people from the Yellow River Basin again migrated south, settling in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Hubei, and Jiangxi. During the Yuan dynasty, citizens from the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River migrated to Guangxi, Hunan, and Fujian. Yu Qian proclaimed, "The prosperity and wealth of the south today are a direct result of the migration from the north. Do you realize that before the Tang dynasty, the south was a desolate wilderness? Had it not been for these significant population movements, the south would remain an untamed land. Are you aware of the origins of the southern dialects? Do you know how many southern people have their roots in the north?" Yu Qian casually remarked, "Perhaps you may wish to consult your family genealogy. You might discover that your ancestors hailed from the north." The officials were rendered speechless. The deputy minister of personnel sneered repeatedly, acknowledging the truth of population movements during the Jin dynasty, but attributing it to the chaos of the Yongjia rebellion. Similarly, he noted the migrations during the Tang dynasty were due to the Lushan rebellion, and during the Song dynasty, it was due to the invasions by the Jurchens. In the Yuan dynasty, migrations were prompted by the invasions of the Mongols. He asserted that such movements were politically motivated. During times of turmoil, the populace might migrate spontaneously. But in this era of peace and prosperity in the Ming dynasty, such actions would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. Yu Qian nodded, retorting with his own inquiry about the political correctness of population migration. The deputy minister of etiquette angrily shrugged his sleeves, asserting that while citizens lived in peace and happiness, any forced migration would amount to tyranny. "Peace and happiness?" Yu Qian exclaimed in anger. that pertains to those who possess land and fields. Have you ever considered the plight of tenants and laborers without land? Presently, the Ming dynasty has introduced new crops, which could provide an opportunity for landless citizens to rise again. Why should we abandon this chance? I have not finished speaking, Yu Qian interjected, countering. If the deputy minister claims that population migration is tyranny, may I then infer that you are suggesting the dispersal during the Hongwu era was an act of tyranny by Emperor Taizu? I am not. I did not. The deputy minister of personnel's voice trembled, his face paling in shock. Do not slander me. Ah, now I understand, Yu Qian exclaimed with a look of sudden realization. Your implication is that the citizens during the Hongwu era were not living in peace and happiness. The deputy minister of personnel stammered in disbelief. Chapter 107. Overcoming magic with magic. The topic of the Hongwu dispersal was generally one that officials dared not broach, as it was accompanied by the blood and tears of countless citizens. The Han people value the concept of returning to their roots. No one wishes to leave their homeland. During that time, Zhu Yuanzhang employed forceful methods to expedite the restoration of production, compelling the populace to migrate. Consequently, the process was marred by bloodshed and death. Although the dispersal during the Hongwu era was a sound national policy, it was undeniably a source of profound suffering for those who were displaced. Even decades have passed. Yet many Suzhou natives who migrated to places such as Taizhou and Yinqing remain nostalgic for their hometown, referring to sleep as ascending to Suzhou. For it is only in dreams that they can return to their origins. Zhu Yunwen did not document this matter in the Taizu Shilu, aiming to preserve the image of Zhu Yuanzhang. Similarly, Zhu Di, in his revision of the Taizu Shilu, omitted any mention of the expulsion during the Hongwu period, again to uphold Zhu Yuanzhang's reputation. The term expulsion denotes a forced departure, suggesting a policy that was far from consensual. At that time, the Ming dynasty was in its infancy, with military generals wielding considerable power and Zhu Yuanzhang holding substantial authority, marked by his propensity for violence. The literati, having just secured a new patron, dared not voice opposition for the sake of their own livelihoods. Had Zhu implemented such measures during the latter part of the Hongwu era, he would certainly have faced public outcry. Even now, were he to propose such a national policy, he would encounter criticism. However, in death, the narrative shifts. While one may criticize a living figure, disparaging a deceased emperor, particularly one who founded the Ming dynasty, is tantamount to opposing the dynasty itself. Not only is criticism taboo, but questioning is also forbidden. In this era where filial piety reigns supreme, Zhu Di could have readily executed dissenters without fear of repercussions. This explains the alarm of the Minister of Personnel. Opposing Zhu Yuanzhang equated to opposing the Ming, and such defiance would not be tolerated by the emperor. This delineates a political red line. Whoever dares to transgress it shall face dire consequences. It can be asserted that from the moment Zhu Yuanzhang passed away, he became a paragon of virtue, at least in public perception. His successors, in a bid to assert legitimacy, would only elevate his status, while ministers, in their loyalty to the crown, would fervently extol him, with no one daring to cast aspersions. Initially, when Tai Xian hung Zhu Yuanzhang's spirit tablet atop the city wall, Zhu Di did not dare utter a word, illustrating the prevailing reverence. Today, as Yu Qian invokes Zhu Yuanzhang, who would dare to refute him? Whosoever employs Zhu Yuanzhang as a shield becomes invulnerable. Even the emperor would hesitate to contest him. However, the condition remains that one must not misuse this. Yu Qian evidently did not abuse this privilege, leaving the ministers to gaze in silence. The great hall fell into a profound silence. As none dared to confront the formidable Yu Qian, with the founding emperor invoked, what more could be said? A single misstep could result in demotion, or worse, execution. And no commendation would be forthcoming. Such a risk was not worthwhile. Yu Qian bowed respectfully, stating, "Your Majesty, I believe the northward migration of the populace is indeed a prudent governance strategy. However, we must also consider the psychological well-being of the citizens during this transition." Naturally, Zhu Di nodded, boasting, "I cherish my subjects as my own children. I would never allow them to suffer." The Minister of Personnel's eyes darted. Circumventing Yu Qian to directly challenge Zhu Di, "May I inquire, Your Majesty, how can one ensure that the citizens do not endure hardship during such arduous migrations?" Having gained no advantage from Yu Qian, he turned to confront Zhu Di, at the very least securing a reputation for audacity. At that moment, another voice echoed from the palace entrance. "Your Majesty, I have a petition." Zhu Di lifted his gaze, noticing yet another official, and commanded, "Step forward and speak." After a brief moment, a scholar from the north approached the emperor, performed a respectful bow, and began, "Your Majesty, I believe that the national policy of relocating southern citizens to the north should first be implemented in the regions closest to the north. This would alleviate the hardships of the people and diminish their psychological resistance." Being from the north, he wholeheartedly supported such a policy. The emperor pondered, recognizing that while this notion appeared reasonable, it was fundamentally flawed. A Hanlin scholar stepped forward, asserting that the issue at hand was not one of distance, but of migration itself. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." Another northern official rose to speak. He advanced and bowed, then directed his inquiry towards the Hanlin scholar. "What issues arise from migration itself?" Yu Qian, a mere 7th rank official, boldly challenged a 3rd rank scholar. And even as a 7th rank, he felt emboldened to confront a 5th rank. Migration is intended to strengthen the nation and ensure the people's prosperity. How could there be an inherent problem with it? The Hanlin scholar scoffed. "You focus solely on the outcome while disregarding the process. I disdain to engage in debate with you. As a servant of the emperor, one must identify and resolve issues to alleviate the emperor's concerns. How can you label this as debate?" The official retorted. Scholars are never at a loss for words, and these newly appointed officials, filled with dreams and aspirations, were notably principled. The Minister of Personnel interjected, stating that the crux of the matter lay in the people's unwillingness to migrate. "Unwilling?" Yu Qian countered. "Is it truly the people who resist, or is it the officials who hesitate? I am merely discussing with this official." The Minister of Personnel huffed, clearly reluctant to confront Yu Qian. Unfazed, the official pressed on, asking why the people were unwilling to migrate. Long journeys and leaving one's homeland are indeed arduous. Hence their reluctance. "Arduous," the official countered. "Is toiling from dawn to dusk not arduous? Is being oppressed by wealthy landlords not a hardship? Working tirelessly throughout the year only to barely scrape by, does that not qualify as suffering?" His relentless questioning left the Minister of Personnel speechless. Another official from the Ministry of Personnel rose to counter, asserting that Jiangnan is a prosperous region. If the people there are suffering, what of those in other areas? Indeed. The Deputy Minister of Justice, observing with a detached eye, seized the opportunity to interject, "Your Majesty is wise and mighty. How can it be that in our peaceful and prosperous empire, the people are merely scraping by, as you suggest?" The official, caught off guard, stumbled in his response. Just then, another official from the north called out, "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." He stepped forward to speak. Zhu Di adjusted his posture, propped his chin, and continued to observe the unfolding drama. The official advanced, bowed, and then supported his colleague's stance, noting that while life in Jiangnan was generally satisfactory, not all citizens fared well. Indeed, the long-term laborers and tenants often lived in poverty. As newly minted graduates and fellow officials from the north, they naturally rallied to support one another. As servants of the emperor, it was their duty to convey the true conditions of the people's lives to the throne, rather than merely reporting good news while ignoring the plight of the populace. The Deputy Minister of Justice, who spoke of national peace and prosperity, was unaware of the suffering among the common folk. The Deputy Minister, momentarily at a loss, muttered, "Such flowery words, I disdain to debate with you. But who truly employs such eloquence?" With a sudden roar, everyone was startled. Zhu Di's hand slipped from his chin, nearly causing him to stumble. And he cast an irritable glance at Yu Qian. The chief of the Eastern Depot, Xiao Linzi, had intended to admonish Yu Qian for his outburst in court. But upon noticing that the emperor was not angered, but rather intrigued, he chose to feign ignorance. Yu Qian was genuinely incensed. "Do you, sir, understand the suffering of the common people? I implore you to respond directly. Are you aware of their plight?" His words were deliberate and emphatic. The Deputy Minister of Justice was taken aback by the formidable presence exuded by Yu Qian and found himself at a loss. How should he respond? To claim awareness would render him guilty of deceiving the emperor, while to admit ignorance would jeopardize his position as a minister. No matter his choice, it appeared to be a misstep. After much contemplation, he resolved to evade the question, diverting the conversation instead. "Given your accent, sir, I presume you hail from the southern regions?" "I am indeed a southerner, a subject of the Ming dynasty," Yu Qian asserted with righteous fervor. "The Ming thrives across the seas, and within its bounds, we are all one family. Why then should we divide ourselves into northerners and southerners?" He adjusted his official robe and continued, I have answered your inquiry directly. Might you also respond to mine? Suddenly, all eyes were fixed upon the Deputy Minister of Justice. Some filled with sympathy, others with pity, and a few with schadenfreude. The Deputy Minister nearly wept, bewildered by this brazen youth. This was truly intolerable. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he carefully replied, as a high-ranking official, my focus is primarily on court affairs. Naturally, I do pay attention to the struggles of the populace. To my knowledge, the people of Jiangnan are faring reasonably well, though there may be some oversights. I shall endeavor to be more attentive in this regard moving forward. His words were not meant for Yu Qian, but rather for Zhu Di. Although his answer was somewhat evasive, it was at least defensible enough to safeguard his position. Yu Qian could not hide his disdain, yet he chose not to engage further. Instead, posing another question, what is your opinion on the national policy concerning the migration of the populace? Cough. The policy itself is fundamentally sound, the deputy minister, genuinely fearful of Yu Qian, stammered, but the implementation must be executed correctly, taking the welfare of the people into account. Yu Qian nodded and turned to his fellow ministers, asking, what do you all think? The court remained silent. The Minister of Personnel remained mute, and with the deputy minister hesitant to speak, who would dare to oppose? At that moment, Zhu Di, who had been quietly observing, rose. Since there are no objections, let us finalize this national policy. Jian, you shall oversee this. I am at your service. Jian replied. Zhu Di continued. These advisors who dare to speak frankly are indeed talented individuals. Would it be prudent to promote them to the rank of deputy minister? Most appropriate. Came the consensus. Transitioning from 7th rank to confirmed 7th rank was not considered a leap, especially in the presence of the assembled officials. It was a matter of maintaining decorum. Jian bowed in acknowledgement, saying, I shall attend to this matter henceforth. Zhu Di nodded, casting a deep glance at Yu Qian. Yet he refrained from uttering any words of commendation. As he dismissed the court, he added, if there are any memorials, please leave them for my perusal. He paused momentarily. Furthermore, in the future, the 6 departments will send their deputies to court, permitted entry to the Grand Hall. Before the ministers could respond, Zhu Di descended the jade steps and exited the Grand Hall via the side path. Long live the Emperor. The officials dutifully bowed, while the southern officials felt a tumult of emotions, rife with bitterness. This time, the Emperor adhered to the rules, yet they still faced defeat. And in a domain where they excelled. Chapter 108. I truly wish to split your head open. In the central hall, Zhu Di sipped his tea and chuckled softly. Your discernment is commendable. Yu Qian is indeed a person of talent. Pausing for breath, Zhu Di shook his head slightly. However, individuals like him seldom progress far in the bureaucratic sphere. At the onset of their careers, those with a sense of justice are not limited to just Yu Qian. Li Qing smiled faintly, scraping the tea leaves floating on the surface of the water with his cup lid, and took a sip. Aren't those few in the court similarly situated? A child's heart is invaluable. The Ming dynasty requires fresh blood. Li Qing pondered. As for what lies ahead, who can truly predict? People inevitably grow. Today, Yu Qian can render the ministers speechless in the name of the founding emperor. Yet who knows what methods he may employ in the future? Zhu Di paused for a moment, nodding gently. If only he could be more astute. Li Qing laughed. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. Yu Qian is merely a 7th rank official. To make an impact in the court, he must act as such. Otherwise, how could those southern officials be so easily silenced? As for the cunning of those literary officials, it is indeed present. Yet if the Ming were filled with such subservient ministers, it would be a tragedy. One must not forsake the essence for superficiality. After a moment, Li Qing asserted, Yu Qian is undoubtedly a talent worth cultivating. Your Majesty should not hastily judge his future based solely on today's court. Zhu Di was taken aback and chuckled. It seems you hold him in high regard. Li Qing nodded with a smile, though I am not well acquainted with Yu Qian. A true savior is not merely one who confronts challenges head-on, but one who can adapt. In dire circumstances, it is solely ability that can uphold a collapsing edifice, rather than mere words. Zhu Di regarded Li Qing with surprise. In his recollection, this fellow seldom praised others. However, he also held a favorable first impression of Yu Qian, not only because he stood by his side, but more importantly, due to his unwavering integrity. Such righteousness cannot be feigned. Zhu Di sighed. Let us observe his future performance. In the small hall, the servant is present. You are to visit the Ministry of War and observe the reaction of Yu Qian, who has not received any reward. Zhu Di instructed, do not reveal your intentions, observe discreetly. The servant obeys, came the respectful response from the young attendant, who then exited the grand hall. Li Qing inquired with a smile, "Is your majesty planning to nurture Yu Qian? I merely wish to ascertain whether he is worthy of such cultivation." Zhu Di replied with a wry smile, "At my age, what more is there to cultivate? A new emperor brings new ministers. Even if he is a gem in the rough, he should be left for Zhongzhi. Why not let the crown prince nurture him?" Li Qing protested for the young prince's sake. "He is merely a transitional figure," Zhu Di retorted. "He possesses no semblance of imperial bearing. If he were to reign for a decade, the Ming dynasty would be doomed. Do not be deceived by his present appearance of competence. That is only because I am supporting him. If I were to vanish one day, he would undoubtedly flounder and be forced to compromise with the literary officials." Zhu Di sighed. "Of course, with you watching over him, it might improve somewhat, but not significantly." Li Qing remained silent. While the young prince possessed political abilities not inferior to Zhu Biao, he lacked the political resources that Zhu Biao held. Zhu Biao possesses a solid foundation of military nobility and the unthinking support of bullies like Lan Yu. He merely needs to fulfill his role as emperor, a feat that the corpulent individual finds insurmountable. Although this individual has wed the granddaughter of the Marquis of Wuding, Guiying, and the granddaughter of Duke Zhongyu. Both Guiying and his son have long since passed. While Zhongyu's son, Zhongfu, is still alive, one man alone cannot effect change. Li Qing shook his head, dismissing thoughts of these elusive matters. As for the emperor's views on the migration of southern subjects to the north, the words of those scholars hold a degree of truth. The current state of the Ming dynasty differs significantly from its inception. The strategy employed during the Hongwu era is no longer applicable. "I comprehend," Zhu Di nodded. "I have conferred with Gao Qi regarding potential occurrences during the populace's migration and devised preventive measures." "What specific measures are in place?" Li Qing inquired. Zhu Di responded, "Firstly, all expenses incurred during the migration will be covered by the court. Furthermore, we shall instruct the imperial physicians to produce a substantial quantity of remedies for common ailments such as colds and fevers. Lastly, post-migration, the court will provide plowing oxen, farming tools, seeds, and an allowance of 5 guan in cash for each individual." After concluding, Zhu Di turned to Li Qing. "Do you have any additions?" Li Qing contemplated for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty and the Crown Prince's strategy is astute. However, the crux lies not in the migration itself, but in the reaction of local officials and gentry in the south following the decree of national policy." He furrowed his brow, stating, "Your Majesty is closer to the court and farther from the people. Local gentry wield significant influence. Once the national policy reaches the local levels, it is highly likely to be distorted. Even the most benevolent of principles, when misinterpreted by officials and gentry, will not save lives but instead sow discord." Li Qing's words caused Zhu Di's brow to twitch, instinctively provoking anger, which quickly transformed into a bitter smile. Over the years, he had borne witness to the sordid intentions of wealthy gentry and officials. From the initial fire at the Weaving Bureau to the later incidents involving Tang Sire and this year's arson at the 3 Great Halls, vividly illustrating the malevolence of human nature. After a moment of deliberation, Zhu Di declared, "The enforcement of this national policy will be overseen by officials from the Northern Court, with the censorate and the 6 ministries involved, ensuring comprehensive participation. 3 monks cannot share a single pot of water. With so many involved, it should improve considerably, especially with the Eastern Depot, which, while notorious in later years, currently displays absolute loyalty to the emperor. With such a multitude monitoring one another, none will dare to act recklessly, especially since the supervisors are all northern officials." Li Qing nodded, adding, "The migration must not involve any coercive measures, otherwise, it will inevitably exacerbate the people's resistance." "How could that be possible?" Zhu Di retorted with irritation. "If it is solely a matter of personal volition, not a soul would consent to migrate. The people of this era are deeply rooted in their local attachments, and Zhu Di's sentiments are not without merit." Li Qing countered, "Pushing people into something is not a transaction. The court merely needs to introduce the myriad benefits of relocating to the north, such as the land reclaimed from the wilderness becomes privately owned and exempt from taxes for 3 years. Yonla beans and rice are resilient to cold and drought, not encroaching upon fertile fields, yielding bountiful harvests with minimal cultivation. The north is vast and rich, with countless fertile lands awaiting cultivation. With diligence and hard work, a family's fortunes can be transformed within 3 generations. Li Qing cleared his throat and began with a promotional pitch. Do you wish to possess your own arable land? Do you desire to liberate your descendants from the fate of being tenants? Do you aspire to carve out a successful career, enabling your children to read and write, to excel in examinations, and to bring glory to your family name? I long for such a future. Zhu Di's face flushed with excitement, feeling as though he could immediately plow 2 acres of land without the need for oxen. Indeed, Li Qing's words were exceedingly stirring, igniting a fervor in those who listened. Suppressing a smile, Li Qing remarked, "If even your majesty is tempted, how could the common folk resist?" Zhu Di, coming back to his senses, felt a flush of embarrassment and jestingly retorted, "You truly are a master of persuasion." "It is no deception, it is the truth," Li Qing replied. "The Yongla rice and beans are indeed drought-resistant and cold-tolerant, and they do not occupy fertile land. There exists a vast expanse of uncultivated land in the north that requires cultivation. With diligence and hard work over 2 generations, it is entirely feasible for your descendants to become literate. Indeed, there is merit to this reasoning." Zhu Di pondered with a thoughtful expression and then chuckled. "You have a point. I believe there will be those willing to migrate here." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "However, I have yet to finish my thoughts. It is not merely a matter of compelling the populace to relocate. Conditions must be attached. Firstly, those who own land cannot be forced to move, naturally. They are unlikely to migrate easily, but this demonstrates that the court does not impose such mandates. Secondly, this policy is aimed solely at tenants and laborers with unblemished family backgrounds and no criminal records. Furthermore, only those without an only son or legitimate firstborn can relocate." Li Qing added, "This way, we ensure that the populace willingly accepts the idea while also creating a sense of exclusivity, giving potential migrants an impression that not everyone can relocate." Zhu Di absorbed Li Qing's suggestions, and after a long pause, he exhaled deeply. "Li Qing, I truly wish to cleave open your head to see what lies within. If you were to do so, would I still be alive?" Li Qing rolled his eyes, and then inquired, "I surmise that your majesty intends to reward me with gold next?" Zhu Di's demeanor shifted, and he chastised, "I speak to you of feelings, and you respond with talk of money? What sort of bond could we possibly share, you old rascal?" Li Qing sheepishly replied, "Money can indeed better sustain our relationship." The instant the words escaped his lips, he was taken aback, realizing how crass they sounded. Zhu Di's expression darkened. "Get lost." "Very well, I shall refrain from saying more." Li Qing turned to leave. "Hey, wait, come back." Zhu Di quickly stood and caught hold of him, chuckling awkwardly. "Are you hiding something from me? What kind of relationship is this?" Li Qing teased. "Is it merely about feelings? Your Majesty, perhaps you might consider something more tangible?" "Damn it, I regret saying get lost too soon," Zhu Di lamented, conceding. "Fine, I shall reward you with 100 taels of gold later." At last, Li Qing nodded, adding that the migration should not be limited to farmers. Merchants must also be encouraged to relocate, including tailors, oil merchants, small taverns, and cloth shops. Adequate facilities must be provided to enrich the lives of the populace, allowing them to truly integrate and foster a sense of belonging. Indeed, that is a sound argument. Zhu Di agreed, then abruptly cursed. "You make earning money seem so effortless, with a mere suggestion netting 100 taels, and in gold no less." Li Qing grinned. "Your Majesty, do you not think it worth it?" "Get lost," Zhu Di coughed hesitantly. "Do you have any other suggestions?" "None," Li Qing shrugged. Zhu Di immediately scowled and retorted, "Then you may take your leave." "Damn it. Next time I shall squeeze the toothpaste out slowly, drop by drop, until you are left questioning your very existence. I swear, if I don't make you reconsider, I am not Li." Li Qing's nose was nearly contorted with frustration. He cursed under his breath. This imperial palace is no longer worth staying in. Chapter 109. The heat of land reclamation the following day at the Ministry of War. Li Qing admonished, "The migration of southern citizens to the north is a monumental achievement. However, this action will inevitably undermine the interests of the gentry in Jiangnan. Thus it may stir some troubles. Exercise caution." "I understand, sir," Yu Qian replied earnestly. He had witnessed the treachery of court politics during yesterday's assembly and had gained a clear understanding of certain officials. "Rest assured, I shall ensure that this national policy, beneficial to the country and the people, is not disrupted by any meddling." Li Qing sighed in relief and said solemnly, "While you are to uphold national policy, do not forget to safeguard yourself." Yu Qian laughed heartily, unperturbed. "Do they dare to kill officials openly? Though they may not openly confront you." It is wise to remain vigilant. Li Qing responded with a wry smile. I have endured 2 assassination attempts, while they may not dare to act. You must keep your wits about you. Yu Qian paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. I shall heed your warning. This is the specific implementation plan of the national policy. Take good care to study it. Li Qing produced a document inscribed on bright yellow satin. A piece of authority that rivaled a royal edict. Possessing it meant no one could suppress him. Yu Qian took it and read it diligently, word by word. After a lengthy period, he stowed the document away, his excitement barely concealed, and remarked, The Emperor is indeed wise. In truth, most of the constructive strategies contained within were proposed by me, Li Qing thought, rolling his eyes. He refrained from claiming credit from Zhu Di, instead suggesting they prepare thoroughly for the upcoming mission, which would likely last several months, if not longer. Indeed, Yu Qian replied gravely, placing the document close to his chest. However, sir, since the Emperor has devised such a comprehensive and beneficial plan for the people, why not issue a direct decree to announce it to the world, rather than employing this document? He was puzzled. This national policy seemed nearly flawless, and even if the officials were reluctant, they would find it difficult to voice opposition. Li Qing chuckled. They cannot oppose it, of course, but there is an old saying. Policies from above, countermeasures from below. If we announce it prematurely, it would give them time to prepare. The influence of the gentry in local areas should not be underestimated. The common folk are simple and easily swayed by them. By keeping them in the dark about the specifics, the implementation of the policy will be much smoother. Yu Qian nodded silently, feeling a mix of emotions at the notion that such a beneficial policy could not be implemented with unity, but rather had to be approached with caution. Simultaneously, he felt a deep frustration towards those in high positions who remained inactive or even obstructive. To hold an official position and not advocate for the people is a grave misapplication of one's scholarly pursuits. Days later, officials from the 6 ministries, the Censorate, the 6 departments of the imperial court, the Jinui, and the Eastern Factory, along with a dozen medium-sized ships, set sail down the Grand Canal. 1,000 miles of arduous travel would result in countless casualties if undertaken on foot during the migration. Using ships would eliminate this concern and significantly expedite the process. Once the capital officials were mobilized, Li Qing, Zhu Di, and the plump companion began planning the relocation sites. After deliberation, they decided to commence from Hebei, selecting locations within 100 miles of towns and 50 miles of existing villages. It is essential not to sever the connection between the common folk and their towns, while simultaneously preserving a degree of their independence, allowing them to cultivate their lands with peace of mind. The migration of the southern populace to the north cannot be accomplished overnight. It necessitates meticulous planning over several years, if not decades, proceeding gradually. Throughout this process, encountering and resolving issues is the correct approach, akin to a gentle stream flowing perpetually. The commencement of any endeavor is fraught with difficulty. Yet Li Qing believes that once the migrating populace reaps the benefits, subsequent implementations will become significantly easier, potentially even leading to spontaneous migrations. During the Jin, Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, the people's movements were driven by the need for survival. Today, however, they migrate in pursuit of a better life. Li Qing sometimes ponders whether this constitutes a change in history. Having resided in the Ming dynasty for quite some time, he seems to have made no substantial alterations. While paradoxically, many changes have occurred. He was unable to prevent Zhu Yunwen's ascension, to avert the Jingnan campaign, or to resolve the issue of land annexation. Yet he appears to have brought about change. The Battle of Buxiang'er yielded the capture of the northern Yuan emperor, resulting in a brief period of harmony between the Ming and the northern Yuan, during which the borders enjoyed prolonged tranquility. His strategic planning during the Jingnan campaign spared many lives. The elimination of Muhammad significantly weakened the Walla. The introduction of potatoes and corn, accelerated by his advocacy, fundamentally addressed the issue of the people's sustenance. Furthermore, policies such as the taxation reform and the migration of southern populace to the north, while seemingly not altering the course of history, have indeed made tangible changes. The future remains uncertain to him, yet it is evident that the Ming dynasty is gradually improving. Faced with tens of millions of common people, countless vested interests, and a labyrinth of political intrigue among officials, individual power feels remarkably insignificant. Reclining in his chair, Li Qing found himself lost in thought, reminiscing about Tao Yin and the old monk's theories on the fortunes of nations. The destiny of a dynasty rarely extends beyond 300 years. Perhaps, in the end, the Ming will fall. However, in that process, it can ensure a better existence for the people. A sense of helplessness welled up within Li Qing. Yet, his gaze soon regained its resolve. If the dynasty must perish, it can only do so at the hands of the Han people. By heavens, when that day arrives, he would first deal with the wild boar skins. Sir, tea. Wan Ling offered, presenting a cup of clear tea with a radiant smile. The beauty of youth has faded, and even the youngest Wan Ling has begun to show signs of age. Li Qing accepted the teacup, took a sip, and gently inquired, "What brings you such joy today?" "Sir, have you forgotten? We are moving today," Wan Ling replied, grinning. "Everything is prepared. Shall we move after lunch?" Li Qing chuckled in astonishment, shaking his head. "I completely forgot about that." Stretching languidly, he rose and said, "Let the servants handle the moving. Go call Hong Xiu and Lian Xiang. We'll dine out at noon and head straight to our new home afterward." "All right," Wan Ling nodded with a smile. "I shall go summon my sisters." After a delightful meal at the tavern, the family arrived at the new Yongqing marquis residence. The new home was slightly smaller than the one in Jinling, yet the architectural style remained unchanged, faithfully replicating the grandeur of the Jinling residence. With a fresh atmosphere in their new abode, Li Qing distributed red envelopes to the servants and recruited additional help, appointing stewards for both the front and back courtyards, allowing the three women to worry less and enjoy life. As the days passed, Li Qing's concerns remained unfounded. The national policy of relocating citizens from the south to the north was proceeding smoothly. With the transition from autumn to winter, the first wave of migrants settled in various regions of Hebei, numbering over 50,000. The court provided financial assistance and grains, motivating the populace to cultivate uncultivated land. Moreover, it assured that regardless of the amount of land cleared, the government would supply the necessary seeds, farming tools, and plow oxen, all free of charge. With spring approaching, the season for sowing was near, and the people were filled with enthusiasm. The more land they cultivated, the greater their benefits. Not only would the land belong to them, but they would also enjoy a 3-year tax exemption. Such favorable conditions were not to be missed. It is worth noting that the provision of plow oxen was not a gift to the citizens, but rather a temporary allowance for use during the clearing period. In an agrarian society, the importance of plow oxen is self-evident. They could not simply be given away. Nevertheless, this arrangement filled the people with gratitude. In Hebei, under the emperor's watchful eye, few officials dared to act unscrupulously, especially with the presence of the Eastern Depot, the imperial guards, and supervising censors, ensuring the effective implementation of the national policy. The enthusiasm for land reclamation in Hebei was palpable, with the court supplying a vast array of tools such as plows, harrows, hoes, and spades. To enhance the efficiency of land clearing, the populace spontaneously formed teams. Some collected stones, others weeded, while others plowed the fields. For countless generations, the people had endured hardships. They had grown accustomed to toil and were not afraid of hard work, but rather feared the absence of opportunity to labor. Compared to hardship, hunger was their greater dread, especially for these migrants, who arrived without any land. Their desire to cultivate was unparalleled. Possessing land meant having roots, and with it, hope for a better future. They cherished this opportunity dearly, with no one causing unrest or lamenting their struggles. As winter arrived and snow fell, they dug cave dwellings and lined them with dry grass, temporarily making their homes. They led a modest existence but cared little for their discomfort. While winter rendered the world desolate, Hebei thrived with vitality as they plowed the fields, their sweat falling like rain. The hardships of reclamation were bitter, yet their hearts were sweet. Li Qing took the time to visit, and the expressions of hope radiating from the faces of the people deeply moved him. Chapter 110. Does the emperor not wish to leave a prosperous realm for his descendants? The charcoal crackled and burned brightly, the brazier glowing red. Outside, heavy snowflakes fell. Yet inside, it was warm as spring, with the hot pot bubbling and meat slices floating enticingly, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Indeed, it was splendid. Zhongzhi, his mouth smeared with grease, wiped the sweat from his forehead and inquired, "Qingbo, I heard you visited the people clearing the land recently. Are they faring well?" Li Qing sipped his warm wine and sighed. "They are still clearing land in this heavy snowfall. What do you think?" Zhongzhi smacked his lips, withdrew his chopsticks, and frowned. "I remember grandfather issued an edict forbidding the forced labor of the populace for land clearing. Who is so bold as to disregard the lives of the people for the sake of political achievements? Indeed, no one is being forced. They are engaging in reclamation voluntarily. Li Qing shook his head with a bitter smile. The people have suffered enough. To spare their descendants from hardship, they must endure a bit more themselves. I see. Zhu Zhangji's appetite diminished significantly. Once this year passes and they plant grains in the spring, they shall fare better in the latter half of the year. Li Qing smiled and nodded, pouring a cup of wine. Just as Zhu Zhangji was about to take it, it was swiftly placed into Li Qing's mouth. Ah, excellent wine, he remarked as Li Qing set down the cup. It's not far. You might as well go and witness the true lives of the people post-migration. One cannot solely rely on hearsay. Those in the court always report good news while concealing the troubles. The common folk's plight must be observed firsthand. Zhu Zhangji nodded in agreement, promising to make the trip when time allowed. After a brief pause, he added, Uncle Qing, after the new year, His Majesty intends to launch a northern expedition against the Tatars to eradicate Alutai. Surely, he will take you along. Could you perhaps speak to him about including me? Can't you ask him yourself? Li Qing replied while picking at his food, continuing to indulge. Zhu Zhangji, feeling frustrated, exclaimed, I have, but he refuses to take me. Why is that? Isn't it obvious? Last time, during the campaign against the Walla, I acted rashly and put him in a difficult position, Zhu Zhangji admitted sheepishly. Then you brought it upon yourself. Li Qing retorted gleefully. Zhu Zhangji, looking dejected, continued to plead, Uncle Qing, we are all kin. Please assist me. I was young and ignorant then, but I assure you that this time I will be prudent. Li Qing, feeling a headache from the incessant chatter, finally relented. All right. But you mustn't expect me to do this for free. Zhu Zhangji's expression darkened as he retrieved 2 gold ingots from his pocket. It's not much, but it's certainly 20 taels. Li Qing, with a smile, accepted the gold, thinking how effortlessly he had acquired it. But let it be clear, if your grandfather refuses, I will not return the money. Zhu Zhangji, exasperated, demanded, hand over the gold. Can you regurgitate what you've already consumed? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Then return the meat you ate. I merely had a bit more. Is your pot made of gold, or is the meat? Zhu Zhangji faltered, realizing that the gold was likely a lost cause, given Li Qing's reputation for integrity. Who told you to eat? You owe me? Li Qing scoffed. Zhu Zhangji shouted in frustration. Will you eat or not? Zhu Zhangji replied, Your Majesty, I have something to discuss regarding the northern expedition. In the imperial study. Li Qing got straight to the point. Are you speaking on behalf of Zhangji? Zhu Di inquired. Li Qing shook his head. Then is it that you do not wish to go? Is it optional? Li Qing's eyes brightened. Zhu Di's expression hardened as he retorted, How naive. Do you think the salary is free? Very well. Li Qing sighed, speaking earnestly. What I wish to convey is that the timing of the northern expedition should ideally be set for after spring, preferably in late March. Why is that? To save costs. Li Qing responded with a smile. After spring, the pastures flourish, allowing the army to save a significant amount on supplies. The ongoing national policy of relocating southern populations also incurs considerable expenses. We must budget wisely, don't you agree? Zhu Di pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This time, we must deliver a decisive blow to the Tatars. How dare they harbor ambitions against the Ming Empire mere years after our last conflict? They must learn their lesson. Li Qing smirked. In truth, there is no need to mobilize such a large force. You know nothing, short-sighted fool. I lead the army not merely for battle, Zhu Di scolded, albeit with a hint of understanding. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Zhu Di declared, this time, we shall take 200,000 troops. Despite the improvements made to the supply lines of the Ming army, they could barely support 2 logistics personnel for every combat soldier. From a total force of 200,000, only 60,000 were fit for battle, which was indeed rather meager. To mobilize the entire army simultaneously, one could only resort to the strategy employed during the fishing expedition at the Sea of Fish, where every soldier carried their own provisions. However, such a method was exceedingly slow and did not align with Zhu Di's military philosophy. Zhu Di remarked that if the army were to be dispatched in the spring, there was no hurry. It would be better for the soldiers to celebrate the new year first and commence troop movements afterward. Pausing momentarily, he cast a skeptical glance. You wouldn't be hoping to stay home for the new year, would you? Not at all, Li Qing replied earnestly. My intentions are solely for the glory of the Ming dynasty and the welfare of the realm. All right, enough of that. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively. Do you believe it is better to take Zhangji along, or not? There are advantages to both taking him and leaving him behind. Li Qing shrugged. Ultimately, it is up to your majesty to decide. Your words are utterly devoid of substance. What use are you? Zhu Di scolded. Li Qing, disinterested in bantering with the old man, inquired, Your Majesty, why not allow me to oversee logistics? Zhu Di bellowed, You must go to the front lines. But I am over 60. So am I. Zhu Di retorted coldly. I am simply vexed by your laziness. If you continue to haggle, do you believe I will not withhold your salary entirely? Li Qing, resigned, had no alternative excuses left. Zhang Fu will be responsible for logistics, Zhu Di declared. Li Qing rubbed his nose, finding himself at a loss for further justifications. Observing the rare moment of Li Qing's defeat, Zhu Di couldn't help but laugh heartily. Let Zhongzhi go. You shall be responsible for ensuring his safety. After discussing the northern expedition, Li Qing shifted the conversation to the migration of the populace. The southern migrants should not only relocate to Hebei, rather, the Liaodong region would be more suitable for cultivation. There lies vast and fertile black soil, ideal for growing yonglo rice and beans, with yields likely surpassing those of Jiangnan. If we fully develop that area, the grain output of the north will certainly rival that of the south, Li Qing asserted confidently. When Su and Hu are abundant, the world will be well fed. Similarly, when Liaodong flourishes, the realm shall prosper. Zhu Di listened with a sense of reverie, yet hesitated slightly, pondering the challenges posed by the lack of water transport to Liaodong and its remoteness. There are stationed troops in Liaodong. We can have them lay the groundwork. Li Qing suggested. For instance, establishing small villages would suffice, with perhaps dozens of households in each. And then we promote it. Li Qing smiled. The first wave of migrants to Liaodong will be assigned housing, but only young individuals between 16 and 30 may settle there. Once a community is established, it will be easier to attract more people. Within a year, as they harvest grains, they will actively engage in building and encourage their family and friends to join them. Gradually, the desolation of Liaodong will be transformed. Zhu Di frowned. How much grain will be required to finance this endeavor? Li Qing teased. Are we to fear spending money on war, but not on building the Ming dynasty? After a moment, he added, with the cultivation of yonglo rice and beans, the Ming will face no shortage of grain in the future. Moreover, as vast tracts of wasteland are reclaimed, the investment will be recouped within a few years, leading to pure profit thereafter. Li Qing eloquently articulated. Consider this. When the population and taxation of the Ming dynasty surge exponentially, what a magnificent spectacle it will be. Does the emperor not wish to bequeath a prosperous realm to his descendants? Once accomplished, for generations to come, the future sovereigns will surely extol your name with admiration. Zhu Di's heart was stirred. As the new year approached, on the eve of the festival, a heavy snowfall blanketed the land. The snow fell relentlessly. From early morning until dusk, the courtyard was adorned with a thick layer of snow, the branches resembling exquisite ice sculptures, each glistening with crystalline beauty, cloaked in silver. The servants diligently swept the snow to the side, creating a substantial mound. The three ladies, clad in thick, double-breasted cotton jackets, despite their advancing age, retained a youthful spirit. Buoyed by the warmth bestowed upon them by their master's true energy, they felt no chill as they enthusiastically began to build a snowman. Their nimble hands crafted a snowman that was remarkably lifelike. It stood tall, with flowing hair, arched brows, and bright eyes, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Chapter 111. The expedition. Li Qing gazed at the snowman for a prolonged moment. Isn't it beautiful, master? The three ladies exclaimed proudly. Li Qing smiled brightly and softly replied. Indeed it is. With time to spare, Li Qing attempted to fashion a snowman in the likeness of the three ladies, yet after several failed attempts, he was met only with their teasing remarks. Not at all. It looks nothing like us. Such leisurely and delightful days passed swiftly, in the blink of an eye. Dumplings transformed into lanterns, and with another blink, the fruit trees in the courtyard began to sprout tender buds. As winter gave way to spring, the snowman melted, revealing a vibrant scene full of life. The elite from Jizhou, Jingding, and Jinan arrived successively in the capital. Zhu Zhongzhi, who had returned after inspecting the people's conditions, became more composed, embracing newfound responsibilities. With the expedition imminent, the capital's troops began mobilizing. Li Qing and Zhang Fu busily coordinated the grain supplies. During this period, officials from the Ministry of War were tirelessly bustling about, nearly exhausting themselves. Reporting to the minister, everything has been arranged. Yu Qian gasped as he entered the back hall of the yamen. Please sit. Li Qing poured a cup of warm tea and placed it before Yu Qian. After their prolonged acquaintance, Yu Qian felt less apprehensive and more familiar, raising his cup to drink heartily. Li Qing chuckled and poured him another cup. Yu Qian, cradling the tea cup, inquired, "Does the minister have further instructions?" After their time together, he had come to understand this official somewhat. He was not one to mince words. When he was polite, it often signaled trouble. "For this northern expedition, you shall accompany me," Li Qing stated directly. Yu Qian paused, hesitating as he replied. "The policy of relocating southern citizens to the north is still ongoing. I must supervise it and cannot easily disengage." He was a civil servant, not fond of warfare. Although he found military displays captivating, he firmly believed that peace and prosperity could only be achieved through civil governance, not through conflict. "Delegate your responsibilities to the officials," Li Qing insisted, leaving no room for refusal. "You are coming with me." Yu Qian clasped his hands together, acknowledging, "I will comply." Noticing his somewhat sullen demeanor, Li Qing laughed and asked, "What is it? Are you afraid of the hardships of marching or the battlefield?" "I am not afraid." Yu Qian shook his head, expressing that he was not well versed in military affairs. Although he had perused military texts, he had never set foot on a true battlefield, fearing he would be unable to serve the nation effectively. "Your awareness surpasses that of many," Li Qing remarked with a smile. "Not having experienced it is of little consequence. This time, you will gain that experience. After all, it is always beneficial to acquire skills." Li Qing took a sip of tea, noting that while one could manage without certain skills, it was prudent to possess them nonetheless. Yu Qian scratched his head, unsure of the full meaning of these words. Yet he understood that he could not evade participation in the upcoming northern expedition. "May I inquire, esteemed minister, when shall we depart?" "In approximately 5 days," came the response. Yu Qian nodded. "That timeline is manageable. I shall attend to the matters of the populace's relocation." "Yes, do so," Li Qing replied. "Once you are finished, there is no need to return to the office. Take a couple of days to rest." Yu Qian was taken aback, cupping his hands in gratitude as he took his leave. No sooner had he departed than Zhongzhi arrived. "Qingba, what do you think of my spear?" In the private setting of the back hall, Zhongzhi used a familiar address. He boasted, "This is crafted from the heartwood of the finest cowhide tree, meticulously polished, and then soaked in tung oil for 3 days. It feels incredibly comfortable to wield, impervious to ordinary blades. And look at this spearhead." Li Qing, uninterested in his lengthy exposition, took the spear and tried it out in the courtyard. To his surprise, it was indeed exceptional. "Have another made for yourself." "There is still time," Li Qing said, clearly enamored with the weapon. "This spear is mine now. You think too highly of yourself. I merely wanted you to see it." Zhongzhi retorted, unwilling to part with it. He reached out to reclaim it, but Li Qing deftly evaded him. Growing anxious, Zhongzhi insisted, "Return it at once. I am your bodyguard. How can I protect you without a suitable weapon?" Li Qing replied coolly, "Do you still wish to accompany the troops?" Zhongzhi stuttered. "First return it to me, and I will have another made for you." "This one is perfectly fine," Li Qing smiled. "You can have another made for yourself." Such fine craftsmanship, once in his possession, could not easily be relinquished. Zhongzhi, in frustration, thought to himself that had he known this would happen, he would not have shown off. "All right, later I shall teach you a few moves," Li Qing said, somewhat exasperated by Zhongzhi's stinginess. "That is agreed upon. And you must keep your word." Zhongzhi's expression softened slightly. Li Qing reassured him, "Rest assured, I guarantee it with my integrity." Zhongzhi rolled his eyes, responding, "With your integrity? It would be wiser to guarantee it with your salary. Should you renege, I shall have His Majesty deduct your pay." Li Qing remarked, "It must be said, this spear is indeed remarkable. It has a splendid feel when wielded." After practicing for a while, he joyously returned home with the spear. "Sir, are we going to war?" Wan Ling inquired, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. Li Qing nodded, smiling. "I shall return before long, perhaps in 3 months. Now that the capital has relocated to Beiping, the journey back and forth saves a considerable amount of time, coupled with the reforms in the supply lines. An expedition does not require an extended duration." Upon hearing this, the 3 women felt their earlier disappointment lift considerably. Lian Xiang asked, "When do we set out?" "In several days," Li Qing replied as he placed the spear aside, clapping his hands. "Now let us go out for a stroll." The women, now older, found traveling more challenging and often resorted to carriages and sedan chairs. Li Qing, accompanied by 3 young ladies, explored the bustling areas of the capital, indulging in exquisite delicacies and engaging in delightful pastimes. 5 days later, the troops assembled for inspection. The venerable Zhu Di, in his 60s, retained the valor of his youth. Adorned with a treasured sword and clad in armor, exuding the majesty of an emperor, Zhongzhi stood upon the command platform, fervently delivering a motivational speech before the battle. As the ranks of soldiers stood resolute, their spirits soaring, the resounding beat of drums echoed through the air, followed closely by the sharp sound of blades being drawn. The Ming army, wielding long spears and brandishing swords, chanted in unison, their battle cries resonating like thunder, shaking the heavens. Yu Qian, filled with fervor and enthusiasm, could not restrain himself and joined in the chorus, shouting, "The Ming army is formidable." After a 7-year hiatus, the emperor once more took the field in person, igniting excitement among the soldiers. Crown Prince Zhu Gaoqi accompanied ministers to bid farewell to the army as they departed the capital. Following customary salutations wishing the emperor victory, the Grand Army officially commenced its march. The following day, they exited the Jiong Pass. The sky was a brilliant blue, the grass lush and verdant, the vista expansive and boundless. Yu Qian, perched upon his steed, found the jostling uncomfortable, his body feeling as if it had been disassembled, yet his spirits soared. For he beheld landscapes he had never encountered before. "Are you managing well?" He turned to see Li Qing, who offered a supportive hand with his spear, nudging his horse closer. "Do you not know how to ride?" "I have ridden before, but my skills are modest," Yu Qian admitted sheepishly. "I have never ridden for such an extended period." Li Qing chuckled. "Soon it will be evening. We shall rest well tonight, for this is merely the beginning." "Understood," Yu Qian replied with a wry smile, acknowledging the beauty of the scenery beyond the frontier, yet recognizing the hardships of the march. Most soldiers trudged on foot, so he, as a mounted rider, could hardly complain, and thus he gritted his teeth and persevered. By evening, as they set up camp, the inner thigh of Yu Qian was raw and chafed, making his steps unsteady. "Take a drink," Li Qing offered, presenting a wine pouch. Yu Qian accepted it, gulping several hearty swigs, wiping his mouth afterward and exclaiming, "What a delight!" "Save some for later," Li Qing advised with a smile. "The road ahead is still long. Eat well and retire early." "Indeed," Yu Qian nodded, taking another sip of wine, his curiosity piqued. "Ministerly, how many times have you embarked on campaigns?" His intrigue was genuine, for Li Qing, despite being over 60, seemed unfazed by the rigors of the day, far more resilient than the younger Yu Qian. Li Qing counted on his fingers. Once at the surrender of Nala, once at the Battle of Bujir Sea, once after the Jingnan Rebellion, twice alongside Zhu Di in person. "Including this time, it is my 6th campaign." "6 times?" Yu Qian expressed astonishment. No wonder what?" Yu Qian's awkward smile suggested his hesitation. "Of course. No wonder you appear unaffected by the day's exertions," he finished. Then, after a pause, asked curiously, "With so many campaigns under your belt, why have you chosen a civil position rather than that of a general? Is it due to a lack of martial prowess?" Without responding, Li Qing turned and walked away, leaving Yu Qian in a state of bewilderment. After a night of rest, the Grand Army set forth once more the following day. After a night of rest, Yu Qian felt invigorated. However, this vitality did not last long as he soon succumbed to fatigue, experiencing pain in his waist, back, arms, and legs. Every part of him ached. This was merely the toll of marching. He could only imagine the greater hardships that awaited if battle were to ensue. Sighing, he reached for the wine pouch hanging from the saddle, hoping for a few swigs, but only a few drops trickled out. Smacking his lips in disappointment, Yu Qian shook his head with a wry smile and steeled himself to continue his march with the troops. Day after day, the inner thighs of his legs became chafed, and before they could heal, they would break open again. Over time, calluses formed, dulling the ache, and Yu Qian gradually adapted to the rigors of the march. He grew thinner and darker, yet his spirit soared even higher. One evening, Li Qing tossed Yu Qian a wine pouch, noting that they were not far from the decisive battle and urging him to rest well. Yu Qian caught it eagerly, uncorked it, and indulged in a hearty drink. "Oh, how delightful!" He wiped his mouth, having consumed nearly half the pouch, a look of satisfaction painting his face. Until that moment, he had never realized how exquisite wine could taste. "Minister, am I to go to the battlefield?" Yu Qian inquired. "Can you handle it?" Li Qing teased. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Yu Qian replied, Is it possible that the minister summoned me merely to broaden my horizons? Indeed, it is as simple as that. Li Qing affirmed. Experience is the most invaluable treasure. Observe closely and learn well. I have informed the emperor that when the battle commences, you need not venture to the front lines. You will remain with the emperor at the lookout, serving as one of the messengers. Though it was a blessing not to face the battlefield, Yu Qian felt a pang of disappointment. After days of marching, he believed he was no longer the frail scholar devoid of strength. Minister Li, I have grown considerably stronger. That is merely your illusion, Li Qing scoffed. Do you truly think that a mere march qualifies you for the battlefield? In your condition, you would last no more than a quarter of an hour in combat. Just as Yu Qian was about to retort, Zhongzhi approached, prompting Yu Qian to rise and bow. I have come to pay my respects to the crown prince. Do not stand on ceremony. Zhongzhi waved dismissively, turning to Li Qing. We are merely 200 miles from the Datar tribe. The emperor requests you to head to the command camp and deduce the location of the Datar's main encampment. Understood. I shall go at once, Li Qing replied, nodding as he followed Zhongzhi towards the command camp. Inside the main tent, Zhu Di leaned over a table, intently observing the sand table depicting the terrain. Accompanied by several esteemed generals, including Marquis Wen Zhenghong, Marquis Cheng'an Wang Tong, and Marquis Yangwu Shuelu, all of whom wore furrowed brows, hesitant to voice their opinions on such a critical decision. Your Majesty, Li Qing called out as he entered the tent. Do not bow, Zhu Di replied, still fixated on the sand table. After a considerable time, he straightened and said, Li Qing, come take a look. He pointed to two significant locations on the sand table. Which do you believe is the Datar tribe's main camp? Li Qing glanced at both sites, noting their lush pastures and natural defenses, and replied, Your Majesty. Both are possible candidates. Zhu Di, frustrated, pressed, which location is more likely? Li Qing, uncertain, conceded, it is difficult to ascertain. The exact position of the Datar tribe will reveal itself upon closer inspection. Zhu Di retorted angrily, there are still over 200 miles to go. The scout's target is too large and will easily attract attention. Li Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment and declared, I shall venture forth alone. Zhu Di retorted with irritation, Are you capable of that? Indeed, I am, Li Qing affirmed. Zhongzhi interjected, His physical condition is excellent. I am not even his match. That lad truly is something. Li Qing nodded. Your Majesty, I assure you, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. Zhu Di pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Safety is paramount. You must return by tomorrow evening at the latest. He understood Li Qing well. Although he was often despised, his reliability in critical matters was unwavering. He was also acutely aware of Li Qing's capabilities. Ride my steed. Very well, Li Qing replied with a smile. Zhongzhi insisted, Grandfather, allow me to accompany Li Qing. An extra pair of hands offers additional security. You would merely be a hindrance, Li Qing thought to himself. You would be a liability, Zhu Di scolded. Stay put. If you dare to wander without my permission, I shall have you punished. After a pause, he turned to Li Qing. The army cannot wait indefinitely. You have but one day. Return before nightfall and proceed with caution. I shall obey your command. Under the starlit sky and the luminous moon, a solitary rider galloped across the grassy plains. Li Qing removed his mask and headgear, allowing his thick black hair to cascade freely as a refreshing breeze caressed his face, invigorating him immensely. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as he rode with abandon, reveling in his freedom. While traversing the terrain, he remained vigilant, ensuring he did not stray off course. After a night of relentless travel covering 200 miles, the horse reached its limit. Li Qing halted to let the steed graze on fresh fodder, utilizing the respite to fashion a straw hat and shed his official attire and boots. He then secured the horse in a hidden nook and proceeded on foot. As dawn broke, Li Qing frolicked across the lush prairie, unshackled like the monkey king liberated from the Five Elements mountain, reveling in the joy of bare feet upon the earth. Empowered by his inner energy, his speed rivaled that of a warhorse, perhaps even exceeding it slightly. Yet, after half an hour, hunger struck him. The excessive exertion left his stomach grumbling, a discomfort that did not impair his bodily functions but was nonetheless bothersome. Rubbing his belly, he chuckled, I was careless to forget provisions. Accustomed to regular meals, he found this sudden fasting quite challenging. Glancing at the map, he noted the target was merely a dozen miles away. There was no time to indulge in food or drink. As the sun rose, Golden rays illuminated the verdant grass, with dewdrops glistening like jewels, epitomizing the beauty of nature. Li Qing rolled up his pant legs and ascended a hill, gazing into the distance. Far off, clusters of white tents were scattered in an impressive display. This must be the right place, Li Qing murmured as he continued to observe. After a while, he noticed shadows moving, although indistinct. It was evident that they were human figures. Sighing in relief, Li Qing confirmed the encampment of the Tatar tribe. However, he noted with concern that the number of tents appeared diminished. Has the Tatar tribe weakened, or are some tents obscured by the hills? He pondered for some time without arriving at a conclusion. Looking up at the soaring eagle above, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. This object is indeed the standard configuration of the Yuan tribe. It can only be found where the main camp is located. Li Qing did not carry a bow and arrow, yet he was indifferent, for it was merely a beast, incapable of speech. Alone and not adorned in the official attire of the Ming, he felt confident that he would not be exposed unless the creature somehow gained intelligence. Stretching lazily, Li Qing descended the slope, resolved to return with the news. Regardless of the circumstances, the presence of the Tatars here was undeniable. Their intent to attack could not be mistaken. With ample time at his disposal, Li Qing hummed a tune, leisurely making his way back to where the horses were tethered. After traversing a mountain and rounding a bend, he found himself captivated by the azure sky and drifting clouds, yet his gait suddenly halted. Just as he rounded a corner, he encountered a contingent of Yuan soldiers, no more than 40 or 50 riders. The distance between them was minimal, a mere few dozen meters, and they had already spotted him. Hastening towards him on horseback, panic surged through Li Qing as his mind raced. Fighting was not out of the question, but the challenge lay in the fact that these individuals were mounted. Complete annihilation was impossible, and engaging them would likely reveal his position. Before he could devise a plan, the Yuan soldiers closed in. Li Qing, bewildered, could barely comprehend their inquiries. Though he grasped the gist, they were likely questioning his origin. The Han and Yuan bore distinct features, particularly as Li Qing's countenance was remarkably refined, not resembling that of an individual accustomed to harsh outdoor conditions. The Yuan soldiers pressed him further with their questions. Li Qing babbled incoherently, which left them equally perplexed, as they could not decipher his words. Indeed, he himself was unaware of what he was saying. Seizing the moment of their confusion, he inhaled deeply and took off running. He refrained from seizing a horse for two reasons. Firstly, in a full-blown sprint, he could outrun the steed. Secondly, riding would hinder his ability to dodge arrows. The Yuan soldiers were taken aback, then erupted in laughter, their expressions rife with mockery as they pursued him relentlessly. With keen awareness and agility, Li Qing evaded all arrows, maintaining his speed. Damn it, how unfortunate can one be? He cursed, sprinting with all his might. Curiously, after an initial barrage of arrows, the Yuan soldiers ceased firing, opting instead to chase him down. Yet, Li Qing paid little mind, propelled by adrenaline, his feet seemingly gliding over the ground. In less than 15 minutes, he had outpaced his pursuers. But he did not slow down, continuing his fervent flight. After another quarter of an hour, Li Qing arrived at the spot where the horses were tethered and, fortuitously, found his horse leisurely grazing. He exhaled a sigh of relief, donned his official attire and shoes, mounted swiftly, and donned his mask and hood, galloping away. Uncertain of whether he had been exposed as a Ming official, he resolved to prepare for the worst, hastening to deliver the news and rally forces for an impending assault. "Why did you not shoot that man?" questioned a Yuan commander, perplexed. "His actions are suspicious, although we have scoured 100 miles around. We cannot dismiss the possibility that the Ming might be stationed further afield." "How is that possible?" murmured a Lutai, seemingly oblivious to his subordinate's words, his face betraying sheer astonishment. "What troubles you, master?" the Yuan commander asked, astonished, for he had never before witnessed such a countenance from his superior. After calling out several times, Alutai finally regained his senses. He tightened the reins and resolutely declared, "Let us return swiftly." Without regard for his subordinate's reactions, he spurred his horse into a frenzied gallop. "My lord, I believe I have seen him." Chapter 113. The outbreak of war. "Who do you think you saw?" Mu Zhuer inquired, furrowing her brow. Li Qing. "What?" The usually composed Mu Zhuer sprang to her feet. "Alu, did you truly see him? When and where?" "Not more than 10 miles from our camp," Alutai replied, a bitter smile crossing his lips, though he quickly suppressed his negative emotions and continued earnestly, "My lord, the Ming army may be approaching. I fear not their arrival. Rather, I dread their absence. After planning for so long, we await their coming, Mujwar remarked with a cold smirk. Though in her 50s, she was no longer youthful. Her eyes still sparkled with untamed ferocity. Gradually, her wildness softened. Was he injured? No, he escaped. I see. Mujwar relaxed slightly, then grasped the crux of the matter. Are you certain? Indeed, Alutai frowned. I cannot be entirely sure it was he. It may even be impossible, yet I have an instinct that it was him. Mujwar knitted her brows. Speak clearly. Alutai stammered. The man resembled the Li Qing of old, in both appearance and demeanor. He paused, muttering. Even his annoying qualities were identical. Mujwar shot him a glare before questioning his appearance. Yes, he still appears to be in his 20s. 20? Mujwar murmured, her expression betraying a hint of dismay. It must be his son. Alutai shook his head. Even a son could not resemble him so closely, my lord. You have not seen him. It is truly uncanny. Is it truly him? Mujwar paused, then shook her head in disbelief. That is impossible. No one remains untouched by time. Besides, I encountered him over a decade ago. Alutai opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. My lord, what shall we do? We shall proceed with the plan. After so long in preparation, it is finally time to put our strategy into action. A smile played at the corners of Mujwar's lips, and in that moment, she exuded unparalleled confidence. Alutai bowed respectfully, ready to take his leave, but was halted once more. How many witnessed the one who resembled Li Qing? More than 40 people saw him. Mujwar nodded. Have them come here. Why have they not arrived yet? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Qing had still not returned, causing Zhu Di to grow anxious. He stepped out of the tent, his gaze straining into the distance. In Zhu Di's mind, Li Qing's significance rivaled that of the impending battle, if not surpassing it. He relied on Li Qing to oversee the transition of power after his death. He awaited, longing for his return. As twilight approached, Li Qing finally appeared. Zhu Di let out a long sigh of relief, but upon seeing Li Qing's disheveled state, his brow furrowed. What happened to you? Were you discovered? Yes, Li Qing nodded, but it does not necessarily mean I was exposed. Li Qing briefly recounted the events, albeit with some embellishments, such as claiming he ran faster than a horse. Even so, his account astonished the assembled generals. Upon being discovered by Tartar scouts, the esteemed lord and minister displayed remarkable resilience, returning alive. The gazes of the generals towards Li Qing underwent a transformation. Zhu Di, however, remained unfazed, scoffing. What if they truly suspect us? It's merely a couple of 100 miles. At a rapid march, we could cover it in less than a day. They would hardly have the time to retreat. The elderly, women, and children, not to mention livestock, would struggle to relocate in even 5 days. Nevertheless, Zhu Di was not inclined to delay. The sooner they reached the battlefield, the more advantageous it would be for the Ming forces. Time waits for no one. Without further ado, Zhu Di issued orders to march. After a night's rest and a day's march, the troops were invigorated and quickly formed ranks to advance. Li Qing, famished, indulged in a hearty meal of wine and meat atop his steed, while Yu Qian observed enviously. Have some. Li Qing offered a roasted leg of lamb. Yu Qian shook his head, his eyes fixated on the wine pouch. With a chuckle, Li Qing tossed the wine pouch to him and continued savoring the lamb. After a night of swift marching, covering over 100 miles, the army took a brief respite of 2.5 hours before setting off once more. During this time, Li Qing shot down 2 trained sea eagles, which he intended to roast, but Zhu Di disapproved, stating, though these creatures cannot be of use to us, they would serve well as ornamental treasures. As dusk approached, they finally neared the Tartar encampment, small fires flickering in the distance. We have finally located them. Zhu Zhongzhi exclaimed with excitement. Grandfather? Zhu Di cast a glance at him and replied, remain composed. We shall engage at dawn. Zhongheng, at your service. You shall lead 5,000 cavalry to encircle them and cut off their retreat. As you command. Wang Tong, at your service. Wang Tong knelt, clasping his fists in respect, led 5,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry forward. Zhu Di calmly issued the military commands. Shui Lu summoned the sharpshooters of the Divine Machine Camp and artillery to lead the charge. He cautioned, Wang Tong, do not rush into battle. Allow Shui Lu and the others to fire their cannons before letting the soldiers charge. As you command. Both Wang and Shui replied respectfully before departing to assemble the troops. In a corner, Yu Qian, having overheard the series of military orders, furrowed his brow in deep thought before finally stepping forward. Your Majesty, I have a proposal. Zhu Di lifted his gaze, and the other generals turned to Yu Qian, all eyes upon him. What is your proposal? I believe, Yu Qian began, gathering his courage, that engaging in battle at night may disadvantage the enemy, but it could also pose risks to our Ming forces. Moreover, having marched nearly a full day with only a brief rest, now is not the optimal moment to commence hostilities. Zhu Di scoffed. And when do you deem it more appropriate to strike? Before dawn. Zhu Di chuckled and shook his head, the other commanders joining in laughter, finding Yu Qian's suggestion somewhat absurd. Once the laughter subsided, Zhu Di spoke clearly. Relay the orders. Scouts shall pave the way, seize the high ground, and construct observation posts. He then addressed the commanders, regroup the troops, and continue the advance. Yes, Yu Qian wished to articulate further, but was silenced by a glance from Li Qing. Speak less, observe more, and learn, Li Qing advised. Yu Qian sighed, giving a slight nod in acquiescence. In just over 10 miles, and after the passage of half an hour, the Central Army had arrived at the forefront of the Tatar camp, and the lookout tower was nearly completed. The enemy had evidently detected the presence of the Ming forces for some time and was actively preparing for battle. Flickering torches illuminated a throng of soldiers, and the impending clash loomed ominously. A quarter of an hour later, the makeshift lookout tower was established, accompanied by the resounding roar of cannons. Zhu Di immediately ascended the lookout tower, closely followed by Zhongzhi, and thereafter, Li Qing brought Yu Qian up as well. Boom! Another barrage of cannon fire erupted, and in the aftermath, sporadic cries of anguish were heard. Clearly, due to the poor visibility at night, the accuracy was far from optimal. Nevertheless, the Tatar forces could not afford to remain passive. Soon, a contingent of Tatars charged down the slope with unmatched ferocity, recklessly advancing toward the divine mechanism camp. The Ming forces were well prepared, promptly erecting barricades while the shield-bearers formed a phalanx, and the cavalry launched a flanking counterattack against the Tatar horsemen. The lookout tower was situated at a considerable distance from the battlefield, as it housed the emperor's presence, and thus could not be too close to the fray, limiting the ability to command effectively. Fortunately, Zhu Di had issued operational directives in advance, allowing the Ming forces to maintain a methodical offensive. The emperor's personal involvement greatly bolstered the morale of the troops, ensuring that both commanders and soldiers meticulously executed the orders. The scene was not one of gruesome carnage. Rather, all that could be seen were serpentine flames and the cacophony of battle cries, a tragic yet brilliantly fierce spectacle. It was Yu Qian's first encounter with the true brutality of battle, and his frequent visits to the training grounds had fostered a significant interest in military affairs. Having perused numerous military texts, he could comprehend the dynamics of the battlefield, albeit still confined to theoretical understanding. He discerned that the Ming forces held a substantial advantage. The concerns that had plagued him did not materialize, and a weight began to lift from his heart. At that moment, Li Qing seized the opportunity to impart wisdom. Indeed, engaging in battle during daylight greatly favors the Ming forces, yet warfare is a matter involving both sides. One must consider the enemy while contemplating one's own strategy. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. Li Qing's earnest instruction resonated with Yu Qian, who listened attentively. In the Tatar command tent, Muzhuer sat leisurely on a low stool, skillfully carving a roasted whole lamb, exuding an air of relaxation. Taishur Alutai occupied the position of Khan, drinking heartily and laughing boisterously. In stark contrast to their ease, the three other bearded middle-aged men appeared visibly anxious. Taishur, the Ming forces are formidable. Although our warriors are brave, they struggle to withstand the Ming artillery. Shouldn't we dispatch our troops? One queried. Haha, fear not. My three friends, we Tatars are known for our loyalty and shall never treat the Wulanha as mere cannon fodder, Alutai replied jovially. Abu-jian, you are to immediately mobilize 8,000 warriors to lend support to the forces of Wulanha. Yes, responded the Tatar General Abu-jian, bowing in acknowledgement before departing. Muzhuer then presented the carved lamb to the three men, smiling as he declared, once we have repelled the Ming forces, we shall turn our attention to the Walla. Today's Walla shall become tomorrow's Wulanha. Indeed, Arutai remarked that the Walla were not descendants of the heavenly Khan, yet they foolishly aspired to unify the steppes. A sheer delusion. If we join forces to annihilate the Walla, we can then march toward the central plains, and our grand endeavor shall come to fruition. The Grand Master is indeed sagacious. The three chieftains of the Wulanha, flattering him, had no intention of attacking the Ming dynasty, not out of desire, but from the understanding that they could not prevail. Their alliance with the Tatars was a desperate measure. They found themselves in a precarious situation, caught between the Ming, the Tatars, and the Walla, struggling for survival. In recent years, as internal strife plagued the Ming, they had suffered greatly, being bullied first by the Tatars and then by the Walla, leading to a most arduous existence. Although they had sought assistance from the Ming, Zhu Di was more than eager for them to descend into internal chaos. He would never dispatch troops to aid them. Nonetheless, in an effort to ensure that the Wulanha would deplete one another alongside the Walla and Tatars, he intensified trade between the two factions, which contributed to the Wulanha's survival. It can be said that they were mere pawns in this game. They understood this reality, yet felt powerless. After enduring enough oppression, the Wulanha grew wary. After much reflection, they continued to publicly pay homage to the Ming while secretly engaging with the more formidable Tatars. Only half a year ago, the Tatars promised that if they were willing to unite, they would replace the Walla after their destruction, which finally convinced them to pledge allegiance. Of course, they had little choice. Moreover, having been victimized by the Tatars without ever reciprocating, they lacked the means to assert dominance over them. They were inclined to believe that if given the choice, the Tatars would undoubtedly select them over the Walla. As Arutai savored the lamb meat apportioned by the princess, he felt a surge of contentment and raised his cup, exclaiming, "Let us toast to our great undertaking." The three promptly raised their cups in salute to the Grand Master. Outside, the sounds of battle roared, yet within the camp, merriment reigned. Mujwa, with head down, eagerly carved the lamb, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 114. Something awry, the fierce battle raged on, flames leaping like a dragon, shrouding the dark night in an inferno, the cacophony of shouts and clashes resembling thunder. Yuqian focused intently on the unfolding combat, adrenaline surging, his brow furrowed. Though obscured from his view were the brutal and gory scenes, he could vividly imagine the horrors of war. Something felt amiss. A voice caught Yuqian's attention. He turned and inquired, "Ministerly, what seems to be the matter?" It was evident to him that the Ming forces held the upper hand, and this advantage was gradually expanding. If the current situation continued, within the hour, the Ming would completely seize control of the battlefield. However, Li Qing interjected, "The Tatars are far from this number." He stepped closer to Zhu Di, saying, "Your Majesty, do you not find the Tatar forces rather scant?" Zhu Di had already observed this, scoffing, "I do not know what schemes the Tatars are concocting, but it matters not. Regardless of their intentions, they shall crumble before our overwhelming might." Despite his bravado, Zhu Di nonetheless commanded, "Zhongzhi, relay the military orders, assemble 20,000 troops, prepare for immediate deployment, and remain ever ready for battle." "As you command," Zhu Zhongzhi replied respectfully before descending from the watchtower. Li Qing patted Yuqian, urging him to accompany the crown prince. Yuqian clasped his hands in salute and turned to follow Zhu Zhongzhi. Zhu Di paid no heed to this minor detail and turned to Li Qing, inquiring about the intentions of the Tatars. "I do not know," Li Qing replied, shaking his head. "However, at least we currently hold the upper hand." After serving as a military supervisor so many times, Zhu Di's expression soured. Li Qing scratched his head, discerning the emperor's tone. "Have you figured it out?" Zhu Di's face flushed slightly as he retorted, "Of course. Did you not notice that I have already made preparations in advance?" He was quite adept at feigning ignorance. It was evident that this was merely a standard arrangement. Li Qing scoffed, continuing to observe the unfolding situation. To be frank, he truly could not decipher the Tatars' objectives. The number of Tatars engaged in battle was not overly large, yet it exceeded 10,000, each one valiant and evidently elite. If they sought to lure the enemy deeper, why had they not executed this strategy until reaching their encampment? If they aimed for a breakout, there were no signs of such, and breakouts typically require swiftness. The current circumstances suggested a desperate struggle, yet if they were indeed fighting for their lives, why not unleash their full might instead of deploying less than half their forces? The Tatar strategy defied all logic, leaving Li Qing utterly perplexed. "Your Majesty, do you think they might be doing this deliberately to seize our camp?" Li Qing inquired. Zhu Di shook his head resolutely. As long as they have not lost their wits, they would not resort to such a tactic. He gestured towards the elite troops below, equipped with artillery and firearms, along with barricades and shield formations. They could not charge through, and with the battlefield merely 5 miles away, our army could reinforce at any moment. Zhu Di scoffed. Should the Tatars dare to assault our central army, they will find themselves besieged from all sides, with no place to bury their dead. Li Qing nodded slightly. Then, what do you believe their intentions are? Zhu Di was momentarily at a loss, exclaiming in frustration. What on earth are the Tatars doing? They neither launch a full-scale attack nor attempt a breakout. Are they merely trying to whittle down our forces before succumbing to us? Li Qing felt a chuckle rising within him, yet the situation indeed seemed to unfold as such. The flames of war continued to rage, escalating further, with the scales of victory increasingly tipping in favor of the Ming army. Li Qing and Zhu Di closely monitored the battlefield, both aware that regardless of the Tatars' motives, they were approaching a moment of clarity. As time passed, the Tatar counterattacks grew feebler, descending into a state of steady decline. To their surprise, the Tatars still showed no response, seemingly intent on remaining passive. They exchanged glances, both bewildered. The situation appeared to align with Zhu Di's assertion. The Tatars seemed intent on exhausting their forces before yielding to the Ming army. It was exceedingly strange, an unreal spectacle. It was akin to two bitter enemies, one offering a knife to the other, saying, "Here, stab me to death." Absurd. Within the grand tent, cups clinked in revelry. The 3 leaders of the Walanhua were flushed, already 7 parts intoxicated, while a Lutai had also partaken generously but retained clarity in his gaze. Muzhuer, with her greasy little hands, occasionally sliced off pieces of golden brown meat from the lamb chops and savored them with delight. The cacophony of battle cries echoed outside, yet within the tent, the leaders indulged in copious feasting and drinking, as if oblivious to the conflict surrounding them. A quarter of an hour later, the intoxication of the 3 chieftains deepened, though they still retained a semblance of lucidity. No more drinks. The Grand Master has a formidable capacity, and we are no match for him. Arutai did not press the matter, nodding with a smile, ready to speak further when suddenly, a thunderous explosion interrupted the moment. The deafening blasts were less than 100 meters away. Even the sounds of debris falling were distinctly audible. In an instant, the 3 inebriated Wulianya leaders sobered up, their faces filled with terror. The Ming army is upon us. Not so easily. There is no need to panic, Arutai reassured them, though his words lacked the persuasive weight of the cannon fire. The 3 were genuinely alarmed. They understood all too well the prowess of the Ming forces, and the arrival of cannonballs spoke volumes. One of them rose to inquire, "Grand Master, did the Tatar troops truly send reinforcements?" "Indeed, multiple waves have been dispatched, as you all just witnessed," Arutai replied, raising his hands in a gesture of calm. "Rest assured, I am still here." Upon hearing this, the 3 leaders felt a slight sense of relief, yet the preceding barrage had left them trembling with fear. "Perhaps we should retreat. This place is too perilous." Although the Tatar warriors are valiant, one began, but was suddenly interrupted by the frantic entrance of a blood-soaked man into the camp, exclaiming, "Leaders, we have been deceived. The Tatars have not sent any troops. Our brothers are suffering heavy casualties. The Ming army is about to breach our defenses." A gleaming curved blade abruptly emerged from the man's abdomen, dripping crimson blood that flowed in rivulets down the blade. With a gasp, the knife was yanked back, and the man crumpled to the ground, convulsing as blood gushed from his mouth and nose. The 3 Wulianya chieftains looked up in horror, recognizing the assailant as Abuzin, who had previously been tasked with leading 8,000 Tatar warriors to provide support. At this moment, even the dimmest among them could discern that they had been used as pawns, or perhaps more aptly, as cannon fodder. Yet they could not fathom why they had been promised a retreat against the Ming to instead confront the Walla. What benefit would it serve the Tatars to lead them to their doom? However, they had no time to ponder these questions. Having attained their positions as leaders, they were not fools. They swiftly resolved to charge at Arutai. Simultaneously, several of their generals followed suit, a group of 7 or 8 rushing towards Arutai. "Naive," Arutai scoffed, raising his arm. In the next moment, a volley of crossbow bolts flew from his sleeves, while 2 of his guards unleashed their own powerful crossbows. In an instant, 5 or 6 men were struck by multiple arrows, collapsing into a pool of blood. Those at the back, witnessing this, immediately turned to flee, hacking through the tent in a desperate escape. "Do not concern yourselves with them. It is better to leave a few alive," the usually silent Muzhuir spoke up. "It is time for us to break through." Arutai nodded in agreement, asking, "Abuzin, how prepared are the brothers?" "Ready as ever," Abuzin replied with a grin. We have merely awaited the king's command. Mujwa decisively declared, let us break through immediately. She cast a glance towards the direction of the Ming army's battle cries. A triumphant smile gracing her lips as she murmured to herself, we shall meet again in the not-so-distant future. The clamor for blood surged anew, with fresh troops joining the fray, amplifying the Ming forces' advantage to an overwhelming extent. Zhu Di chuckled, declaring that all schemes, both covert and overt, would crumble before absolute power. This time, the Tatars were destined to falter. Li Qing's expression mirrored his delight, for the tide of battle had been irrevocably set. Even if the Tatars were to muster another 20,000 men, it would not alter the outcome. No sooner had he finished speaking than a resounding battle cry echoed from afar, followed by a cascade of flickering flames that swiftly retreated towards the rear of the battlefield, an estimated 20,000 troops in flight. Zhu Di was momentarily taken aback, casting a fierce glare at Li Qing, but soon regained his composure. The presence of such a force among the Tatars was to be expected. He wouldn't have been surprised had they added another 10 or 20,000. Your Majesty, shall we pursue? Came a voice from the shadows. How can we chase in this darkness? Zhu Di shook his head, reassured that Zheng Heng, with his 5,000 cavalry, was already encircling them. There was no need for panic. The Tatars, in their hasty retreat, would be unable to carry away the livestock upon which they depended for survival. Slaying over 10,000 of them and raiding their stronghold would suffice. Yu Qian softly inquired, Ministerly, can our 5,000 cavalry withstand 20,000 Tatar horsemen? Certainly not. Li Qing replied, but we need not hold them back. Our aim is merely to hasten their retreat. Once we drive them away, we can take full control of this area. He continued, in open plains warfare, it is nearly impossible to completely annihilate the enemy. To have slain over 10,000 elite Tatars and raided their homeland is already a remarkable victory. Yu Qian nodded in agreement. Even in historical records, a battle resulting in the slaying of over 10,000 foes would be considered a great triumph. Coupled with the Tatars' livestock, the spoils of this battle were indeed plentiful. Presently, the Ming was amidst a wave of land reclamation, and the yaks of the steppes could be employed as plow animals. Sheep could be sold for profit. Cattle could till the fields, and camels would assist in the migration of the populace. Yu Qian felt invigorated. These were tangible resources, not merely paper currency conjured from thin air. Such assets represented true wealth. The battle raged on, yet the enemy's capacity for resistance dwindled, eventually culminating in their surrender. While the act of killing captives bore ill omen, prisoners could still prove invaluable. Zhu Di, unlike Changyu, ordered the cessation of hostilities. Concurrently, he dispatched 25,000 men to encircle the captives entirely. By the time these tasks were completed, midnight had arrived. Given his age, Zhu Di, feeling fatigued, entrusted matters to his grandson for management. Zhongzhi, now in his 20s, was well versed in affairs, having received careful instruction from Zhu Di since childhood. Li Qing felt no apprehension and prepared to return to camp for rest. Ministerly, please wait, Yu Qian said. What is it? After a moment's contemplation, Yu Qian voiced his unease. I fear the Tatar leader may not be particularly astute. He intended to convey that the leader's actions seemed suspicious rather than to declare him foolish. Li Qing understood. He too harbored similar sentiments. After a brief pause, he smiled. With captives in our possession, we shall simply interrogate a bilingual prisoner tomorrow. Chapter 115. Intelligence the following morning, at dawn. Li Qing stretched lazily, turning over to indulge in a few more moments of sleep, when Zhongzhi entered the room. Qingbo, wake up, he called. What is it? Li Qing replied, unable to hide his weariness as he propped himself up. Good news, Zhongzhi said, his eyes bright with excitement, despite the bloodshot hue and fatigue that marred his countenance. We have intelligence regarding the Walla tribe. Li Qing's fatigue evaporated instantly, replaced by keen interest. Go on, he urged. Zhongzhi briefly summarized the situation, relaying information provided by the capable General Alutai, asserting its credibility since the defectors would have no reason to offer false intelligence. Li Qing nodded slightly before inquiring. By the way, how many cattle and sheep have we captured, and how many prisoners? The exact numbers have yet to be tallied, Zhongzhi replied, but it is far fewer than anticipated. There should be around 13,000 heads of livestock combined, and over 2,000 camels. As he spoke, a frown creased his brow. Moreover, there is something peculiar. Their elderly, women, and children are few, only a little over 3,000. This implies they must have relocated long ago, Li Qing remarked, furrowing his brow. Yet, if that is the case, why did they fight so desperately, sacrificing so many before choosing to retreat? Indeed, I find this battle puzzling. With many aspects that defy reason, Zhu Zhongzhi agreed, scratching his head. Yet, we, the Ming forces, seem to have gained a significant advantage. What could the Tatars be after? Li Qing threw off his covers, donned his outer garments, and slipped on his shoes. Has the emperor risen yet? Not when I left, Zhu Zhongzhi replied. Come, accompany me to the command tent. We must clarify matters first. Li Qing urged, leading Zhu Zhongzhi outside. What? We have captured a Lutai's general, and we possess intelligence on the Walla? Zhu Di's morning irritability vanished instantly as he rubbed his hands together. Quickly gather the spoils of war. This time, we shall strike a blow against the Walla as well. Your Majesty, do you not sense something amiss? Li Qing asked. Zhu Di countered, the Walla have invaded Hami. Should we not retaliate? Li Qing fell silent. Zhu Di continued, should we deal with the Walla directly, or should we retreat and return next year? Li Qing paused, then nodded slightly. To be candid, he believed the necessity of confronting the Walla outweighed that of addressing the Tatars. However, despite the impressive gains from this battle, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. Your Majesty, perhaps we should first meet with a Lutai to avoid falling into an enemy trap, Li Qing suggested. Zhu Di agreed. Naturally, I have always exercised caution in military matters. Zhongzhi, go fetch him for me. Your grandson obeys, Zhu Zhongzhi replied, but Zhu Di added, do not rush off just yet. After a moment's thought, he continued, ensure the prisoners are secured, all bound tightly and watched closely, allowing only him to remain free. Zhu Zhongzhi nodded, recognizing that there were no further instructions, and he took his leave. Li Qing said nothing about Zhu Di's arrangements. While some might argue that they lacked the grandeur befitting a great nation, he believed that efficacy was paramount. What need was there for appearances? Before long, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard was brought into the camp. He was astute enough to bow respectfully, saying, your humble servant pays his respects to His Majesty, the Emperor of Ming. Rise, Zhu Di commanded. Thank you, Your Majesty, Emperor of Ming, the man replied. Ashtimer rose, his head bowed low. Zhu Di sipped his tea leisurely and inquired, I have heard you possess intelligence regarding the Walla? This is a topographical map. Ashtimer produced the map from his bosom, offering it with both hands. Zhu Zhongzhi stepped forward to accept it and presented it to Zhu Di. Li Qing craned his neck for a glance, but, due to the angle, could discern nothing of significance. Zhu Di scrutinized the map for a considerable time before folding it away and addressing Zhu Zhongzhi. Take him below and ensure he is well treated. The phrase well treated bore dual implications. It signified both providing him with ample sustenance and ensuring he was closely monitored to prevent any mishaps. Zhu Zhongzhi, of course, understood these subtle undertones. Once Ashtimer was escorted away, Zhu Di tossed the map to Li Qing. You take a look too. Li Qing accepted it, unfurling the map, and studied it intently for a while before looking up at Zhu Di. What do you think? Zhu Di asked. It does not appear to be a forgery. Li Qing replied. The Walla camp is likely situated in that region, yet I sense there is something amiss with this individual. What issue? Zhu Di inquired. He has not dared to raise his head, as if he fears being recognized by others. Li Qing frowned. If he has chosen to surrender, there is no need for such concealment. It is suspicious. Zhu Di chuckled derisively. The Mongols may lack education, yet they comprehend the most basic of courtesies. Moreover, as a general fluent in the Han language, he naturally would not dare to gaze directly upon me, let alone him, even in the court. Who among the officials would dare to stare unabashedly at me? As he spoke, he cast an irritable glare at Li Qing. Only Li Qing had the audacity to disregard the emperor, treating him almost as an equal. Li Qing nodded awkwardly. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Zhu Di's words led him to reconsider his earlier thoughts. However, he remained perplexed as to why the Tartars had chosen to fight in this manner. Captives were devoid of rights, bound hand and foot, herded amid cattle and camels like livestock. After several days of recuperation, Yu Qian finally regained his strength, becoming accustomed to the rigors of marching. Yet this time he had developed a craving for alcohol. A day without a couple of swigs left him feeling unwell. Li Qing, having indulged in several drinks, tempted Yu Qian, who swallowed hard but felt too embarrassed to speak. Li Qing would periodically bring him a flask. Alas, Yu Qian's craving grew ever stronger, and he drained it far too quickly each time. One must learn to be content, he thought to himself. avoiding excess and keeping his eyes averted. What delightful wine, Li Qing's teasing voice chimed in. Come, have another couple of sips. Yu Qian was tormented by desire, swallowing hard in secret. So tempting. Yu Qian, I shall not drink, he declared, waving his hand and shifting his gaze elsewhere. Li Qing smacked his lips and removed the wine pouch hanging from his saddle. The march is arduous. Have a sip. Yu Qian felt tempted but still shook his head in refusal. Li Qing offered once more, and Yu Qian, yielding to the moment, accepted the pouch and took 2 swigs. Here you go. Save some for later, Li Qing stretched lazily. Drink slowly. The wine in the army is scarce. Yu Qian's face flushed, and he nodded sheepishly. Minister Li, are we to launch an attack on the Walla this time? The various generals were already aware of this. It was no secret. Li Qing nodded, reflecting on the previous year's incursions by the Walla into Hami. Although they had not dared to occupy the territory, it was imperative to address their audacity. Failing to teach them a lesson would only embolden them further in the future. It was time to strike. Yu Qian suggested, however, that it would be prudent to calculate the timing of the offensive, ensuring that it commenced during daylight hours to fully harness the military's capabilities. Li Qing replied with a smile. The emperor has already made the necessary arrangements. That is reassuring, Yu Qian said, relaxing slightly as he leaned closer to Li Qing and spoke in a low voice. Merely engaging in warfare is not the optimal strategy. As you have rightly pointed out, it is nearly impossible to completely annihilate the enemy on the vast plains. Warfare is far less profitable than trade. There are valuable resources beyond the borders, such as ginseng, snow lotus, furs, and war horses. These are treasures. If both parties could enhance trade and share resources, the Ming would not only avoid the costs of military campaigns, but could also accrue significant wealth. Indeed, you are correct, but not entirely, Li Qing interjected. While warfare serves the purpose of compelling them to conduct business more appropriately, focusing solely on profit is misguided. We must recognize that as the Ming develops, so do they. Excessive trade may facilitate their rapid advancement, and should they grow too powerful, they will undoubtedly launch further incursions into the Central Plains. Li Qing sighed. They consider plunder to be their birthright. Do not be deluded into believing that reason can sway such individuals, whether they be Tartars, Walla, or Urulans. He paused, recalling a well-known adage. To raise an army for 1,000 days is to use it for but a moment. What does it mean to raise an army? Is it merely to feed the soldiers? No, it is to maintain their combat readiness. Indeed, a northern expedition will require considerable resources, yet the returns are not limited to visible outcomes. There are many unseen but equally vital benefits. For instance, warfare can enhance the soldier's combat prowess, instill fear in the enemy, and deter them from harassing the Ming. It can also nurture future commanders. With the implementation of national policies such as the 5-year land survey and the distribution of land, along with the migration and reclamation of land by the populace, the future of the Ming is sure to be increasingly prosperous. However, a nation that possesses wealth but lacks formidable military might cannot safeguard its sovereignty or the riches of its people. The Song dynasty serves as a poignant example. Li Qing smiled, quoting, as the saying goes, where there is civil governance, there must also be military preparedness. Chapter 116, Generational Affection. Generational resemblance. Having listened to Li Qing's elucidation, Yu Qian felt as though he had been enlightened, his biases against war dissipating. He humbly accepted the wisdom imparted by Li Qing, now wholeheartedly convinced of the minister's insights. It was only then that he truly comprehended Li Qing's counsel, to speak less, observe more, and learn diligently. Many matters cannot be judged solely by their surface. One must delve deeper and think further. Determined to set aside his scholarly persona as a civil servant, Yu Qian resolved to adopt a more impartial perspective to examine the nature of warfare. Yet, one aspect remained elusive to him: why this minister seemed so intent on nurturing his development. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for an extended period without arriving at a conclusion. He lifted his gaze to Li Qing, only to find him similarly deep in thought. Li Qing, too, was perplexed by the peculiarities surrounding this impending conflict. After much contemplation, he decided to set the matter aside for the time being. In any case, this battle resulted in the slaying of over 10,000 enemies, yielding a bountiful harvest of cattle, sheep, camels, and numerous prisoners, a testament to the tangible successes of the campaign. 7 days later, the army found itself merely 100 miles from the territory of the Walla tribe. Given the intelligence from the Tatar defectors, Zhu Di was reluctant to charge headlong into battle. Thus, Li Qing was once again appointed as a scout. However, this time they traveled by day, with Zhu Zhongzhi accompanying him. The two rode side by side across the vast grasslands, engaging in casual conversation. "Do you think this could be the Walla encampment?" Zhu Zhongzhi inquired. "It is quite possible," Li Qing replied. "The defectors have surrendered. Logically, they would not dare to deceive us overtly, especially with so many captives at stake. Even if they are unafraid of death, they would not disregard the lives of those with them. Furthermore, this area is rich in water and pasture, and it possesses natural defenses. The terrain and the map align perfectly, so it is highly likely that the encampment is indeed here." Zhu Zhongzhi nodded. "Last time, during the night battle, my grandfather wouldn't allow me on the battlefield, but now that we are changing to daylight, we will surely make the Walla cry out in despair." After a pause, he added, "How about we make a wager?" "A wager on what?" Li Qing asked. "On who can slay more enemies," Zhu Zhongzhi declared confidently. "Although I may not match you in one-on-one combat, that does not imply I am inferior in the chaos of battle." "Very well," Li Qing chuckled. "What shall the stakes be?" 100 taels of gold, Zhu Zhongzhi proclaimed. "Agreed," Li Qing responded with a hearty laugh, vigorously flicking the reins. "Come on, let us go." "Wait for me, Qingba. That is my grandfather's horse." "Do not damage it," Zhu Zhongzhi cautioned. "Mind your own business. It is not your horse," Li Qing retorted as they galloped forward, quickly covering the distance to within 50 miles of the marked location of the Walla encampment. At the same time, the appearance of the sea eagle overhead was indeed fitting. Li Qing loosed several arrows, though none found their mark, and he chose to disregard them. Zhu Zhongzhi remained unconcerned. They were dressed in Mongolian attire and were alone, so they had no fear of revealing their allegiance to the Ming army. Nonetheless, to ensure their safety, they slowed their pace, lowered their hats, and pretended to be herdsmen hunting. During their journey, they encountered a patrol of Walla soldiers. However, due to the distance, the soldiers merely glanced their way, thinking them fellow tribesmen out hunting. As noon approached, the two men arrived at a dirt slope, gazing out over the landscape. "Those small white dots must be the Walla tents, right?" Zhu Zhongzhi asked, uncertain. Li Qing, with keen eyesight, confirmed, "Indeed, this is certainly the location of the Walla encampment. There is no time to lose. We must relay this information back immediately." The previous unexpected encounter had heightened his vigilance, and with Zhu Zhongzhi in tow, Li Qing dared not let his guard down. Fortunately, the return journey was uneventful, and they arrived back at the main camp by the afternoon. "It truly is the Walla territory," Zhu Di exclaimed, his spirits lifted. He promptly commanded, "Send word, prepare food, 2 meals, and cook extra rice. Let the soldiers eat their fill and rest. We shall rise at midnight to eat and then march forth." This way, upon reaching the designated battlefield, they would arrive in daylight. With the Ming army's superior combat strength compared to the Walla, and with artillery accuracy heightened during the day, Zhu Di was determined to maximize their chances of victory by engaging in battle under the sun. Zhu Di was never stingy when it came to military provisions. His soldiers fought valiantly on the battlefield, and thus, it was only fitting that their sustenance be plentiful. On one occasion, he ordered the slaughter of over 1,000 sheep. A bowl of rice, a bowl of meat, generously drenched in broth, made for a delightful meal for the Ming soldiers. Following the emperor meant having meat to eat. In the theater of war, morale and spirit surpassed all else. Without them, it was entirely plausible for 10,000 men to succumb to 5,000 captors. Sated and rejuvenated, the soldiers fell into a deep slumber. At midnight, they stealthily exited their camp, setting forth toward the Walla tribe. By dawn, after marching over 50 miles, the Ming army found themselves less than 40 miles from the Walla encampment. However, as fate would have it, such a grand assembly of forces moving undetected towards the Walla stronghold was nearly an impossibility. The Ming forces soon encountered a patrol of Walla soldiers, numbering only a scant 100. Upon spotting the Ming army, the Walla soldiers were paralyzed with fear and hastily fled. Zhu Di, however, refrained from issuing a pursuit order. Firstly, it would be an arduous task to catch them all, and secondly, it was unnecessary. Such a minor distance posed no real threat to the Walla. By midday, the Ming army was a mere 10 miles from the Walla camp. Skilled scouts promptly erected a lookout tower, while the warriors took out roasted grains to satisfy their immediate hunger. With a major battle looming, there was no time to prepare a full meal, and thus they settled for a quick fix. From the lookout tower, Zhu Zhongzhi, eager for battle, approached with a request. "Grandfather, allow me to lead a contingent." "Very well." Zhu Di readily acquiesced. "I grant you 5,000 cavalry, with full command at your discretion. Li Qing, you shall serve as military supervisor. I shall obey your command." Li Qing replied. Nearby, Yu Qian, overhearing this exchange, began to believe the statement made earlier by the minister. "I am but a military supervisor, second only to the commander." This time was different. As they were engaged in combat during daylight, the issuance of orders, the assembly of soldiers, the formation of ranks, and the flag signals were all vividly observable by Yu Qian from the lookout. 5,000 elite cavalry surpassed the fighting capability of most tribes on the steppe. The force led by Zhongzhi comprised exclusively heavy cavalry, exhibiting formidable strength. With valor radiating from him, Zhongzhi pointed his spear towards the Walla camp and declared, "Today is the day for glory and achievement. My comrades, follow me into battle. Charge!" The soldiers responded in unison, for it was a foregone conclusion that the young prince would eventually ascend to the throne, and the generals were eager to follow him into the fray. Zhongzhi was immensely pleased with the soldiers' response, casting a smile towards Li Qing before galloping ahead. The bond between them was evident. Li Qing regarded the young Zhongzhi, who bore a striking resemblance to the erstwhile Zhu Di. Nevertheless, the Ming dynasty required such an emperor. Li Qing closely trailed Zhongzhi, concerned not with the outcome of the battle, but rather with ensuring the prince's safety. "Father, the Ming army is upon us. What shall we do?" the youth exclaimed, his face a mask of panic. Tuo Huan, drenched in sweat, stamped his feet in frustration, lamenting, "How did they discover our position? We are in deep trouble." As he spoke, regret washed over him. Had he known this would be the result, he would never have attacked Hami. Alas, he had gained little profit and instead found himself in a precarious situation. The youth, witnessing the Ming forces closing in, could no longer restrain himself as he observed his father's apparent indecision. "Father, it is too late for regrets. We must swiftly devise a solution." Yes, you are right," Tuo Huan conceded. As Tuo Huan awakened from his reverie, he hastened to summon the generals from various divisions. He added, "I have already dispatched someone to attend to it. They should arrive shortly." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Father, do you believe we stand a chance against the Ming army?" Tuo Huan hesitated, shaking his head in bitter resignation. "It is exceedingly difficult. If the Ming Emperor were present, our defeat would be inevitable. Then why not surrender?" He probed. "Surrender?" Tuo Huan retorted, "To surrender signifies the loss of freedom. Indeed, the Ming Emperor would likely treat us with considerable favor, yet our subordinates would not." He forced a wry smile. "If I were to surrender, I wouldn't need the Ming army to act. Those fierce warriors would rebel first." His son suggested that surrender meant allegiance to the Ming while still existing on the grasslands. "How naive," Tuo Huan scoffed. "Do you truly believe the Ming Emperor is easily swayed?" Yet, his son insisted, "How can we know unless we try? The strength of the Walla is inferior to that of the Dada, and their influence on the grasslands pales in comparison. If they were to annihilate us, the grasslands would be unified, and I am convinced the Ming Emperor would not stand idly by." He spoke with confidence. "If we articulate our interests, I believe there remains a possibility for negotiation." Chapter 117. The request for peace from Chua Luo Ce. Tuo Huan felt a flicker of temptation, but soon shook his head, sighing. "You are underestimating the complexity of the situation. Since the Ming has deployed troops against us, they have certainly contemplated this issue. Our incursion into Hami pales in comparison to the Dada's aggression against the Ming's borders. The severity of our actions is far less." Yi Xian paused, bewildered. "Are you suggesting that the Ming has also engaged the Dada?" "It is quite possible," Tuo Huan replied, furrowing his brow. "Even if they have not yet fought, once they are done with us, the Ming will surely turn their attention to them." At this point, Tuo Huan felt a headache coming on. The Ming Emperor was indeed a formidable adversary. He lamented, if only the Ming had not experienced the Jingnan campaign. Despite being far from the grasslands, he was well aware of the magnitude of that conflict. Had the Ming Emperor still been Jiangwen, he was certain the Walla would not be in their current predicament. Yi Xian was not one to indulge in fanciful thinking. He believed his father's words to be futile. The pressing concern was to devise a strategy to minimize Walla's losses. "Father, I still believe that submitting to the Ming is the best course of action," he declared earnestly. "We cannot possibly prevail against the Ming army." Tuo Huan forced a bitter smile. "You see the situation clearly. How could I be oblivious?" He sighed, however. The matter of submitting to the Ming is not one I can decide alone. If I were to propose it recklessly, the generals would surely erupt in dissent. Unless what? Yi Xian inquired. Unless we are compelled by defeat to submit to the Ming, then it would be justifiable, Tua Huan replied, his face etched with bitterness. Yi Xian's expression revealed a sense of helplessness, yet he understood the truth in his father's words. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Father, grant me a contingent of elite cavalry. I shall seek peace with the Ming. Seeing his father's inclination to refuse, Yi Xian clarified, just 100 men will suffice. I am merely going to negotiate for peace. Once they experience the might of the Ming army, the other commanders will surely calm down. If I can persuade the Ming general in a timely manner, we may significantly reduce Walla's losses. After a moment of reflection, Tua Huan nodded solemnly. Proceed with caution. 5,000 heavily armored cavalry charged forth with the speed of the wind and the lightning, and in an instant, they encountered the advancing forces of the Walla. Attack! Commanded Zhongzhi, his spear striking like a dragon. With a single thrust, he pierced through the foremost Walla warrior, sending him tumbling from his steed to meet his demise. With a flourish of his weapon, Zhongzhi adjusted his grip for greater comfort and continued his relentless assault. Li Qing, on the other hand, did not raise his voice in battle. Instead, he devoted a significant portion of his energy to protect Zhongzhi, utilizing the remainder to vanquish the enemy. Even so, his efficiency in slaying foes was unmatched. Though his movements were not swift and his gestures modest, each strike from his spear claimed a life, leaving no room for injuries, only death. Like a tiger, he fought, and like a dragon, his steed galloped forth, unwavering amid the clangor of weapons and the cries of horses. A symphony of violence and valor that painted the battlefield with the starkness of brutality and grandeur. Li Qing's efficiency in killing was remarkable, having faced numerous battles. He had long since grown accustomed to the chaos of combat. Amidst the furious clash, a dying Walla warrior suddenly slashed at Zhongzhi's horse's leg. Li Qing, alarmed, aimed to intervene but was obstructed by another Walla soldier. Be careful, he shouted, deftly dispatching the unwitting assailant, yet it was too late to save Zhongzhi. Suddenly, the horse beneath Zhongzhi let out a pained whinny and collapsed forward. Thanks to Li Qing's prior warning, Zhongzhi reacted quickly, leaping onto a nearby steed alongside a soldier following closely behind him. After dispatching 2 more Walla warriors, he seized the moment to mount an unclaimed horse. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, silently praising Zhongzhi. Truly a remarkable figure, not only sharp-witted but also skilled in horsemanship. Few could execute such a complex maneuver amidst the carnage of battle with such grace, yet Zhongzhi performed it effortlessly, ready to engage once more, a rare quality indeed. However, following this incident, Li Qing prioritized Zhongzhi's safety over further combat, hastening to his side to prevent any misfortune. The thunderous sound of hoofbeats echoed as thousands of cavalry surged forward, their momentum unwavering as they traveled 5 or 6 miles before gradually slowing. Zhongzhi did not immediately counterattack. Instead, he allowed his soldiers a brief respite, granting the horses a moment to catch their breath. The cavalry charge was crucial, as the steeds often determined the outcome of the battle even more than the soldiers themselves. The Walla forces were mobilizing. Li Qing, positioned upon his horse, scanned the horizon before turning to Zhongzhi. The enemy has formed their ranks. A reckless charge would be unwise. Perhaps we should return to the camp and heed the Emperor's strategy? Should the chaos of melee ensue, Li Qing doubted his ability to safeguard Zhongzhi. And amidst the clash of tens of thousands, he lacked confidence in his own escape as well. Zhongzhi represented the future hope of the Ming dynasty, and Li Qing was unwilling to take such a risk. Several commanding officers echoed his sentiments, fearing not the tumult of battle but the potential peril to the Taizong. It is well understood that if the crown prince were to perish on the battlefield, no matter the magnitude of their military achievements, they would find it challenging to absolve themselves of culpability. Very well, Zhongzhi did not insist further. He is no longer the impetuous youth he once was, having gained a greater measure of maturity. Thousands of cavalry took a brief respite before hastening back to the main camp. On the watchtower, Zhu Di clapped Zhongzhi on the shoulder, his visage alight with joy. Well done. This commendation not only acknowledged Zhongzhi's valor in battle, but also affirmed his burgeoning prestige within the military. Zhu Di, a martial emperor, harbored hopes that his grandson would ascend to the same martial throne, for the Ming dynasty indeed required a warrior sovereign. Not only Zhongzhi, but also several other generals received accolades from Zhu Di, each one beaming with delight. By doing so, Zhu Di aimed to convey to the military that Zhongzhi would inevitably inherit the throne, assuring them of their sustenance by aligning with him. After finishing their meals, the commanders, invigorated, turned to lead their cavalry back to the fray. Yu Qian, noticing Li Qing covered in blood, approached to inquire about his injuries. Through their time together, they had transcended the bounds of mere superior and subordinate, becoming akin to lifelong friends. I am unharmed. It is merely the blood of our enemies. Li Qing replied with a smile, asking about the battlefield. Yu Qian lamented, what one learns from books pales in comparison. The battlefield is entirely unlike what I had envisioned. Li Qing's smile widened, urging him to reflect and delve deeper upon returning, emphasizing the importance of understanding the underlying principles, not just the surface realities. You speak wisely. Minister Yu, he acknowledged. Yu Qian clasped his hands in concern. Are you truly unscathed? Why would I lie? I can take on 100 foes single-handedly. Li Qing boasted with pride. Yu Qian chuckled, dismissing it as mere bravado, yet he could not help but admire his superior's fierce spirit, still capable of charging into battle at such an advanced age. After exchanging pleasantries, their gazes returned to the battlefield, where the situation had escalated into a clear confrontation between the two armies, with only the soldiers at the forefront engaged in combat. Although it appeared fierce, the actual lethality was minimal. However, the equilibrium was soon disrupted. The Ming forces, disregarding martial ethics, unleashed cannon fire upon the enemy's front lines. With thunderous roars echoing continuously, the casualties among the Walla forces surged exponentially. In frustration, the Walla had no choice but to alter their tactics, dispatching cavalry to charge directly at the Ming camp in an attempt to negate the use of gunpowder weaponry. Yet, as they assembled their daring cavalry, Zhu Di issued commands to form a defensive array, deploying caltrops. The bombardment of thunderous shells and solid projectiles rained down relentlessly, with gunners coordinating seamlessly to load, fire, and reload with astonishing efficiency. As the Walla forces launched several fruitless assaults, they began a slow retreat. For every step they withdrew, the Ming troops advanced, crushing forward with relentless momentum. This reliance on the devastating power of gunpowder, bordering on unscrupulous, left the Walla in despair, yet they found themselves powerless to resist. The ferocity of the Walla's advance was thwarted by the caltrops and shield bearers, who effectively prevented them from nearing the artillery of the divine machine camp. Only those at the forefront could attempt to charge, while those behind, under the onslaught of firepower, found it exceedingly difficult to build momentum. Enraged, the Walla could only curse in frustration before reluctantly retreating. On the watchtower, Zhu Di's smile radiated brightly. The Ming forces' advantage became increasingly apparent, while the Walla suffered heavy losses. At that moment, a messenger hurriedly ascended the watchtower and respectfully announced, Your Majesty, the son of the Walla leader, Chancellorship, seeks an audience. Do not grant him an audience, Zhu Di coldly replied, shaking his head. He recalled that when they invaded Hami, they should have anticipated this day. Now that the situation had deteriorated, why had they not acted sooner? Yeshin? Li Qing exclaimed, his face betraying surprise. How old is he? The messenger pondered briefly before responding. He appears to be around 14 or 15. That should be accurate, Li Qing quickly remarked. Your Majesty, it would be prudent to meet him and discern his intentions. Is that necessary? Zhu Di scoffed. Unsure of how to articulate his reasoning, Li Qing persisted, Your Majesty, it poses no risk, so why not meet him? Zhu Di was about to refuse once more when the astute Zhongzhi interjected, Grandfather, I too believe it would be wise to meet him. In truth, he was uncertain of the merits, but sensing Li Qing's subtle urgency compelled him to agree. Yu Qian spoke up, quoting, as Confucius said, where there are literary affairs, there must be military preparations. Where there are military preparations, there must be literary affairs. Our great Ming. Zhu Di interrupted, exasperated. The last thing I want to hear is Confucius. Surely, Your Majesty is the greatest, Yu Qian stammered, taken aback. Your Majesty, it is best to meet him. Li Qing insisted again, suggesting there might be unexpected gains. Ultimately, Li Qing's counsel proved more valuable than Confucius's teachings, as Zhu Di reluctantly consented to meet Chancellorship. Zhu Di left Zhongzhi in command at the watchtower and returned to the camp with Li Qing. Approximately half an hour later, a youth was ushered in. Your humble servant, Qiluosi Yexian, pays his respects to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Ming. He performed a grand bow, expressing that Walla wished to reconcile with the Great Ming, pledging loyalty to its leadership. Seeking peace? Zhu Di scoffed. What trust can be placed in such a fickle individual? Yexian felt a flush of embarrassment, but replied respectfully. The events at Hami were instigated by a general of the Walla tribe, not my father's intention. Upon learning of this, my father severely punished him and ordered an immediate withdrawal from Hami. I hope your majesty will see this clearly. Zhu Di lazily remarked. A mere boy comes to plead for peace. It is laughable. If he had come personally, perhaps I might have considered it. Disinterested in debating with a youth. He stood up, intending to dismiss Yexian. However, at that moment, Li Qing interjected with a perplexing comment that left those present bewildered. You are the grandson of Mahamo, the son of Tuahuan, Qiluosi Yexian? Being addressed by the names of his father and grandfather stirred a surge of anger within Yexian, yet he felt compelled to acquiesce. Indeed, among your brothers, are you the only one named Yexian? Yexian, unsure of Li Qing's intent, discerned the high status of this individual within the Ming army and nodded slightly. Seeing this, a smile graced Li Qing's lips, affirming that there was no mistake. He thought, they have come to us. We must extend our hospitality. Li Qing's delight grew, yet for some reason, Yexian felt an unease at the sight of Li Qing's smiling eyes. Suspecting that he harbored ulterior motives, silently wondering, could this man be of questionable character? Zhu Di, equally astonished, cast a glance at Li Qing, perplexed by his intentions. Li Qing, however, remarked, our Ming dynasty is renowned for its hospitality. Since you have arrived, do not depart hastily. There is an ancient saying among the Han people, since you have come, you should settle in. Matters of peace can certainly be deliberated over time. The ancient wisdom of the Han also states that those who understand the times are the true heroes. Yet, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. One thing he could ascertain was that this masked man was certainly no benevolent figure. Yi Xian then clasped his hands and implored, I beseech your majesty to make a decisive judgment. As our two armies engage in battle, are we not allowing the Tatars to reap the benefits? He sidestepped Li Qing and addressed Zhu Di, your majesty. The Tatars claim to be the rightful Mongolian lineage, wielding unparalleled influence on the steppes. Should your majesty agree to the submission of the Walla, they would willingly serve as the Ming's hounds to keep a watchful eye on this ravenous wolf. Tatars? Zhu Di chuckled. I have just returned from the Tatars. Rest assured, they are not faring well. A chill ran down Yi Xian's spine, and his face clouded with bitterness. As his father had foretold, the Tatars had not escaped the wrath of the Ming. It was indeed true that wherever the Ming army marched, even the dogs along the way would receive a beating. Despite his resentment, Yi Xian remained unwilling to concede. Your Majesty, the ambitions and might of the Tatars far surpass those of the Walla. We merely wish to live peacefully, while they aspire to unify the Mongolian steppes and then march towards the Central Plains. Currently, the Walla is in decline, and although the Tatars have suffered a great defeat at the hands of the Ming warriors, their power remains alarmingly formidable. Should the Walla sustain severe losses, they would undoubtedly turn and devour us. Yi Xian spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, surely you do not wish to see a unified Mongolia? For the Ming, continuous strife on the steppes would be advantageous, would it not? Zhu Di's gaze sharpened, deeply scrutinizing the youth before him, silently concluding, this little wolf cub cannot be allowed to live. While Zhu Di's murderous intent began to simmer, Yi Xian continued to speak fervently. Your Majesty, we Walla are willing to guard the steppes for the Ming, to prevent the Tatars from growing too powerful. Indeed, while spoken, Zhu Di nodded. Just as a flicker of joy illuminated Yi Xian's face, he was met with words that sent chills down his spine. Take him away and execute him. Your Majesty, as the sovereign, how can you act thus? Yi Xian exclaimed, horrified. In times of war between nations, envoys are not to be slain. Nations? Zhu Di's intent to kill intensified. A mere Walla dared to stand on equal footing with the Ming? Yi Xian hastily corrected himself. I misspoke. I beg your Majesty's pardon. After all, he was merely a boy of 14 or 15, and in the face of death, how could he not be afraid? While fear gripped him, he was also consumed with indignation. How could the Emperor of the Ming be so uncouth? Your Majesty, I have more to say. Yi Xian sought to buy time, feigning innocence. When the sovereign commands the minister to die, the minister has no choice but to comply. However, I implore your Majesty to grant me clarity on how the Ming army came to target us. Very well, I shall grant you clarity, Zhu Di smiled. It was the intelligence provided by the defector from the Tatar faction that led to your demise. Your Majesty, they are using others to do their dirty work. Yi Xian exclaimed immediately. The Wulianga and the Tatars are in collusion. If the Walla suffers another heavy blow, Mongolia may indeed unify. Wulianga? Zhu Di's brow twitched. Although he recognized that the boy was pleading for his life, a sense of concern lingered. It was impossible to eradicate all the people on the steppes. The best course of action was to weaken them and incite internal strife. However, if the Walla were to be excessively crushed, the balance on the steppes would be irrevocably disrupted. Initially, Zhu Di envisioned a strategy focusing primarily on the Tatars, with a secondary target on the Walla, while leaving the Yurikan undisturbed, allowing them to ally with the Walla in defense against the Tatars for their own survival. He sought a balance of power on the steppes, where three forces would mutually constrain each other in a state of equilibrium, yet remain incapable of consuming one another. This was the outcome Zhu Di desired. However, if the Yurikan were to pledge allegiance to the Tatars, the situation would become drastically different. Bring forth the Tatar defector, that Timur, commanded Zhu Di. Eager to elucidate the matter, he exhaled a sigh of relief but remained wary. Shortly thereafter, Timur was escorted into the tent by the guards. Zhu Di wasted no time. Has the Yurikan aligned with the Tatars? To his dismay, Timur's face turned pale, and a glance at Yeshing revealed that the secret had been uncovered. He bowed deeply, acknowledging, Your Majesty, we were compelled into this alliance with the Tatars. Zhu Di's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that a single inquiry would unveil such a monumental secret. Li Qing felt a sinking sensation within. Damn it, the target was misidentified. Silence. Zhu Di interrupted Timur's incessant rambling, suppressing his fury as he gritted his teeth. I ask, and you shall answer. After calming himself slightly, Zhu Di queried, those who fought against the Ming army that night, they were all from the Yurikan tribes, correct? Timur nodded nervously, ready to justify. But Zhu Di pressed on. The captives, the cattle, the sheep, and the camels, they too belonged to the Yurikan tribes? Indeed, Timur affirmed. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di's expression grew even more grim. This implied that in the fierce battle that ensued, the Tatars suffered no losses whatsoever? There must have been some. Timur insisted stubbornly. Over 20,000 Tatar cavalry broke through. Surely, they must have left behind hundreds. Zhu Di was at a loss for words. Li Qing interjected. This doesn't add up. Although the Yurikan may not rival the Tatars or Walla, they are still a significant tribe on the steppes. How could they possess so few cattle? Women and children? They were all taken by the Tatar forces, Timur lamented. They are utterly inhumane. 15 minutes later, Li Qing finally grasped the overarching scheme. The Tatars, under the guise of an alliance with the Yurikan, had deceived them into surrendering their kin, warriors, livestock, and all possessions, subsequently relocating their main camp, while leaving only 30,000 troops stationed to await the Ming attack. Their objective was to have the Ming eliminate the Yurikan elite, allowing the Tatars to fully absorb the Yurikan, effectively using others as instruments for their own gain. Moreover, the Tatars anticipated that once the Ming dealt with them, they would inevitably turn their attention to the Walla. Thus, they deliberately spared some lives, ensuring that the Walla would also suffer a severe blow from the Ming, yet another instance of using others to further their own ends. Additionally, the Tatars calculated that the surrendering Yurikan would not dare reveal their true allegiance during the conflict with the Ming and would only present themselves as Tatars, in hopes of earning merit, even providing intelligence on the Walla. Li Qing finally comprehended why the previous battle had been so irrational. It turned out that from start to finish, it was a trap set by the Tatars. And even more alarming was the realization that they had been plotting this for 6 months, with last year's incursions merely serving as groundwork for their scheme. The intricacy of this plot sent chills down Li Qing's spine. Where's the Tatar camp? Zhu Di inquired. In response to your Majesty, I truly do not know. Timur replied, shaking his head. I only know the location of the Walla encampment, as it was revealed to me by a Lutai. Fool. In a fit of rage, Zhu Di questioned how his own kin could be missing without his knowledge. The courtier Ashidamu awkwardly replied that a Lutai claimed secrecy was for the safety of their clan. Enraged, Zhu Di threatened to behead him, as this revelation had completely disrupted his plans. Yet, Yi Xian felt a surge of elation, realizing that his life was now spared and he had leverage for negotiation. Your Majesty, I beseech you to spare this unfortunate soul, Yi Xian respectfully implored. Presently, the power of the Tatars is formidable. Only through an alliance with the Wala and Ula Naha can we hope to contend with them. The Wala will exert every effort to assist Ula Naha in reclaiming their kin, thereby weakening Tatar influence, which ultimately serves the interests of the Ming dynasty. Though aware that the Wala was not devoid of its own faults, Zhu Di had no choice but to consider this young man's strategy. For the unification of Mongolia was utterly unacceptable to him. Zhu Di was not one to hesitate. He commanded, "Issue an order to cease hostilities." After a brief pause, he added, "Everyone, step outside and await further instructions." The courtiers bowed and exited the tent. Li Qing remained, as Zhu Di had signaled him to stay. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" he inquired. "What else can be done? The lad speaks the truth. Mongolia must not be allowed to unify." Zhu Di sighed, reflecting on the recent campaign that had significantly weakened the forces on the plains, yet had also created an imbalance. Li Qing was more concerned about how to deal with Yi Xian, who had suffered 2 defeats, and now their strength was considerably diminished. "If we eliminate this young wretch, I believe such tragedies will not reoccur in the future. Your Majesty, we cannot allow this young man to live," Li Qing emphasized. "His cunning at such a tender age poses a future threat to the Ming should he ascend as the leader of the Wala." "Indeed, I share your sentiment," Zhu Di concurred. "However, we cannot execute him openly. The Tatars are currently strong, and the Wala requires pacification. Is there a way to orchestrate his demise discreetly, ensuring no suspicion falls upon us?" Li Qing smiled slightly and replied, "I have a plan." Chapter 119. A Toast to Death. "Blame not others." Zhu Zhongzhi rushed in, his anxiety palpable. "Grandfather, we have less than half an hour before we can divide the battlefield. This is not the time for—" Noticing his grandfather's dark expression, Zhu Zhongzhi swallowed his words and looked questioningly at Li Qing. Li Qing succinctly explained the situation, and Zhu Zhongji's demeanor turned grave. "What are the battle losses for the Wala?" Zhu Di inquired. "As of now, we have slain over 6,000 enemies and wounded more than 10,000. The Wala has suffered greatly and is even showing signs of retreat," Zhu Zhongji reported. Zhu Di narrowed his eyes, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he instructed, "Li Qing, go and have a thorough discussion with Tua Huan." "I shall obey," Li Qing responded with a respectful nod. "And what of Yi Xian? We must eliminate him," Zhu Di affirmed. "The decree remains. He must die, but it must not appear that we are responsible." "Understood." Li Qing nodded, then asked, "What of the Ula Naha?" After a moment of reflection, Zhu Di replied, "Bringing back thousands of captives serves little purpose, and it would spell doom for the Ula Naha. It is better to leave them on the plains. With the spark of dissent, the Ula Naha among the Tatar tribes will not easily assimilate. Ensuring the Tatar internal stability remains fragile." "Your wisdom is commendable, Your Majesty," Zhu Zhongzhi sighed in admiration. Zhu Di was in a foul mood and paid no heed to his grandson's flattery. "Li Qing, I shall provide you with 500 elite troops." "No need. 50 will suffice," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Our Ming army is present here. The Wala have just endured a significant defeat. If Tua Huan does not wish to meet his demise, he will not dare to provoke us. A smaller contingent will better showcase the confidence of the Ming forces and will, in fact, facilitate negotiations." "That is a valid point," Zhu Di pondered for a moment. "I shall grant you 3 days. There are numerous matters at home that cannot be delayed." Li Qing nodded, eager to return. For although the scenery of the grasslands was beautiful, nothing could compare to the comfort of home. Outside the camp, Che Luosi and Ishidamu were anxiously awaiting news, their lives still in the hands of the Ming army. Upon seeing Li Qing emerge, the two rushed forward. "Esteemed sir, how has His Majesty decided to proceed with us?" Li Qing smiled and turned to Ishidamu. "You shall accompany this young general to gather your people, and later, you will follow me to the Wala camp." Ishidamu was momentarily taken aback, but soon beamed with joy, eagerly following Zhu Zhongzhi. After their departure, Che Luosi inquired with a smile, "Has His Majesty agreed to my humble suggestion?" Li Qing nodded. Che Luosi sighed with relief. At that moment, all his tension dissipated. Not only could this reduce the casualties inflicted upon the Wala, but it could also leverage the Ming's strength to resist the incursions of the Tatars, potentially expanding their influence. At merely 14 years of age, to be capable of facilitating such significant matters, the position of Wala leader would surely belong to him. Che Luosi's heart raced with excitement. "May I inquire how to address you, esteemed sir?" Che Luosi began to ingratiate himself, knowing that the negotiations for the alliance would largely be conducted by this Ming official. Cultivating a good relationship with him would enable him to demonstrate his capabilities upon his return. I am Li Qing, Marquis of Yongqing, Minister of War, and Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. Che Luosi was taken aback. Both the title of Marquis and Minister were of considerable prominence, and the addition of Grand Tutor elevated his status beyond measure. He had not anticipated that this masked man held such significant influence, and his demeanor grew even more respectful. Little did he know that this very man had caused the death of his grandfather. Li Qing thought to himself, "It matters not. Soon enough, the two will meet." After a brief interval, Zhongzhi arrived with a shitamu and a carefully selected contingent of 50 elite cavalrymen, ready for departure. Li Qing nodded, prepared to set forth, when Zhongzhi grasped his arm. "Uncle Qing, I wish to accompany you." "What nonsense is this?" Li Qing retorted, exasperated. "You are the future heir. How can you take such risks? They are unaware of my identity." "That does not matter," Li Qing firmly opposed. However, Zhongzhi's insistence prompted Li Qing to consider bringing along a secretary, as he was, after all, a marquis and a minister, and many of the soldiers were barely literate. "Fetch Yu Qian for me," Li Qing commanded. Zhongzhi shook his head. "I will not go." "Oh, you won't, will you? Very well. I shall return to inform His Majesty." "All right, I will go. It is truly remarkable how you managed to vex me," Zhongzhi lamented, thoroughly disheartened. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing, Yu Qian, and the 50 elite cavalry, accompanied by a shitamu and his kin, made their way to the Walla camp. A truce had been established between the two sides, with only a handful of soldiers facing each other at the front, while the rest returned to their respective encampments to prepare meals and attend to their basic needs. Li Qing refrained from taking action against Yasan, as he understood that to avoid implicating the Ming dynasty in turmoil, it was imperative for him to perish within his own camp. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, this contingent deliberately chose a longer route, with Yasan leading the way to avert unnecessary misunderstandings. Upon reaching the Walla camp, dusk had already begun to settle. Following this battle, the fervor of the Walla had nearly extinguished, as the formidable might of the Ming army and the terror of their artillery made it abundantly clear that the disparity between the two sides could not be compensated for merely by valor. Many seasoned generals recalled the Battle of Hanlin, and their resistance to peace negotiations began to wane. Tuo Huan felt an immense reduction of pressure. He had never desired conflict, and was merely constrained by the need to maintain his dignity, fearing that outright capitulation would diminish his prestige. Now, the situation unfolded in a manner he had hoped for. Inside the Walla camp, Tuo Huan welcomed Li Qing with great ceremony, and the generals from various factions of Walla came forth to pay their respects. These once unruly men now exhibited an unusual meekness. Regardless of the circumstances, military might remains the most effective means of resolving disputes. Only through subjugation can one engage in calm discussions. Indulging in succulent roasted lamb and exquisitely brewed mare's milk wine, Li Qing feasted as if he were at home, exhibiting no signs of formality. Yu Qian, however, had little appetite, preoccupied with thoughts of the peace negotiations, and he found the mare's milk wine unpalatable. A shitamu, like a famished wolf, devoured food with abandon, all the while extolling the generosity of the Ming Emperor and the valor of the Ming forces. Having learned from a previous deception by a Lutai, he had grown considerably shrewd, realizing that if he wished to avoid being subsumed by Walla, he must ally himself with the Ming, instilling a sense of trepidation in Walla. Li Qing did not deter a shitamu. Instead, he supported him with a few affirming remarks, as he too did not wish to see Walla conquer the Yula. The emergence of another power on the grasslands would only serve to benefit the Ming. This was an overt scheme, and Tuo Huan understood it well. Yet he had no alternatives. During their conversation, he learned that the Tatars had not only suffered no losses, but had instead grown in strength. Once the Ming withdrew from the grasslands, a Tatar assault on Walla was all but assured. For the time being, his only recourse was to acknowledge the Ming as his elder brother, thus maintaining a tenuous position against the Tatars. Despite some dissatisfaction within, Tuo Huan plastered a smile on his face, continuously offering compliments. Moreover, with the Ming forces stationed not far away, any failure in negotiations could lead to another assault on him. The Walla of today could not withstand further turmoil. The young Yasan was exhilarated. This time, his role in the peace talks was monumental, and it was almost a foregone conclusion that he would succeed to the throne. To emphasize his contributions, Yeson remained highly active, exerting all his efforts to warm the atmosphere and assert his presence. To Lord Qingho, Yeson raised his cup, clinking it with Li Qing's. Li Qing laughed heartily, downing his drink in one go, amidst a chorus of cheers at the banquet. Many of those present were proficient in the Han language, resulting in no communication barriers. With a boisterous laugh, Li Qing appeared to be nearly intoxicated, boldly proclaiming, "Aligning with the Ming will ensure you thrive and feast, while the Tatars? They are but a minor concern. What you say is entirely correct, my lord." Also, Yexian hurriedly poured another cup for Li Qing, toasting, "To the Marquis." Li Qing had already consumed copious amounts of alcohol, having downed over 10 bowls just from toasting each general individually. As he began to sway, Yu Qian quickly interjected, "I shall drink this cup on behalf of the minister." Yexian retracted the bowl he had intended to offer Yu Qian, laughing, "The Marquis has a great capacity. There is no need for a substitute." Indeed, the Marquis has a great capacity. Several generals from the Walla tribe echoed in agreement. They believed that the more intoxicated Li Qing became, the better the negotiations would proceed, naturally hoping he would indulge further. Li Qing, swaying as he stood, playfully patted Yexian on the neck, laughing heartily, "You lad truly pleases this Marquis." Yexian felt a slight tingling sensation at his neck, fleeting yet undeniable, and his face involuntarily flushed, not from pain, but from a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Although the gesture was somewhat intimate, it carried a hint of insult. However, Yexian understood the gravity of the situation. He recognized that this act by the Marquis of Yongqing could enhance their relationship and bolster his standing within the Walla tribe. Thus, he quickly composed himself and cheerfully stated, "Please, Marquis, drink this cup to the fullest." Li Qing chuckled, accepted the bowl, and downed its contents in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he playfully scolded, "You crafty young lad, toasting others while avoiding the drink yourself." This remark held a lesson for the younger generation, causing discomfort not only for Yexian but also for Tua Huan, yet both father and son maintained smiles on their faces. Yexian immediately poured himself a bowl of wine and drained it in one go, then poured 2 more. He lifted one bowl to Li Qing, but suddenly withdrew it, inquiring with concern, "Can the Marquis drink any more?" Li Qing, slightly displeased, retorted, "What kind of talk is that? This Marquis can drink 1,000 cups without becoming inebriated." Minister Yu Qian, unable to watch any longer, leaned in and whispered, "We have yet to conduct our business." "Rest assured, I am well aware," Li Qing boomed. "One must eat and drink well to negotiate effectively. Why the haste?" Indeed, the Marquis speaks wisely. Yexian harbored a secret smirk, his visage remaining one of utmost humility. To the Marquis, "Cheers." Li Qing, in a spirited manner, drained his cup, letting out a hearty belch, seemingly more intoxicated. Yexian seized the moment, quickly pouring 2 more bowls and continuing to urge Li Qing to drink. Li Qing, ever accommodating, finished every drop. Yexian silently chuckled, "Today, I shall ensure you become thoroughly intoxicated. The negotiations must yield some advantage for us Walla. Though the Emperor of Ming may be present, we cannot seize grand advantages. But small ones are still within reach. The Marquis of Yongqing is merely that." 1 bowl, another bowl, and yet another. Li Qing drank heartily, laughter echoing, this time genuinely joyful. The young rascal would not last much longer. Within an hour, he would meet his demise. Should one perish from drinking, they cannot blame anyone but themselves. Li Qing reveled in delight, intoxicated with mirth. Chapter 120, Yexian of Walla, has passed. After consuming 7 or 8 bowls, Li Qing appeared to be nearing his limit. Speaking with a thick tongue, Yu Qian felt anxious, uncertain of how to intervene. Yexian, filled with glee, was also approaching his own limit, yet he refused to relent. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to stoke the flames of revelry. Tonight's stage belonged to him, Yexian of Walla. To the Marquis, who possesses great capacity, Yexian complimented, pouring another bowl for Li Qing, while also filling his own. "Your drinking prowess is commendable." Li Qing let out a burp, hesitated for a moment, and then lifted his wine bowl to clink with the young lads. After drinking for a while, he finally emptied it. Upon witnessing this, the somewhat tipsy Yexian suddenly seemed invigorated, downing his drink with fervor before proceeding to refill the cups. Yu Qian, unable to contain himself, said earnestly, "Li Shangshu, you must not drink any more. Fear not, my lord can handle 1,000 cups without faltering." Li Qing chuckled, patting Yu Qian on the shoulder and urging him to sit down. Yu Qian was filled with resignation, utterly perplexed by the behavior of this official. Soon after, 3 large bowls of wine were consumed. This time, Yi Xian truly reached his limit. His stomach churned violently, his head grew heavier, accompanied by a dull pain, akin to being pricked by needles. Just as he hesitated over whether to concede, Li Qing spoke up, declaring he could drink no more. Hearing this, Yi Xian's competitive spirit was reignited, and he raised his final bowl in a toast to the Ming dynasty. Such a statement compelled Li Qing to drink, whether he wished to or not. Reluctantly, Li Qing accepted the trembling bowl presented by Yi Xian, marking their last drink. They both drank heartily, with Li Qing finishing first. However, as Yi Xian continued to drink, an overwhelming pain surged through his head, rendering him unable to react, and he lost consciousness entirely. The half-full wine bowl fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, as Yi Xian collapsed, frothing at the mouth. "You think you can compete with me? Now you've gone and made a fool of yourself," Li Qing remarked with a laugh. "Tua Huan, your young master has thrown up. Take him away. It's time for us to discuss serious matters." The visibility was poor at night, and since the mare's milk wine was already milky white, distinguishing between vomit and froth was difficult. Tua Huan thought little of it, and instructed his men to take Yi Xian away to sober up, then approached Li Qing warmly. It wasn't just him. Generals from various Walla factions also rose to greet Li Qing, including Ashidamu. They were all aware of the Ming's wealth, and even a small favor would suffice to fill their bellies. They could not let such a prime opportunity slip by. Yongqing Ho, the strength of the Tatars is formidable, and they hold unparalleled prestige on the grasslands. With commendable influence, Tua Huan spoke, eager to exploit the Ming's resources. Yu Qian's gaze sharpened, and he had already resolved that, even at the risk of provoking Li Qing, he could not allow the Walla to succeed. Did the Walla not possess the courage to stand against the Tatars? Yu Qian spoke loudly. "If that is the case, then I believe we have no need to continue our discussions." Tua Huan, incensed, then noticed the seemingly inconspicuous Yu Qian. While he could disdain Yu Qian, he dared not show disdain for Li Qing or the Ming, and he clasped his hands in greeting, asking, "And who might this be?" "I am Yu Qian, an official from the Ministry of War," he introduced himself. Without waiting for Tua Huan to respond, Yu Qian continued, "It is said that men from the grasslands are valiant, but it seems they are not as impressive as claimed. The Ming does not support the timid." With that, he assisted Li Qing to his feet, saying, "Li Shangshu, let us depart. The Walla are not worthy of our Ming's cultivation. Even if the Tatars deunify Mongolia, it matters little. When the time comes for us to engage in battle, it may even be advantageous." Li Qing lazily nodded. "Then let it be so. I shall take my leave now. You all stay behind. We shall reconvene tomorrow for another bout." Another bout? The atmosphere was tense, with Tua Huan's face turning a shade of green, filled with a desire to strangle Yu Qian. Each leader bore a grim expression, and even Ashidamu was seething with anger. If the Ming dynasty were not to support Walla, the Wulanha tribe would be doomed. Not only would their kin be enslaved and assimilated by the Tatars, but even the people he currently commanded would become captives of the Ming. "My lord, please consider," the crowd implored in unison. Tua Huan hastily declared, "We Walla people are warriors, unafraid of death. Although the Tatars are formidable, we shall not be intimidated." Ashidamu followed suit, expressing that Wulanha was willing to ally with Walla to resist the Tatars. He understood his bargaining power was limited and could only rely on Walla. Tua Huan felt displeased, yet acknowledged that even a fly's leg is meat. The addition of Wulanha would help him withstand some of the Tatar onslaught. With a common enemy and shared interests, he refrained from countering Ashidamu at that moment. Li Qing withdrew his arm and sat down again, seemingly sobering from the effects of alcohol. "Tua Huan, what say you regarding Walla's incursion into Hami?" Tua Huan was taken aback, not expecting Li Qing to bring up past grievances at such a critical juncture. He was at a loss for words, drenched in sweat, as he realized there was no justification. The invasion of Hami was indeed sanctioned by him. "This fellow truly lacks insight," Li Qing remarked tersely. "Shouldn't Walla offer the Ming dynasty an explanation?" "Oh no, what kind of explanation does the Ming desire from Walla?" Tua Huan pressed, feeling cornered with the Ming army lurking just miles away, leaving him no choice but to compromise. Li Qing, displeased with Tua Huan's bluntness, cleared his throat and stated, "The Ming dynasty encompasses the 4 seas, vast and abundant. No matter how prosperous it may be, it belongs to the Ming, and cannot allow others to take advantage of it." With that, Tua Huan understood Li Qing's intent. Simply put, Walla was expected to pay reparations. Yu Qian shot a surprised glance at Li Qing, experiencing a fleeting notion that his own minister was not intoxicated. After a moment of contemplation, Tua Huan tentatively proposed. Walla is willing to offer 5,000 cattle and sheep as an apology to the Ming. 5,000 yaks it shall be, Li Qing generously responded. For the Ming is not in need of wealth, but rather seeks a show of goodwill. My lord is magnanimous. The Ming is magnanimous, a Shidamura chimed in. Eager to curry favor, not feeling a twinge of regret since it was not his expenditure. Tua Huan felt a sense of loss, yet thinking of the Tatars. He nodded in agreement. I humbly hope that Lord Yongqing can speak a good word for me before His Majesty. Of course, Li Qing replied with a smile. After exchanging some pleasantries, Li Qing transitioned to the main topic. The Ming would enhance trade with the Walla and Wulanha tribes, increasing the volume of goods such as tea, iron pots, and silk, and even providing firearms. The prospect was enticing, causing Tua Huan to drool with anticipation, while a Shidamura excitedly rubbed his hands together. Is Lord Yongqing serious? They inquired. Indeed, but the precondition is that you must prove yourselves worthy of investment and loyalty to the Ming, Li Qing asserted. We Walla shall always look to the Ming as our guiding star, Tua Huan vowed. Wulanha will similarly look to the Ming as our guiding star, a Shidamu echoed. A Shidamu expressed his loyalty, and Li Qing smiled, stating that he was willing to believe in their sincerity. But they too must demonstrate their earnestness to gain the trust of the emperor and the court. After discussing trade details for a while, Li Qing stood up and declared that they would conclude their meeting for the evening, as he needed to report to the emperor to confirm the trade goods and to inform him of the Walla's sincere remorse. Tua Huan chuckled awkwardly, assuring that the yaks would be delivered to His Majesty by noon the following day. That is splendid, Li Qing replied. I shall return tomorrow afternoon. Tua Huan understood the subtle implication and repeatedly insisted that the delivery would be on time. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Qing was about to take his leave when a man rushed over, panic-stricken and speaking rapidly in Mongolian, which Li Qing could not comprehend but inferred the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Tua Huan's face turned ashen, and he roared in frustration. What has happened? Li Qing inquired. A Shidamu quietly explained that Tua Huan's son had succumbed to drunkenness. What? Li Qing exclaimed in shock. Is it truly so severe, merely from intoxication? After a moment's pause, he added, could it be a mistake on your part? Despite his confidence in his methods, Li Qing felt compelled to see for himself. For that young wolf cub had significant implications for the Ming dynasty. Tua Huan paused for a moment. Then a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes as he hurried off to check on his son, with Li Qing following closely behind. Yu Qian tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Ministerly, perhaps we should refrain from going. This is not a favorable situation. He hesitated to voice his thoughts. You would visit someone who drank himself to death? It matters not. Li Qing gently shook his head, resolutely following along. On a low bed, the young man lay still, eyes closed, his complexion ashen, already cold to the touch. Tua Huan rushed forward, examining his son from every angle, only to despondently realize that he had indeed passed away. My condolences, Tua Huan, Li Qing said sorrowfully. It is truly a tragedy when fate is unkind to the gifted. Tua Huan glanced back at Li Qing, his lips moving silently before he ultimately said nothing, merely nodding faintly. The loss of his son grieved him deeply. Yet he could not place blame on Li Qing. It was his own son who had insisted on drinking with Li Qing, not the other way around. Truly a case of self-inflicted misfortune. Furthermore, given the current state of the Walla, they still required the favor of the Ming dynasty. He would not allow this incident to sour relations with Li Qing or the Ming. Though Tua Huan was saddened by his son's death, he remained composed. As a formidable leader, he felt sorrow but refused to lose his reason. Moreover, he had other sons, though this one had perplexed him. Despite his youth, the boy could drink as much as any grown man, and he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol that night. Surely, it could not lead to death. Tua Huan was left in a state of bewilderment. Li Qing internally exhaled in relief, as the Walla had already suffered significant blows and were no longer a pressing concern. With the young wolf cub's demise, he only needed to keep an eye on the Tatars. However, the thought of the Tatars made him frown, for they had seemingly learned the art of warfare from Sun Tzu, which was certainly an ominous sign. Chapter 121. Return to the capital. Turbulence resurfaces. The yaks were delivered to the Ming army's camp in the morning, while Li Qing arrived at the Walla camp in the afternoon. After a brief discussion regarding trade matters, an agreement was reached. The exports from Walla were broadly categorized into four main types: ginseng, furs, medicinal herbs, and livestock. Among the livestock, three major categories were highlighted: yaks, camels, and war horses. Yaks and camels could facilitate the reclamation of land and the migration of the populace for the Ming dynasty, while war horses would enhance the development of the Ming cavalry. Li Qing notably added a remark: livestock must constitute no less than 20% of the total trade. This figure was the maximum that Walla could bear. Too much would overwhelm them, while too little would disadvantage the Ming. With no other option, Tuahuan had to agree. After finalizing the trade agreement with Walla, Li Qing also signed a separate accord with the Shidamu. Although the Walla clan was nearly defunct, it was important to maintain a diplomatic stance. Serving as a warning to Walla, do not covet the Walla. The emergence of an additional power on the grassland was beneficial rather than harmful to the Ming. The more factions that existed, the greater the potential for discord. Internal instability on the grassland was precisely what Li Qing desired. A Shidamu, overwhelmed with gratitude, transformed from a mere prisoner to a tribal leader, albeit one of little significance. Yet, the Ming's recognition of his status was akin to a protective talisman, ensuring that Walla would think twice before targeting him. Once the agreements were signed, Tuahuan could not contain his curiosity and inquired about firearms. Li Qing smiled and replied that their inclusion depended on their performance. However, upon returning to the emperor, production of firearms would be significantly increased. The decision to incorporate them into trade rested not with the Ming, but with them. While promises could be made freely, formal agreements could not be taken lightly. Though Tuahuan felt somewhat disheartened, the Ming's tea, iron pots, silk, and salt were items they desperately needed for rapid development. After exchanging pleasantries, both parties established a time frame for trade, agreeing to commence the first batch after winter. Li Qing had initially hoped to partake in a feast, but the customs of the grassland differed from those of the Central Plains. No banquets were held for the deceased, and he had to return empty-handed. 2 days later, the Ming army began its march home. This battle resulted in the annihilation of nearly 20,000 enemies, yielding 5,000 sheep, 2,500 camels, and 8,700 yaks, a remarkable victory. However, the equilibrium on the grassland had been disrupted, causing Li Qing deep concern. The strategies exhibited by the Tatars sent shivers down his spine. In truth, he harbored doubts about Walla's ability to withstand the Tatars. Throughout the journey, Zhu Di displayed little enthusiasm, clearly sharing Li Qing's apprehensions. The sky was vast and the wilderness expansive. With the wind brushing the grass low enough to reveal cattle and sheep, the azure sky stretched endlessly, unmarred by clouds, a breathtaking sight. Zhu Di, now advanced in years, traveled in a dragon carriage, unbothered by the elements, while others were not afforded such luxury. Yu Qian returned from this expedition looking gaunt, his already slender frame resembling that of a bamboo pole, presenting an appearance of malnutrition. Having shed some scholarly demeanor, he appeared considerably more refined. This military campaign had fostered growth in him, both physically and psychologically, enhancing his wisdom and resilience despite the hardships endured. Li Qing, with a joyful expression, approached on horseback, offering a wineskin to quench his thirst. Yu Qian expressed his gratitude, taking a hearty swig, feeling quite satisfied. It was thanks to the care of the Minister of Personnel that he could enjoy such comforts. Upon returning, he would treat him to a feast. Li Qing accepted the wineskin, breaking into a broad smile. Excellent. Yu Qian returned the smile. The war horses trotted along at a steady pace, their rhythmic movement causing a gentle sway. Although accustomed to it, Yu Qian still felt a certain weariness in his limbs. Glancing sideways at Li Qing, he noticed the latter appeared entirely unfazed, his fatigue seemingly unperturbed by the rigors of the march. He sat firmly as a mountain, even impervious to the slightest jolt. "What troubles you?" Li Qing inquired. "Nothing at all." Yu Qian shook his head, then couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Ministerly, have you truly entered your 60s? Does it not appear so? With you wearing a mask daily, how could I discern?" Yu Qian scratched his head, observing that Li Qing's physique seemed more robust than that of many younger men. Li Qing smiled slightly. "I have practiced martial arts since childhood. My constitution has always been sturdy." Yu Qian nodded, choosing not to pursue that topic further. "Ministerly, will I continue in my previous duties upon our return?" "Indeed." Li Qing stretched lazily. "You will first oversee the relocation of the southern populace, and by winter, you will be responsible for monitoring the tea and horse trade. Yu Qian hesitated, but ultimately clasped his hands in agreement. Do you not favor this? Li Qing queried. Not at all. Yu Qian hesitated briefly before asking, ministerly. It seems you intend to cultivate my abilities, particularly regarding the internal and external affairs of the realm. May I be so bold as to ask why? You are from the Ministry of War? Is this not quite natural? Li Qing chuckled, adding, or are you afraid of hardship? Of course not, Yu Qian replied solemnly. To serve as an official is to be loyal to the nation and to serve the people. That is my duty. Where lies the notion of hardship? Yet, he pondered aloud, I am but a newly appointed scholar, lacking both preeminence and extraordinary capabilities. Why does Minister Li bestow such favor upon me? Li Qing contemplated for a moment before responding with a smile. What? Do you lack confidence in yourself? Not quite. Yu Qian inhaled deeply. I merely hope Minister Li can enlighten me. This question had troubled him for some time. I have previously explained this, Li Qing replied calmly. The reason for nurturing you lies in your recent entry into service, your sense of justice untainted by the murky waters of bureaucracy. You do not hail from a prominent family in Jiangnan. Li Qing continued, rather than fixate on this, it would be more beneficial for you to enhance your own abilities, serve the nation, and be loyal to the people, thus justifying my investment in your development. Do not lose sight of what is truly important. Yu Qian's lips moved slightly. Nodding earnestly, Li Qing smiled broadly. Now that is the spirit. With that, he resumed his hearty drinking, igniting Yu Qian's own desire for the drink. Here you go. Li Qing generously offered. Yu Qian accepted, only to find it nearly empty. By late July, they returned to the capital. Li Qing did not concern himself with rewarding the soldiers or matters of compensation. His first order of business upon returning to the capital was to request leave. Zhu Di, though grumbling, ultimately granted him 5 days. Li Qing's journey had not been lengthy, lasting merely 100 days. His 3 daughters had not changed much. Yet with the passage of time, a hint of aging had begun to show. They personally took to the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous feast. As usual, they rested their hands on the dining table, supporting their chins while gazing at him, chattering incessantly. Li Qing savored the delectable dishes while engaging in light-hearted banter with them. The meal stretching from dusk until the night grew dark. In the evening, Li Qing individually bestowed genuine energy upon them, nurturing their bodies and alleviating any latent ailments. 5 days swiftly passed, and after several days of idleness at home, Li Qing finally attended court. However, on his first day back, he was met with a significant crisis. Reports came simultaneously from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Fujian. Coastal regions were plagued by bandits, their numbers substantial, reaching into the thousands, causing great distress among the coastal populace. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di was furious and immediately resolved to dispatch troops to quell the unrest. Yet, he was first met with resistance from the cabinet ministers Jin Yuzi and Yang Rong, followed by a majority of southern officials who voiced their objections. Even the usually conciliatory Minister of Personnel, Jian Yi, spoke out. Their reasoning was remarkably uniform. They were all subjects of the Ming dynasty, and it was imperative to pacify and educate them, rather than resort to violence against the citizenry. Li Qing narrowed his eyes, instantly recalling the previous Tang Sire uprising. If he found it suspicious, how much more so would the wary Zhu Di? Zhu Di promptly summoned Xiao Linzi, the head of the Eastern Depot, who had been left behind as a precaution before the expedition, to inquire about the details. Upon seeing the Eastern Depot chief enter the court, the previously boisterous civil officials fell silent, their expressions a mix of shock and fear. They had not anticipated that the reach of the Eastern Depot extended so far, even into Jiangnan. Zhu Di observed their reactions keenly, gave a cold snort, and asked, Xiao Linzi, what is the truth behind the bandits in Jiangsu and Zhejiang and Fujian? Your Majesty, Xiao Linzi replied respectfully, there are, in fact, no bandits. The so-called disturbances are merely the result of wealthy merchants smuggling goods overseas. Li Qing maintained a composed demeanor, understanding that the immense profits in maritime trade would compel the merchants of Jiangnan to disregard all laws, even the dragon's might of the emperor. Elaborate further, Zhu Di commanded, his gaze icy. What manner of individuals are these bandits? Xiao Linzi hesitated. The Eastern Depot was still in its infancy, and he had yet to uncover substantial evidence. It was rumored that these bandits were thugs hired by the wealthy, either bribed or allied with them. There are even reports, he continued in a hushed tone, of Han people disguising themselves as Japanese pirates, directly raiding the coastal areas and then selling the plunder abroad. Your Excellency, one must speak with evidence, The Vice Minister of Personnel interjected sarcastically. Such claims, based on hearsay, cannot be presented to the throne without verification. It is not too late to investigate now, Zhu Di replied coldly, casting a glance at the Vice Minister. Xiao Linzi, you may dispatch operatives to conduct an inquiry, and you shall personally lead the team. Your servant obeys, Xiao Linzi said. Your Majesty, I have a petition, Jin Yuzi interjected. The rumor regarding Han people masquerading as Japanese pirates originated from the mouth of Eunuch Lin. He should not be allowed to investigate to avoid any distortion of facts in his quest to validate his claims. I second that, a Hanlin scholar quickly added. Eunuch Lin should recuse himself. It would be better to have the supervising censor investigate. Zhu Di's lips curled into a wry smile. What if I insist on having him investigate? If your Majesty insists on this course of action, the outcome will undoubtedly be contentious. The right Vice Minister of the Censorate stepped forward. Heh, Zhu Di sneered repeatedly. So you wish to win the public's favor, do you? Very well. One from the Dali Temple, one from the Censorate, one from the Hanlin Academy, and one from the Jinui. Will you supervise us all? The right Vice Minister of the Censorate fell silent, merely cupping his hands and exclaiming, Your Majesty is wise. The Emperor continued, If that is the case, why not include the 6 ministries as well? Jian Yi stepped forward, asserting that this would further garner public support. This old rascal still thinks he can smooth things over. Or perhaps he is also entangled in this matter. Zhu Di's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Li Qing stepped forth, stating, If the 6 ministries are to send representatives, I recommend the minister from the Ministry of War, Yu Qian, to assist in the oversight. If the Ministry of War sends someone, then we from the Ministry of Personnel must also send a representative. The Deputy Minister of Personnel stepped forward. Your Majesty, I propose. Zhu Di interrupted him with a sharp command. The courtiers, witnessing the Emperor's wrath, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. After a brief moment, the general of the hall entered, seeking the Emperor's orders. Zhu Di, expressionless, ordered Jian Yi to be imprisoned. To catch the thief, one must seize the king. Zhu Di now regarded everyone as a thief and decided to detain the most significant figure, the Minister of Personnel. Indeed, this tactic proved effective, as the courtiers promptly fell silent. The Deputy Minister of Personnel ceased his protests and returned to his seat, enveloping the Grand Hall in profound silence. Chapter 122. Zhu Di's fury within the Ministry of War's inner hall. Li Qing spoke earnestly. Jiangsu and Zhujiang are treacherous grounds. You should not venture there. This time, you shall go to Fujian. During this journey, observe keenly and take note. Note what? Yu Qian inquired, bewildered. Document their criminal evidence. Pausing for a moment, Li Qing added, I have an additional task for you. Please, sir, go on. Survive. Yu Qian's pupils constricted in disbelief. Are you implying that the words of the Eastern Depot's chief are true, and that someone will attempt to silence me? Overwhelmed by shock, Yu Qian forgot to use honorifics. Since the migration of the southern populace to the north, Yu Qian, as a minister, had gained access to the court and was aware of the happenings within, hence his uncharacteristic demeanor. Although his perception of civil officials had significantly waned, he could hardly fathom that the bureaucratic faction would dare to act so ruthlessly, verging on rebellion. Under normal circumstances, they would never take such risks, yet when cornered, they might very well resort to eliminating a mere minister. Li Qing's tone grew solemn. Do you wish to achieve great deeds, to improve the lives of the people, and to bring prosperity to the Ming dynasty? I do. Yu Qian nodded without hesitation. Survive. Li Qing continued. When one dies, all is lost. To live is to have a chance to realize one's ambitions. In truth, Li Qing had not intended for Yu Qian to take such risks. Rather, he hoped to awaken him to the harsh realities and the true nature of the aristocratic bureaucrats. The perils of the court are no less daunting than those of the battlefield. If Yu Qian clings to the naive belief that most officials are benevolent, his tenure will be short-lived. While the legendary exploits of the god of war may not materialize, Yu Qian might still find himself on a treacherous path, for he harbors an overly idealistic view of the officials. At this moment, Yu Qian found his worldview shattered, taking a while to regain his composure before furrowing his brow and saying, however, these are merely rumors. It does not necessarily mean they are true. Perhaps, in due time, you will come to know. Li Qing chose not to elaborate further, understanding that certain truths can only be grasped through personal experience and first-hand observation. With a sigh, Li Qing cautioned, remember, Your primary task is to gather evidence of wrongdoing and return alive with it. After a moment's pause, he added, those who aspire to great things should not be bogged down by trivialities, as long as one harbors a sense of justice. It is not entirely inappropriate to blend in with the crowd. Yu Qian, still reeling from this profound disruption of his principles, stared blankly at Li Qing for a long time before slowly shaking his head. Even if what the minister suggests is true, I would never choose to compromise my integrity. He struggled to believe that his mentor would imply such notions of corruption. Li Qing sighed, imparting wisdom on navigating the complexities of life. One need not be soft-hearted when receiving favors, nor must one be short-handed when taking. Yu Qian's frown deepened as he countered, bribery is bribery, regardless of whether one is performing a duty or not. This is my exclusive insight. You wouldn't even value it, Li Qing replied, somewhat resigned. Do as you wish. But I have but one request. Do not seek the limelight and return alive. Rest assured, I have no desire to meet my end. Yu Qian nodded, affirming that he would fulfill the tasks assigned by his superior. Very well, Li Qing gestured dismissively. Go prepare. You will set out with the Eastern Depot's men at dawn. Your servant takes his leave, Yu Qian said as he rose, clasping his hands in respect before turning to depart. Watching him leave, Li Qing furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons of allowing Yu Qian to accompany them. Ultimately, he found solace in his decision. Although Yu Qian was steadfast in his principles, he was not inflexible. Both his historical deeds and his previous rebuttals in court demonstrated that he was not merely a scholar, but possessed the capability to act. The tea on the table had long since cooled. Li Qing took a sip before setting it down, his thoughts drifting to the internal affairs of the Ming dynasty. With the implementation of a series of national policies, the interests of the wealthy, particularly those of the Jiangnan gentry, were progressively suppressed and exploited, making their eventual rebellion inevitable. Li Qing was not surprised by this turn of events. He had anticipated the resistance would arise after Zhu Di's death, not so soon. We shall take it one step at a time, he mused softly. This arena of power resembles a meat grinder. Once it starts, it will not cease for any individual. All under heaven bustle for profit, and all are embroiled in strife for gain. This has remained unchanged throughout the ages. Even if all officials were to be slain, it would not alter the course. Did Zhu Yuanzhang not kill enough? And what was the outcome? A mere patch on the surface. Selfishness and greed are the inherent flaws of humanity. Li Qing recognized that he lacked the power to effect change. His sole desire was to ensure a better life for the common people, nothing more. Regarding the court, he shook his head. The tea was entirely cold now. Li Qing downed the last of it, and prepared to return home for a small drink to ease his troubled spirit. However, just as he exited the back hall, he encountered Zhongzhi, who appeared flustered. What troubles you? The emperor wishes to punish my father. What an unexpected turn of events. Li Qing chuckled. Come. If you are free, join me at my residence for a drink. Zhongzhi found little pleasure in drinking, his anxiety evident as he exclaimed, Grandfather intends to depose my father and summon my second uncle back. Do you truly believe that? Li Qing chuckled softly, bemused by his intelligence. If the emperor genuinely wished for your second uncle to ascend, would he have groomed you across generations? Oh, but this time is different. The one in the throes of the situation is indeed confused. Zhongzhi genuinely fears for his father's position as crown prince, with grandfather attributing the recent upheaval caused by bandits to my father. Just moments ago, the head of the Eastern Depot reported that Tang Ser's rebellion has escalated into a full-blown uprising, celebrated among the populace of Shandong as a heroic act against grandfather's tyranny. Furthermore, the arson incident at the Three Great Halls has been twisted into a furious wrath from the founding emperor, invoking divine retribution that reduced the halls to ashes. And this tale is being recounted with great fervor. Zhongzhi, distraught, insisted, Grandfather is truly enraged, questioning how my father has governed and cursing him most harshly. You should go and see for yourself. Li Qing nodded, resigned. Clearly, this was the stratagem of the southern literati, their intentions unmistakable, to vex Zhu Di. Yet, their actions were indeed provocative, and Zhu Di's fury was entirely justifiable. Someone had to bear the blame, and as the acting crown prince, it was impossible for him to escape culpability. The civil officials dared to act so audaciously because Zhu Di had invested in Zhongzhi, signifying the crown prince's position was as secure as a mountain, thus emboldening their audacity. Zhu Di's decision to target the portly prince was also a calculated message to the civil officialdom, indicating that the crown prince's position was not unassailable. Should they continue their antics, he would not hesitate to replace him. Ultimately, it was a psychological gambit, and only the wise grandson could truly comprehend it. I entrusted you with governance, and you present such a disgrace? Why have the bandits risen in Jiangsu and Zhejiang? And how has Tang Sai's rebellion become a revolt against my tyranny? And what of the three great halls? As Zhu Di's furious voice echoed from the gates of Qinqing Palace, it was accompanied by the sounds of fists striking and objects being thrown, creating quite the commotion. Father, I have devoted all my energy to the pressing matter of the people's relocation. I am simply overwhelmed, came the aggrieved voice of the chubby prince. Following this, Zhu Di's tirade erupted. Overwhelmed? Then why are you even governing? Why not indulge in your leisurely pursuits as a prince? I have entrusted you with governance. Yet you allow the world to curse me instead of directing their ire towards you? Amidst the cacophony, Zhongzhi bent down to pat the small eunuch kneeling before him, instructing him to announce the arrival of the Duke of Yongqing. The little eunuch, visibly reluctant, replied, Your Highness, the Emperor is in a foul mood. Perhaps it would be better for you and the Duke too. If you delay me further, I shall have you dealt with immediately. Zhongzhi glared, causing the eunuch to lose all bravado and hurriedly convey the message. Moments later, Zhu Di's voice bellowed, Enter. Li Qing, scratching his nose, took a step toward the grand hall. The scene within was one of devastation. Ink, paper, and inkstones were scattered about, and vases lay shattered, a grim sight to behold. The chubby prince knelt on the floor, appearing like a disgruntled panda, heaving heavily. What are you heaving about? Zhu Di barked. Are you dissatisfied? No. It is merely uncomfortable to kneel. Father, the chubby prince replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. He spoke truthfully. His physique could hardly endure prolonged kneeling, not due to knee pain, but from sheer discomfort. Your humble servant, grandson, pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Zhu Di cast a sidelong glance at the two and returned to his seat, instructing them to rise. Thank you, your majesty, father. With the assistance of the two, the little chubby one was finally able to stand. Zhu Di turned his gaze to Li Qing, inquiring about the matter at hand. Li Qing pointed to Zhongzhi, stating that the crown prince had sent him to mediate. Zhongzhi chuckled. Ah, your majesty, please temper your anger. Your grandson fears for your health. A generation apart. Zhu Di snorted coldly. This grandson is indeed coddled. No, it is not in vain. Zhongzhi quickly clarified. How could I harbor ill intentions? I am merely concerned for grandfather. The bond between generations is profound. Regardless of how close a grandson may feel, a grandfather's love is genuine. Upon hearing his grandson's words, Zhu Di's expression shifted from cloudy to clear. He was not devoid of understanding, recognizing that being a great son was no easy feat, and thus chose to temper his anger. Bring me the memorials you handled during my campaign. Yes, I shall prepare them at once. The little chubby one, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurried away without a thought of indulging in pleasantries with Li Qing. Li Qing sighed, Your Majesty, why must you bear this burden? The crown prince has his own trials. As if I have it easy? Zhu Di's earlier temper flared anew. I am over 60, yet I traverse thousands of miles to wage war. For what purpose? To invite scorn from the populace? Li Qing scratched his head, offering an apology and hastily shifting the topic. Your Majesty, regarding the recent disturbances caused by the bandits, if there is substantial evidence. As the director of the Eastern Depot claims, what should be done? What else is there to do? Those who should be captured shall be apprehended. Those who deserve death shall be executed. Those who warrant exile shall be banished, and those whose homes need to be confiscated shall be dealt with accordingly. Zhu Di's face bore a cold smile filled with murderous intent. If they do not wish to coexist, then let it be so. Chapter 123. The traditional craft of the Zhu family. Li Qing furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, if this continues, it may lead to dire consequences. The populace is already in the midst of mass migration. If they are pushed too far today, I take a step back. Tomorrow, I would have to retreat 10 steps. 100 steps, Zhu Di interrupted. As long as I remain on the throne, I will not allow them to cause turmoil. Li Qing fell silent. Zhu Di's words were not without merit, yet the relentless pressure would inevitably provoke fierce resistance. When the backlash comes, it may be overwhelming. As long as Zhu Di remains alive, their patience may wear thin, but what if he were to pass? The hatred the scholars of Jiangnan harbor for Zhu Di far exceeds that for Zhu Yuanzhang, and both sides have reached a point of irreparable conflict. From establishing the manufacturing bureau to maritime expeditions and relocating the capital, alongside land surveying, tax reforms, and the national policy of population relocation, the nation and its people have greatly benefited. However, while the nation enjoys peace and the common folk prosper, the interests of the gentry have significantly diminished. The established families have reached their breaking point. Li Qing wished to counsel Zhu Di to adopt a more moderate approach, yet he was uncertain where to begin. It was as if both sides were engaged in a tug-of-war, with the first to compromise destined for utter defeat. In such a contest, there would be winners and losers, and the consequence of relentless stubbornness would merely be a frayed rope, leading to mutual destruction. Your Majesty, why not allow the common folk to engage in free trade? Li Qing ventured tentatively. Nonsense. Zhu Di vehemently shook his head. Do you not believe that once the maritime ban is lifted, the wealthy gentry of Jiangnan will undoubtedly convert rice fields to mulberry trees? At that point, grain supplies will dwindle drastically, resulting in a sea of refugees. Allow me to speak, Zhu Zhongzhi interjected. The two turned their heads to look at him. Zhu Zhongzhi cleared his throat and said awkwardly, I believe that rather than blocking the sea, it would be better to open it up. In doing so, while the wealthy merchants may profit, the common people would also benefit. Silk, porcelain, spices, and furniture all require labor, whether it is mulberry or rice cultivation. The rich do not farm themselves. It is the tenants and laborers who do the work. Even if the focus shifts to mulberry cultivation, the common people will still have jobs and will not lose their livelihoods. Well said, but do not elaborate further. Zhu Di interjected with a mocking expression. Let me ask you, how will we resolve the issue of food? Do you truly believe that the migration of a few southern folks will alter the landscape of the Ming dynasty? The prosperity of Jiangnan as the granary of the realm is not easily shaken. Indeed, a plump boy puffed his way forward, followed by 4 young attendants carrying 2 large boxes. Zhu Di shifted his gaze to the boy, speaking in a sardonic tone. Oh, is that so? The boy, steeling himself, nodded, and the attendants swiftly set down the boxes of memorials before retreating. Speak up. Zhu Di leaned back in his chair, intrigued as he fixed his gaze on the boy. The boy was well aware of his father's temperament, despite the amiable facade. A single misstep could unleash a storm of fury. Father, the cultivation of Yongla beans has been exceedingly successful, yielding as much as 500 jin per mu in one season. The boy wasted no time on pleasantries and presented the facts. The yield of Yongla rice is comparable to that of wheat. After the harvest of wheat in several provinces, we can abandon soybeans and switch to Yongla rice, significantly increasing food production. Moreover, with the development of Liaodong, the boy calculated earnestly, as long as the policy of southern migration continues and we vigorously cultivate wasteland, within 5 years at most, the granary of the Ming will shift northward. 5 years. Zhu Di's face revealed a hint of bitterness. Did he have the strength to last that long? This expedition had made him increasingly aware of his limitations. Even riding a horse felt like a daunting task, and he feared he might not see that day come. Well said. Zhu Di sighed. Zhu Zhongzhi thought it was a precursor to his grandfather's anger and quickly turned to his father. Do not speak of this again. The boy? Li Qing. Zhu Di. The hall fell silent for a moment before Zhu Di and the plump boy echoed in unison. Get out. All right, all right. Zhu Zhongzhi hurriedly left. Zhu Di uncrossed his legs, leaned forward, and adopted a serious expression. Even if what you say is true, that the granary could shift in 5 years. What do we do now? I do not necessarily wish to resort to mass slaughter, but if we do not act, the wealthy will only grow bolder and more arrogant. Yet, if we unleash a massacre, the migration of the southern people will undoubtedly be hindered or even abandoned. The boy disagreed. Zhu Di snorted, asserting that without taking drastic measures, the migration would still face obstacles, and the consequences of inaction would be far graver. Politically, the boy was still naive. In this instance, Li Qing sided with Zhu Di, believing that they could not yield on matters of principle. If you retreat, they will advance. The boy insisted, Father, what we lack most at present is time. If we can endure these next few years, the existing structure can be dismantled. Endure? How shall we endure? Zhu Di let out a cold snort, expressing his disdain for the audacity of openly defying the laws of the Ming dynasty. The very act of Han people masquerading as pirates to plunder the populace was intolerable. How can I possibly condone such behavior? He demanded. The rotund young man opened his mouth, left speechless. He then turned to Li Qing and inquired, Do you have any sound strategies? Zhu Di followed the young man's gaze, asking, Is there a plan? Li Qing pondered for a moment before responding. Your Majesty speaks wisely. In matters of such gravity, we must not compromise. If what the East Factory's chief says is true, we must deal with it swiftly and decisively, without leniency. Noticing the young man's anxious expression, he softened his tone, adding, however, the Crown Prince's point is also quite valid. What we lack most in the Ming dynasty is time. If we can endure this tumult, we may usher in reforms. Failing that, we shall be caught in a vicious cycle. Thus, the national policy of relocating the southern populace to the north must not waver. Stop beating around the bush. Zhu Di retorted tersely. Otherwise, I shall send you to keep company with Jianyi. Li Qing's expression darkened, clarifying, what I mean is, we cannot be lenient regarding the actions of the bandits. Yet in order to sustain the policy of relocating the southern populace, we may need to make some concessions elsewhere. Such as? Zhu Di prompted. Opening the maritime trade. Li Qing replied. In truth, the Crown Prince is correct. It is imperative to permit maritime trade. A monopoly on profits is not a sustainable strategy. While Zhu Di may manage to suppress it during his reign, once he passes, the policy of going to the west will undoubtedly be overturned. Allowing wealth to flow to all will enable the implementation of national strategy effectively. During the Song dynasty, maritime trade was concentrated in the hands of the scholar officials, but under Zhu Yuanzhang, it was abruptly prohibited. Zhu Di's approach was even more ruthless, establishing a monopoly to enrich himself at sea while severing the majority of the income streams for these noble families. The silk was produced by state-run weaving bureaus. Tea was exclusively managed by the court, and porcelain was crafted in official kilns. It is quite unreasonable to consume the meat while denying others even a sip of broth. Those who indulge in exclusive gains have never met a favorable end. Li Qing stated earnestly, when trade flourishes, bandits turn merchants. When trade is restricted, merchants become bandits. The vast benefits of maritime trade are well known. For the sake of profit, noble families have been known to harbor ruffians, even masquerading as pirates to plunder coastal inhabitants. If we persist in prohibition, the maritime bandits will be an unending scourge. Zhu Di furrowed his brow, digesting Li Qing's words. After a long moment, he nodded gently. That makes sense. My father was indeed wise. The young man eagerly chimed in. In this case, the Ming dynasty shall surely ascend to new heights. How sagacious is the emperor? Hold on, not so fast. Zhu Di shot him a sidelong glance. The maritime trade can be opened, but only after the grain reserves of the realm have been relocated. To open the seas recklessly would bring more harm than good. We must first ensure the citizens' food supply. Li Qing bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. Ever since the policy of taxing land by headcount was implemented, the population has surged rapidly, and the demand for grain has correspondingly increased. Should we prioritize profit over the sustenance of the populace, leading to a decline in numbers? It would be a complete inversion of priorities. Zhu Di nodded in agreement. The young man added, however, Father, we are back to square one. How do we ensure the continued relocation of the southern populace to the north? Zhu Di frowned, looking to Li Qing. Is there yet another plan? Indeed. Li Qing responded with decisive affirmation. What is it? Li Qing smiled subtly. A pie in the sky. One might first allow the winds of rumor to circulate, providing the officials with a notion to ponder. In doing so, not only would the adverse effects of dealing with bandits dissipate into the ether, but it would also ensure that no one would obstruct the national policy of migration from the south to the north. Li Qing inquired with a smile. What do you think of this strategy? Not bad. Zhu Di responded affirmatively. The art of painting illusions was indeed a traditional craft of the Zhu family, with the elder Zhu adept at it, and the fourth son equally skilled. For Zhu Di, this matter was as effortless as dining or sipping tea. With a planned course of action in place, Zhu Di finally wore a smile, and the atmosphere in the grand hall, once charged with tension, was instantly transformed into one of familial warmth. Seizing the moment of Zhu Di's good spirits, Li Qing ventured, Your Majesty, now that the investigation is concluded, might you consider promoting Yan Qian? Not possible. Zhu Di shook his head. Why not? He stands out too much, Zhu Di explained. He still requires further grounding. He is indeed a talent, and precisely for this reason, he must endure more tempering. At the very least, I shall not promote him. After a brief pause, he added, Gao Qi, you too shall not ascend in rank. Why not? The young prince queried, puzzled. Did you not just praise him as a talent? Zhu Di cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, Leave opportunities for Zhongzhi. Li Qing and the young prince exchanged a few casual remarks. After which Zhu Di instructed his attendants to open a box and began reviewing his son's work. Finding himself without purpose, Li Qing bowed and took his leave. As he exited the palace, Zhu Zhongzhi approached him, concern etched on his face. Is it still noisy inside? Do you lack ears? Li Qing responded, shaking his head. A harmonious father-son relationship. That's good to hear, Zhu Zhongzhi said, clearly relieved. He then placed an arm around Li Qing's shoulder. Today, I shall dine at your home. Li Qing scrutinized him. But you come empty-handed? Surely not. Zhu Zhongzhi replied, feigning injury. Is our friendship not worth a meal? Not that, Li Qing mentioned. Did we not wager on who would slay more enemies? The truth is, I have vanquished more than you. Thus you owe me 100 taels of gold. But you also took my spear, claiming you would teach me a few techniques, Zhu Zhongzhi protested. I never said I wouldn't teach, but you must first pay. Li Qing quipped. Zhu Zhongzhi, looking exasperated, retorted, what matters more, money or me? I prefer gold. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively and continued on his way. Wait for me. Zhu Zhongzhi hurried to catch up, whispering, Qingbo, how did you manage to silence them? Nothing much. I merely suggested lifting the maritime ban. Li Qing replied as he walked on. Zhu Zhongzhi stood momentarily dumbfounded before exclaiming in frustration, you only know how to indulge. Upon seeing Li Qing stride away, he hastily followed, adding, you've stolen my idea. Chapter 124. The return of Yan Qian and the Yongqing Marquisate. The two sat opposite each other. A banquet spread before them as they began to eat and drink. After a while, Zhu Zhongzhi raised his cup to his lips, swallowing a century egg along with his wine, and curiously asked, Qingbo, how did you convince the emperor to agree to lift the maritime ban? By appealing to reason and stirring emotions, Li Qing replied, setting down his chopsticks. What of the gold? It shall be delivered to you tomorrow, Zhu Zhongzhi replied, somewhat irritated. You truly are a miser. Who does not love wealth? Li Qing countered. But at your age, why do you need so much money? Can you even spend it all? Zhu Zhongzhi teased. Do you know what the most painful thing in life is? What? To die with unspent wealth. No. Li Qing shook his head. It is far worse to live while money slips away. With the wealth you currently possess, you could not exhaust it in several lifetimes. Zhu Zhongzhi scoffed. Li Qing expressed his thoughts. One should not speak in such terms. Life is still unfolding. And it is prudent to retain a bit of wealth. There is no harm in that. Zhu Zhongzhi fell silent, aware that to learn additional skills, spending money was inevitable. I shall have gold sent to you shortly. First, teach me your techniques. He proposed, exchanging money for knowledge. Li Qing, with firm principles, remained resolute. Zhu Zhongzhi, having lost his temper entirely, resumed his meal, seemingly intent on consuming 100 taels of gold. After a while, curiosity got the better of Zhu Zhongzhi, who inquired, might I ask why His Majesty is so inclined to heed your counsel? Because my suggestions are reasonable and feasible, Li Qing replied with a smile. In life and work, there are nuances. For instance, if I teach you today, will you still bring me gold tomorrow? Zhu Zhongzhi thought to himself, how dare you lecture me on conduct? He then inquired, what do you mean specifically? Take a guess, Li Qing urged. Zhu Zhongzhi pondered for a moment, hesitantly suggesting, could it be mere daydreaming? Having often been subjected to his grandfather's fanciful visions, he had grown somewhat familiar with the concept. Li Qing nodded solemnly, stating, do not underestimate this. It is a lesson you must learn from your grandfather. A ruler who cannot inspire dreams is not a good emperor. Is it truly that profound? Zhu Zhongzhi queried. Indeed. It is, Li Qing thought to himself. This is a traditional skill of the Zhu family that must be preserved. Zhang Wen suffered for lack of such wisdom. Do you think how the founding emperor acquired his dominion? Li Qing asked. Zhu Zhongzhi stared blankly. Surely you do not believe the founding emperor claimed the world merely by daydreaming? There is no doubt of the founding emperor's brilliance, Li Qing affirmed, but he added, however, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Initially, the founding emperor was destitute. Even when he later gained traction, he remained the weakest among the three factions, far from rivaling Qin Yuliang or Zhang Shiqing. Yet, veterans like Su De, Tang He, and Chang Yuchen remained loyally at his side. What was the key to this loyalty? Was it daydreaming? Zhu Zhongzhi asked, bewildered. Well, apart from personal charisma, the most significant factor was indeed the ability to inspire dreams, Li Qing chuckled. This technique endures through time. Even hundreds of years later, it remains effective. Subsequently, Li Qing began to share his insights and strategies regarding the art of inspiring dreams. When it came to this skill, Li Qing was not inferior to the old Zhu family. After an extensive discussion, Zhongzhi found himself questioning the very essence of life. Could it be that the foundation of the Ming dynasty was built on mere daydreams? As the meal concluded, Zhongzhi felt as if he had unlocked the door to a new realm of understanding. Hearing your words is more enlightening than a decade of study. It is indeed so. He felt certain that he would become a capable emperor, for he had found the right path. While the case in Jiangnan remained unresolved, Zhu Di's grand vision had already been revealed. The effects were immediately evident. The previously turbulent court soon calmed, and the number of memorials criticizing Zhu Di diminished significantly. Observing this, Zhongzhi increasingly recognized the importance and necessity of inspiring dreams. Li Qing, however, no longer focused on the political situation, nor did he pay heed to the investigation in Jiangnan. To him, these were trifles. A grand vision could minimize any adverse effects. Apart from spending time with his 3 consorts, he directed all his energy towards the situation beyond the borders. At the beginning of September, reports from beyond the borders indicated that the Tatars had assembled nearly 50,000 troops, launching a full-scale assault on the Walla. Foreseeing the impending attack, the Walla had taken precautions and relocated their main camp, suffering minimal losses. In early October, the Tatars struck again, catching the Walla off guard this time, resulting in significant casualties, along with the theft of tens of thousands of women, children, cattle, and sheep. By early November, the tea and horse trade was initiated, with the Ming army exchanging tea, silk, porcelain, and other goods for yaks, camels, warhorses, ginseng, and sable pelts. The lucrative nature of this trade rivaled that of maritime commerce. In the 12th month, Tuo Huan personally presented tribute, clinging to Zhu Di's leg and lamenting the Tatars' inhumanity, shedding tears and snot in his despair. The Walla were suffering greatly, a fact not lost on Zhu Di. However, it was of little concern to him. As long as the Walla remained intact, their semi-defeated state mattered little, for they could still hinder the Tatars. Observing the internal strife among the nomadic forces was Zhu Di's true objective. At this juncture, the Walla had not yet reached the point of utter desperation, and Zhu Di had no intention of deploying troops. Nevertheless, having taken the Walla under his wing, he felt compelled to maintain appearances and bestowed generous rewards upon Tuo Huan, expressing sympathy for the Walla's plight. He assured them that should they face true peril, the Ming would undoubtedly intervene. After a hearty meal, Tuo Huan departed, solemnly vowing to pursue the Tatars relentlessly. Zhongzhi observed this exchange with keen interest. Taking note, Qingbo, you do not deceive me. As the new year approached, on the eve of the festival, Yu Qian returned from Fujian to visit the Ho residence. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats in the guest hall. The crimson charcoal brazier blazed brightly, the hot pot simmered, and slices of meat danced in the boiling broth. While outside, snowflakes swirled, creating a cozy atmosphere within. How were the harvests this time? Li Qing inquired, lifting a warmed wine flask to pour for Yu Qian. Yu Qian held the cup, only removing his hand after Li Qing had filled it, responding with a complex tone. The harvest was quite bountiful. Is that so? Li Qing chuckled. Have you clarified the matter concerning the bandits? Indeed, Yu Qian replied, his expression grave, as the minister had mentioned. Ah, Li Qing remarked, seemingly unfazed. Who is implicated? Yu Qian shook his head, not a single official directly involved. As the hot pot bubbled, the rising steam obscured Yu Qian's visage. Yet his furrowed brows were unmistakably clear. Li Qing picked up his chopsticks, enjoying the meal while speaking. Let us discuss official matters first. Yu Qian insisted firmly. Come now. It's New Year's Day, and officials are on holiday. There's no need for formality, Li Qing replied, lifting a slice of lamb, blowing on it before savoring it, his expression one of satisfaction. Eating hot pot on a snowy day is truly delightful. You must try it. The flavor is exceptional. Yu Qian hesitated slightly, then picked up his chopsticks and selected a piece of meat. How does it taste? Very good, Yu Qian affirmed, taking another slice. He had come directly to the Ho residence upon returning to the capital, having not yet eaten. After consuming a modest portion, his hunger somewhat abated, Yu Qian spoke again. There are officials who were indirectly involved. Li Qing took a sip of warm wine. Are there any from the court? Yes, Yu Qian replied. The Grand Academician Jin Yuzi and the Grand Academician Yang Rong. Li Qing set down his wine cup, stating that, as far as he knew, Yang Rong hailed from Fujian, while Jin Yuzi was from Jiangxi. How did you end up with Jin Yuzi while investigating in Fujian? he inquired. Because of porcelain, came the reply. Porcelain, from Jiangxi, no wonder. Li Qing suddenly realized. Back when Zhu Di sought to quell the unrest, these two had also emerged first. It was evident that there was a reason behind it. Eat, 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 he encouraged, warmly hosting. Yu Qian looked at Li Qing in astonishment. Ministerly, are you not the least bit surprised? What is there to be surprised about? Li Qing chuckled. Do you truly believe officials are all paragons of virtue and integrity? Well then, do not stand on ceremony. Today is a holiday. Treat it as a visit. Eat, drink, and converse freely. Yu Qian found it amusing yet was indeed hungry, so he set aside his reservations and began to eat. After a while, Yu Qian laid down his chopsticks, picked up the wine jug, and poured a glass for both Li Qing and himself. He swallowed his food with wine before stating, in truth, there is no direct evidence linking the two to smuggling. However, those transporting the contraband have some connections with them. Li Qing smiled. They are both former subjects of Jiang Wen, and their continued prominence during the Yongle reign signifies they are no ordinary individuals. They are staunch supporters of the crown prince and would not commit egregious errors. This reminded Li Qing of the day Zhu Di entered Nanjing. One could say that. Aside from Qi Fengwang, there were no true hardliners. Scholars possess integrity, yes, but in the realm of power, huh? I suspect that had Qi Fengwang not been listed among those to be purged by Zhu Di, the three would likely have surrendered as well. Of course, it cannot be said that all civil officials are malevolent. Many do their jobs adequately. Most, however, are merely self-serving opportunists. Li Qing resumed eating and drinking as he elaborated. Yu Qian nodded. Smuggling in Fujian primarily involves porcelain and silk, with 70% destined for Japan and 30% for Korea. Among them, smuggling is most rampant in Jinan, which happens to be Yang Rong's hometown. Yu Qian could not conceal his fury. Corruption and collusion between officials and bandits run rampant. When the Jinan magistrate goes to the east village, the bandits go to the west. When he goes to the south village, they raid the north. They don't even bother spending money. They simply plunder and then resell the goods overseas. What about the people's report to the officials? Li Qing paused his eating. Does the Jinan magistrate not intervene? He does. Yu Qian scoffed. However, the officials and bandits never cross paths. While he is diligent in his duties, every time a village is robbed, he mobilizes all his resources, leaving other areas at the mercy of banditry. According to local residents, this situation has persisted for quite some time, escalating to the point where the Jinan magistrate could no longer suppress the bandits, which is why it has come to light. Is there any connection between Yang Rong and this magistrate? Li Qing asked. Investigations reveal none. Li Qing further inquired. Is it true that the bandits disguise themselves as Japanese pirates? Indeed, there are authentic Japanese pirates as well. Yu Qian nodded. Real Japanese pirates. Li Qing's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile crept across his lips. And what of that magistrate? He was arrested by the Eastern Depot on charges of dereliction of duty and is currently en route to the capital, Yu Qian replied. He is expected to arrive in a few days. Pausing, Yu Qian tentatively asked, Minister Li, what is the emperor's stance on the bandits smuggling in Jiangnan? Li Qing, with a gleeful smile, uttered a single word, execute. The emperor is wise indeed. Yu Qian exhaled a breath of melancholy, his face radiating vigor. Chapter 125. The imperial staff on the first day of the new year, in the square of the Fengtian Palace, the ministers arrived early, even before dawn. A group of young eunuchs quietly swept the snow, and despite the gathering of over 1,000 people, an unusual stillness enveloped the area, broken only by the gentle sound of brooms brushing against the ground. Today marked a special occasion, New Year greetings and the distribution of red envelopes. There would be no court assembly, nor any deliberations, and with the crowd so large, the ministers stood in a rather informal manner. Li Qing, arriving later, joined Yu Qian at the back, idly waiting for the fourth prince. Had it not been for the prospect of receiving red envelopes, he would not have risen so early. Though the sun had yet to rise, the reflection of the accumulated snow provided an unexpectedly clear view, allowing Li Qing to discern the expressions on the faces of nearby officials. The ministers exhibited a range of emotions. Some were joyful, others remained composed, while a few harbored unspoken worries. Silently, the snow began to fall, the flakes small yet dense, soon blanketing the officials' hats and shoulders with a delicate layer of white. The atmosphere was remarkably quiet, even more so than during court sessions. The head of the Eastern Depot stood across from the ministers, wielding a whisk. exuding an air of authority devoid of his usual humility and flattery. His posture was straight, and a subtle, cold smile occasionally graced his lips, evoking an impression of a petty individual reveling in newfound power. A foreboding sense lingered among the gathered crowd. Someone was destined to face misfortune due to the Eastern Depot's discoveries. The bitter wind howled, and despite the minister's thick garments, standing for extended periods in the frigid climate rendered their hands and feet numb, their teeth chattering. Yu Qian shrugged his shoulders, tilting his neck slightly backward, as snowflakes drifted into the nape of his neck, quickly melting against his warmth. Easing his furrowed brow just a touch, a soft chuckle escaped Li Qing, who could not contain himself. Upon hearing the laughter, Yu Qian felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Turning to see Li Qing, he offered a slight nod, acknowledging him. "Are you cold?" Yu Qian asked, his expression darkening. It was as if Li Qing's inquiry implied he himself was unaffected by the chill. "Li Shangshu, are you not cold?" Yu Qian was taken aback. Today, Li Qing was not donned in official robes, but wore a dark long gown with a white inner garment, accentuating his tall figure and graceful demeanor. He appeared rather ostentatious. And even Yu Qian felt a shiver at the sight. Were it not for his knowledge of Li Qing's true age, coupled with the golden-hued Wangwali cane, Yu Qian might have doubted that this man was older than himself. In his 60s, with keen hearing and sight, a clear mind, and an upright posture, such vitality seemed beyond belief. For a fleeting moment, Yu Qian felt an overwhelming urge to remove the mask of this official and uncover the secrets behind his remarkable youth. He chuckled wryly, pondering the adage that a mere scholar is powerless. Yet, he soon found solace in the fact that he was not the only one suffering from the cold. Others were equally affected. Li Qing, wielding his cane, drew circles in the snow. "Come closer," he beckoned. Yu Qian complied. Li Qing raised his hand, tapping several points on Yu Qian's body. "How do you feel now?" "It feels less cold," Yu Qian replied, somewhat astonished. "Li Shangshu, what kind of technique is this?" "Acupoint stimulation." Li Qing chuckled. "You didn't know? As for me, I am a physician. While you all enter service through literature, I entered through medicine." A gentle warmth surged through his body, not overwhelming, yet sufficient to banish any lingering chill. Yu Qian felt a deep respect. This minister truly possessed remarkable abilities. He suddenly grasped why Li Qing, even in his 60s, remained so robust. Indeed, he was a master of the medical arts. After a quarter of an hour, the eastern sky began to brighten, a hint of dawn painting the glazed tiles of the Fengtian Hall in golden hues. Curiously, the snow continued to fall. Shortly thereafter, the dragon carriage, borne by 16 men, approached with a steady grace. The ministers promptly adjusted their stances, preparing to receive their sovereign. Moments later, the dragon carriage halted before the gathered officials. Zhu Di, clad in thick cotton garments and enveloped in a heavy cloak, seemed impervious to the cold that had left the minister shivering. Next, the rotund figure, with the assistance of his son, descended from the dragon carriage. Although Zhu Di was already quite stout, the appearance of the little one made him appear considerably slimmer by comparison. Following the dragon carriage, a young eunuch carried a spacious, soft chair and positioned it behind Zhu Di. "The ministers pay their respects to your majesty. Long live our emperor." The officials bowed in unison, their voices resounding in harmony. "At ease. We thank your majesty." They rose, adjusting their official robes. After a brief pause, tranquility returned. Zhu Di cast a glance at the young attendant, who understood the cue and stepped forward, calling out, "County Magistrate Li Hong of Jianan, County Magistrate Yang Qing of Chunnan, County Magistrate Lu Firen of Jianda, Captain Qin Chong of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and Minister Yu Qian, here to answer the summons." "I obey the command." The crowd echoed from the western side. Li Qing tugged at Yu Qian's sleeve and whispered, "The emperor has not inquired of you. Do not respond unless prompted." Yu Qian paused, then nodded in understanding. In a moment, the group approached the emperor. Zhu Di did not rush to speak, merely inclining his chin slightly. The young attendant waved his feather duster and announced, "County Magistrate of Jianjian, County Magistrate of Chunnan, County Magistrate of Jianda," presenting themselves. After a quarter of an hour, the three magistrates, escorted by the palace guards, arrived before the emperor. "I am County Magistrate Lu Dekhang of Jianan, County Magistrate Wang Yuanxi of Chunnan, County Magistrate Lu Batong of Jianda. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live our emperor." For these seventh-rank magistrates to present themselves in the capital was a momentous occasion, yet none bore expressions of joy. Rather, Their faces were ashen, filled with trepidation. The ministers stood in silent anticipation. Some maintained a calm exterior while their hearts raced with curiosity. Others appeared composed, yet were internally anxious. Zhu Di straightened his posture and looked at the three men. "Speak. I am guilty." Lu Dekang, the county magistrate of Jianan, was the first to speak, his tone mournful, his face a mask of regret. "As the magistrate of Jianan, I have failed to ensure the peace of my people, allowing banditry to flourish. I beseech your majesty to punish me." The charges against him had been substantiated. To argue further would be tantamount to seeking death, and it was far better to confess outright. Zhu Di smiled. "Are you familiar with the laws of the Ming?" "I dare not claim ignorance," Lu Dekang replied, steeling himself. "Good to know," Zhu Di nodded. "According to Ming law, what is the penalty for dereliction of duty?" Lu Dekang faltered. "Your Majesty." The penalties for dereliction of duty are categorized into various degrees of severity. Neglect of duty, abandonment of post, overdue responsibilities, and errors in conduct warrant the following punishments: fines, reprimands, transfer, demotion, reduction in rank, removal from office, imprisonment, exile, or even execution. This man had indeed committed the laws of the Ming to memory, reciting them flawlessly. Hearing this, Zhu Di nodded repeatedly and inquired, "What punishment do you believe is appropriate for this crime?" Minister Lu Dekang, gritting his teeth, proposed a combination of reprimand and demotion to commoner status. The calamity had escalated too profoundly. Holding an official position was no longer feasible. And having mingled with bandits to profit, it seemed prudent to preserve one's life and perhaps live as a modest landowner in the latter half of his days. He mused that being an official in the Ming dynasty was not worth the trouble. His suggestion was astute. The reprimand would placate the emperor's anger, while the demotion would serve as a cautionary tale for other officials, showcasing his considerable effort in this matter. Observing this, the magistrates of Chunnan and Jianda could not help but abandon their thoughts of salary penalties and reassignment. Inwardly cursing, "If you do not wish to be an official in the Ming dynasty, I certainly do. I have yet to earn enough." Zhu Di chuckled, finding the sentiment rather reasonable. He then turned to the magistrates and asked, "What about you two?" "I am willing to share the blame," replied the two magistrates. Their faces filled with sorrow. Zhu Di, maintaining a gentle demeanor, inquired, "How many strikes do you deem appropriate?" The customary punishment began at 20 strikes, with a ceiling of 100. Of course, should the emperor desire, 1,000 could also be administered. The three exchanged glances, and Lu Dekang was the first to respond. "It is entirely up to your majesty." "I am asking you," Zhu Di remarked, his expression darkening slightly. Lu Dekang quickly suggested, "What about 50 strikes?" "Very well." Zhu Di reclined against his chair. "Then it shall be 50 strikes." The court officials perked up, pondering whether the emperor would proceed with a genuine punishment or merely a symbolic one. They had long deciphered the rules of the court punishment. 20 strikes could prove fatal if the emperor wished for death, while 100 would suffice to incapacitate someone for a mere half-month. However, to their surprise, the emperor offered no further commentary, rendering the impending punishment seemingly ordinary. In light of this, some officials lost interest, while others felt a sense of relief, recognizing that the emperor did not seem inclined to impose a severe penalty. Yet, Yu Qian furrowed his brow, believing this punishment to be far too lenient. The turmoil caused had indirectly led to countless civilian casualties, and how could a mere beating atone for such sins? Nevertheless, recalling Li Qing's counsel, he chose to bide his time and observe the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to all, the stance of the Eastern Depot inspector, Xiao Linzi, subtly shifted. His feet aligned, toes closed, forming a faint inward angle. A smirk played at the corners of Zhu Di's mouth. "Foolish fellows, you have discerned my intentions. Of course, I must alter the rules." The court punishment differed greatly from those administered in the provinces. While the latter employed simple wooden boards, the court sticks were crafted from sturdy chestnut wood, considerably heavier than ordinary planks, with a mallet-like top and encased in a layer of iron. This was the key to the lethality of the 20 strikes. Today's punishment bore additional modifications. The iron coating featured extra barbs. A single strike from this implement could render a person unrecognizable, and if the stick were yanked back upon conclusion, one strike was enough to surpass the endurance limits of the three magistrates, disregarding decorum before their sovereign. The piercing screams echoed sharply, sending shivers down the spines of the court officials, causing goosebumps to rise on their skin. While the gusty winds whipped snowflakes against their faces, as if they had plunged into an ice cavern. The morning glow gradually faded, as the sun was obscured by a shroud of gray clouds, and the wind and snow intensified. The howling winds and anguished cries intertwined, resembling the wails of tormented spirits. The faces of those present turned pale, their bodies chilled to the bone. Even the onlookers among the officials exhibited ashen complexions, with some trembling uncontrollably. A peculiar sound resonated, a chilling noise emerging from the impact upon flesh and bone. "Spare us, your majesty. Have mercy." In less than 10 strikes, 3 individuals lay mangled, their backs revealing ghastly white bones, flesh splattering, and blood mingling with the snow, turning it crimson. Zhu Di tightened his cloak, seated comfortably, observing with keen interest. The cacophony of horror, fear, and excruciating pain sent shivers down the spine. With every strike from the executing eunuchs, flesh and blood flew in all directions, and the iron hooks were adorned with crimson remnants. Chapter 126. The just official and capable minister. The cries ceased, replaced by the rhythmic sound of the peculiar noise, as the 3 county magistrates evidently succumbed to their fates. Yet, the executing eunuchs remained diligent, meticulously carrying out their grim task. The snow fell heavier, the delicate flakes transforming into large clumps, covering the officials' hats in white. The scene was truly disheartening, especially during the festive season, as echoed in the thoughts of the officials. After a quarter of an hour, the punishment finally concluded, and the officials exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The relentless snow quickly buried the 3 men, their vivid crimson blood fading into a darker hue as the gruesome spectacle receded. Zhu Di, losing interest, waved his hand dismissively. "Remove them," he ordered sharply. The eunuchs bowed in response, dragging the lifeless bodies from view like discarded carcasses. The officials, feeling the chill of the situation, wore expressions of both anger and fear. Zhu Di shifted to a more comfortable position, lazily proclaiming, "Those who allow bandits to harm the common people deserve punishment. Do you all agree?" After a brief silence, the officials bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise." Zhu Di then scanned the officials standing to one side. "This investigation is being conducted by the Eastern Depot. You are to oversee and collaborate in the inquiry. Speak of your findings." The officials from the Supreme Court, the Censorate, and the Academy all averted their gazes, perhaps terrified by the earlier scene or reluctant to take the lead, or perhaps both. Zhu Di's gaze finally settled on Yu Qian. "Is there any progress?" "Indeed." Yu Qian's voice rang clear, cutting through the wind and snow. Some officials trembled even more. Zhu Di's expression softened slightly. "Proceed." According to the investigation, the smuggling of porcelain from Fujian primarily originated from Xing'an in Jiangxi, linked to an individual named Jin Yuanbao. "What a delightful name," Zhu Di mused, nodding for Yu Qian to continue. Jin Yuanbao produces a substantial quantity of porcelain, which is sold throughout Fujian, with over half finding its way to Jianan. The largest buyer in Jianan is a man named Yang Dahai. Jin Yuanbao, Yang Dahai, striking gold in the vast sea, Zhu Di quipped, amused by the irony. After Zhu Di finished his playful remark, Yu Qian continued, "The porcelain crafted from gold ingots has mostly been sold to Yang Dahai, who sells it at a low price, often without profit. I have investigated, and the purchasers of these porcelain wares are primarily the elderly, women, and children." Pausing for a moment, I was filled with perplexity and continued to investigate secretly, discovering that these elderly and young individuals, upon purchasing the porcelain, soon encounter bandits. However, these bandits are surprisingly benevolent, causing no harm to the vulnerable, and instead, leave behind a sum of money. Upon further investigation, it was confirmed that these bandits were plundering their own homes, with the stolen porcelain being sent overseas, 70% to Japan and 30% to Korea. I requested several operatives from the Eastern Depot and captured a solitary bandit. Through interrogation, I learned that the leader only receives 30% of the profits from selling the porcelain, while 70% is handed over to someone named Yang. Yu Qian took a breath, as the bandit revealed that this Yang had connections in the capital. Who is this person? A Grand Secretary. Zhu Di glanced at his son, then at the ministers, and commanded. The Grand Secretary named Yang stepped forward. Shortly, Yang Shiqi and Yang Rong approached the throne. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." "Long live the Emperor." Zhu Di nodded, but did not address their standing. Instead, he turned to Yu Qian and asked, "Have you finished?" "Not yet," Yu Qian replied candidly. "Then continue." "I focused my investigation on Yang Dahai, and indeed, he is the Yang in question. According to his testimony, the seller of the porcelain. Jin Yuanbao is also a grand secretary. The cabinet is quite impressive, Zhu Di remarked, as expected from the cabinet. The grand secretary named Jin stepped forward. Jin Yuzi approached the throne and bowed respectfully. Zhu Di seemed not to have heard and turned to Yu Qian, asking, "Is there more?" "In the palace. I have only uncovered this much," Yu Qian replied, cupping his hands. "Additionally, there are the true bandits and the genuine Japanese pirates. I have compiled this information." Yu Qian retrieved a memorial from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. Xiao Linzi stepped forward to receive it and delivered it to Zhu Di. Well done." Zhu Di glanced through the document before putting it away and then turned to the three men. "Yang Qing, do you know Yang Dahai?" Yang Shiqi raised his head and cupped his hands, replying, "I do not know him." "What about you, Yang Qing?" Zhu Di inquired of Yang Rong. Yang Rong's face turned pale. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. Do not rush to proclaim your innocence. First, address the matter at hand." "Yes," Yang Rong swallowed hard. "Speaking with difficulty, Yang Dahai is my cousin and indeed operates a porcelain business. As for whether he is involved in smuggling, I truly do not know." Zhu Di smiled and said, "Yang Qing, you may return." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yang Rong rejoiced and quickly bowed deeply. Just as he was about to depart, Zhu Di added, "I was referring to another Yang Qing." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yang Shiqi bowed his head, casting a sympathetic glance at Yang Rong before turning back to his post. Zhu Di ignored Yang Rong further and turned his attention to Jin Yuzi, asking, "Do you know Jin Yuanbao?" "In response to Your Majesty, he is my cousin," Jin Yuzi replied, remaining much calmer than Yang Rong. After all, selling porcelain in the Ming dynasty is not against the law. Zhu Di nodded, and the conversation ceased. He left the two standing there, instructing Yu Qian, "You may return to your post." "I obey," Yu Qian replied, cupping his hands and turning to leave. Zhu Di's gaze swept across the faces of the officials from the Dali Temple, Hanlin Academy, and the supervisory court, before he wrapped himself in his cloak and inquired, "Who will speak first?" The captain of the Jinyui stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I too have gleaned some insights." "Speak," Zhu Di commanded. After a considerable period, the deputy minister of personnel, Hanlin scholars, and more than a dozen officials from the supervisory court knelt before the emperor. The entanglement of so many officials in a mere smuggling case illustrates the gravity of the situation. Zhu Di refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to leave them in the snow while he began his annual summary. The ensuing proceedings mirrored those of previous years. The ministers paid their respects to the emperor, who in turn distributed red envelopes, creating a facade of harmony. However, the 10 or so officials remained kneeling, their joy tinged with an incongruity. Li Qing, after waiting so long, received only 20 taels in his envelope, exclaiming it a significant loss. As he attempted to depart with his money, he was halted by Zhu Zhangji's call. "Uncle Qing, grandfather wishes for you to visit the imperial study first," Zhu Zhangji whispered. "Very well," Li Qing replied. In the imperial study, Zhu Zhangji dismissed the young eunuchs and asked, "Uncle Qing, how do you think grandfather will deal with those officials?" "I cannot say. It depends on his mood," Li Qing replied, lifting his teacup and gently blowing away the floating leaves before savoring a sip. "This is quite agreeable. Please send me 2 pounds of this." "That can be arranged," Zhu Zhangji readily agreed. "Now, please analyze the current situation for me." "What is there to analyze?" Li Qing mused, observing the tea leaves swirl in his cup. "If they are to be executed, so be it. If not, that too is no error." "What do you mean?" Zhu Zhangji asked, perplexed. "Literally," Li Qing responded. With a sigh, Zhu Zhangji inquired, "Do you think grandfather will execute them?" Li Qing countered, "Why do you think grandfather summoned me here?" Zhu Zhangji paused, realizing, "Are you suggesting that grandfather does not intend to execute them?" Li Qing, surprised, retorted, "You seem to hope they are spared." "Indeed, I do," Zhu Zhangji admitted. "Why is that?" "Because they are supporters of my father, and concerning the smuggling. Aside from Yang Rong, the others have not directly broken the law." Zhu Zhangji explained, "They may have benefited indirectly, yet they have at least adhered to the rules. And many of them possess considerable ability, making their execution a regrettable loss." After a moment, he continued, "Even Yang Rong, while inadvertently breaking the law, was manipulated by his nephew's machinations. Admittedly, the true situation suggests he feigned ignorance, profiting amid chaos. Yet, perfection is a rarity in humanity, who among officials is devoid of greed. Considering that they have at least attempted to conceal their actions, and have not brazenly violated the law, their crimes do not warrant death, Zhongzhi asserted. Corrupt officials cannot be entirely eradicated. Despite the numerous executions by Taizu, the corrupt continue to emerge, which speaks volumes. Li Qing set down his teacup and asked, "What then is your governing philosophy?" "To employ capable individuals rather than virtuous officials," Zhongzhi replied. "In my view, those with ability, even if lacking in personal integrity, are still valuable. Conversely, those devoid of capability, no matter how pure, are equally unworthy of service." Pausing, he added, "Of course, clean governance must be pursued, but it cannot be achieved through simplistic or brutal executions." Zhongzhi lowered his voice and remarked, "During the reign of our founding emperor, the execution of tens of thousands of officials indeed led to a considerable degree of administrative clarity. However, it also resulted in governmental negligence and a lack of continuity among officials. How can a nation thrive under such circumstances? That said, I do not mean to disparage the founding emperor." Li Qing smiled knowingly. "I understand. Indeed, the founding emperor's governance had its biases. No one is perfect." "Are you referring to the founding emperor?" Zhongzhi raised an eyebrow, cautioning, "You ought to be careful with your words. If grandfather were to hear this, he would not let it go unpunished." Li Qing rolled his eyes and silently sipped his tea. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Di entered. The two stood and bowed. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." "Rise," Zhu Di replied, taking his seat on the throne. "Please, be seated." Zhongzhi grinned. "Grandfather, allow me to brew you a cup of tea to warm your body." The presence of a devoted grandson beside the emperor made the little eunuchs feel at ease. Zhu Di relished this, but it was reserved solely for his eldest grandson. "Li Qing, how is your health faring?" "Not too well." Li Qing gestured towards his golden-inlaid Wangwali cane. "I have taken to using a cane." Using a cane is akin to how Li Jinglong carries a fan in winter, merely for show, Zhu Di remarked with a frown. "I have a task for you. One that requires your representation of my stance, to convey to those noble families the gravity of the situation. To suppress the bandits in Jiangnan?" Zhu Di glanced at him in surprise. "Very well, your intellect remains sharp. It appears you are still in good form." "Your Majesty, what of those individuals?" "They are presently incarcerated," Zhu Di replied, accepting the warm tea from his grandson. "Let them remain imprisoned for now. They are capable officials, and it would indeed be a pity to execute them. They are staunch supporters of the Crown Prince, and when I pass, Gao-Qi may still rely on their goodwill," while simultaneously sending a warning. Zhu Di certainly harbored disdain for his eldest son, yet he could not disregard his own flesh and blood. "May your Majesty reign for eternity," Zhongzhi expressed earnestly. The two simultaneously cast a glance at him before returning their gaze, choosing to ignore their grandson. "For the sake of the Ming dynasty, for the emperor, and for the common people, I am willing to go to Jiangnan," Li Qing stated, feeling somewhat conflicted. But Zhu Di maintained a serious expression. "Rest assured, there will be compensation." Chapter 127. The Mission, Your Majesty, when shall I set out? Li Qing adopted a loyal and patriotic demeanor. "Once your leave is over, you shall depart." Zhu Di took a sip of tea, stating calmly, "I can lift the maritime ban and permit trade among the populace, but until I lift the ban, they must not engage in smuggling. This trend must be suppressed." "Understood." Li Qing nodded, recognizing this as the emperor's bottom line. While the emperor may not be able to act entirely according to his whims, he must at least project an aura of unrivaled authority. Otherwise, imperial power would become a laughingstock. "Your mission goes beyond merely suppressing bandits." Zhu Di set down his teacup. "You must also observe the movements of the various princely states. If the noble families conspire with the princes, it could lead to chaos." His expression turned grave. "My health declines day by day. Should I pass on, and these individuals stir unrest, Gao-Qi would likely struggle to manage the situation." Zhu Di had seized the throne during the Jingnan rebellion, fearing that others might emulate his actions. Although the guards of the princes had been diminished, it did not guarantee their compliance. In Jiangnan, wealth is plentiful. Once two parties unite, the consequences could be dire. They may not necessarily achieve their aims, yet they can undoubtedly stir unrest, causing the common people to suffer. After a brief pause, Zhu Di remarked, "The news of lifting the maritime ban has already circulated. The affluent gentry of Jiangnan are surely preparing for it, and it is inevitable that some may covertly switch from rice to mulberry. Currently, the population growth is accelerating, and while the issues have yet to surface significantly, Future demands for grain will undoubtedly escalate sharply. We must ensure the stability of our food supply. Furthermore, the situation in the northern desert is precarious. The wallet cannot endure for long. I desire it to remain barely alive to restrain the Tatars, but we cannot allow it to perish completely. If Walla vanishes, the steppe will truly be unified. Zhu Di continued. To embark on a campaign requires resources, and the status of Jiangnan's granaries must remain unshaken in the coming years. Li Qing nodded. I wish to bring Yu Qian along. Very well, Zhu Di readily agreed. This time, I have offended many. It would be wise for you to seek shelter with him. Is there anything else you require? Zhu Di inquired. Li Qing shook his head. No more. Then it is settled. I shall grant you 6 months. Make sure these issues are thoroughly resolved within that time, and I will reward you handsomely. You are all cunning foxes. What kind of rewards are we discussing? Li Qing asked. We shall speak of it then, Zhu Di answered cryptically. However, Li Qing countered. If your majesty could make a promise in advance, my efficiency would undoubtedly increase. Their banter continued, with Zhongzhi absorbing the exchange. In the end, Zhu Di made a commitment, and Li Qing departed, satisfied. The snowfall persisted, blanketing the rooftops and bending the branches of trees. Several young maidservants were clearing the accumulated snow, only to have it replaced as quickly as they cleared it. They grumbled about the relentless snow. Yet their faces beamed with joy as they chattered about what to eat for lunch, all amidst the festive decorations of couplets and bright red lanterns. Rich with the essence of the new year. No need to continue sweeping, Li Qing interjected. Let's wait until the snow ceases. The maidservants were momentarily startled by his arrival and quickly bowed. Master. Indeed, it is New Year's Day. You all should take a rest. Li Qing waved his sleeve. Prepare some fish slices, lamb, and spinach for hot pot at noon, and make sure to set aside your portions. Let us enjoy a good meal today and have dumplings in the evening. Yes, master, the maidservants replied, their spirits soaring. I wish it could be New Year every day. They curtsied and cheerfully retreated. Li Qing smiled and entered the main hall. The charcoal brazier burned brightly, with fine charcoal glowing red and a delicate layer of white ash forming on the surface, occasionally popping with sparks and emitting no foul smoke. The master has returned. The 3 young women clapped their hands and came forward to greet him. The inner chamber is warm. Let us converse there. Li Qing turned, closed the door, and opened the nearby window wider, leading the 3 women into the inner chamber. On the table were sunflower seeds, candied fruits, and tangerines, indicating they had just held a tea gathering. What were you discussing? Li Qing inquired with a smile. Of course, we were talking about joyful matters. Wan Ling replied as she pulled a chair over. Lian Xiang urged him to sit down. Master, please tell us what happened next with the white snake. What became of Su Xian and the white snake? Did that old monk Fahai face any consequences? Li Qing chuckled softly, cleared his throat, and after a considerable while, he filled the pit he had previously dug. The 3 women, upon hearing of the family reunion, were filled with contentment and longed to visit West Lake. Lian Xiang sighed wistfully. Hongxiu cast her a sidelong glance, remarking on her age and her constant yearning for leisure. I was merely expressing a thought, Lian Xiang replied, somewhat disheartened. Every day passes, and in a few years, my body may no longer allow such indulgences. If we wish to go, then we shall, Li Qing said, tossing a piece of nut into his mouth. Our teacher is heading to Jiangnan. We can accompany him. Is our teacher going on official business again? Will he take us along? Wan Ling and Lian Xiang exclaimed in unison, first in astonishment, then in delight. Li Qing nodded. We depart after the annual leave. Hongxiu hesitated. Teacher, is that permissible? The emperor, as long as the work is done well, he will have no objections, Li Qing interjected, accepting a segment of orange from Wan Ling and savoring its sweetness. We have half a year. Once I complete my official duties, we shall truly enjoy ourselves. Indeed, splendid. Hongxiu replied, her anxiety alleviated, revealing a joyful smile. At noon, the maidservants brought a miniature stove, set up a pot, and arranged plates of fish, meat, vegetables, and dipping sauces, all washed to a pristine sheen. No need for service. You all should eat as well, Li Qing instructed. Thank you, sir. One young maidservant thoughtfully placed the charcoal within Li Qing's reach before stepping back and departing. Li Qing rolled up his sleeves and beckoned, let us eat. The women nibbled leisurely on snacks while he devoured his meal like a ravenous wolf. Having skipped breakfast and spent much time at the Fengdiang Hall, he was now ravenous. The succulent slices of meat, paired with pepper, chili, and sesame sauce, were simply delectable. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qing leaned back in satisfaction, retrieved a warmed wine flask, and poured himself a drink. Sir, I would also like a glass, Lianxiang said, pursing her lips. You're all grown up now, Li Qing replied, sensitive about their ages. He poured her a glass, advising her to sip slowly and savor the flavor. He then poured a glass for Hongxiu and Wanling as well. This was the imperial wine of the palace, smooth on the palate and gentle in strength, and the three women, having often indulged in wine, could manage a few cups without issue. Lianxiang quickly finished her glass and timidly asked, Sir, may I have another? No more, he replied. Please, just one more, can I? All right, Li Qing chuckled. If each of you has 3 cups, there will be none left. A woman who pouts is the most endearing, Lianxiang giggled. You are the best, sir. After enjoying hot pot and several cups of warm wine, the 3 women began to feel a bit warm. Sir, there is much snow outside. Shall we build a snowman? Very well, Li Qing agreed. During this festive season, the essence of joy was paramount. However, to be prudent, he infused them with sufficient vital energy to ward off any chill. The snow continued to fall, albeit more lightly now, and the wind had ceased, with sporadic flakes indicating that the snowfall was tapering off. Li Qing took it upon himself to create a snow mound as tall as a person. All right, you may begin, he instructed, settling onto a chair with a cup of hot tea, watching as the 3 women meticulously sculpted their creation. Li Qing couldn't help but ponder how delightful it would be if they retained their youthful exuberance, making snowball fights even more spirited and lively. Time, once lost, never returns. The past can only be savored in memory. Their hands were deft, and before long, the vivid figure of General Li emerged, clad in white armor. Li Qing stood proudly amidst the snow, solitary yet majestic, embodying both the boldness of standing tall against the heavens and the profound solitude of one left alone. Li Qing was entranced, feeling sorrow for their fleeting youth, while they lamented his desolate loneliness. Longevity, it seemed, was destined to be as solitary as the snow. Unbeknownst to him, the hot tea in his hand had quietly turned cold, a thin layer of frost forming on the surface. He drank it down in one gulp, feeling a chill penetrate to his core. Shaking his head to dispel the negative emotions, Li Qing rose to join the group building snowmen. Over the course of the afternoon, they constructed 4 snowmen, alleviating his solitude. As the holiday swiftly passed, on the 4th day of the new year, the officials returned to court. Li Qing entered the palace to bid farewell to Zhu Di in the central hall. Zhu Di advised him, "Those people are treacherous. Do not let your guard down." Li Qing reassured him, "Rest assured, I am not one to suffer losses." Zhu Di, realizing he might have underestimated Li Qing's capabilities, nodded slightly, however, for safety's sake. "Take Dongchang's Xiao Detzi with you to Jiangnan." "Very well," Li Qing replied, acknowledging that having someone from the palace would facilitate matters. He then inquired, "Your Majesty, what is the situation beyond the borders?" The Yuan dynasty had ruled the Central Plains for nearly a century and had largely assimilated into Han culture, adopting some of their customs, including those of the New Year. However, their approach to improving life was through plunder, unlike the Han who used wealth. The harsh winters on the grasslands made life even more challenging, marking a peak in mutual raids. "Has Walla encountered Tatar attacks?" Li Qing asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Zhu Di rubbed his forehead. "News is yet to arrive. I do not know if Walla has been attacked, but it is highly probable." Regret flickered in his eyes as he reflected, "Had I known, I would have been gentler in my approach. Walla is currently too weak, and the imbalance of power is stark." "That cannot be said," Li Qing replied, unrepentant about weakening Walla. He smiled. "If it were not so, how would Walla willingly seek refuge in the embrace of the Ming?" It was precisely due to the disparity in strength that the Tatars relentlessly pursued Walla, attempting to annex them. If their powers were equal, they would not engage in large-scale warfare, perhaps even covertly allying to encroach upon the Central Plains. Zhu Di paused, a smile breaking through his initial seriousness. "You make a valid point. However, Walla must not falter. If their strength is not directed inward, it will surely turn outward. Once the grasslands are unified, the Ming's borders will know no peace." After a moment, he added, "I will keep a close eye on the situation beyond the borders. Focus on the task I have assigned you. Maintaining internal stability is far more crucial than external conflicts. Internal turmoil poses a greater threat." Zhu Di, rarely displaying such gravity, continued, "This series of reforms has affected many interests. I am stretched thin, so I rely on you to endure the hardships." He produced an item from his robes, saying, "Take this." Li Qing took it, and upon inspection read, "As if I were present." Chapter 128, Prince Ning. Aboard the ship, Li Qing reclined on the soft, comfortable couch, idly perusing the Yongle encyclopedia, while the three women around him were animatedly engaged in conversation. "Sir, where shall we go first?" Li Qing stifled a yawn. Initially settling in Jinling for 2 days to pay respects at the tomb of the Ming Emperors before embarking on a journey to Jiangxi. The rationale for prioritizing Jiangxi lay in its proximity to the source of porcelain, for it is only by addressing matters at their origin that one can truly effectuate change. With the canal now navigable, the convenience of traveling south became apparent. The waterways offered both swiftness and steadiness, devoid of the tumult of overland journeys. With a smile, Li Qing remarked that the road ahead was long and that they should conserve their energy until they reached their destination. "Let us rest. We are not fatigued." Women, it seems, possess an abundance of vitality for leisure pursuits such as sightseeing and shopping. Li Qing shook his head in amusement and resumed perusing the Yongle encyclopedia, which had now reached its 15th edition. Each time it was published, Li Qing acquired the complete set, amassing nearly 2,000 volumes thus far. His desire for the treasure trove of knowledge contained within the volumes had never waned. After flipping through the pages for a while, Li Qing's eyelids grew heavy, and he soon succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he found the night deepening. He adjusted the blankets for the three women before stepping onto the deck to enjoy the night breeze. The moonlight was resplendent, casting shimmering reflections upon the water's surface, while the night air, tinged with moisture, was refreshingly cool. "Ah, Ministerly, you're still awake?" came the voice of Yu Qian from behind. Turning to see him holding a wine gourd, with a hint of inebriation evident, Li Qing chuckled. "When did you become a wine connoisseur?" "Not at all," Yu Qian replied with a shy smile. Ever since returning from the northern expedition, he had taken to indulging in the occasional drink, though he never overindulged. "Having a hobby is not a bad thing," Li Qing said with a grin, noticing Yu Qian shiver slightly as he took a seat beside him. With both now seated, the night breeze felt considerably milder. "I have merely awakened," Li Qing clarified. "And you? Why are you still awake at this hour?" "I suffer from seasickness," Yu Qian admitted sheepishly. "During the day, I felt lethargic and could not sleep, but now that it is night, I feel somewhat invigorated." Li Qing chuckled softly. "You will grow accustomed to it. It is far less strenuous than marching." "Indeed," Yu Qian agreed, taking another sip of wine. He contemplated inviting Li Qing to drink with him but hesitated, fearing rejection, and instead asked, "Are we heading to Jinling first?" "Yes. I am going on behalf of His Majesty to visit the tomb," Li Qing confirmed, "and then we shall proceed to Jiangxi." "Jiangxi?" Yu Qian inquired. "For porcelain?" "Precisely. By curtailing the source of supply, we can also impede smuggling," Li Qing elucidated. Yu Qian nodded in understanding and then questioned, "And the bandits?" "Eradicate them," Li Qing responded, somewhat exasperated. "Otherwise, what purpose would my journey serve?" "That is not what I meant," Yu Qian interjected, brow furrowed. "Your Excellency, many among the smugglers do not intend to harm the populace. They merely seek to earn a living and improve their circumstances. They have broken the law, but their crimes do not warrant death." "Have I suggested execution?" Li Qing retorted with a smile. "Eradicating bandits means removing their presence, not extinguishing lives." Hearing this, Yu Qian felt a wave of relief and bowed slightly, saying, "I am but a dullard." Li Qing stood up, brushing off his trousers. "It's quite windy here. You mustn't fall ill again. Let us converse in the cabin." "Very well," Yu Qian nodded, feeling as though he were the elder in their exchange. While Li Qing appeared as the youthful companion, Yu Qian struck a match to light a candle, illuminating the room considerably. "Are you truly not tired?" Li Qing inquired. "Not at all," Yu Qian replied. "Then let us discuss the woku," Li Qing suggested. Yu Qian nodded and began to recount. "The pirates, both genuine and counterfeit, inflict harm of equal magnitude. The false pirates not only plunder wealth but also abduct individuals and, in some cases, resort to murder. Is there any specific intelligence?" "Not particularly. Yet one thing is certain. This group resides on the islands." "Hold on a moment." Li Qing grasped the crux of the matter. "Are they part of the same faction?" "Indeed," Yu Qian affirmed. "According to the commoners, the magistrate of Jinan claimed the islands were too distant and was uncertain of their exact encampment, making it exceedingly difficult to apprehend them, thus leading to the persecution of the populace." After a pause, he added, "Of course, it is also plausible that the magistrate of Jinan is ineffectual or even colluding with the pirates, deliberately uttering such statements. Yu Qian sighed. At that time, there were few subordinates who could be summoned, and even with the will, there was little power to investigate further. You have performed admirably. Li Qing reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Rest assured, they shall not evade justice this time. Yu Qian's countenance brightened. He trusted in the capabilities of this minister. After further conversation, noticing Yu Qian's eyelids growing heavy, Li Qing suggested he return to rest. Princes, noble families, smugglers, and marauding pirates. Li Qing leaned back in his chair, his brow slightly furrowed. The matters to be addressed on this journey were indeed numerous. Initially, he believed 6 months to be ample time, yet upon reflection, it appeared quite insufficient. In the ensuing days, Li Qing began to meticulously devise solutions, finding the task less tedious. Time flew, and soon over half a month had passed. In Jinling, at the mouth of the Yangtze River, officials had already gathered early. As Li Qing disembarked, a crowd surged forward, bowing in reverence. Li Qing held his head high, receiving their homage on behalf of Zhu Di. Following this, the officials rose, offering further bows, to which Li Qing reciprocated. After an elaborate exchange of courtesies and pleasantries, Li Qing finally found a moment of respite. He did not linger elsewhere, but first took his 3 daughters back to the Yongqing Marquis' residence. Then instructed Yu Qian to lead 200 Eastern factory guards to Fujin Jianan to investigate the pirates. Time was of the essence. Li Qing was determined not to squander a single moment. Once settled, it was already afternoon. He had a light lunch before heading to the Ministry of Rites to discuss the preparations for the visit to the Shaoling tomb. Originally, this task was assigned to Xiaobing. But with his presence, Zhu Di would be otherwise occupied, thus delegating it to Li Qing. Upon leaving the Ministry of Rites, noticing it was still early, Li Qing redirected his course to the residence of Duke Chao. What brings this busy man to Jinling? Li Jinglong, now in his 50s, had already begun to show signs of gray hair, yet his spirit remained undiminished. I told you, as one ages, age will inevitably take its toll. Look, even a walking stick is now part of the ensemble. Li Jinglong's sharp tongue had shifted from Lan Yu to Li Qing. Back in the day, when Lan Yu struck you, I should not have intervened. Li Qing rolled his eyes. You understand nothing. This is called prestige. Enough of that, Li Jinglong scoffed. No doubt shedding tears in private. Li Qing clenched his fist. He finally comprehended why Lan Yu would lash out at this fellow at the slightest provocation. His words were indeed venomous. Shall I take my leave then? What did I say? Li Jinglong feigned innocence. Go on, step inside. As the dishes were brought forth, the two dined and conversed. Li Qing, my brother, since our separation, my life has been dreadfully mundane. Li Jinglong sighed deeply before inquiring. This visit is not solely for the purpose of paying respects at the Shaoling tomb, is it? Li Qing nodded and directly asked, did you partake in the smuggling in Jiangnan? Li Jinglong rolled his eyes, replying, do you truly believe I am that kind of person? I cannot let the title of Duke of Chao be tarnished by my actions. Besides, I am not in need of money. Suddenly, Li Jinglong gasped, astonished. Is this what you came to investigate? Yes, what of it? The depths of this matter are quite profound. Li Jinglong furrowed his brow. With so many in the court, who isn't capable of managing this? You've reached an age where such bravado serves little purpose. If you are a brother, then share what you know. Li Qing sensed the underlying meaning in his words. Li Jinglong inquired, are you truly going to pursue this? Not pursuing it is not an option, Li Qing shrugged. The emperor has issued a strict decree. After a moment of silence, Li Jinglong smiled wryly. I merely mentioned it. You listened. I have no evidence. Rest assured. I would never drag my brother down with me, Li Qing replied. Just point me in the right direction. Li Jinglong felt a bit embarrassed. It's not that I am unfaithful to my brother, but this whole family is involved, and I genuinely lack evidence. You have done enough, Li Qing smiled. There is no need for guilt. Li Jinglong dipped his brush in wine and wrote the character for Ning. Li Qing was taken aback. Is there more? He is the source. Li Jinglong stated. As for his subordinates, I prefer not to disclose them. I have too many enemies, and it would be of no benefit to you. If we can keep him in check, the matter will be resolved without further antagonizing others. Li Qing understood Li Jinglong's predicament and did not press further. In truth, he did not feel the need to uncover every detail. In a few years, the sea would open, and there was no necessity to widen the scope of the investigation. It sufficed to resolve the current smuggling case. Thank you. Now let us drink. Li Qing raised his cup with a smile. You're getting older. Perhaps you should drink less. A wave of emotion surged through Li Qing. only to be interrupted by Li Jinglong's subsequent comment, "You are an imperial envoy. What if you were to drink yourself to death in my residence?" Half an hour later, Li Qing remained composed, while Li Jinglong was considerably inebriated, his words slurring. "Brother, you do not understand my loneliness. I have no confidants to converse with," Li Jinglong lamented incessantly. "The Duke of Chao and Shuntian has been established. Yet you do not return. Otherwise, we could meet more often." Li Qing empathized deeply. "Perhaps I should speak to the Emperor and request a decree to summon you back." "Please, do not," Li Jinglong, slightly sobering, replied. "It is dreadfully cold there and remote. It cannot compare to Jinling." "Ah, I see it is shallow then." "What is shallow?" Li Qing feigned hurt. "Is our bond shallow?" A flush crept across Li Jinglong's face. "A good brother is held dear in the heart." After a pause, he continued. "In our Ming dynasty, officials retire at 70. In 6 or 7 years, once you retire, you can settle in Jinling, and we shall drink together every day." Li Jinglong smacked his lips, expressing concern. "You must take care of your health. Do not end up like Lan Yu, who passed away just as he reached retirement age." "Fear not. I shall outlive you," Li Qing retorted. "That remains to be seen. I am younger than you and will certainly follow after you," Li Jinglong asserted confidently. "We shall see. We shall see." After a round of drinks, Li Qing remained unaffected, while Li Jinglong was left retching. Despite his vomiting, he remained defiant, exclaiming, "I simply did not perform well. I shall return to try again tomorrow." Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Li Qing made further adjustments to the plans, extending his stay in Jiangxi by an additional half-month. Alas, dear 17. The following morning, Li Qing arrived at the Ministry of Rites, where the items needed for the sacrificial ceremony were already prepared. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, the group set off for the Shaoling Mausoleum. The modern phenomenon of electronic memorial services, such as online grave visits and paper burning, had once gained immense popularity in later times, upon first hearing of it. Li Qing found humanity's moral decay quite disheartening, yet he was astonished to discover that such practices also existed in this feudal era. Li Qing was at a loss for words, particularly irked by the absence of gratuities. At Shaoling, the altar was set up. Li Qing cleansed his hands and approached. The officiating officials followed suit, standing solemnly behind him, their expressions grave and sorrowful. After a moment of silence, the voice of the official from the Ministry of Rites rang out, imbued with melancholy. "Bow, and pay your respects." Li Qing led the bowing, with the other officials following suit. Then, they rose in silence. They bowed again, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Afterward, the official proclaimed, "Fire the cannons." A cacophony of firecrackers erupted, filling the air with the pungent scent of gunpowder. Li Qing, caught in the midst, felt the urge to sneeze but restrained himself. The attendants took their positions, and the voice of the official resounded once more. Subsequently, over 10 individuals presented food boxes, arranging offerings and sacrificial wine in succession. Meanwhile, the musicians took their places. Li Qing and the other officials observed a moment of silence. After approximately 3 minutes, the officials sang, "Prostrate yourselves." The assembly bowed their heads to the ground, their demeanor reverent. Rising, they welcomed the spirits and played music. Li Qing retrieved the prepared speech, reciting it with heartfelt emotion. Primarily to report on the achievements of the late Zhu Di, he recounted the southern expedition to Jiaozhi, the northern campaigns against the steppes, the opening of the Grand Canal, the voyages to the west, and the compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia, carefully omitting any mention of the capital relocation as per the late emperor's specific instructions. The accomplishments of Zhu Di were indeed remarkable. These measures had profound implications not only for the current Ming dynasty, but also for its future, extending their influence for centuries to come. If the late Zhu could see his son's impressive achievements from beyond, he would surely feel a sense of comfort. After the lengthy and intricate ceremony, the officials each took out their congratulatory messages and placed them in a small basket before the altar. Before returning to their original positions in silent contemplation, Li Qing entered the ancestral hall with the small basket. Originally, only Emperor Zhu Di or the young prince could enter this hall, but with the absence of the Zhu family, it fell to Li Qing, the imperial envoy, to fulfill the rites. Lighting incense and burning the congratulatory messages and paper money, Li Qing dutifully performed his responsibilities as the memorial attendant. On the offering table rested the spirit tablet of the late Zhu Di, while his portrait on the wall appeared vividly lifelike, exuding an aura of authority even in repose. After burning the paper money, Li Qing gazed up at the portrait, lost in thought. Time truly passes swiftly. It seemed like just yesterday when he first entered the capital and witnessed the scene of this grassroots emperor, yet now over 20 years had elapsed since Zhu's passing. After a long silence, Li Qing softly addressed the portrait, "Rest assured, all is well. He is well." Upon returning to the Marquis's residence in the afternoon, Li Qing had a simple meal and sent Xiao Li to procure necessities, before taking the three ladies on a stroll through the capital. Despite the relocation of the capital, Jinling retained its status as the birthplace of the Ming dynasty, and Zhudi had preserved its title as the imperial capital. The secondary capital remained a capital in its own right. Nanjing surpasses Beijing in vibrancy, with a climate that is particularly pleasant. As the end of the first lunar month approaches, the sun shines brilliantly, and the temperature reaches a delightful 16 to 17 degrees, heralding the essence of spring. Life abounds, and the streets teem with energy as shops line both sides, offering a plethora of wares. A family embarks on a shopping spree, indulging in extravagant purchases. In the clothing stores, seasonal garments are plentiful, and Li Qing generously buys 5 outfits for each of the women. Aware of their fondness for sweets, he acquires 2 large baskets filled with delightful treats, which, it must be said, rival even the finest pastries from the imperial kitchens. They continue their leisurely exploration until dusk. Returning home with spirits high, the servants from the eastern factory finally breathe a sigh of relief, their expressions one of liberation. It is said that the Yongqing Marquis possesses a robust constitution, and today they have witnessed it firsthand. Despite relying on a cane, his vigor is remarkable, matched only by that of the ladies accompanying him. The following morning, Li Qing visits the residence of the Duke of Chao. Leaving so soon? Li Jinglong inquires with a hint of reluctance. Alas, time is limited, Li Qing replies with a smile. Once I have completed my business, let us indulge in a proper drinking session. Li Jinglong retorts, next time, you shall be the one who overindulges. Not necessarily. Li Qing waves his hand dismissively. I must take my leave now. Off you go, Li Jinglong responds with a look of disdain, lamenting his busy schedule, which yields little reward. We shall gather again soon, Li Qing says, clasping his fists in farewell before turning to depart. Wait a moment, Li Jinglong calls out. Li Qing turns back. What is it? With a note of gravity, Li Jinglong advises, at your age, do not let your youthful impulsiveness dictate your actions. You must temper your nature. Sometimes, yielding can be advantageous. It won't cost you anything. There is no shame in being prudent. Longevity is a virtue. With your achievements, even if you falter in your duties, the emperor will not hold you accountable. Always weigh your decisions with care. Understood, Li Qing replies, wiping his nose and gazing at the graying hair of Li Jinglong. Managing a smile. Take care of your health. Li Jinglong's expression turns somber as he responds, do not let your journey lead you to an untimely end. Li Qing sets forth once more, this time by waterway. After 7 days, he arrives in Jiangxi, and after 2 days of travel by cart, he reaches Xing'an County. Upon receiving the news, County Magistrate Wang Yuan promptly cancels all his engagements and rushes to pay his respects. The excessive fervor of his welcome leaves Li Qing, a seasoned figure in the bureaucratic realm, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. While a modicum of flattery can uplift one's spirits, excessive adulation becomes burdensome. And that is precisely the case here. Wang Yuan's demeanor suggests he is on the brink of venerating Li Qing as a forebear. I intend to stay here for a while, Li Qing interrupts, unable to endure Wang Yuan's obsequiousness. Please arrange accommodations at the yamen and attend to your duties without delay. Of course, I shall take care of it immediately, Wang Yuan replies hastily, bowing deeply. Just a half hour, esteemed sir. With that, he hurriedly departs. Is there anything you require of us, my lord? Young Li inquires. Li Qing produces a stack of banknotes, instructing the servant to find nearby lodging for a temporary stay, allowing them to rest for a day before gathering at the county office the following morning. After a moment's thought, he adds, kindly ensure that the servant joins me at the yamen. Your grace is too kind. Serving the emperor is our duty. And it is no burden at all, the servant replies. Little Li's tone was fervent, his emotions stirred. Li Qing could discern that this young eunuch was not feigning. He genuinely aspired to accomplish something significant. In a single lifetime, who does not wish to leave behind a legacy? Eunuchs, devoid of offspring and unable to join their ancestors in the afterlife, possess an even greater yearning for fame, perhaps exceeding that of their scholarly counterparts. especially in light of the success of Sambao, which has illuminated the path for many. What of the eunuchs? Who would dare to belittle Sambao? They are all eunuchs. If Sambao could achieve greatness, why could we not? The more one lacks something, the more one values it. Eunuchs, having been diminished in stature, regard their remaining dignity with utmost reverence. They yearn for recognition more than the average person. With Sambao as a shining example, these young eunuchs brim with enthusiasm, eager to become the next Sambao. My lord, please command us as you see fit. Do not hesitate. Very well, Li Qing replied with a smile, accustomed to such exchanges. Casually painting grand visions. This lord is a man of integrity, never one to seek glory for himself. Let us work diligently. After a brief quarter of an hour, little Li was successfully appointed as the CPU. Wang Yuan's efficiency was remarkable. Within less than 30 minutes, he arrived. Your Excellency, the accommodations have been prepared. Please follow me. Yes, please lead the way. There were 3 rooms in total, 1 parlor and 2 guest chambers. The rooms were clean, with fresh bedding. The eastern chamber was particularly exquisite, featuring 2 beds pushed together, adorned with a makeshift canopy. Very thoughtful, Li Qing expressed his satisfaction. It is all part of my duties, Wang Yuan replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. In that brief half-hour, he had mobilized nearly all the officers in the yamen. Modestly adding, the county office has limited resources. I hope it suffices for your lordship. Li Qing smiled. It is already quite satisfactory. Please fetch that golden ingot used for porcelain firing for this esteemed commissioner. Wang Yuan readily agreed, but then hesitated, saying, right now? What, is he not here? Wang Yuan awkwardly replied, Your Excellency, he is not in the prison at the moment. Regarding the smuggling issue, I had previously heard from the official in Yudu that but he has not committed a crime. Legal proceedings require evidence. He merely produced the porcelain and sold it within the Ming dynasty, without engaging in smuggling abroad. I cannot apprehend him without basis. Perhaps you have accepted a bribe? Little Li's sarcastic tone cut through the air. Wang Yuan felt a chill, forcing a stiff smile. Where does such an accusation stem from, my lord? In times past, one who dared to speak thus would have faced severe repercussions, yet the current situation is different. Although the Eastern Depot has only been established for 2 years, its momentum rivals that of the Jinui. Despite his displeasure, he dared not voice it. Little Li continued with his sarcastic tone. Whether Wang County magistrate has accepted a bribe will be investigated by us. I hope it is as you claim. Wang Yuan chuckled bitterly. In these times, which local officials are not susceptible to bribery? You may certainly look into it, my lord. Li Qing directly inquired. This esteemed commissioner wishes to see that golden ingot by tomorrow. Is that feasible? Yes. Wang Yuan dared not refuse. Rest assured, I shall go fetch him, or rather, apprehend him. Very well, proceed with the arrangements, Li Qing replied, his expression unyielding, casually waving his hand. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure. With a fawning bow, he hastily departed. My lord, once Wang Yuan was gone, Shaoli could no longer contain himself. It appears this man has accepted bribes. Shouldn't we send someone to investigate immediately? Addressing corruption is a commendable accomplishment. Shaoli was solely focused on achieving great merit. Let us first attend to the significant matters at hand. Li Qing gently shook his head. We are unfamiliar with this place, and this governor still serves a purpose. I have a task that requires your personal attention, my lord. Please, speak. Go to Hongdu and inform Prince Ning. Li Qing pondered for a moment before asserting. Ask him to come see me. Shaoli was astonished. He recognized the prowess of the Yongqing Marquis, but did not anticipate such boldness, summoning a princely figure. Indeed, while the envoy represents the emperor, such grandeur seemed excessive. Go ahead. Upon your return to the capital, your contributions will not go unnoticed. Very well, I shall proceed. Shaoli, being astute, recognized that even if he were culpable, he would not be held accountable for carrying out orders, making this venture a guaranteed success. He delightedly contemplated the rewards of following the Marquis. Chapter 130. Merchants forbidden from wearing silk. Li Qing's audacity stemmed from a desire to gauge Prince Ning's reaction. If the prince were guiltless, he would likely ignore the summons. After all, he was a princely figure, the first of his lineage. Despite Li Qing's exceptional status as an envoy, he held no authority to demand an audience with a prince. Conversely, if Prince Ning harbored any guilt, he would undoubtedly seek to ascertain Li Qing's intentions to prepare accordingly. By this means, whether the prince came or not, Li Qing could strategize in advance. It could be said that Prince Ning was rather unfortunate. In his youth, he achieved significant accomplishments and was poised to become a formidable prince leading troops to the borders, only to encounter the upheaval of Jiang Wen. Just as Jiang Wen turned his aggression against Zhu Di, Prince Ning's 3 guards were deceived by Zhu Di. What was perceived as a wise investment turned into a bitter disappointment. Not only was the opportunity to share the realm lost, but even the princely territories of Suzhou and Hangzhou were denied. Li Qing could empathize with Xiao Shiqi's indignation. Indeed, the actions of the 4th prince were quite unscrupulous. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Suzhou and Hangzhou, being the most prosperous regions in the realm, were unsuitable for a princely domain. Xiao Shiqi, Li Qing sighed. I hope you heed this counsel. Prince Ning has rendered service to the state. Li Qing did not wish to escalate matters unduly. In a few years, maritime restrictions would be lifted, and if he could remain compliant during this interim, avoiding any opposition to the court, it would suffice. As for those under Prince Ning's command, Li Qing held similar intentions. Such matters did not warrant extreme measures. After spending some time alone in the reception hall, Li Qing proceeded to the eastern chamber. The 3 women had rearranged the bedding and were engaged in a game of chess, a pastime they relied upon for entertainment during the journey. Jump the horse. Capture the cannon. Li Qing commented on the game, completely forgetting his own lack of skill in chess. Ultimately, as expected, he successfully directed Lianxiang to defeat him. Lianxiang, feeling quite frustrated, remarked, Sir, look at you. I might not have lost otherwise. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Li Qing chuckled. This match doesn't count. Let us have another. Then you shall play, Lianxiang suggested, eager to dominate. Very well, let us begin. Li Qing readily agreed. The outcome was a dismal defeat. Continue your game, he conceded. Li Qing was compelled to acknowledge the reality of his inadequate skills, devoid of any experience. Thus, he turned to reading. The following day, he did not rise until the afternoon. As he stepped outside, the guards of the Eastern Depot assembled and greeted him with a respectful bow, saying, We greet His Excellency, Lord Yongqing. Well, for now, there is nothing pressing. You may wait here until mealtime, and then take turns to eat, Li Qing instructed before retreating to his chamber. After freshening up, he contemplated venturing out for a meal and bringing back some provisions for the 3 young ladies. However, upon entering, he encountered County Magistrate Wang Yuan. Your subordinate pays his respects to the esteemed envoy. Wang Yuan bowed deeply. Please, no need for formalities, Li Qing replied. Have the individuals arrived? Wang Yuan nodded. They are currently in the torture chamber. Lead the way. Upon reaching the torture chamber, Li Qing took a seat at the table, and Wang Yuan promptly poured him a cup of hot tea. Where are they? Li Qing inquired, unable to focus on the tea. Right away, Wang Yuan assured. And with a subtle shift in demeanor, he adopted the authoritative air of a magistrate. Bring forth the golden ingot. Yes, my lord. Moments later, the golden ingot was presented before them. Common folk pay their respects to the esteemed magistrate. The ingot, with its delicate and tender appearance, displayed a somewhat naive demeanor, avoiding any eye contact with Li Qing as it knelt and bowed its head. Pray tell, my lord, what crime have I committed? You have been implicated in an obstruction of justice. Wang Yuan cleared his throat and explained, This esteemed envoy beside me will ask questions, and you shall respond accordingly. Oh, so it is the esteemed envoy, the golden ingot realized, hastily bowing again in respect. A cold smile crept upon Li Qing's lips. This individual possessed a modicum of cleverness, albeit limited. For someone of such a lowly stature, Li Qing found it unnecessary to exert much mental effort, stating directly, The cabinet scholar Jin Yuzi has been imprisoned for his alleged complicity in smuggling. What? The single utterance left the golden ingot astounded and flustered. After a moment, regaining composure, it insisted, I am related to Lord Jin, but I have had no involvement in any smuggling activities. Nonsense, Wang Yuan interjected, his temper flaring. With the evidence of your smuggling already in my possession, do not attempt to deny it. Li Qing cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yuan, sipping his tea without contradicting the magistrate's claim. Yet, the golden ingot displayed no fear, even countering, May I inquire, my lord, where is the evidence? Bring forth the torture. Wang Yuan exclaimed, exasperated. Li Qing scoffed, thinking the county magistrate's competence was exceedingly lacking. If only he possessed even a fraction of the skill required to flatter, the situation would not have devolved to this. At this moment, a constable stepped forward to forcefully pin the golden ingot to the ground, preparing to administer punishment. Wait. The golden ingot protested, suppressing its anger. Magistrate, have you considered your actions? Wang Yuan hesitated, retorting, I have already gleaned substantial information regarding your smuggling of porcelain. As for the obstinate suspects, I retain the right to interrogate them. The golden ingot stood firm, asserting, I maintain my position. Where is the evidence? If the proof is irrefutable, I would accept any punishment, but if not, I shall ensure my grievances reach the capital. Wang Yuan trembled with rage, yet found himself at a loss for words. Li Qing discerned the underlying truth. There undoubtedly existed collusion of bribery between the two parties, yet neither dared to expose it. He was acutely aware that the influence behind Jin Yuanzhua extended beyond merely Jin Yuzi. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. No matter how formidable the support for Jin Yuanzhua was, it paled in comparison to his own backing. Setting down his teacup, Li Qing approached Jin Yuanzhua, squatting before him with an air of gentleness. This imperial envoy appreciates transparency. Should you cooperate sincerely, I assure your safety. However, his tone shifted, growing slightly colder. Your survival is uncertain should you choose otherwise. Though you are an esteemed imperial envoy, you must not disregard the laws of the Ming dynasty, Jin Yuanzhua replied, his words laced with respect yet tinged with defiance, asserting his innocence as a commoner. Li Qing scoffed, raising his hand to tug at the collar of Jin Yuanzhua's outer garment, revealing the exquisite silk underneath. The laws of the Ming dictate that peasants may wear coarse fabrics, whereas merchants are restricted to simple cloth. If a peasant has even one family member engaged in commerce, they are equally barred from fine fabrics. Do you not consider this a crime? Li Qing remarked coldly. During the Hongwu era, a merchant was punished for merely embroidering his shoes, and yet here you are, clad in sumptuous silk. What do you believe your fate should be? Jin Yuanzhua was rendered speechless, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He understood well that merchants were prohibited from donning silk under the bright daylight. He dared not wear it openly, instead resorting to donning it secretly at home. However, he had been forcibly dragged from his abode by the constables in the dead of night, and had barely time to throw on a coarse garment, never considering this nuance. Please spare me, I beg you. Jin Yuanzhua now truly feared for his life, prostrating himself repeatedly. How could he not be terrified? If taken to extremes, he was committing an act of usurpation. Li Qing, however, did not wish to escalate the matter unduly, for he believed that Emperor Zhu's regulations were rather unreasonable. While commoners might wear fine fabrics, they could seldom afford them, and merchants, though capable, were forbidden from wearing such attire, a perplexing contradiction. Li Qing had previously suggested to Emperor Zhu that a more lenient approach regarding the attire of the populace be adopted, but the obstinate emperor had rejected his counsel. Nonetheless, it was not that Emperor Zhu intended to mock the people. His regulations stemmed from the tumultuous era of the late Yuan dynasty. At that time, impoverished commoners struggled for sustenance, while the wealthy gentry and landlords donned extravagant garments, indistinguishable from nobility. Emperor Zhu believed that the stark contrast between the opulence of the rich and the penury of the poor would destabilize the nation. Furthermore, he perceived the excess of the affluent, akin to that of nobility, as a threat to societal hierarchy. The fall of the Yuan dynasty, in his view, was significantly related to this imbalance. Thus, Emperor Zhu enacted meticulous regulations concerning the attire of the populace, delineating classes based on the color and fabric of clothing. Commoners were prohibited from using gold, jade, or pearls as adornments, restricted only to silver. His intent was to establish clear class distinctions, thereby fortifying imperial authority. To be candid, this strategy proved remarkably effective, albeit it also represented a regression in historical progress. Since the demise of the Qin dynasty and the obliteration of slavery, feudal dynasties began to rise, and with the passage of time, societal norms had generally leaned towards openness, particularly during the Tang dynasty. The liberal atmosphere of that period was unparalleled compared to later eras. This spirit of openness persisted through the Song dynasty. However, with the onset of the Yuan dynasty, a reversal began, and the Ming dynasty further retrenched upon the foundations laid by the Yuan. The Qing dynasty, in its severity, not only subjugated the populace, but also implemented a policy of isolationism. The maritime prohibitions of the Ming dynasty were largely nominal, as maritime trade continued uninterrupted throughout its reign. In stark contrast, the Qing's maritime restrictions were genuinely enforced. Had the customs of the Han and Tang dynasties been perpetuated and gradually expanded, the openness of later eras would have been achieved much sooner. Of course, such a scenario would have likely resulted in the premature demise of the feudal dynasty. However, if the Ming had liberated the thoughts of its people, it would be difficult for Li Qing to ascertain whether this would be a blessing or a curse. Returning to the present, Li Qing gently tapped the face of the gold ingot and inquired, "Is there any indirect smuggling involved?" "Absolutely not." The gold ingot fervently shook its head, exclaiming, "Esteemed Commissioner, this attire was merely a mistake by the tailor, and I couldn't bear to discard it. I assure you, I have never worn it outside." Li Qing, uninterested in quibbling over such trivialities, leaned in closer and whispered, "Stop pretending. Your true backer is Prince Ning, isn't it?" "What?" The gold ingot's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. "How do you? As long as you comply with my instructions, I will ensure your safety." Li Qing replied with a smile. "What do you say?" In truth, Li Qing was not entirely certain, but his intuition was not unfounded. The principal smuggler was indeed Prince Ning, and given that Hongdu was a mere 200 miles from Xing'an, the substantial volume of porcelain being shipped could not escape his notice. The reality was that the true master behind the gold ingot was not Jin Yuzi or Yang Rong, but Prince Ning himself. The gold ingot found itself in a precarious position. Aligning with the commissioner could prove fatal once he departed. Yet failing to do so would result in immediate death. "I shall heed the esteemed commissioner's words," the gold ingot declared, adopting a philosophy of seizing the moment. And agreed readily, flattering, "I hope that the esteemed commissioner will show leniency afterward." 5 days later, Prince Ning arrived. At the birthday banquet of the late Zhu Yuanzhang, the young boy once intoxicated by Zhu Di was now over 40, approaching 50, and had long lost his childhood innocence. "Your Highness, I humbly wish you peace," Zhu Quan said, bowing. Li Qing, with a calm demeanor, responded, "May your Highness be at peace." Rising, Zhu Quan returned the greeting, and the two took their seats. County Magistrate Wang Yuan served tea, his expression obsequious. "Your Highness, please enjoy this tea. Esteemed Commissioner, please partake as well." "Please excuse us," they both interjected in unison. Wang Yuan's ingratiating smile faltered, and he awkwardly said, "Your Highness, esteemed Commissioner, if you have any commands, do not hesitate to call upon me." "No need. Attend to your duties and do not delay official business," Li Qing added. "Understood," Wang Yuan replied. A moment of silence enveloped the room before Zhu Quan. Unable to contain his emotions, spoke first, "Mr. Li, it has been a long time. How have you been?" Indeed, it had been quite a while since they last met. "I sustained some injuries in recent years," Li Qing replied, lifting his teacup, blowing gently, and taking a sip. "I have come this time primarily to investigate matters of maritime smuggling." "Is that so?" Zhu Quan nodded. "I wish you success in your investigation." Li Qing smiled faintly, not surprised by Prince Ning's defiance. More than 20 years ago, the prowess of the King of Yin in battle and the King of Ning's strategic acumen were already well known. Li Qing harbored no illusions that upon his arrival, the King of Ning would yield immediately. In a few years, the court would fully open the seas. Li Qing remarked softly that at that time, commerce would flourish among the people. Indeed, Zhu Quan sipped his tea, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. A playful expression crossed Li Qing's face as he noted that Jiangxi's porcelain was renowned, congratulating the King of Ning, suggesting he would surely amass great wealth. "Such trivial profits are merely insignificant gains," Zhu Quan scoffed. "A man who does not rear cattle or sheep, how could I be one to pursue mere profit?" With a chuckle, Li Qing toyed with his teacup and suddenly stated, "Cabinet Grand Scholar Jin Yuzi, Yang Rong, and over 10 officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Rites, all implicated in smuggling, have been imprisoned." "Indeed, the Emperor is wise," Zhu Quan replied, maintaining his composure. "Jin Yuanbao has been apprehended." Li Qing blew gently, watching the tea leaves dance in his cup. The forces behind him were not limited to Jin Yuzi, but included a significant figure. They were all astute individuals. Li Qing chose not to make it explicit. As long as the King of Ning ceased his actions promptly, he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. In a few years, the seas would be opened. Enforcing strict measures against smuggling now would not bode well for future maritime expansion. Zhu Quan remained silent for a moment before smiling. "I have come here firstly to pay my respects to my royal brother, and secondly, to meet Mr. Li. Since Mr. Li has matters to investigate, I shall take my leave." With that, he rose decisively, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he had nothing to fear. Indeed, Zhu Quan had little to fear. He was the son of the founding emperor and a prince of the Ming dynasty. As long as he did not conspire against the throne, Nothing else could shake his position. Your Highness, please wait. Is there something else? Zhu Quan turned back in surprise. Ah, Li Qing sighed. A bitter smile on his lips as he set down his teacup. Cease your actions. What? I shall say this only once. Li Qing's calm tone held an icy edge. If you refrain now, we can minimize the issue. Otherwise, the princes of the Ming dynasty have not been spared from deposition. I do not understand. Zhu Quan replied, unperturbed, turning to leave. Why will you not heed my advice? Li Qing shook his head, returning to his seat to toy with his teacup. To the criminal department, Li Qing stated directly, I give you 5 days to change the sales channels for your porcelain. You are forbidden from selling to coastal regions or concentrating sales in one location. They must be dispersed and cannot leave the province. There is no room for negotiation. If you cannot manage it, I shall assist you. Yes, I will certainly comply. Jin Yuanbao, not a fool, understood that Li Qing's assistance likely meant shutting down his operations. However, he only earned meager profits, the bulk going to the king of Ning. His losses were not insurmountable and could be accepted. For him, surviving and exiting the prison intact was already a stroke of fortune. Jin Yuanbao readily agreed, his mind racing with thoughts. The commissioner will leave one day. Once he departs, I can still enjoy the king of Ning's favor. As for my previous life, once I step out of here, I will deny it vehemently. Rest assured, Your Excellency, within 5 days, I will ensure the sales channels are properly regulated. Jin Yuanbao vowed earnestly. Very well. Li Qing turned to Wang Yuan, County Magistrate Wang. Has your case concluded? Concluded? What else is there to conclude? A sudden pang struck Wang Zhixian's heart as he discreetly tucked the gold ingot deeper into his garments. Silk indeed. Li Qing furrowed his brow. Have the confessions not yet been organized? Wang Yuan stammered. Your Excellency, forgive me. My mind has been wholly consumed with thoughts of you. Enough, Li Qing interjected briskly. Proceed with the interrogation. A fleeting glance at the gold ingot urged Wang Yuan to hastily confess his transgressions, lest he face dire consequences. Wang Yuan, intimidated, readily complied. Meanwhile, the gold ingot, resembling a lamenting wretch, pleaded, Esteemed sir, it was truly an unintentional act. I shall not err again. You cooperate, and I shall ease your burden. Refuse my cooperation, and I will ensure you face the full extent of the law, Li Qing stated coldly. In the realm of governance, adherence to rules is paramount. Yet such trivial merchants hardly warranted Li Qing's respect. He chose to abandon reason. The merchants understood well that opposing officials was a futile endeavor. Thus, the gold ingot surrendered without further resistance, readily confessing and sealing the documents. Once Li Qing confirmed the evidence, he tucked it away. Proceed with the necessary actions. Perform well, and your possessions shall be returned. Yes, I take my leave. The gold ingot nodded resignedly, departing with a heavy heart. Li Qing cast a cold glance at Wang Yuan, his eyes glimmering with icy resolve. Should there be any further delays in your duties, consider returning to the fields. A chill ran through Wang Yuan, and he trembled as he assured, Rest assured, Your Excellency, such occurrences shall not transpire again. That is for the best. At the Imperial Envoy's office, Li Qing summoned Xiao Lizi. My dear, I require your assistance with a task. Your lordship, please proceed. Surveil the gold ingot. Ascertain whom he associates with. Additionally, ensure his safety to prevent any potential silencing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing added, Employ skilled personnel discreetly, avoiding any actions that might alert the gold ingot. Furthermore, keep a close watch on the silk, spices, furniture, and cosmetic shops and workshops, and trace the destination of their goods. Li Qing smiled. At my age, I seek no further advancement. Accolades hold little significance. Xiao Lizi clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed. Rest assured, we shall not let you down. Very well. Off you go. As he watched Xiao Lizi depart, Li Qing fell into deep contemplation. If Prince Ning is unwilling to compromise, then I must sever all sources of smuggled goods. Li Qing's gaze turned profound. Little 17, it would be wise not to challenge me. While Yu Qian had not explicitly mentioned smuggled goods beyond porcelain, Li Qing was acutely aware that the smuggling was not confined to ceramics. The lack of manpower had simply hindered the investigation. The true extent of Prince Ning's ambitions remained to be uncovered. However, Li Qing murmured, even if the seas are opened in the future, it is imperative to impose restrictions, particularly on royal families who possess both wealth and status. Otherwise, should they evolve into oligarchs, the fiefdoms could transform into sovereign states. and the scenarios akin to the 7 kingdoms of Han or the 8 kings of Jin would inevitably unfold. The emergence of a powerful prince poses a significant threat, and frequent changes in governance would not be surprising. The allure of the throne of the supreme ruler is undeniably captivating. Should such a scenario unfold, it would undoubtedly alter the course of history for the Ming dynasty and indeed all of Huaxia, with consequences far more severe than those of any previous era. In a realm where ice is not hoarded like cattle or sheep, one must tread carefully. Li Qing found himself somewhat troubled. The current state of the Ming dynasty is vibrant, yet fraught with both internal strife and external threats that cannot be overlooked. This turmoil is a byproduct of a series of reforms. Li Qing began to comprehend why significant reforms were rare in ancient times. A single misstep could lead to monumental repercussions. Although the tasks at hand were numerous, Li Qing did not feel rushed. As one in a position of authority, his role was to oversee the broader picture and issue commands, rather than to engage directly at the forefront. In the ensuing days, Li Qing spent his time leisurely strolling through the county town with the 3 women. Meanwhile, the covert agents of the Eastern Depot endured each day with a sense of mounting frustration, lamenting their circumstances. Even in his advanced age, the old man remained relentless, refusing to yield to tranquility. After several days of silence, Li Qing, having relaxed his already heightened vigilance, dispatched these agents to the southern vassal states of Wang of Yi, Wang of Shu, and Wang of Min to monitor their activities. He sent 500 agents in total, with Yu Qian taking 200 and Xiao Li taking another 200, leaving just over 100 behind. Li Qing held no illusions that they would uncover anything of significance. His intent was merely to sound a warning to these vassal lords. Zhu Di shared this sentiment. Be compliant, for I am watching you. With no agents in his immediate vicinity, Li Qing experienced a newfound sense of freedom, allowing him to indulge more fully in his pursuits. After another 5 days, Xiao Li returned, full of vigor and confidence. Did you uncover anything? Li Qing inquired, feigning ignorance. Indeed, we discovered much, Xiao Li replied with delight. Almost everything you mentioned has flowed to Jianan and Fujin and Ningbo and Zhujiang. In addition to what you pointed out, there is also a substantial quantity of Buddhist scriptures and erotic literature. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt almost certain that these items had been smuggled abroad, with Japan being the likely buyer. What shall we do next, my lord? Asked Xiao Gui. Li Qing drummed his fingers on the table and instructed that all goods from these shops be prohibited from being sold to outside provinces. Is that not somewhat unwise? Xiao Li hesitated. Li Qing cast a quizzical glance at Xiao Li, momentarily suspecting that perhaps Xiao Li had accepted a bribe, but he quickly dismissed this notion. If he had indeed been compromised, Xiao Li would hardly be so forthcoming with details. What is the issue? Li Qing pressed. Consider this, my lord. Once we prohibit the flow of goods to other provinces, their businesses will inevitably suffer. Without commerce, the artisans and laborers will be left without work, rendering their lives difficult. Xiao Li's analysis was astute. They were here to achieve merit and perform good deeds, and they could not allow the common folk to suffer. Li Qing was taken aback, astonished yet impressed. Who says eunuchs lack ambition? With a gentler tone, Li Qing explained, your concerns are indeed valid. However, the prohibition of smuggling will inevitably affect the workers in the factories, a consequence we cannot avoid. Nevertheless, the impact may not be as severe as you perceive. Furthermore, theoretically speaking, restricting sales solely to this province would undoubtedly impact the business. However, let us not forget that these goods are not genuinely being sold in Fujin or Zhujiang, but rather abroad. Li Qing chuckled, asserting that since the merchandise has not reached the hands of the common folk in those provinces, what significance does it hold to prohibit sales in other regions? Our family may be rather simple-minded. Young Li, somewhat perplexed, listened intently. Li Qing smiled and elucidated. Even if sales were confined to our county, their business would not suffer, for no one desires to see these workshops falter. Do you comprehend? Young Li smacked his lips in realization and suddenly exclaimed, Ah, I understand. The Lord aims to lure out the bigger fish behind this. Indeed, Li Qing nodded. This matter I confide solely in you. Do not let it spread. Rest assured, my lord, Young Li replied earnestly, pausing momentarily to inquire. Shall we closely monitor the buyers now? Not for the time being, Li Qing contemplated, suggesting that the agents from the East Factory should take a few days of rest before covertly observing the production progress of the workshops. Oh, I see now. Young Li responded with enlightenment. My lord, this is to keep the enemy complacent, thereby avoiding alarm. Ha ha ha. Li Qing found this young man somewhat endearing. Go ahead with your tasks. I take my leave, young Li said, stepping away with a light-hearted gait. Before one could realize, it was already late February. On this day, a letter from Yuqian arrived, detailing the progress of the case and inquiring about how to handle the smuggling bandits. Li Qing surmised that these individuals were merely seeking to profit and had not harmed the populace. Thus harsh punishment seemed unwarranted. However, merely administering a slap on the wrist would not suffice to appease the public. After much deliberation, he decided upon a punishment of 6 months of labor. This news was relayed back to Jianan, where the newly appointed county magistrate, secretly infuriated, found himself cursing under his breath. The sheer number of bandits was overwhelming, and the county jail could scarcely accommodate them. The cells were filled to capacity, leaving him thoroughly vexed. Ultimately, under Yu Qian's leadership, the excess bandits were evenly distributed to the jails of 2 neighboring counties. Thus, once again, some people began to mutter grievances against Li Qing in secret. However, Li Qing remained oblivious. Even if he were to hear their complaints, he would not be perturbed. With so many discontented, who do you think you are? By early March, the situation finally showed signs of progress. After more than 10 days of stagnation, the production pace of the various workshops began to accelerate once more. Upon hearing this, Li Qing promptly instructed young Li to covertly monitor the buyers. Young Li, fulfilling expectations, donned a disguise with the agents and, within just 2 days, successfully identified the buyers. My lord, shall we apprehend them? Young Li rubbed his hands together, a touch of impatience evident in his demeanor. Have you discerned where they are transporting the goods? Li Qing inquired. Not precisely yet, young Li admitted, slightly embarrassed, then added, however, we have narrowed down the general location, confirming that the goods have not been shipped out. I suspect they may have caught wind of our inquiries and are hoarding the merchandise, intending to smuggle it out to sea once we depart. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is likely the case. Young Li, buoyed by the praise, felt a surge of motivation. My lord, shall we take action then? Let the brothers rest for a moment. I need to devise a strategy before we proceed, Li Qing replied. Now, tell me where they might be storing the goods. Understood. Little Li nodded and began his introduction. Sir, shall we commence our busy tasks? After Little Li departed, the 3 women arrived in the parlor. Li Qing nodded, stating, there are numerous matters at hand. We have wasted considerable time here and cannot continue to linger. I will personally investigate tonight and return at dawn. Please exercise caution, sir. Wan Ling expressed her concern. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, especially considering he is a vassal prince. You are overthinking it. Li Qing chuckled. Unless the Prince of Ning has no desire to live, he would not dare to act against me. Zhu Quan is a shrewd individual who understands the gravity of the situation. Such foolish actions as targeting an imperial envoy will not occur under his watch. That night, Li Qing donned a suit of dark clothing and stealthily exited the imperial envoy's residence. He chose not to ride a horse, relying solely on his legs as he ran nearly 20 miles, following the address provided by Little Li, and eventually came to a halt at the edge of a small village. Bark, 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 a dog began to bark, quickly triggering a chain reaction of sporadic barks from other dogs, which soon intensified. Li Qing remained still, his mind already formulating a plan. During this era, few households kept dogs. They were considered a rarity due to the low living standards. It was more prudent for those with wealth to ensure their own sustenance rather than expend resources on dogs. This village, however, boasted a commendable per capita GDP. After a while, the cacophony of barking gradually subsided. Li Qing waited a bit longer, and upon sensing no unusual activity, he commenced his operation. The night was as dark as ink. Clad in his dark attire, Li Qing melded seamlessly with the shadows. Though his movements were swift, he tread lightly, making not a single sound. Dogs can see in the night, and Li Qing chose an unconventional path, deftly scaling rooftops until he reached the roof of the largest household in the village. A faint candlelight flickered in the courtyard, and he could faintly hear voices. The distance and soft murmurs hindered his understanding. After a few agile maneuvers, Li Qing drew closer to his target. I truly do not understand the master's thinking. Why hoard these items here? They cannot generate profit. The porcelain is acceptable, but silk and furniture are susceptible to moths and rodents, especially spices. I dread being on night duty, a servant lamented. You don't grasp the value of these items. They can fetch a handsome sum, another servant countered. Huh. As if the money from selling them would come to you. The first servant scoffed. It's merely a conversation, the second servant retorted awkwardly. What is there to discuss? I cannot afford them, but I am aware of their worth. Do you know the prices in the Ming dynasty or in foreign lands? Let me enlighten you. These are worth a fortune. A single piece of silk can yield over 10 taels of silver upon export. You have no idea how much they can sell for. 10 taels upon export? That seems rather low. The first servant expressed newfound interest. Who told you this? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? If I were to deceive you, I would be a dog, Li Qing thought as he listened intently, firmly concluding that this was indeed a smuggling warehouse. Or at least one of its storages. After eavesdropping for a while longer, he found no further useful information. As the servants' conversation veered off topic and eventually descended into gossip about the master's 17th concubine, filled with innuendos and suggestive remarks. Upon returning to the envoy's residence, Li Qing resolved to take matters into his own hands. There was no time for a gradual investigation. The remnants of pirates in Fujian and Zhujiang needed to be dealt with, and he could not squander time in idle pursuits. If subtlety would not suffice, then force would have to be employed. Early the following morning, Li Qing summoned young Li from next door to gather personnel and prepare for action. We have been awaiting your orders, my lord. Young Li exclaimed, his spirits lifted. The target resides in the village you provided, specifically in the backyard of the affluent gentry at the eastern end of the village. You shall lead the men directly, without hesitation. Li Qing's demeanor was stern. Change into court attire. Should anyone dare to resist, they shall be dealt with mercilessly. The number of men was limited. Yu Qian had taken a batch. Another was dispatched to monitor the feudal prince, and Li Qing himself would take a contingent as well. At most, young Li would be given 100 or so men. If the wealthy landlord were to retaliate fiercely, inciting his servants and villagers to claim the men as robbers, it could lead to a farcical situation. These affluent gentry were not to be underestimated. Rest assured, my lord, young Li replied with a grin. We resolved to make a mark before we arrived. We shall show the palace gentlemen what we are capable of. Gentlemen? Li Qing paused, then quickly grasped the implication, nearly bursting into laughter. Fortunately, he had mastered restraint through training. If you perform well, I shall report your merits truthfully upon our return. Ah, splendid. Young Li beamed. Then I must thank you in advance, my lord. Indeed. Off you go, Li Qing said, patting his shoulder. Remember, control the situation. After young Li departed, Li Qing instructed Wang Yuan to bring gold ingots before setting off himself. The target was Prince Ning. Zhu Quan was astute and had been operating in this region for many years. If Li Qing were to proceed methodically, he would not only waste time, but likely uncover nothing of significance. Thus, he had to take a more unconventional approach, employing a somewhat rogue strategy. After all, he already had witnesses and material evidence. That would suffice, he thought to himself. 3 days later, at the Ning prince's residence, Zhu Quan received reports and came to greet Li Qing at the door, smiling broadly. Lord Yongqing, how courteous of you to come bid farewell. Your Highness, this is not the case, Li Qing responded. After so many years, you ought not to treat me as a stranger. Zhu Quan feigned warmth, but since he was present, it was only right to share a drink. Li Qing inquired, shall we converse over a meal? Ha ha ha. Indeed, let us eat and chat. Zhu Quan laughed heartily, calling out, Steward, quickly prepare a sumptuous feast. And do bring forth my treasured vintage. The steward complied promptly, bustling off to make preparations. Please, esteemed sir, Zhu Quan said with courtesy. After you, your highness. Li Qing replied, yielding. Zhu Quan walked ahead with a cheerful demeanor, humming a tune, his spirits soaring. As the food and drink were served, the two engaged in lively conversation. After several rounds of wine and various dishes, Zhu Quan broached the main subject. Mr. Li, upon your return to the capital, do not forget to convey my regards to the emperor. Certainly, Li Qing set down his cup. Your Highness's request shall be fulfilled. But I hope you will honor my request in turn. Oh, what is your request? Smuggling trade. Zhu Quan's gaze sharpened momentarily before returning to its usual demeanor. Your words, Duke Yongqing, elude my understanding. Jin Yuanbao has confessed that you are indeed the mastermind behind the smuggling operation. Li Qing, savoring the succulent perch, spoke leisurely. Your Highness, please do not place me in a difficult position. Zhu Quan's expression changed abruptly, his tone turning frigid. Is it your intention to make an enemy of me, Duke Yongqing? Not at all, Li Qing replied. I am merely carrying out orders. He poured himself another drink, his tone sincere. If your Highness ceases this matter, I assure you, No punishment will befall you. Zhu Quan remained silent, fixing an unwavering stare upon Li Qing. Li Qing, composed and unruffled, continued his feast. Displaying no signs of tension after their conversation took a sharp turn. After a considerable pause, Zhu Quan found himself at a loss. He had never encountered such audacity, where someone consumed his hospitality without the slightest regard. What is your status, and what is mine? Zhu Quan's voice grew increasingly frigid. I advise you to consider your own interests more carefully. That need not concern your highness, Li Qing said, wiping his mouth with a cotton napkin. I have numerous official duties to attend to, not to mention the unresolved issues with the pirates. I hope for your understanding. Understanding you? Zhu Quan scoffed. What gives you the right to instruct me? Would this suffice? Li Qing produced a document titled As If I Were Present. Zhu Quan abruptly rose, his countenance shifting dramatically, bowing deeply. Long live the emperor. Please rise, Prince Ning, Li Qing assisted him. Zhu Quan stood, his expression fluctuating, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a brief pause, he spoke. I have indeed heard of the smuggling operations. Henceforth, I shall pay closer attention to prevent such occurrences. His tone softened slightly, as the princely ruler of Zhongzhi. I cannot remain indifferent to such matters. Indeed, Li Qing replied with a light laugh, but will you merely attempt to prevent it? Or guarantee there will be no further smuggling? How can I guarantee such a thing? Zhu Quan conceded a little, sensing Li Qing's unwillingness to relent. His demeanor darkened once more. I have stated that the smuggling matter does not concern me. Your words, while noble, cannot serve as evidence. Li Qing maintained his courteous facade, though his tone grew colder. You squander the opportunity laid before you. And how can you prove your claims? Are your assertions truly valid? Zhu Quan retorted with a cold sneer. Do you truly believe a mere merchant can topple me? Li Qing stood and stretched, his demeanor languid. Bring them forth. Suddenly, nearly 100 guards rushed into the royal residence, arriving at the pavilion where the two were drinking. Zhu Quan was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. Li Qing, how dare you? Arrest him. The guards hesitated but complied, stepping forward to detain Zhu Quan. Impudence. Zhu Quan bellowed. I challenge anyone to dare. Despite being a princely ruler with military experience, the guards hesitated, intimidated by his imposing presence. Li Qing, are you truly intent on severing all ties? The path you chose is yours to tread, Li Qing replied, gesturing towards the captain of the Eastern Depot. Arrest him. The laws of the Ming state clearly, those acting under orders, even if guilty, shall not be prosecuted. The captain hesitated, bowing slightly. I beg your pardon, your highness. With that, he prepared to move forward. Arrogance. Zhu Quan shouted. Summon assistance. In an instant, the guards rushed forward once more. Once again, a throng of individuals hurried in, each robust and imposing. Li Qing spoke coldly. If I recall correctly, the prince's guards have been stripped of their authority. Zhu Quan replied with equal indifference. Is it not reasonable for a royal to maintain a few servants for protection? Li Qing scoffed. Reasonable? They are bound. Who dares to lay a hand on me? The head of the Eastern Depot found himself in a quandary, uncertain of whom to heed, as did the other officials. Li Qing raised the token in his hand. Prince Ning, have you made your decision? Zhu Quan felt a surge of indignation. The decree of As If I Were Present is no trifling matter. It is indeed a legitimate command. Ultimately, Zhu Quan yielded, recognizing that the cost of challenging imperial authority was far too great for him to bear. I shall see how you conclude this matter, Zhu Quan threatened, asserting that the affair was not yet resolved. Li Qing shrugged and pointed to a room, instructing them to take him inside. With the Prince of Ning detained, the household servants lost their royal backing and quickly retreated after a brief standoff. Li Qing resumed his seat, instructing Liu Baihu to summon the governor. Yes, Liu Baihu replied, genuinely impressed. Even a prince could be restrained, and this Earl Yongqing was indeed formidable. The governor's office in Jiangxi was located in Hongdu, so it would not take long for him to arrive. Most of the dishes on the table remained untouched, and Li Qing, unwilling to waste, continued to partake. After a while, the Prince of Ning's son, Zhu Panxian, arrived, exuding arrogance. Your Excellency, what crime has my father committed? Smuggling. Li Qing replied without looking up. Still engaged in his meal. Where's the evidence? Zhu Panxian demanded. Witnesses and material proof shall arrive soon. The governor has been informed, Li Qing said with a smile. At that time, the young master may observe the proceedings. Zhu Panxian retorted angrily. You had better possess real evidence. Li Qing, disinterested in quarreling with a mere youth. noted that Zhu Panxian was not so young anymore. News of the prince's detention spread rapidly throughout the estate, causing a wave of anxiety among the inhabitants, with some women weeping for their uncertain futures. Some astute servants, seizing the opportunity, slipped away from the estate, fearful of being implicated. To them, a commissioner would never dare to detain a prince without the emperor's directive. The smuggling scandal involving the prince was widely known, not particularly secretive. It was not that the prince lacked caution, but such a significant matter was difficult to keep entirely under wraps. Especially the servants covertly involved in the smuggling fled with remarkable speed. Li Qing, upon hearing of this, merely smiled faintly, not instructing anyone to intervene. The following day, Li Qing awoke to find Xiao Lizi, who had hurried through the night. Is the situation under control? We have captured both the person and the goods, Xiao Lizi chuckled. We directly apprehended the wealthy merchant and sealed the warehouse. Excellent, Li Qing responded, invigorated. Have you brought him? Indeed, Xiao Lizi nodded. The merchant Lu has already confessed that he was working for the Prince of Ning. Although Li Qing had anticipated this, the confirmation brought him much relief. After understanding the details, he felt reassured. Half an hour later, the governor of Jiangxi arrived, along with Zhu Panxian. With all parties present, Li Qing formally commenced the trial. The Grand Hall of the Prince of Ning's residence had transformed into a court of law. Chief Judge Li Qing presided over the court, accompanied by the assistant minister, Zhu Panjiao, and the onlooker, Xiao Lizi, who acted as the court scribe. Let us commence, Li Qing declared. Xiao Lizi sharply called out, bring forth the witnesses. Moments later, Jin Yuanbao and Lu Fuxian were escorted in. Bring in Prince Ning, Xiao Lizi shouted again. Soon after, Prince Ning, clad in a majestic dragon robe, strode in with an air of authority, demanding, who dares to accuse me? Jin Yuanbao and Lu Fuxian trembled in fear, rendered speechless. Zhu Quan sneered, bring forth the seating. Li Qing furrowed his brow, glancing at Lu Baihu behind him, who untied him. This son did, Zhu Panjiao retorted. Has my father been convicted? Very well, Li Qing conceded. Shifting his gaze to Prince Ning. These two claim that maritime smuggling was conducted under your orders. What do you have to say? Such accusations are mere fabrications. Must I explain myself? Zhu Quan replied, taking the chair offered by his son and sitting down with an imposing demeanor. Li Qing turned to Jin and Lu. Prince Ning asserts that you are falsely accusing him. The two lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. Li Qing scoffed, if that is the case, have the accusers taken away and executed. Pausing, he added, for the dual crimes of smuggling and slandering a prince, their assets shall be confiscated, and their families exiled to the frontier. Unjust, we are wronged. Jin Yuanbao cried out first, followed closely by Lu Fuxian. Li Qing waved his hand, and the guards, who had advanced, retreated back. What grievances do you have? Jin Yuanbao, steeling himself, declared, I was indeed instructed by Prince Ning. The porcelain was to be shipped to Jianan at his behest, and in return, I would receive a 10% profit. If my friend does not survive, then I shall perish in poverty. Jin Yuanbao, compelled by circumstance, divulged all the details he knew. Lu Fuxian, recognizing the dire situation, realized that either Prince Ning would face ruin, or his entire family would suffer. Gritting his teeth, he began to confess as well. Compared to Jin Yuanbao, his responsibilities spanned Jiangsu and Zhujiang, involving a greater variety of goods, and he provided more intricate details, even naming his contacts and the manner of their maritime ventures. For Li Qing, this was an unexpected boon. With this intelligence, the eradication of smugglers would become significantly easier. Are you all tired of living? Zhu Quan bellowed. Do you understand the gravity of falsely accusing a prince? Your Highness, please remain calm. Li Qing replied with a smile, sit down. This imperial envoy will not wrong the innocent. He then turned to the two men. Do you possess incontrovertible evidence proving that you acted under Prince Ning's orders? Realizing they had no way out, they nodded decisively. We possess a letter in Prince Ning's own handwriting. They echoed in unison. Handwriting can be forged. What does that prove? Zhu Quan retorted defiantly. As long as I do not admit it, even with irrefutable evidence, Li Qing would not dare to punish me. Li Qing countered. Does Prince Ning know you? He does not. If he does not know you, then I presume there has been no correspondence? Zhu Quan insisted vehemently, of course not. Li Qing pressed further. If there has been no correspondence, how then do you know Prince Ning's handwriting? Caught off guard, Zhu Quan faltered. I don't know. Subsequently, Zhu Quan began to feign ignorance, stubbornly denying any connection to smuggling. a demeanor that suggests that as long as I do not acknowledge it, no one can judge me. Consequently, Jean Lu and his companion found themselves in a passive position, fully aware that if this matter were to conclude in such a manner, their future would undoubtedly be bleak. Thus, more incriminating evidence emerged, such as close associations with literati, befriending officials, and seeking the teachings of the celestial master from Longhu Mountain. Although these matters were unrelated to the smuggling case, they bore a far graver nature. What could be the intentions of a prince who mingles with scholars and local officials, and even seeks guidance from the national master? Zhu Quan began to feel anxious. He was well aware of the implications of Zhu Laoxi's reputation. If such words were to reach the capital, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, this prince has engaged in smuggling. So what? Chapter 134. This minister is excessively brutal. Zhu Quan's acknowledgement was unavoidable. Zhu Panshao, unaware of the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, "Father, have you lost your senses? When has our family ever engaged in smuggling?" He spoke while blinking his small eyes, his lips twitching, as though he regarded those around him as simpletons. "Silence," Zhu Quan reprimanded, turning to Li Qing. "Indeed, it was I who committed the act. What of it?" He had resolved to face the matter head-on. For what was smuggling, after all? Could they truly punish him for it? With the Prince of Ning having confessed, the case seemed to be resolved. The Minister of Revenue promptly set the tone, asserting that merely selling some goods abroad did not constitute a grave crime, inquiring what the imperial envoy intended. Li Qing cast a glance at the Minister of Revenue, noting that the decision on the verdict required consultation with the Emperor, as he was solely responsible for the investigation. He recognized the vast network of connections the Prince of Ning possessed. From county magistrates to the Minister of Revenue, it was likely that all had received favors from him. This minister, appearing just, was in fact advocating for the Prince of Ning, while simultaneously defending his own interests. It was a long-standing taboo for local officials to cultivate relationships with princes, especially for an emperor like Zhu Di, who had ascended from a minor prince to the throne. Such behavior was utterly intolerable. Should this reach Zhu Di's ears, both Zhu Quan and these local officials would find themselves in grave peril, particularly the latter. Matters must be addressed one by one. Li Qing, currently burdened with numerous responsibilities, lacked the energy to concern himself with this particular issue. Furthermore, engaging in such matters could lead to extensive entanglements. Not only would it trouble him, but it would also likely vex Zhu Di. Li Qing could maneuver around the Prince of Ning, yet he could not control the officials in Jiangxi. Moreover, should he truly provoke the Prince of Ning, how would the other princes react? The Jingnan campaign had concluded merely 2 decades prior. A moment's carelessness could unleash chaos among the already tense princes. Case closed. Li Qing declared decisively. The smuggling matter would be reported to the emperor as it stood, and during this period, he hoped for the Prince of Ning's cooperation. Li Qing refrained from mentioning Zhu Quan's connections with officials, and Zhu Quan gradually relaxed, his tone less arrogant than before. "As long as the requests are reasonable, this prince shall certainly comply." "That is well," Li Qing nodded. "As a royal relative, the Prince of Ning shall naturally be spared imprisonment. However, there remains a fault. And for the time being, you must remain in your residence and refrain from venturing out. Is that acceptable?" "Very well," Zhu Quan agreed readily. Li Qing smiled and added, "The emperor is benevolent. The maritime ban will eventually be lifted, and it is unlikely that severe punishments will be imposed. However, I implore the Prince of Ning to cease smuggling immediately." "Understood," Zhu Quan nodded. Li Qing turned to Xiao Li and instructed him to promptly investigate the smuggled goods and swiftly ascertain their quantity. Then, he addressed the provincial governor, requesting him to make arrangements for personnel to transport the contraband to the capital in due time. The imperial envoy graciously replied that it was his duty. The governor of Jiangxi, feeling considerably relieved, agreed to begin preparations upon his return to the office. Some matters, if left unchecked, could lead to mutual destruction. Li Qing's magnanimity prompted both Prince Ning and the provincial governor to reciprocate his kindness. Everyone exchanged pleasantries, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. However, Jean Lu and his companion felt anxious, realizing that Prince Ning seemed to be in the clear, yet they wondered how they would fare under these circumstances. Li Qing, aware of their concerns, turned to Zhu Quan and remarked, "Surely, the prince, with his expansive heart, would not make things difficult for them?" Zhu Quan cast a sidelong glance at the 2 men and scoffed, "That is only natural." Li Qing then addressed the 2 men, stating, "You may return now, but remember, Should there be any further smuggling before the court lifts the maritime ban, it will result in the confiscation of your homes and the annihilation of your clans. His defense of them was not born of kindness, but rather from the recognition that their smuggling had matured into a well-established industry. Once the maritime restrictions were lifted, they could engage in direct trade. Unfortunately, the primary beneficiaries of this would be the wealthy gentry, while the impoverished could only hope to earn a modest income in the market created by the opening of the seas. In fact, Emperor Zhu's ban was partly motivated by concerns over the gentry's growing power. However, he had not considered that even if the wealthy prospered, the common people could significantly improve their living conditions and, in turn, enhance the Ming dynasty's tax revenues. Upon hearing they could leave, Jin Lu and his companion quickly bowed deeply, respectfully stating, "Yes, yes, we shall remember." They then bowed again to Zhu Quan, praising his generosity and humility. "Enough, enough. Begone." Zhu Quan waved his sleeve dismissively, and the two hurriedly departed. As the dust settled, only Li Qing and Zhu Quan remained. "What a remarkable strategy from the Duke of Yongqing," Zhu Quan remarked, his expression a mix of indignation and a veiled attempt to mask his own insecurities about mingling with officials. Li Qing, playing along, immediately began to lament, "Your Highness, I too am merely carrying out orders, bound by circumstances beyond my control." Zhu Quan, adopting an air of magnanimity, replied, "Very well. I shall overlook your previous transgressions." He then tentatively inquired, "How do you plan to draft the memorial for the emperor? I believe it would be best for your highness to compose it." Li Qing responded with a smile, "If you were to take the initiative to plead for forgiveness, I am certain the emperor would be lenient." Seeing Li Qing's generosity, Zhu Quan's face broke into a slight smile. "That is agreeable. I shall no longer involve myself in the matter of smuggling. Let us put this issue to rest. Shall we?" "Of course," Li Qing nodded, adding, "At my age, I naturally wish to avoid unnecessary complications." "That is splendid." The following day, Zhu Quan penned a letter of apology. Li Qing, without even glancing at it, had it sent back to the capital. Observing this, Zhu Quan was entirely convinced that Li Qing wished to avoid further entanglements, and he felt reassured. 3 days later, the inventory was completed, and dozens of carts filled with smuggled goods were escorted to the capital, marking the end of Li Qing's journey in Jiangxi, after which he would proceed to Fujian. Upon arrival, it was already late March. Having not seen each other for 2 months, Yu Qian appeared to have lost more weight, and his demeanor increasingly resembled that of a military general rather than a civil official. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yu Qian briefly discussed the progress made. "So, the smugglers have all been dealt with, leaving only the woku, correct?" Li Qing inquired. "Indeed," Yu Qian nodded. "These woku and smugglers are entirely different categories. The former engage in trade, while the latter resort to pillaging, which is a fundamental distinction. Have we clarified the islands they are stationed on?" Yu Qian shook his head apologetically. "I had anticipated they would take the initiative, allowing me to stand back and wait, but instead, they have remained silent and restrained, correct?" "Yes." Yu Qian's expression turned grave. "I suspect there may be collusion with the woku. There is no doubt. There is certainly someone in league with them." Li Qing replied with a cold smile. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it." "Understood." Yu Qian bowed slightly. "Should I head to Jiangsu and Zhejiang first?" Li Qing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No need. Let us rest here for now, and we shall depart together when the time comes." "Your Excellency, the Emperor has granted us merely 6 months," Yu Qian reminded him, noting that nearly half of that time had already elapsed. "The smugglers are manageable, but the woku are far more challenging to eradicate, compounded by the time wasted on the road. Do not fret. Eliminating the woku is not difficult," Li Qing asserted confidently. "We may not even need to intervene personally." Yu Qian, however, remained skeptical. "May I inquire, Your Excellency, what ingenious plan do you have? Is this sufficient?" Li Qing produced a document titled, "As If I Were Present," and placed it on the table. Yu Qian promptly performed a deep bow and replied, "This is ample. We can mobilize troops, but we lack intelligence." "That will be rectified," Li Qing smiled. "You shall make a trip to summon the provincial governor and the commanding officer. Then, all will be revealed." Yu Qian, albeit perplexed, complied without hesitation. Yu Qian demonstrated remarkable efficiency, and 5 days later, the provincial governor and commanding officer arrived together. "Your humble servant Yang Qing, Lu Hai, respectfully greets you," he announced. "Your health is well," Li Qing replied with an air of distinction. "Please, both of you rise." They stood and bowed, Acknowledging, "We have met the esteemed envoy." "Very well, take a seat," Li Qing said, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he got to the crux of the matter. "I have come primarily to eradicate the Wokou." Pausing, his tone turned serious. "The emperor has been greatly angered upon hearing of the Wokou's disturbances along the Fujian coast." Both men shuddered at his words and quickly clasped their hands in apology. "We bear the guilt of negligence." "Is it merely negligence?" Li Qing's voice suddenly turned icy. "To stand idly by while the Wokou pillage, subjecting the populace to suffering, even leading to the destruction of families, can simply be dismissed as negligence? You, as the highest-ranking civil official, and you, as the highest-ranking military officer, consider what you have allowed to transpire." Li Qing scoffed. "Smugglers thrive. Wokou rampage. Such calamities in Fujian demand accountability. If you are not punished, where is the justice?" The two men were taken aback, their hearts racing with fear, yet simultaneously feeling indignation. This seemed excessively harsh. "Do you dare to defy my words?" Li Qing's cold smile deepened. "I do not dare," the two replied, too intimidated to argue, but their spirits were still unyielding. They were high-ranking officials, and even if he were to elevate the charges, it hardly warranted a death sentence. Yet, they soon found themselves silenced. Li Qing continued. "In the 18th year of the Yongle reign, during the rebellion of Tang Sire, the provincial governor of Shandong, along with councillors and other officials, were executed for their negligence and inaction. Do you understand the gravity of your situation? Where is your accountability when rebels wreak havoc and officials are spared? Do you comprehend?" Li Qing's gaze was as frigid as ice, and his tone was laced with chilling severity. "Do you presume that His Majesty's sentencing was excessively harsh?" The two men trembled, their limbs icy with fear. They had not forgotten the events of merely a few years past. At that time, they had reveled in the misfortune of others, never anticipating that fate would one day turn against them. Now, they were utterly petrified, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Li Qing produced the emblem of authority. "Open your eyes wide and behold. What is this?" The two men stared in horror as they beheld the glaring four characters, which felt like a death warrant, draining the color from their faces. The power of this golden insignia was akin to that of a royal decree. In that moment, they genuinely believed Li Qing had come to execute them. "Spare us, my lord! Spare us, your majesty!" They cried out with trembling voices, bowing their heads fervently. Yu Qian was left in a state of disbelief. This minister was exceedingly ruthless. Yet the thrill of the moment was undeniable. Chapter 135. "The hero in decline. You have but 1 month," Li Qing declared coldly. "I shall remain here for a month, and should you fail to produce a satisfactory report by then, I am afraid there will be no mercy." Li Qing was unyielding. "Rest assured, your excellency, I will eradicate every last one of the pirates," Lu Hai swore earnestly, while Yang Qing quickly added, "We shall not disappoint you, your excellency." "That is preferable," Li Qing warned. "The eradication of pirates is not merely a one-time endeavor. It is essential for long-term peace. If the root cause is not addressed, should the pirates return to plunder the people, you will still face dire consequences." The two men felt an immense burden weighing upon them. Yet they had no choice but to acquiesce. "Now be off." Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. "Time waits for no man. My lord, I wish to accompany you," Yu Qian said, clasping his hands. He feared that the two might engage in some treachery. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing consented and then warned Lu and Yang. "Should anything happen to you, do not expect leniency from me." "Indeed, we understand, they replied, bowing repeatedly, although they were still filled with trepidation. At least for the moment, they had escaped death, and both felt a sense of relief akin to having survived a calamity. After the three departed, Li Qing spent his days indulging in revelry, showing no signs of attending to his official duties. Fortunately, the fourth had not witnessed his behavior. Otherwise, he would surely have faced severe penalties. Li Qing's audacity stemmed from the fact that the officials in Fujian were evidently colluding with the pirates. Even though the provincial governor and the commander had not directly participated, they were certainly complicit. Local officials were well aware of the pirates' activities, and sending them to deal with the pirates would yield better results than Li Qing leading the charge himself. Indeed, the situation unfolded as Li Qing had anticipated. Lu and Yang wasted no time in shifting the pressure onto their subordinates. If the pirates are not eradicated within 20 days, anyone associated with the pirates, from the county magistrate to the prison guards, shall face dire consequences. In an instant, Former allies turned into mortal enemies, and local officials united in their resolve to annihilate the pirates. Whether genuine pirates or treacherous collaborators, anyone who dared to pillage under the guise of piracy would be deemed their foe. As the saying goes, a true friend will not perish for the sake of a selfish rogue. In life-and-death situations, even familial ties may falter, let alone mere alliances forged out of self-interest. The local officials, driven by determination, left both genuine and counterfeit pirates bewildered. Former allies suddenly brandished their swords, leaving the others utterly unprepared. Was it not agreed that they would prosper together? In a mere 18 days, nearly 5,000 of these impostors were either slaughtered or had vanished, with only a few having jumped into the sea. Yu Qian was astonished. He had not anticipated such rapid developments. He mused to himself, it must be the relentless Li Shangshu. His worldview was nearly shaken to its core. Was it truly possible to act in such a manner? The joys of holding high office eluded Yu Qian, yet he felt their weight. If one wished to make a mark, one must ascend to high office. With the situation in Fujian resolved, Li Qing had also made substantial progress. After a fervent reprimand directed at the provincial governor and the commanding officer, he issued a stern warning. The transgressions would be temporarily overlooked. But should the pirates dare to return, there would be no room for leniency. The two officials nodded submissively, not daring to claim credit, persistently wearing smiles of contrition. By the end of April, Li Qing arrived in Zhujiang. The provincial governor, the commanding officer, and the inspector general were all present. Li Qing employed the same unyielding tactics, declaring that the pirates would either be eradicated or the attendees would meet their doom. This straightforward choice was not lost on the local officials, who promptly set to work. The ease of this operation was largely attributed to the recent rebellion led by Tang Sire, which had allowed Zhu Di to unleash a wave of violence. Otherwise, Li Qing's approach might not have proven so effective. While the local officials zealously pursued the pirates, Li Qing leisurely meandered around West Lake with his concubine. Although spring had passed, it remained an opportune time for such excursions. He rented a small boat, drifting upon the lake, indulging in music, playing chess, and fishing. What blissful enjoyment! After more than half a month, with the pirates in Zhujiang completely eradicated, Li Qing transitioned to Jiangsu, applying the same strategies with equal effectiveness. Moreover, the successful campaigns in Fujian and Zhujiang left the local officials in Jiangsu with no recourse but to dedicate themselves fully to the elimination of the pirates. Meanwhile, Li Qing continued to indulge in leisure, visiting Lingyin Temple and exploring the gardens of Suzhou. By early May, a decree from Zhu Di summoned him back to the capital without delay. Li Qing had no choice but to entrust matters to Yu Qian and Shaoli, departing for the capital with his 3 daughters. An ominous premonition nagged at him, suggesting that unrest had once again gripped the capital, and perhaps it was far from trivial. Ultimately, it was a sign of Zhu Di's advancing age. Not only had he aged, but the once great military generals had also grown old. The descendants of the founding heroes and those from the Jingnan campaign lacked the prowess of their forebears. These scions, enjoying the privileges bestowed by their ancestors, were largely ineffectual, resembling the gentry in stature, and in some cases even eclipsing them in influence. As time progressed, their interests increasingly aligned with those of the bureaucratic families, rendering the aristocracy ineffective in counterbalancing the civil officials. Of course, the military strength of the Ming dynasty remained formidable, and capable generals were not in short supply. Nevertheless, these commanders had not formed factions and could not contend with the bureaucratic gentry. It was also inevitable that future aristocrats would integrate into the gentry system. Such a situation was indeed troublesome. Li Qing sighed deeply, a bitter smile creeping across his lips. Is the gentleman once again preoccupied with state affairs? Wan Ling inquired cautiously. Li Qing nodded gently. Indeed, the situation at court is rather dire. Forgive my boldness, but I believe you are merely troubling yourself unnecessarily, she continued. Oh, how so? Li Qing responded, intrigued. Wan Ling smiled and remarked, in this world, it is rare for everything to proceed smoothly. Good men, like you, are indeed scarce. Most officials consider their own families first before the greater good of the Ming dynasty. In fact, many officials harm the greater good for the sake of their own families. Lian Xiang, candidly expressing her thoughts, added that those who have studied sacred texts are not always virtuous. Hong Xiu cast her a disapproving glance, causing Lian Xiang to suddenly realize her faux pas and laugh awkwardly. I didn't mean you, sir. Oh, it's nothing, Li Qing replied with self-deprecation, I am no scholar. I have never even participated in the imperial examinations. Thus, Hanlin continued, everyone acts in their own interest, with only a small minority serving the public good. This small group may change a few things, or even a particular period, but no matter their efforts, the essence remains unchanged. Why burden oneself with unnecessary worries? Hong Xiu added, indeed, sir, you should not impose additional burdens on yourself. You owe nothing to anyone, so why exhaust yourself? Exactly, Lian Xiang murmured quietly. Besides, you cannot change anything, so it would be better to maintain a peaceful mindset. Li Qing paused, a bitter smile crossing his face. On June 15th, in the capital, Li Qing disembarked from the carriage and immediately entered the palace to convey his report. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhu Di reclined on a soft couch. And upon hearing Li Qing's account, he smiled with satisfaction. Well done. It is all thanks to the Emperor's divine authority. Li Qing exchanged pleasantries before asking, Your Majesty, did you summon me back prematurely for a specific reason? Yes, a crisis has arisen, Zhu Di replied, weariness etched on his aged face. The Walla are in dire straits. What? Li Qing exclaimed in shock. How could this happen so soon? He hesitated, then questioned, is it possible that the Walla have deliberately transmitted false intelligence? They are indeed in trouble, Zhu Di sighed. The current Walla are even weaker than the Ula Naha of yore. This information has been gathered by the Jinyi, the Eastern Depot, and scouts from the border. Take a look for yourself. Li Qing stepped forward to take the document and began to read. Zhu Di elaborated. In the first month, the Walla were ambushed, suffering the loss of 5,000 men and over 7,000 cattle and sheep. In late February, the Tatars attacked the Walla again, plundering women and children and countless livestock. By the end of April, the Walla faced yet another assault. Since the beginning of the year, they have been attacked 3 times, and now their forces number only 30,000, with half of their women and children lost and their livestock severely diminished, making large-scale trade impossible. Zhu Di expressed his concern. If we sit idly by, the Walla will not survive this year, and Mongolia will truly be unified. If that is the case, we must send troops, Li Qing said gravely, then quickly caught on to a crucial point. The officials oppose this? Indeed, Zhu Di's face darkened. The 6 ministries, the censorate, and the cabinet are all in opposition, including the 2 deputy ministers from your Ministry of War. Not a single one agrees. Therefore, I have imprisoned them all, Zhu Di declared with a huff. Li Qing remained silent, awaiting further clarification. After a moment of silence, Zhu Di spoke bitterly. Li Qing, my words seem to carry less weight now. Li Qing fell into silence, realizing that Zhu Di's political foundation was ultimately not as fertile as that of the late Emperor Zhu. After a prolonged pause, Li Qing inquired, what are your plans? Your Majesty? This battle is one I must engage in. A peculiar light shone in Zhu Di's aged eyes. The Mongols must never unify. Without unnecessary words, Li Qing directly asked, what do you need me to do? Time was of the essence. The Walla could no longer hold out. Yet the court was inextricably linked to these officials. Presently, the court's governance and the various national policies and implementation had come to a standstill. Zhu Di declared, tomorrow, I will release these individuals. No matter what means you employ, first, secure the Ministry of War. Understood, Li Qing nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he disclosed to Zhu Di the close ties between the Prince of Ning and local officials. The Prince of Ning. Zhu Di narrowed his eyes, then shook his head. The feudal lords must not be stirred. I have grown old, and Gao Ji cannot control the military. Alas, since the abolition of the feudal lords during the Zhengwen reign, the reduction of their power has been a taboo. It was only through the authority gained during the Jingnan campaign that I was able to diminish the feudal lords' 3 guards. Had it been now. Sigh. A sense of melancholy enveloped Zhu Di. Even heroes must face the twilight of their days. I have aged. Chapter 136. Standing on the moral high ground. Pointing fingers indeed. Zhu Di had aged, not only in years, but also in the political landscape. The primary catalyst for this decline was Li Qing, whose actions had incited a series of events, such as land reclamation, tax reforms, and the migration of southern citizens to the north. These policies had severely undermined the interests of the gentry, leading to an early eruption of conflicts. At the Yongqing Marquisate, as soon as Li Qing arrived home, Zhu Zhongzhi followed closely behind. Your grandfather has already briefed me on the court situation, Li Qing sighed. The outlook is indeed grim. What solutions do you propose? Zhu Zhongzhi asked anxiously. Li Qing rolled his eyes. If I had a solution, would I not have shared it? Then we must take a hard approach. Zhu Zhangji's gaze sharpened. Then he frowned. At this critical juncture, that might not be prudent. At such a time, you still hesitate? Li Qing retorted, if the Mongols unify, the Ming will see no peace at its borders. All other matters must take a back seat. I understand, but Zhu Zhangji expressed concern. These individuals are already colluding. If we push them too hard, do not worry, I will take action. Li Qing spoke with an air of confidence. Zhu Zhangji felt somewhat reassured and asked, Qingbo, what method do you intend to employ? Share it with me for my peace of mind. After a pause, Li Qing replied, I do not have a particular plan. Mainly, my father is quite troubled. He consumes 4 bowls of rice in one sitting. That is not excessive. Li Qing remarked with a hint of exasperation. Return and tell your father not to worry too much. The sky will not fall. All right. Zhu Zhangji nodded reluctantly, still unsatisfied. But what exactly is your plan? The secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. Li Qing maintained an enigmatic demeanor, as though he possessed a brilliant strategy. Seeing that Li Qing was unwilling to divulge further, Zhu Zhangji conceded. Qingbo, how is your health? I am well enough. Why do you ask? Shall we have a try? Zhu Zhangji said eagerly, as defeating Li Qing had long been his ambition. Now that Li Qing was using a cane, he felt confident. That is acceptable, but a wager must be made. How about 50 taels of gold? Zhu Zhangji proposed. Add a bit more. 100 taels? Zhu Zhangji tentatively inquired, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding, convinced that victory eluded him. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the notion. With each passing day, he honed his skills, while his elder, Li Qing, aged visibly. Very well, Li Qing declared, producing a long spear and offering it to him. They stepped into the courtyard. As the younger, you shall strike first. Zhu Zhangji hesitated. What will you use? A cane. Li Qing raised his hand, revealing a cane of Wang Wali wood adorned with golden edges, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Are you certain? Come. Zhu Zhangji, shedding his reluctance, removed the spear's tip, inhaled deeply, and announced, Elder Qing, I shall begin. Such needless chatter. Li Qing retorted with a roll of his eyes. The rhythm of death. Zhu Zhangji lunged forward, the long staff slicing through the air. A resonant hum echoing as multiple afterimages of the staff danced before the eyes, mesmerizing and bewildering. How naive. Li Qing smirked, unhurriedly lifting his right hand with the cane. After a brief clash, he seized the opportunity, thrusting the cane through the layers of afterimages, aiming directly for Zhu Zhangji's chest. Though Li Qing was not displeased, Zhu Zhangji's fierce onslaught left little time for a counter. Huh! Zhu Zhangji exclaimed, aligning his body with the motion, narrowly evading the thrust, swiftly creating distance between them. Again, Zhu Zhangji, filled with fervor, twirled the spear, advancing once more, this time with even greater intensity. Clearly, he had previously held back, fearing he might harm Li Qing. Yet, such restraint proved futile. Regardless of Zhu Zhangji's ferocity, Li Qing adeptly parried each attack with ease, while a solitary counterstrike from Li Qing sent Zhu Zhangji into disarray. After a quarter of an hour, Zhu Zhangji's fervor waned, and Li Qing commenced his counteroffensive. The rapid-fire strikes left Zhu Zhangji trembling, as if swept by a hail of bullets, uncontrollably retreating until he collapsed onto the ground, bewildered. You have lost. Pay up. I have no money on me. Then come back tomorrow to settle the debt. Li Qing extended his left hand, and Zhu Zhangji grasped it, rising to his feet. Elder Qing, are you truly over 60? Not at all. I am of the same age as the Emperor. Li Qing chuckled, diverting the topic. In his youth, Elder Qing was the most handsome young man in the region. Is that true? Your grandfather knows, as does your father, Li Qing declared proudly. During the years of Hongwu's 15th and 20th, none were as handsome as I, not even the strikingly handsome Li Jinglong. I don't believe it. Believe it or not. It matters not, Li Qing replied with a dismissive roll of his eyes. Do not forget about my money. Money, money, money. That is all you can think of. Zhu Zhangji lamented. Elder Qing, are you hiding something from me? Li Qing scoffed. If the hand does not slip, blame the sleeve. Zhu Zhangji murmured. But the disparity is too great. How can you, over 60, still possess such prowess? In a couple of years, I will not be able to compete with you. Leaning on his cane, Li Qing's back slightly bent, he sighed. With age comes visible vitality, though I carry numerous ailments. It is merely that my physique remains resilient. Yet to be truly challenged. But you are over 60. Zhu Zhangji questioned. Elder Qing, could it be that you are indeed cultivating immortality? Cultivating immortality, you say? Nonsense. Li Qing, his emotions somewhat stirred, reached out and delivered a sharp rap on Zhu Zhangji's head. The impact was substantial, causing tears to well up in Zhu Zhangji's eyes. I'm already a father, and you still strike me? Zhu Zhangji retorted, somewhat vexed. It was one thing to spar earlier, but now I'm trying to have a civil conversation with you and still get hit? My own father never laid a hand on me. Li Qing, though he felt it was excessive, would never concede an error. With a stern expression, he replied, your grandfather and your father have high hopes for you. How can you take such absurdity seriously? In the past, even the mighty Qin Shi Huang perished in his quest for immortality. The downfall of the Qin dynasty was attributed to Shi Huang's extravagant constructions, like the Great Wall and the extravagant Pang Palace, which burdened the populace. After Qin heir Shi ascended, his tyrannical rule incited rebellion, culminating in the uprising of Chunsheng and Wuguang. Zhu Zhangji was well versed in history. So, are you implying you desire to cultivate immortality? Li Qing scoffed. Very well. I shall promptly speak with your father and grandfather about finding someone else to nurture. Zhu Zhangji, indignant, shot back. Come on, I was merely jesting. Is it really necessary to take it so seriously? Of course it is, Li Qing asserted gravely. A person wielding divine power can command armies from afar with a mere gesture. Such a heavy responsibility cannot be trifled with by discussing fanciful paths to immortality. He lectured Zhu Zhangji from his moral high ground. Zhu Zhangji, feeling overwhelmed, conceded, all right, let us drop this topic, shall we? If my royal grandfather hears of this, you won't have a pleasant time. Li Qing maintained his stern facade, yet inwardly he felt a sense of relief. He had successfully navigated the situation, leaving the matter of the reprimand behind. He silently reminded himself to be more cautious in the future and to embody the persona of a grumpy old man. As they settled into a pavilion, Li Qing remained solemn and silent, leading Zhu Zhangji to feel guilty. Uncle Qing, your constitution is truly robust. I reckon you could live at least another 20 years. Zhu Zhangji took the teapot from a maid and poured a cup for Li Qing. Upon receiving the tea, Li Qing's expression softened considerably. Naturally, a Taoist tends to live longer than a monk. Zhu Zhangji chuckled. Is this really a matter of contention? Yet, upon recalling his teacher Dao Yan, Zhu Zhangji found comfort in knowing Li Qing's enduring vitality. At 60, Lien Pa still relishes his meals. At 60, Uncle Qing still possesses great strength. Haha, you flatter me. Li Qing laughed heartily. If you have the gift of gab, do share more. With the previous matter resolved, Zhu Zhangji finally inquired, Uncle Qing, please share your strategy with me. Otherwise, my heart feels uneasy. After a pause, he added, I'll increase the reward by 50 taels of gold. If it were merely a matter of monetary incentive, Li Qing nodded, let them fall ill. Zhu Zhangji, upon sipping his tea, instantly spewed it forth in a vibrant arc, prompting Li Qing to quickly dodge. Fortunately, my reflexes are swift. Li Qing straightened his posture, observing Zhu Zhangji's startled reaction. It's not as if they will fall ill simply because you wish it so, right? Zhu Zhangji questioned, perplexed. Moreover, even if they did fall ill, they would still oppose my grandfather. No, that is where you are mistaken. Li Qing took a sip of tea, exuding an air of calmness. Firstly, I can make them ill, and they will indeed fall ill. Secondly, once they are afflicted, they shall no longer oppose the emperor. How could this be possible? Zhu Zhangji scoffed in disbelief, but soon, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, Qing Bo, are you suggesting that you will poison them as a means of coercion? Shoo! Li Qing raised his index finger to his lips, urging him to lower his voice. I am not truly administering poison, am I? Zhu Zhangji stared in astonishment, contemplating the grave consequences if something were to go awry. What if all the ministers were poisoned? That would be a catastrophic situation. Besides, if this were to leak out, what would become of the dignity of the Ming court? How would the emperor maintain his position? You underestimate Qing Bo's methods, Li Qing chuckled. Of course, it is not actual poison, but rather a means to induce minor ailments. Nothing life-threatening, but certainly uncomfortable. However, there's no room for hesitation. Li Qing interrupted. In these extraordinary times, we must adopt extraordinary measures. The situation beyond the borders is dire, and we cannot afford to dally with the ministers. If the Mongols were to unify, it would bring nothing but harm to the Ming. Zhu Zhangji nodded in understanding. Though he mused, this feels rather frivolous, does it not? Fear not, I have it all under control. Li Qing stretched lazily. Just you wait and see, within 5 days. I assure you that all the ministers will consent to mobilize the troops. Chapter 137. A lack of martial virtue in the Zhao prison, Jian Yi appeared disheveled and gaunt, having spent nearly a year in confinement. This scholar, who had entered the service during the 18th year of the Hongwu reign, had navigated through the reigns of Hongwu, Zhangwen, and Yongle with steadfastness, a master of compromise, yet he was now at the mercy of misfortune. Over the past year, Jian Yi had endured considerable hardship. At 60 years old, he looked as though he were nearing 80, a pitiful sight indeed. Clank! The chains were unlocked, and Jian Yi, leaning against the wall in a stupor, slowly opened his eyes. "Ah, Jian Shangshu, are you well?" Li Qing inquired with genuine concern, swiftly moving to support his arm and help him rise. In the dimly lit cell, as the large sleeves billowed, no one noticed a slender silver needle prick Jian Yi, a covert act by Li Qing, lacking in martial decorum, to ambush a 60-year-old comrade. The slight sensation was so faint that it failed to alert Jian Yi. "Is His Majesty releasing me?" Jian Yi thought with hopeful anticipation. He had truly had enough of the Zhao prison and longed for freedom. Freedom, above all. This dark and oppressive confinement had caused him immense suffering. Li Qing nodded. "His Majesty has commanded that Jian Shangshu continue to serve as Minister of Personnel, contributing to the state." "His Majesty is indeed wise," Jian Yi exclaimed, bowing deeply, nearly moved to tears. Outside the Zhao prison, Jian Yi breathed in the fresh air of freedom, his spirit lifted, reveling in the sensation. Li Qing suppressed a smile. "His Majesty has shown compassion for you, allowing you to rest at home for 2 days before returning to court. The Emperor's grace is boundless. I am eternally grateful," Jian Yi said, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Li Qing smiled and advised, "Return home, take a bath to cleanse away any misfortune, and prepare to serve the country diligently." Of course, Jian Yi nodded earnestly, though inwardly he resolved, "This time, I must ensure that I navigate the waters of compromise more skillfully. I cannot afford to ignite further troubles." Upon hearing the mention of bathing, Jian Yi felt an increasing itchiness all over his body. He clasped his hands together and said, "Ministerly, my attire is truly unbefitting. I must take my leave for now, and we shall converse another day." Li Qing smiled and returned the gesture, bidding Jian Shangshu to depart. As he watched Jian Yi leave, Li Qing turned back to the Zhao prison. "Minister Xia, the Emperor has granted you your release, and you are to continue as the Minister of Revenue." He helped Xia Yuanji to his feet, exchanging courteous pleasantries, rejoicing in his newfound freedom. Xia Yuanji was indeed quite pleased. Yet, he and Li Qing were of one mind. "I still maintain that we should refrain from military action. The Ming is currently burdened with significant expenses, and the benefits of the southern migration have yet to materialize." However, Xia urged, these sentiments should be conveyed to the Emperor. Li Qing smiled and interjected. Xia Yuanji was momentarily taken aback and responded in astonishment, "I dissent, yet the Emperor has still released me? The Emperor possesses a benevolent heart," Li Qing affirmed. Xia Yuanji paused, his eyes misting with emotion, deeply touched by the Emperor's magnanimity. Nonetheless, he thought to himself that while gratitude is essential, one must still hold firm to their convictions. Subsequently, the ministers of the Ministry of Rites, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Cabinet were released in succession, culminating in the liberation of 2 deputy ministers from the Ministry of War. "Return and rest well for a couple of days," Li Qing advised. "The Emperor intends to launch a northern expedition, and soon you shall be quite occupied." "Minister, warfare is a perilous tool," one of the ministers retorted. "I am not here to negotiate. This is an edict. Do you comprehend?" Li Qing replied without compromise, asserting, "I am a man of reason. If you facilitate my ease, I shall ensure yours. If you obstruct me, neither of us shall find ease." The expressions of the deputy ministers darkened instantly, yet they dared not retort. For adherence to one's superior is the fundamental tenet of duty and the established norms of governance. Li Qing continued, "Many covet the position of deputy minister. If you find it burdensome, I shall not insist. Someone else may take your place." "Not burdensome at all," they hastily shook their heads. The position of deputy minister is one that many strive for their entire lives without attaining, and considering Li Qing's advanced age, both ministers hoped to outlast him and ascend further. As for principles, they could cast them aside. Their ambition was to rise in rank. Their alliance with the gentry was motivated by interests, yet such interests paled in comparison to the allure of the official's cap. In the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Di reclined against a couch, propping his chin with one hand, the creases on his face deepening with the gesture. Is the Ministry of War settled? Indeed. Li Qing nodded. In a few days, we shall likely resolve the remaining officials as well. After a pause, he added, Your Majesty, might I assist you in assessing your condition? Zhu Di's appearance was rather concerning, and Li Qing worried whether he was fit to lead troops in person. Very well. Zhu Di acquiesced, reclining further and extending his right hand to reveal his wrist. Li Qing placed 3 fingers upon the pulse, furrowing his brow in contemplation. This time, Zhu Di was unusually calm, having come to terms with the reality of his aging. After a prolonged moment, Li Qing withdrew his hand and reassured, Your Majesty is well. Though slightly depleted, I shall prescribe a remedy. If you adhere to the regimen, your health shall improve. Zhu Di chuckled self-deprecatingly, but did not refuse the suggestion. Acknowledging the inevitability of aging, many endeavors now seemed beyond his grasp. Long live the Emperor, Li Qing said with a gentle smile. Your health is robust. There is no need for concern. Zhu Di chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. While such remarks might be acceptable from others, it was best if you refrained from saying them. I prefer to hear the truth. Li Qing scratched his head awkwardly and laughed nervously. After a moment of silence, he tentatively suggested, Your Majesty, have you perhaps forgotten something? Forgotten what? Your reward. Zhu Di's expression soured, though he was not truly angry. At your age? What do you need with so much wealth? I shall grant you the title of Duke. Forget it. No one will inherit it anyway. What use is that? Li Qing replied with a smile. I still prefer gold. Zhu Di shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. Haven't you amassed enough wealth over the years? Not to mention your 2 salaries, the gifts from others, along with my rewards, should suffice for a life of luxury until your last breath. You have no sons. In fact, you have no daughters either. What use is the title of Duke? But gold, now that is useful. Li Qing found himself at a loss for a retort and could only say, Your Majesty speaks wisely. Your word is as heavy as gold. Enough, enough, Zhu Di interjected, his head throbbing from the argument. Of course, you shall be rewarded, but you must accompany me on this expedition. Not a problem, Li Qing promptly agreed. Initially, he had no desire to go, but given Zhu Di's declining health, he felt uneasy about remaining behind. You mentioned resolving the issue within 5 days. Is that feasible? While it may not be foolproof, I am quite confident, Li Qing nodded. Excellent. Zhu Di's expression brightened considerably. By the way, how is the Eastern Depot functioning in the south? Li Qing replied candidly. Quite well. The eunuchs are not as incompetent as one might think. After a pause, he added, Compared to the civil officials, the eunuchs are more loyal to the emperor. This is indeed a fact. It is not that the eunuchs possess higher moral standards than the officials. Rather, their power derives entirely from the emperor. As long as the emperor is in power, so too are they. To maintain their influence, they must remain loyal to the emperor. Zhu Di wholeheartedly agreed, citing San Bao as a prime example. Ability is somewhat related to education, yet it does not guarantee success. Moreover, the eunuch's role is not to govern but to assist the emperor in managing his subjects more effectively. As long as they are obedient and loyal, that is sufficient. The recent opposition from the court ministers regarding the military campaign has made Zhu Di acutely aware of the crisis facing imperial authority. The system of noble families balancing the civil officials is no longer sustainable, as the interests of the nobility increasingly align with those of the gentry, or rather, they will gradually transform into the gentry themselves. At that point, the imperial power will undoubtedly suffer severe damage. Without a truly trustworthy force aligned with the emperor, future sovereigns will undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits. Zhu Di sighed and asked, What do you think of having the Eastern Depot supervise the Jinui? The Jinui already monitored one another, maintaining a system of checks and balances. However, Zhu Di's suggestion to allow the Eastern Depot to oversee the Jinui evidently disrupts this equilibrium. Consequently, the Eastern Depot would inevitably overshadow the Jinui, reducing the latter to mere pawns of the former. Li Qing understood that Zhu Di was merely seeking affirmation. In truth, he had already made up his mind, and no matter what was said, the outcome would remain unchanged. Your Majesty is indeed wise, Li Qing bowed respectfully, feeling it necessary to reinforce imperial authority. Upon returning home, Jian Yi first reassured his family with many comforting words and then, beaming with joy, proceeded to bathe. After nearly a year in prison, he had become infested with lice, and it took 3 changes of bathwater to thoroughly cleanse himself of the grime. Dressed in a pristine robe, Jian Yi exuded a spirited vigor, reminiscent of the esteemed official he once was in the Ministry of Personnel. From this moment forth, he resolved to tread the path of moderation, determined not to repeat the mistakes of his past. Yet, as the delightful spring breeze enveloped him, he suddenly felt an unsettling itch. Despite his attempts to alleviate it, the irritation persisted and seemed to intensify. Furrowing his brow, Jian called out, "Bring me water for a bath." After a brief interval, he donned fresh garments, convinced of his newfound cleanliness. However, the itch remained, and in fact, it grew more pronounced. Was it possible that his body had grown unaccustomed to such cleanliness after a prolonged period of neglect? Puzzled, yet desperate to find relief from the discomfort, he decided to bathe once more. Yet, the itch only escalated. As Jian succumbed to scratching, his skin reddened, yet the torment continued unabated. In a moment of exasperation, he lamented that had he known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred to remain in the Jiayu prison. Meanwhile, Xia Yuanji was undergoing a similar ordeal. The itch was unbearable. Quick-witted, he summoned a physician, who confidently assured him that the remedy would be effective. However, after taking the medicine, it became evident that it was utterly ineffective. Simultaneously, the officials emerging from Jiayu shared in their plight. Unable to endure the discomfort any longer, Jian hastily sought an audience with Emperor Zhu Di, requesting a royal physician to examine him. Zhu Di, ever accommodating, promptly summoned the imperial doctor. Upon arrival, the doctor performed the customary examination, observing, smelling, inquiring, and palpating, stroking his beard, furrowing his brow, shaking his head, and sighing. Though he did not voice it outright, his message was unmistakable: prepare for the worst. Jian was taken aback. He was only 60 years old and felt he had much life yet to live. Soon after, Xia Yuanji and several other ministers from the Board of Rites, the Censorate, the Hanlin Academy, and the cabinet arrived, all seeking the physician's expertise. The doctor repeated the same diagnostic process, ultimately declaring himself unable to assist. Despair enveloped the group. Enduring such relentless itching seemed a fate worse than death. At this moment, Jian recalled Minister Li Qing, hope flickering in his eyes. Li, renowned for his medical prowess, might possess a remedy. In the front hall of the Yongqing Marquisate, a gathering of ministers, vice-ministers, and grand scholars manifested palpable anxiety, fidgeting restlessly. The steward, having received prior instructions, hesitated, saying, "Esteemed officials, my lord is preoccupied with urgent matters and cannot receive visitors at this time." "What is the hold-up?" Jian urged, gripping his arm in impatience. "You must relay our urgency. We are at our wits' end." Others echoed his sentiments, their discomfort evident. Sensing their mounting frustration, the steward's heart raced, and he quickly promised, "Please wait a moment. I will send a maid to hasten matters." "Make haste," exclaimed the usually composed Xia Yuanji, his irritation flaring. The deep-seated itch was far more agonizing than mere pain, rendering it intolerable. The steward, trembling, hurried to fulfill their request. A throng of individuals, tormented by their itching, awaited anxiously. After a quarter of an hour, the steward returned in haste, stating, "My lord has decreed that he shall receive visitors at the hour of Shun this afternoon." Under the guidance of Li Qing, the steward emphasized the importance of the word formal, even though he himself did not comprehend the reasoning behind it. However, the prominent figures in the court were well aware. When paying a visit, it is unfathomable to arrive empty-handed. Moreover, given Li Qing's illustrious reputation, they certainly understood the necessity of preparing gifts. Though a wave of frustration surged within them, they could only grit their teeth and endure the itch, returning to prepare lavish offerings. "Damn it, Li Qing, you better be able to heal." By the hour of Shun, the ministers once again gathered at the Ho residence. Having endured for the better part of the day, they were on the brink of collapse, desperate to escape the maddening sensation that made them want to claw at their own skin. Upon seeing Li Qing's arrival, they rose eagerly, clasping their hands in respect, and implored, "We beseech the esteemed Lord Yongqing, Li Shangshu, to employ his remarkable skills." Li Qing returned the gesture with a deep bow, stating, "I have already been informed of your matters." A tremor coursed through the crowd as Jian exclaimed, "Is there nothing that Li Shangshu can do?" "That is not the case," Li Qing replied. "However, I find myself pressed for time." "What?" They responded in unison. "Of course, if you are willing to assist me in fulfilling the Emperor's directive promptly, it is not out of the question." "Oh," but they feared that they might not agree. The tension in the room escalated, their patience wearing thin as they shouted, "What is this matter?" "This is a long story. Li Qing said as he took his seat at the head of the table. Steward, serve the tea. Yes, master, the steward replied promptly, hastening to prepare it. After a while, the steward presented the tea and summoned the attendants to take the gifts brought by the guests out of the reception hall. Regardless of whether the matter would be resolved, they must first secure the gifts to avoid loss. Li Qing accepted the offerings, yet the ministers remained tense. They had long experienced his penchant for taking money without delivering results. However, under the roof of another, one must lower their head. Jian Yi spoke up. What is the matter? Li Shangshu, you may as well speak plainly. We are all servants of the emperor, officials of the Ming, unable to suppress the itch any longer. He scratched his back, but the sensation did not lessen, and he added in anguish, as we dine upon the emperor's bounty. It is our duty to share in the burdens. Indeed, Li Shangshu, please do tell us, urged Xia Yuanji, who could no longer hold back. Gritting his teeth as he pressed, what is this matter? What else could it be but that matter? Li Qing sighed. The emperor intends to dispatch troops to the north to attack the Tatars. The countenance of the crowd shifted significantly. They had entered the Zhao prison precisely for this reason and were naturally reluctant to acquiesce easily. Xia Yuanji, suppressing his discomfort, clasped his hands and remarked, the internal strife among the tribes is, for our Ming, an unparalleled opportunity. It is ill-advised for the court to deploy troops at this time, especially with the migration of southerners to the north still ongoing, placing a tremendous financial burden on the court. He scratched his neck hurriedly, yet the itch persisted, insisting that as ministers, Li Shangshu should advise the emperor against such actions. Li Qing sighed once more. Xia Shangshu's words hold merit. Yet the emperor's vision is more far-reaching. Indeed, on the surface, the internal conflict among the tribes benefits the Ming, but we must consider the circumstances. Currently, the Walla are weak while the Tatars are gaining strength at an alarming rate. If we simply sit back and observe, once the Walla are eliminated, the Mongols may be unified under the Tatars. Li Qing asserted gravely, once the steppe is unified, they will certainly cast their gaze upon the central plains. In the illustrious Ming dynasty, we are fortified by robust city walls and formidable artillery, ensuring that should the situation escalate, our adversaries would undoubtedly suffer grievous consequences. Xia Yuanji remained steadfast in his conviction. By heavens, old Xia, you truly possess remarkable resolve, Jian Yi remarked, casting an admiring glance at Xia Yuanji. He continued, Minister Li and Minister Xia, matters of troop mobilization and resource allocation fall squarely within your purview of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. We are not privy to such affairs. Indeed, Jian Yi's seasoned rhetoric was commendable. Firstly, he neither assented nor dismissed the notion. Thus, he preserved his reputation while simultaneously appeasing Li Qing. With his lead in offering ambiguous remarks, others promptly followed suit, asserting that such matters were beyond their responsibilities and that they were unable to assist. Yet, among these individuals, the majority privately opposed military action. Their motives were clear. They sought to diminish the emperor's influence over the military, thereby indirectly undermining imperial authority to enhance their own sway. However, the itch for action was undeniably intense, tormenting them to the point of desperation. They felt compelled to utter a few non-committal phrases, believing they could later revisit the discussion in the court with greater leverage. Li Qing, having navigated the political landscape for many years, was acutely aware of their intentions. Yet, he refrained from exposing them outright, and instead turned to Xia Yuanji, inquiring, What are your thoughts, Minister Xia? Let us resolve the issues of the Ministry of Revenue first. The itch was palpable, vexing old Xia to the point of expletives. He lamented, I believe Minister Li should first attend to my affliction. His visage was one of agony. I am plagued by an unbearable itch. My thoughts are in disarray. With a sigh, Li Qing rose and addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, do take your leave. I must attend to official matters. Devoid of any sincerity, then let us cease this discussion. The officials exclaimed, Earl Yongqing, can you indeed provide a remedy? Frustration simmered among them. Are you merely taking our money without delivering results? Li Qing, unfazed, replied in a measured tone. The emperor's command surpasses all. As loyal subjects, we must prioritize alleviating our sovereign's concerns. A collective frustration boiled within them, yet they found themselves unable to refute his words. Nevertheless, the relentless itch persisted, intensifying under the strain, ultimately leading some to declare their allegiance. Minister, we support military action, announced the two deputy ministers of war. who were Li Qing's subordinates and felt no moral burden in their defection. That is splendid news, Li Qing exclaimed with delight. Let us convene to discuss the particulars and assist you in your endeavors. With that, he gestured for the two to relocate. Disregarding the others, how dare you show me disdain? Who do you think you are? Earl Yongqing, please wait. Once the initial declaration was made, the hesitation among the others diminished significantly. Yang Shiqi from the cabinet interjected, I believe the emperor's considerations are astute. Mongolian unification poses a grave threat to the Ming. Indeed. Followed Huang Huai from the cabinet. During the 19th year of Yongle, the Tatars invaded our borders. It is indeed time to take action. Li Qing turned back, smiling. Both of you may join. Please hold for a moment. The Deputy Minister of Rites stammered, I too believe military intervention is necessary. Very well, all together then. Please wait. Earl Yongqing, Li Qing halted, exasperated. If you wish to stay, then stay. Do you not see that they are still in distress? I also support military action. I too believe there is a necessity for intervention. The Tatars, audacious as they are, dare to challenge us and covet the Central Plains. They must be taught a lesson. We must act, without question. As someone concealed their shame, those who followed soon cast aside their reservations. Once a number of individuals engaged in an act, the sense of shame dissipated. Gradually, with the exception of Xia Yuanji, nearly everyone consented to military action. Xia Yuanji found himself increasingly overwhelmed, enduring an incessant torment akin to a torturous itch that ignited his ire, driving him to the brink of madness. Unbeknownst to him, Li Qing's efforts were particularly harsh, intensifying his discomfort beyond that of others. There was little recourse, as the Ministry of Revenue wielded significant influence over the decision to mobilize troops. Minister Xia? Li Qing directed an inquiring gaze. This official supports the military action. Ultimately, Xia Yuanji relinquished his struggle. He could no longer bear the burden, and with unanimous agreement from others, his persistence would serve no purpose. Li Qing smiled and returned to his seat, observing, given your collective condition, it appears you are afflicted by the same ailment. Minister Jian, do come closer. I shall examine you thoroughly. Jian approached eagerly, though the others were anxious. None dared to intervene. Li Qing grasped Jian Yi's wrist and, after a brief moment, discerned the cause of his ailment. You have lingered too long in a damp and dark environment, leading to an excess of moisture within. After your release, you took a hot bath, and the lingering dampness, provoked by the heat, transformed into coldness, resulting in your pervasive itch. The Duke of Yongqing is indeed remarkable. Jian Yi exclaimed in astonishment. You even know about my hot bath. Naturally, although it is summer, your constitution cannot withstand cold water, Li Qing chuckled inwardly. Not only Jian Yi, but the others also bathed in hot water. It was soothing, and after being confined in the humid prison, they were particularly sensitive to the cold upon their release. Li Qing's expression turned serious. This poses a significant issue. The coldness has penetrated deeply. If not expelled in a timely manner, should it invade the marrow, I would be powerless to assist. He inquired, Minister Jian, does the sensation of itching yield little relief when scratched? Yes, indeed. Jian Yi replied, his lips trembling, voice quavering. Precisely, Li Qing sighed. This is an internal issue. Scratching will not remedy the predicament. Is there any hope for recovery? Jian Yi's complexion paled, nearly pleading, I do not wish to perish. Li Qing nodded. Fortunately, we have discovered this in time. There is no immediate danger to your life. However, Jian Yi's heart sank again, as did those of the others. However, what? Jian Yi asked. Li Qing replied with resignation. The emperor has commanded me to draft a memorial, beginning tomorrow, to engage in debates with you and the other officials in the court, demonstrating the feasibility and necessity of military action. 2 memorials a day. One during the morning court and another at noon. Should the officials disagree, I shall continue writing. If they refuse for 10 days, I will write for 10 days. Oh, composing a debate memorial is no simple task. Li Qing chuckled bitterly, confessing, I have yet to pen a single character. We have already agreed to mobilize, Jian Yi reminded. I am aware, but my knowledge is of no use. Li Qing spread his hands. You must ensure the emperor understands. Only then will I be spared from drafting the memorial and can focus entirely on your treatment, correct? Very well, you may proceed with your examination, Jian Yi urged. I shall speak to the emperor tomorrow. Alas, it is rather late today, and I have not prepared anything. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing spoke. How about this? Esteemed guests, I shall first employ acupuncture to suppress the chill within you. In the meantime, you may return and draft a memorial to present to His Majesty at tomorrow's court. I assure you, I will make the necessary preparations, and once the morning court concludes, we shall commence the treatment. Chapter 139. Li Qing, a paragon of integrity. The group exchanged glances, hesitating only briefly before readily consenting. The discomfort of an itch that cannot be scratched is unbearable. They silently hoped for Li Qing's successful remedy. With a beaming smile, Li Qing said, I will fetch the silver needles. Please line up, one by one. There is enough for everyone. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qing returned, holding a case of needles. Who will be first? I shall, declared the Minister of Personnel, Jian, without hesitation. The others dared not contest him, aware of his higher rank. The principle of seniority applies universally, regardless of time or circumstance. Li Qing extracted a silver needle, disinfected it with alcohol, and began the acupuncture treatment for Jian. Before long, he retracted the needle and inquired, How do you feel, Minister Jian? Jian assessed his condition, a look of astonishment on his face. Oh, it is not as itchy anymore. That is merely temporary, Li Qing replied. The chill has yet to be entirely expelled. The root of the ailment remains. The joy on Jian Yi's face swiftly faded, replaced by concern. Minister Li, will the lingering chill lead to lasting effects? For instance, if it rains on a cloudy day, will I still itch all over? At this, the others displayed similar expressions of anxiety. Rest assured, I have suppressed the chill with acupuncture. It shall not penetrate the marrow. Li Qing reassured them. However, it is imperative to expel it swiftly, as prolonged exposure to the chill can be detrimental to one's health. Li Qing added with a smile. After I have suppressed the chill for all of you, I will begin preparing the necessary medicines. You should also draft a memorial, and after tomorrow's court, we will officially commence the healing phase. Pausing momentarily, he continued, Since we are colleagues, let us forego the consultation fee. Simply cover the cost of the medicine. Jian inquired, How much will that be? An affordable price, 10 taels of silver. What? The others gasped in indignation. You dare to call 10 taels of silver an affordable price? Though they were outraged, they remained silent. At that moment, they were akin to patients on an operating table, with no room for negotiation. The members of the cabinet, including Huang Huai and Yang Shiqi, exchanged glances filled with despair, given their monthly salaries, after accounting for expenses. It would take them 2 months to save 10 taels of silver. Of course, this was without considering any other sources of income. What do you think? Is it not a bargain? Li Qing inquired, grinning. You might as well rob us. Someone managed to force a grim smile, gritting their teeth. It is not expensive. Indeed, Li Qing declared proudly. I, Li Qing, am a paragon of integrity. By the end of the hour, after undergoing acupuncture treatment, each individual departed in succession. Strangely, they all harbored the peculiar notion that this illness was somehow orchestrated by Li Qing. However, lacking evidence, and, from a rational standpoint, they could not bring themselves to believe such a notion. It was not that they doubted Li Qing's character, but rather his ability to inflict illness without detection, an almost impossible feat regardless of their thoughts. The emperor's decision to mobilize troops had become an established fact. The following day, at the morning court, as Zhu Di ascended the throne, the ministers paid their respects. Following the customary rites between sovereign and subjects, the ministers took their positions. Li Qing signaled to his 2 subordinate officials, who exchanged glances, and the right minister stepped forward first. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Speak freely. Zhu Di replied, resting his chin upon his hand and nodding slightly. I believe the Tatars are fierce and bloodthirsty, requiring a robust suppression. If the Ming observes in silence, once the steppes are unified, our borders shall know no peace. The right minister thus expressed his stance. Seeing the emperor's pleased countenance, the left minister quickly followed suit. I second that. I, a dullard, previously failed to grasp your profound concerns, Your Majesty, and I am truly ashamed. With that, he retrieved a memorial from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. The attending eunuch descended the jade steps to receive it, while the right minister also produced his memorial and handed it over. Zhu Di picked up the memorials presented by the eunuch and perused them, discovering unanimous support for military action, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is indeed Li Qing who understands me. Others lack his insight. Folding the memorials, Zhu Di warmly addressed them. It brings me great comfort that both of you can appreciate my earnest intentions. He then turned his attention to the 6 ministers. What are your opinions? With their lives still in Li Qing's hands, they had little choice but to respond. Your Majesty is most wise. The ministers sequentially submitted their memorials, swiftly filling Zhu Di's desk. One by one, he opened them, agreed, and still more agreement. At last, he could resolve to dispatch troops without distraction. And a wave of joy surged within him. After the morning court session, the group gathered at the Yongqing Marquis's residence. Gentlemen, please settle the medical expenses, Li Qing said with a smile. Internally, the group gritted their teeth, yet maintained a facade of compliance. After a bustling morning of acupuncture and herbal remedies, they found significant relief from their ailments, allowing their anxious hearts to finally settle. The treatment was divided into 3 courses. Li Qing still harbored concerns for these individuals. The first course was underway, which would alleviate suffering considerably and expel some of the cold from their bodies. Pausing for a moment, he added, in a few days, I shall accompany the Emperor on a northern expedition, which may delay the treatment. The group reacted, but Li Qing reassured them, fear not, before I depart. I will prepare the second course of pills to ensure continued treatment. However, he cautioned, this course will only last for 100 days. Beyond that, its efficacy will wane, and the cold may intensify. The group felt a mix of reassurance and frustration, recognizing Li Qing's intention to keep them in suspense. Minister Li, does it truly require this long with your expertise? They queried, somewhat irked. Having already acknowledged their condition, offered their respect, and disbursed funds, they felt it unfair to be subjected to such delays. Li Qing, with a sense of resignation, replied, illness descends like a mountain, yet departs like a thread. Even if I were not to embark on the northern campaign, the healing would still necessitate this duration. I too wish to see you all recover swiftly. He continued. Of course, if you find the treatment too prolonged or believe there are more proficient physicians, you may withdraw now, and I shall refund your money. As he spoke, Li Qing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. If one wished to seek treatment, they could. If not, they could leave, and the steward would see them out. The steward, who had been waiting outside, entered and politely remarked, farewell, esteemed gentlemen. The expressions of the gathered officials instantly soured. Many contemplated leaving with a sharp retort. Yet none possessed the courage to do so. While they harbored doubts about Li Qing's character, they could not deny his capabilities. For he was the only physician to have successfully treated 2 empresses. If his medical skills were inadequate, it was likely that no one else could offer them hope. Moreover, the imperial physicians had previously advised them to prepare for the worst, and none could assure them that they would find another capable healer upon exiting. That would indeed be troublesome. Jian Yi, who typically sought to mediate, was the first to express his stance. The older one grew, the less one feared death. The mere thought of the imperial physician's admonition to prepare for the inevitable sent shivers down his spine. With the Ministry of Personnel conceding, the others, feeling emboldened, reluctantly offered their hands in farewell and departed without further ceremony. Li Qing was particularly incensed. With the plans for the northern expedition firmly established, the ministries of war and revenue became bustling with activity, and Li Qing found himself equally occupied, scarcely able to catch his breath. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of War was the least burdened. However, during times of conflict, it was the busiest. In these extraordinary circumstances, Li Qing dared not ease his efforts, spending his days at the Ministry of Revenue alongside the deputy ministers. This campaign was solely against the Tatars, requiring fewer troops. Thus, Zhu Di had mobilized only the Imperial Guard and elite forces from Shandong, totaling around 150,000, with logistics accounting for an additional 100,000. The combat force stood at 50,000. The sheer spectacle of the numbers was what mattered. In ancient times, Cao Cao boasted of an army of 800,000. Yet in truth, it was barely 200,000, demonstrating humanity's penchant for exaggeration. In early July, after the military supplies were arranged, the elite forces from Shandong arrived at the Juyong Pass outside the capital. Simultaneously, Yu Qian and Xiao Li completed their assignments and returned to report. Zhu Di rewarded Xiao Li, while Yu Qian received only verbal praise, an empty gesture. Yu Qian felt somewhat disheartened, but accepted it nonetheless. At the Yongqing Marquisate, Yu Qian tentatively inquired, "My lord, does His Majesty harbor some discontent towards me? Why do you say that?" Li Qing replied, taken aback. Yu Qian, feeling a bit embarrassed yet compelled to speak, confessed, "I have made contributions during my 2 missions to the south, especially concerning the migration of southern citizens to the north. Why has His Majesty not promoted me? Li Qing chuckled lightly. Do not be ashamed. Who among officials does not aspire for advancement? Rest assured, His Majesty bears no ill will. The timing for your promotion simply has not arrived. He patted Yu Qian's shoulder and added with a smile, if you are truly talented, your worth will eventually shine through. Yu Qian scratched his head, another lofty promise. Nonetheless, he accepted the sentiment, believing that with enough diligence and excellence, promotion was merely a matter of time. Li Qing's smile faded. Yu Qian. Present, Yu Qian responded, bewildered by Li Qing's serious tone. You are aware of the northern expedition, correct? Li Qing inquired. Yu Qian nodded. I have heard about it. You will be going as well, Li Qing declared, feeling a hint of awkwardness. Be sure to rest well. We depart the day after tomorrow. To speak frankly, although he has been nurtured by Yu Qian, he has never received any substantial benefits. His official position has not risen, his salary has not increased, yet his workload far exceeds that of others. Over the course of 2 years, he has not only failed to progress, but has also visibly lost weight and darkened in complexion. Yu Qian has said nothing, merely responding with a courteous gesture. Li Qing dedicated an entire day to concocting 2 large jars of medicinal pills, which he subsequently delivered to the young prince in the Eastern Palace. He advised, do not administer them all at once. Those who do not work diligently should have their supply halted immediately. Understood, the young prince replied with a grin. With this, my burdens will surely lighten. He added, by the way, Brother Qing, please keep a close watch on my father during this northern expedition. His health is not at its best. Li Qing nodded in assurance. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye. Chapter 140. My lord, when do you think we will achieve our ambitions? Outside the Jiong Pass, under a blazing sun, July's heat is the most oppressive of the year. Li Qing, empowered by true energy, remained untroubled by the climate, unlike others who were drenched in sweat. Yu Qian took a swig of wine. Relishing the unique scenery of the vast grasslands, though arduous, he found joy in it. This time, he had prepared nearly 100 pounds of wine. At a daily consumption of 1 pound, it would suffice for 100 days, costing him an entire month's salary. Since the army provided meals, he did not need to worry about hunger, enabling him to spend lavishly. One day of marching passed, and by evening, the Grand Army set up camp. In the command tent, Zhu Di, while enjoying chilled watermelon, lamented, were it not for those meddlesome individuals, we might have already completed our campaign by this season. Your humble minister pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. No need for formalities, Zhu Di replied, only to notice that Li Qing had not yet approached, and added grumpily, no need at all. Ah ha ha. Li Qing changed the subject. Your majesty, is this watermelon sweet? Not sweet, it's bitter, Zhu Di responded. Taking a large bite, Li Qing expressed doubt. I find that hard to believe. Believe it or not, that's your choice, Zhu Di retorted, uninterested in being fooled. What brings you here? Your majesty, the heat is unbearable, Li Qing replied with a wry smile, noting that not only were the people suffering, but the horses and even the donkeys were struggling. While a day or 2 is manageable, prolonged exposure will undoubtedly affect our combat effectiveness. The water consumption is considerable, which has contributed to our slow march. Are you suggesting we march at night? Zhu Di inquired, his brow furrowing. Indeed, your majesty, this is a brilliant idea, Li Qing flattered, explaining that the coolness of the grasslands at night would conserve vast amounts of water and significantly alleviate the soldiers' burdens. Zhu Di frowned slightly. While night marches are indeed more comfortable, visibility is severely compromised. It's acceptable with moonlight, but on cloudy nights, one can hardly see a hand in front of them. How will we manage with only a few torches for illumination? Moreover, he added gravely, any disturbances in the camp tend to occur at night. However, Li Qing laughed. Your majesty, you worry too much. The likelihood of such disturbances is minimal and typically arises under extreme psychological pressure among the soldiers. With your consecutive victories in the northern expeditions, your prestige is at its zenith. How could the soldiers possibly feel pressured? That is a valid point, Zhu Di conceded. Zhu Di nodded gently. Very well, let us proceed with the night march. We shall organize a lighting team to ensure our route remains unaltered. By the way, do we have enough torches? Rest assured, your majesty, I have anticipated this, Li Qing replied with a smile. We have ample tung oil and straw ropes, more than sufficient. Zhu Di smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, all those years as a military supervisor were not in vain. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Li Qing asked, a hint of displeasure on his face. Zhu Di laughed heartily. You truly are something. Suddenly, he felt a wave of nostalgia and sighed. Now that the old monk is gone, you are the only one bold enough to speak to me this way. It is indeed lonely at the top. Thankfully, I have someone to confide in, a true friend. As Zhu Di turned, he noticed Li Qing thoroughly enjoying a watermelon, having taken a bite from each slice. Go on, Your Majesty, Li Qing urged, taking another bite. This watermelon is delightful, refreshing, and sweet. Get lost, Zhu Di retorted, his temper flaring. Here I am reminiscing. And you are just munching away? Just a melon, Li Qing muttered. Quickly now, I do not wish to see you for another moment, Zhu Di declared, visibly irritated. Li Qing, undeterred, packed up the watermelon and prepared to leave. Zhu Di, momentarily vexed, suddenly broke into laughter. Here, just taken from the ice. While it's still cool, try a piece. Li Qing offered a slice that was missing a bite. Why is there a bite taken out of this watermelon? Yu Qian asked, unable to restrain himself. There's not a bite more I could offer. Li Qing rolled his eyes. Will you eat it or not? Indeed, Yu Qian replied decisively. Accepting the slice. On a sweltering summer day, enjoying a piece of chilled watermelon is truly a delight. Over the past 2 years, their camaraderie had deepened, with Yu Qian feeling a greater warmth toward Li Qing than mere respect. How did you know what I was thinking, my lord? Yu Qian asked, savoring the watermelon. Li Qing chuckled. It's written all over your face. If I couldn't see that, I would have wasted decades of my life. Is it that obvious? Yu Qian chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, a Rutai entered the tent, his expression grave. My lord, the Ming army has arrived. How many troops do they have? I cannot say. A Rutai admitted sheepishly. The scouts near Jiyong Pass reported back immediately upon seeing a significant number of Ming troops exiting the city, but they do not know the exact numbers. However, they did see the yellow umbrellas, suggesting that the old emperor has taken to the field again. Pausing briefly, he hesitated. My lord, while our strength has surged, I fear we are still no match for the Ming. Indeed, you are correct, Mujwa sighed. The Ming court's response is swift. According to my plan, we should have already conquered the Walla, but the Ming have intensified trade with them, providing them much-needed relief. Alas, Mujwa's brow furrowed deeper, a bitter expression crossing his face. This Ming emperor is indeed formidable, much like his father, Hongwu. What shall we do? Arutai inquired. Shall we engage in direct battle? Fight. With what? Mujwa shook his head. The Ming emperor's personal campaign will surely be led by elite troops. Arutai hesitated, then declared fiercely. Why not assemble a raiding party and launch a nighttime assault on the enemy camp to decapitate the emperor? Absolutely not, Mujwa coldly remarked. The emperor of the Ming dynasty must not be harmed. Should he be eliminated, the entire Ming court would undoubtedly unite and wage an unrelenting war against the Tatars. Would we still engage in battle? Certainly, we have come a long way, and it is only fitting to make our presence known. A smile graced Mujwa's lips as she continued. Your suggestion of a night raid on the enemy camp is indeed feasible, but we must spare their emperor. Even if we wish to eliminate him, I doubt we could succeed. Alutai nodded, though a hint of despondency crept into his demeanor. My lord, when do you think we will achieve our goals? He asked, urgency creeping into his voice. He was no longer young, having entered his 60s. Not for long. Mujwa reassured him, yet worry lingered in her brow. She too was not in her youth anymore, having reached the age of 56. Acutely aware of the preciousness of time. With a sigh, she cast aside her negative emotions and said with a smile, there is no need to rush. The Ming emperor will not endure for much longer. I have heard that the Ming crown prince is rather rotund and lacks prowess in archery and horsemanship. With 2 consecutive military emperors, the civil officials will surely not tolerate another. Once Yongle passes, the Ming military preparedness will inevitably slacken. And that will be our moment to counterattack. We need only maintain our strength. As the military emperor transforms into a civil emperor, the Ming court's civil officials and military generals will surely stir, presenting us with the optimal opportunity. Alutai nodded slightly. How many troops will we send this time? That can wait. We still have at least half a month before their arrival. Let us first strategize. After a night of marching, the Ming army set up camp, preparing their meals. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the encampment. Li Qing had little appetite, eating only a bit before wandering alone to a nearby hill to catch the breeze. Qingba, what occupies your thoughts here? Zhu Zhongzhi approached, taking down the wine gourd from his waist. Care for a few sips? No, I lack the mood. Li Qing waved his hand and reclined, gazing at the azure sky in silence. Zhu Zhongzhi uncorked the wine, gulping down a few swigs. Don't bottle it up, share with me. Perhaps I can offer a solution? Li Qing said, resting his hands behind his head, crossing his legs, and lightly humming. I can't be bothered to get up. You should lie down instead. Zhu Zhongzhi, resigned, lay down as well, mirroring Li Qing's posture. It's rather comfortable, he remarked. The sky is so brilliantly blue. Zhu Zhongzhi mused, having overlooked such splendid scenery during their march, lamenting the waste. Li Qing chuckled softly. Is there anywhere in life devoid of beauty? It seems your perspective is quite elevated, Qingba. Zhu Zhongzhi flattered. Now, can you tell me what troubles you? The Tatars, Li Qing whispered. Zhu Zhongzhi laughed. What is there to fret about? Though we have only 50,000 combat troops, they are the elite of the elite, with nearly all of the divine mechanism battalion deployed. With such a formation, can the Tatars truly risk their lives to win? Li Qing nodded. In a direct confrontation, we have no fear. And we need not fear ambushes either, Zhu Zhongzhi added confidently. We have scouts to keep watch, so there is no need for concern. Ah, yes. Li Qing rolled his eyes. What you can think of, the Tatars can think of too. Zhu Zhongzhi grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the Tatars will avoid direct confrontation with us, perhaps even refrain from engaging in battle altogether? Indeed. Li Qing sighed, for us. Failing to deliver a decisive blow to the Tatars equates to defeat. For the Tatars, merely preserving their combat capabilities constitutes victory. The expenses incurred by the Ming during such an expedition are considerable, while the Tatars, already acclimated to the grasslands, face a different set of costs in battle. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhongzhi fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he spoke. I believe a conflict is inevitable. The reasoning? Quite simple, although the steppe is vast. Locating the Tatars is not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhu Zhongzhi continued. My grandfather has spent much of his life combating the forces of the steppe. We possess relatively detailed maps, making it difficult for them to completely conceal their movements. The grasslands may be expansive, yet there are not many areas suitable for large tribes to thrive, especially for a formidable conglomerate like the Tatars. That makes sense. Li Qing countered. But what if they dispatch a portion of their forces to engage us in skirmishes, draining our energy and resources? Zhu Zhongzhi was momentarily taken aback, then pondered. It's not entirely without recourse. We could seek out the Walla. Over the past 6 months, they have faced considerable harassment from the Tatars and must possess a general understanding of their stronghold. Li Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him, appreciating Zhu Zhongzhi's keen intellect. He then posed another question. What if the Tatars preemptively relocate their camp during this critical time? Zhu Zhongzhi smiled wryly and replied. In that case, I would be at a loss as well, though I deem it highly probable. Li Qing interrupted his speculation. Have you forgotten the last trap laid by the Tatars? Zhu Zhongzhi froze, then began to worry. Uncle Qing, do you have a solution? Not at the moment. Li Qing said with a wry smile. Otherwise, I wouldn't be troubled. Chapter 141. Yongla discusses Jiangwen. Zhu Zhongzhi remained silent for a prolonged period before suddenly sitting upright. Uncle Qing, let us go. To where? To find grandfather, Zhu Zhongzhi declared. He must have a plan. Li Qing, though skeptical, accompanied Zhu Zhongzhi to the command camp. Inside the command camp, Zhu Zhongzhi succinctly conveyed Li Qing's concerns. Grandfather, how should we respond to this situation? We cannot respond, Zhu Di stated bluntly. The Tatars do not desire a direct confrontation. We have no countermeasures. Zhu Zhongzhi was taken aback. Grandfather, your reputation for brilliance is crumbling. In his mind, his grandfather was an omnipotent figure, particularly in military matters, and he had expected a straightforward solution, only to find this unexpected outcome. Scratching his head, Zhu Zhongzhi noticed his grandfather remained composed, seemingly unperturbed. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Grandfather, you must have thought of a solution and are merely making me guess. Aren't you? You are mistaken. This time, I genuinely have no answer, Zhu Di replied, shaking his head. Then, does that mean we come in vain? Zhu Zhongzhi hesitated. Not in vain, Zhu Di chuckled. Victory is not merely about the number of enemies slain, but rather the achievement of strategic objectives. As long as we can fulfill our strategic aims, we have succeeded. Isn't the strategic aim to weaken the Tatar forces? Zhu Zhongzhi inquired, increasingly perplexed. Indeed, Zhu Di affirmed, but whether we engage them directly and how we do so is dictated by their control of the situation. Therefore, direct weakening is challenging. We must resort to indirect means. Zhongzhi felt a sense of confusion rising. It's quite simple. Allowing the Walla to survive is a means of weakening the Tartars. Zhu explained. Once we arrive, the Tartars will be compelled to focus entirely on resisting us, leaving them no room to address other matters, regardless of whether we engage in battle. Certainly, the decision to dispatch troops is rooted in deeper considerations. Zhu wore a serious expression and asked, Zhongzhi, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect for an emperor? The question was rather vague, leaving Zhongzhi momentarily at a loss. After a period of contemplation, he tentatively replied, capability? No, it is power. Zhu retorted. If an emperor lacks power, can he still be called an emperor? Zhongzhi nodded, acknowledging his grandfather's words. Zhu then inquired, what constitutes the emperor's power? This time, with a clearer focus, Zhongzhi pondered briefly before responding, the power of life and death. Too vague. Zhu shook his head. Remember this. When you become emperor, you need to master 3 essential elements to firmly grasp imperial authority. Please enlighten me, grandfather. Zhongzhi bowed deeply, his heart racing with excitement. Zhu extended 3 fingers, military power, financial power, and the authority to appoint and promote officials. As long as you hold these 3, you shall be a true emperor. Zhu continued calmly. To be frank, my northern campaigns are not solely for waging war. They are aimed at retaining military power and utilizing the army to control court affairs. This year, a northern campaign. Next year, another. And the year after that, still another. Zhu sighed. As long as I draw breath, they will not infiltrate the military. Zhongzhi paused, suddenly enlightened, yet the pride he had felt dissipated. He came to a profound realization of his political naivety. However, considering the financial strain of military expenditures, he hesitated, wondering how the continuous northern campaigns would impact the state's finances. Zhu scoffed, since my ascension, has my spending been insignificant? The southern expedition to Jiaozhi, the northern campaigns against the steppes, compiling grand codes, constructing canals, establishing a new capital. Has the Ming dynasty collapsed? But the common people are suffering, Zhongzhi interjected. Zhu nodded, acknowledging, indeed, the construction of canals and the new capital have affected the populace, but warfare is a matter for the military. How does it concern the common people? The taxes previously increased have already been reduced. What suffering do they endure? But the expenses, Zhongzhi began. Deeply influenced by both Zhu and his father, Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu chastised him. Why learn such things? Why emulate your father's miserly ways? As Zhu reprimanded his grandson, Li Qing, present at the scene, refrained from interjecting, instead plucking a grape from the ice bucket and popping it into his mouth, relishing its icy sweetness. He then seized another. After scolding, Zhu continued, in spring, the pastures are lush, apart from humans. We hardly need to worry about feeding our horses and donkeys. Can our Ming dynasty not sustain over 100,000 troops on the steppes for several months? Zhongzhi found himself speechless. Zhu added, I tell you, should imperial authority be compromised, the tax revenue of the Ming will undoubtedly diminish significantly, far exceeding the costs of these campaigns. Maritime trade continues. The Ming is wealthy. You speak true, grandfather. Zhongzhi's face flushed with shame for his ignorance. Understanding is essential. Zhu's expression softened slightly before he sighed. Do you know why the Jiangwen emperor ultimately failed? This grandson was unaware. Regarding Jiangwen, Zhongzhi dared only to discuss it privately with his gentle father, never mentioning it in Zhu's presence. It was due to the civil officials. Is that so? Zhongzhi feigned a moment of enlightenment. Although he had long been aware that the essence of the Jingnan campaign was a contest between civil and military forces, undoubtedly influenced by the sagacity and martial prowess of his esteemed grandfather. What is your opinion on Qi Feng and Huang San, treacherous ministers? Zhongzhi offered a politically correct response. I am merely asking. Zhu rephrased his inquiry. Do you understand why they acted thus? To contend with the military officials. Correct. Yet not entirely so. Zhu nodded and shook his head. In truth, from a fundamental perspective, the new policies of Jiangwen possessed merits, even deserving of the title of prudent strategies. Zhongzhi found himself somewhat bewildered. Could it be that grandfather praised Jiangwen? Surely. The sun must be rising in the west. Zhu continued. The new policies of Jiangwen can be summarized as follows: emphasizing civil officials, reducing taxes, rectifying wrongful convictions. reforming the bureaucratic system and diminishing the power of the princely lords. Indeed, these strategies, if implemented correctly, would yield numerous benefits for the Ming dynasty. Zhongzhi wholeheartedly agreed. Yet he was hesitant to voice his concurrence. He understood there was a caveat and was reluctant to endorse Jiang Wen. To affirm Jiang Wen would imply a denial of his grandfather and their lineage. However, Zhu Di scoffed. Those civil officials are not to be trusted. The emphasis on civil officials is not for the sake of the common people, but rather for the benefit of the gentry. As for the rectification of wrongful convictions, the majority of those punished by the founding emperor were corrupt officials. Thus, their claims of vindicating the people were dubious at best. The aim was merely to undermine the penalties for corruption. The reform of the bureaucratic system, substituting the imperial examination with recommendations, was ostensibly to elevate virtuous talents. Yet in reality, it was a means to contest the emperor's power. Should an emperor lose the authority to appoint and dismiss officials, his influence and control would be significantly diminished. The reduction of princely powers stemmed from the gentry's entanglement, which instilled fear within the civil officials. Zhongzhi swallowed hard, suddenly perceiving the formidable nature of that faction. Zhu Di continued. Qi Feng and Huang San, particularly Feng Xiaoru, hold considerable prestige among the civil officials, primarily because he tirelessly pursued their interests. I shall annihilate his entire clan and execute his students to quell this malevolent tide. Zhu Di's voice was imbued with a chilling resolve, yet he soon wore a wry smile. In retrospect, the effectiveness of my actions appears minimal. Zhongzhi exclaimed in astonishment. Does grandfather believe that civil officials secretly commend Feng Xiaoru, not out of loyalty to the emperor? What else could it be? Zhu Di replied. After entering Nanjing, besides Qi Feng and Huang San, did any other court officials exhibit any backbone? Yang Rong pretended to encourage me to pay respects at the tomb of the Xin Yuan, and as for Ru Jin, he prostrated himself before me, pleading for my ascension. Each one of them claims to be loyal to the emperor? What nonsense! Zhu Di cursed vehemently. He held a deep-seated disdain for this cohort of civil officials. After I entered Nanjing, only Tai Xian and a handful of local officials fought desperately to salvage the situation, while the rest contemplated switching allegiances. Now you see why they obstructed the deployment of troops, don't you? Zhongzhi's expression darkened, for it was to undermine his grandfather's military authority. Indeed, Zhu Di replied nonchalantly, my expedition is not for the sake of battle, but to secure military power. I am not yet deceased, and they wish to employ their old tactics anew. Huh? They ought to be wary. Grandfather is truly sagacious. Zhongzhi felt a profound sense of admiration. Pledging to learn from him, Zhu Di smiled, thoroughly enjoying his grandson's flattery. A good child, far superior to your father. Actually, my father is quite good. Zhongzhi murmured softly. Zhu Di's smile faded as he retorted, nonsense. With his demeanor, he is entirely unfit to be an emperor. Your Majesty, one must not judge by appearances, Li Qing interjected after savoring the last grape. The Crown Prince's governance capabilities are evident. Over the past years, he has led campaigns north and south, facilitated the canal's construction, and played a significant role in the grand ceremonies. His regency has been commendable. It's not that I doubt his regency, Zhu Di asserted firmly, but he is only suited to that role, not to the throne. He lacks the ambition and the assertiveness required to be a true emperor. Zhu Di never concealed his disdain for the crown prince. Zhongzhi, there is something your grandfather wishes to convey, Zhu Di began. Upon my demise, that group of ungrateful wretches will surely seek to vindicate Feng Xiaoru, and your father, that soft-hearted fellow, will most likely acquiesce. At that juncture, you must intervene decisively. Rest assured, grandfather, Zhongzhi solemnly promised. If that occurs, I will undoubtedly take action to prevent it. Zhu Di smiled, gazing up at the tent. Then I can rest easy. I have spent my life with few days of tranquility. I believe I have served the realm and the country well. I am not in the wrong, nor will I admit to it. How future generations perceive me is of no concern to me. However, the Zhu family and its successors must not deny my legacy or my contributions. Your grandfather is a wise and formidable ruler, a sage of the ages. Zhongzhi expressed his admiration sincerely, despite the flattery inherent in his words. Zhu Di laughed heartily, feeling gratified. Zhongzhi, remember this. An emperor without real power cannot fulfill the role of an emperor. Zhongzhi nodded, attentively listening to the continuation. Zhu Di's expression grew serious. If we look across the history of emperors, few have achieved greatness. Most are mediocre, or even foolish? Is it that these rulers did not aspire to accomplish significant feats? No, that is not the case. They simply could not. I dare say, since the time of Qin Shi Huang. With the exception of the Sima family during the Jin dynasty's chaos, most emperors were not foolish. The impression of incompetence arises from their weakness. They could neither govern the civil officials nor the military generals, leading to the decentralization of power. Yet, whether it be civil officials or military leaders, once granted authority, the majority will invariably act in self-interest, and ultimately, it is the emperor who bears the blame. Taking a breath, Zhu Di continued, consider the case of Zheng Wen. Did he not wish to be a good emperor? Did he desire the downfall of the Ming? His reign was a disaster. Not merely due to inadequacy, but primarily because of his overwhelming weakness. Remember this. Today's weak ruler will be seen as a foolish monarch by future generations. Your grandson will remember, Zhu Zhongzhi replied earnestly, nodding. Chapter 142. The unconventional tactics of the Tatars. Li Qing instinctively reached for the grapes, only to find that they were all gone, and reluctantly withdrew his hand. Your Majesty, what about the Tatars? There is not much to say. If they wish to fight, that is preferable, but if they do not, we cannot compel them, Zhu Di remarked, harboring little hope for a decisive victory over the Tatars. They are not foolish. Having suffered significant losses, they will not readily engage us in outright confrontation. After a pause, he added, however, since they have come, we must ensure their visit is not in vain. One could only admire the sagacity and martial prowess of the emperor, who would undoubtedly devise a solution. Zhu Zhongzhi followed suit with flattery. However, Zhu Di shook his head and remarked, it is not a true solution. Summon the leader of the Walla, and we shall charge directly into the Tatar camp. Zhu Zhongzhi, adept at flattery, hesitated and inquired, Grandfather, did you not just say that the Tatars would not engage us directly? Indeed, but that does not preclude our advance upon their encampment, Zhu Di replied with a smile. Zhu Zhongzhi, perplexed, responded, our army is vast. The Tatars may have already caught wind of our approach and relocated, rendering our effort futile. Li Qing interjected. While men can flee and livestock can be moved, a camp cannot simply vanish. For the long term, they will return, and we can instigate some destruction. Precisely. Zhu Di praised him with a glance of approval. No wonder you have served as an inspector for decades. Zhu Zhongzhi felt a sense of admiration. Indeed. The emperor was wise. I too am wise, Li Qing thought to himself. Zhu Di chuckled. Having spoken at length, he suddenly felt parched. Noticing Zhu Di's movement, Li Qing quickly stepped forward to obstruct the ice bucket. Your Majesty, consuming cold food is not good for the stomach. I shall not indulge excessively. Zhu Di rolled his eyes. My constitution has yet to falter to such an extent. Grandfather, allow me to fetch it for you, Zhu Zhongzhi offered with a smile. But soon his expression stiffened. Where are the grapes? Ah, well, I merely wish to sample them. Li Qing awkwardly laughed. Who knew they were so delicate? Zhu Di momentarily froze, then took a deep breath. Get lost. Ah, I shall take my leave, Li Qing replied with a broad grin. It is merely 2 bunches of grapes. Why the fuss? That night, the Ming army set forth beneath a sky adorned with countless stars, the Milky Way shimmering magnificently. Li Qing reclined on his horse, resting his head against the steed's flank while gazing at the heavens, savoring the moment. Yu Qian, envious, attempted to imitate him, only to nearly tumble off his horse, resigning himself to the situation. Ministerly, Li Qing hummed contentedly. Do not fall asleep, Yu Qian cautioned. The visibility is poor at night. Should you fall, the horses behind may trample you, and that is no trifling matter. Fear not, I am vigilant, Li Qing dismissed. Even if I were to fall, I would not be crushed. Yu Qian, unaware of Li Qing's capabilities, viewed him merely as an elderly gentleman in his 60s. Despite his robust constitution, concerned that Li Qing might doze off, Yu Qian spoke more, and their conversation lent some amusement to the otherwise tedious journey. At the stroke of midnight, Li Qing abruptly sat upright, startling Yu Qian. What is it? There is something amiss, Li Qing said, narrowing his eyes as he gazed ahead. Yu Qian scanned the surroundings. There is nothing here. Li Qing offered no explanation, turning his horse towards the Central Army where Zhu Di was stationed. Are you certain? I believe I am not mistaken, Li Qing replied earnestly. I have practiced martial arts since childhood. Though I am now advanced in years, my health remains robust. And my senses are keen. You are rather proud, are you not? Zhu Di shot him a sidelong glance, his expression darkening. The reason was evident. He was perturbed. Look at your pettiness, Li Qing retorted, I estimate no fewer than 8,000 men. Zhu Di recognized Li Qing's abilities and understood that he would never speak lightly on matters of great import, nor had he ever faltered. He promptly commanded, relay the order, halt the advance, consolidate the formation, and prepare to confront the enemy. The Imperial Guard hastily saluted, turned their steeds, and summoned their subordinates to urgently convey military orders. Zhongzhi emerged from the carriage, inquiring if the enemy was approaching. Indeed, they are on their way, Li Qing confirmed. That's splendid, Zhongzhi exclaimed, a spark of excitement illuminating his demeanor. Grandfather, may I? No, Zhu Di decisively interrupted, stay put. Should you recklessly charge into battle, I shall break your legs. Zhongzhi's spirits dampened. Yes, grandson will obey. Zhu Di grunted, casting a glance at Li Qing, get in the carriage. Li Qing, unceremonious, dismounted and ascended the carriage. What do you surmise is the Tatars' intention? Zhu Di inquired. Li Qing, momentarily perplexed, hesitated to speculate. The Tatars could easily avoid a direct confrontation with us. They must have known of our arrival on the steppes for some time. Logically, they would not engage in such a foolish maneuver. Previously, their unorthodox tactics had misled us all. This time, they likely harbor some treachery. Zhu Di's eyes glinted coldly. A Lutai is quite the strategist. What if the Tatar leader is not a Lutai? Li Qing pondered. Zhu Di regarded him curiously. What leads you to that conclusion? Li Qing was unsure, merely guided by instinct. Never mind who the leader may be for now. Zhu Di furrowed his brow, amused that a band of savages had also learned to employ Sun Tzu strategies. He squinted. This Tatar will inevitably become a formidable adversary for the Ming. Zhongzhi, possessing a profound understanding of military strategy, remarked, currently, the Tatars are far from being a match for the Ming. Regardless of their intentions, their aggressive advance plays to our advantage. Indeed, Li Qing concurred. The forces they have sent are certainly not the Wulianga, nor could they be the Walla. They are undoubtedly Tatar troops. Zhu Di remained silent, deep in thought. Zhongzhi analyzed. Could the Tatar night raid be an attempt to pillage supplies, or perhaps aimed directly at grandfather? 8,000 cavalry may not seem many, but should they unexpectedly infiltrate our main camp, they could indeed achieve their objective. They may attempt to raid, but they would never dare to target me. Zhu Di replied calmly. From our last encounter, it was clear that the Tatars are no brutes. They would not engage in such mindless actions. Reporting. A guard rushed forward, announcing from behind the carriage, Your Majesty, scouts report that nearly 10,000 enemy troops are rapidly approaching our forces, expected to arrive within a minute and a half. Understood. Zhu Di replied in a steady tone, swiftly arranging the caltrops, consolidating the army further, with shield bearers and spear soldiers at the forefront. The Divine Mechanism Brigade positioned in the center, ready to retaliate. Yes, Zhongzhi expressed his concern. Grandfather, I fear we may not have enough time. Their sudden assault must be swift, and their combat effectiveness will surely diminish. Zhu Di, seasoned and wise, replied, as long as we withstand the first wave, we can shift from defense to offense. After a pause, he instructed, Zhongzhi, you shall oversee the battle. Remember, do not pursue, simply defend against their assault. Grandson shall obey the decree. Zhongzhi bowed and leapt down from the carriage. What trickery are they up to this time? Zhu Di mused, his mind racing. Li Qing's expression grew grave, increasingly sensing the peril posed by the Tatars. Last time, it was due to misleading information that allowed the Tatars to grow powerful. This time, I find myself bewildered by their actions, feeling as though I am being led by the nose, which is truly unsettling. Li Qing's thoughts were in disarray, devoid of any clarity. He could only place his hopes on Zhu Di. Although Zhu Di lacked formal education, his comprehension of warfare was unparalleled. I understand now. Zhu Di suddenly spoke. Li Qing, filled with surprise, blurted out, what is it? Instead of providing an explanation, Zhu Di leaned out of the palanquin and addressed his personal guards, convey the order. After repelling the initial wave of Tatar attacks, launch a counteroffensive with all our might. But do not pursue too deeply. Yes, Your Majesty, the guards bowed in acknowledgement. Zhu Di then settled back into the palanquin and elaborated. The Tatars are merely stalling for time. Their objective is not aimed at me, nor are they intent on raiding our camp. Their true goal lies with the Walla. The raid is merely a ruse to delay our march, while their real aim is to deal with the Walla before I arrive. Zhu Di chuckled in anger. How utterly arrogant. They are slapping me in the face. Li Qing was astonished. Are they attacking on two fronts? Why not? Zhu Di replied. Even without this contingent of 10,000 cavalry, the Tatars can still overpower the Walla. I fear that before this cavalry arrives, their main force will have already moved against the Walla tribe. Upon hearing this, Li Qing immediately stated, Your Majesty, for the greater good, I believe we must support the Walla. The notion of Han people aiding the Yuan sounds absurd, yet it is imperative at this moment. Li Qing asserted, We cannot allow the steppe to unify. That goes without saying, Zhu Di nodded. Although I fought them just a year ago, how could I not consider the greater picture? As a ruler, one must possess a broad-mindedness. With dawn approaching, he commanded, Dispatch 20,000 elite troops to assist the Walla. Li Qing exhaled in relief, admiringly stating, Your Majesty is wise and magnanimous, and I am deeply in awe. It is indeed rare to hear a compliment from you. Zhu Di teased. If you can articulate praise, do so more often. Suddenly, Li Qing remembered something. Your Majesty, I have a strategy. Do share, Zhu Di replied, not pressing him for more details. Based on experience, whenever Li Qing had a plan, it proved to be of great value. Li Qing smiled slyly. After this battle, we should wrap the corpses of the fallen Tatars in grass and deliver them to their main camp, contaminating their water supply. If permitted, we should also bring the corpses from the Walla side to thoroughly foul their base. Li Qing sneered. They enjoy relocation, do they? Well, once they leave, they should not return. Although the steppe is vast, finding a refuge for such a large Tatar tribe would not be easy. Li Qing's strategy was indeed ruthless. A decisive measure. Zhu Di's eyes sparkled with admiration. It is you who possesses such cunning. Li Qing forced a smile, about to speak, when suddenly, he was distracted by a commotion outside. Tat, tat, tat. Enemies approaching. Li Qing's gaze sharpened. The Tatar army has arrived. Chapter 143. Moved and excited, Tuan. Let us go and see. Zhu Di gestured with his chin. Li Qing subtly shook his head. Your Majesty, you are more important. They would not dare. Zhu Di declared with unwavering confidence. Even if they were indeed targeting him, they would not harm him. Li Qing remained silent. Indeed, as long as the Tatars were not foolish, they would never attempt to harm Zhu Di. But what if? Such matters were not worth gambling on. You have grown increasingly audacious, Zhu Di remarked, albeit without genuine anger, reflecting, Do you also believe I have aged? Not at all, Your Majesty. Such a precious body as yours should not be subjected to needless peril, came Li Qing's official reply. Zhu Di exhaled, reclining comfortably. The grassland tribes are numerous. Their influence is intricate. It is utterly impossible to eradicate them entirely. We vanquished the Walla yesterday, yet today the Dada have emerged. Even if we defeat them today, new forces will undoubtedly rise tomorrow. Just like the vast green pastures, wildfires may not consume everything, for spring winds will inevitably bring forth new life. Li Qing resonated deeply with this, for although the total population on the grassland was less than 1/10 of the Ming, it was a daunting task to eradicate them in such an expansive territory. One day, both within and beyond the borders shall be united. In that time, the Han and Mongols shall share a table and drink together, akin to brothers. Zhu Di, lost in thought, harbored a sense of yearning, longing, and regret, lamenting, Alas, I shall not witness it. After a brief silence, Zhu Di sighed gently. Life is far too fleeting. Some perceive it as too brief, while others deem it excessively prolonged. Li Qing softly interjected. Zhu Di chuckled lightly, followed by another deep sigh. After a while, when Zhu Di fell silent, Li Qing turned to observe him and realized he had drifted into slumber. Time, like a blade, renders even the greatest heroes aged. Li Qing gently draped a blanket over him and exited the palanquin. The skirmish was not intense. Signs of conclusion were already visible as it had barely commenced. The Ming army formed a tight formation, their iron armor gleaming, resolute as an impregnable fortress. The Dada's assault was feeble, retreating within a quarter of an hour, evidently not intent on a fierce confrontation. Observing this, Li Qing became increasingly convinced of Zhu Di's speculation. The Dada were diverting the Ming army's attention to gain time for their attack on the Walla. In the early morning, Zhu Di awoke and disembarked to inquire about the battle report. What are the casualties on both sides? Zhongzhi respectfully replied, Our losses number 362 dead, 590 wounded, while we have slain 457 of the enemy and captured nearly 500. Have there been any interrogations? Li Qing inquired. Yes, but we cannot guarantee the veracity of the information, Zhongzhi responded. Let us set that aside for now. Zhu Di waved dismissively. Zhongzhi, do you not desire to engage in battle? This time, your grandfather grants you an opportunity. Zhongzi's spirit lifted, kneeling to hear the imperial decree. Please, grandfather, instruct me. I shall provide you with 20,000 elite troops to hasten to support the Walla. Zhu Di stated earnestly. You shall be the commander. Do not disappoint me. Grandson shall obey the decree, Zhongzhi exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement. In his previous northern campaigns, this was the first time he was entrusted with such significant responsibility, and he vowed to exert every effort to deliver a decisive blow against the Dada. Excellent. Zhu Di expressed his satisfaction, turning to Li Qing. You are to oversee the operation. Your servant shall comply, Li Qing responded, albeit reluctantly. By the way, Your Majesty, what shall you do here? Fear not. Zhu Di replied nonchalantly. The Dada have a clear objective, concentrating their efforts against the Walla. Until they unify and grow formidable, they will not dare to confront me directly. Pausing, he added, if they dare come, it will be a fortuitous opportunity for me to stretch my limbs. Li Qing hesitated momentarily, but upon recalling the presence of 30,000 elite soldiers and 100,000 logistical supplies nearby, he reassured himself that his concerns were unwarranted. Zhu Di, though aged, remained sharp as a blade, his martial prowess not waning but rather advancing. Even in the face of a formidable Tartar invasion, he proves a daunting adversary. In this endeavor for aid, Zhu Di has invested heavily, enlisting 20,000 troops, predominantly from the Divine Machine Camp and the Third Camp, with a singular demand, the preservation of the Walla. Now, having fully embraced the Ming dynasty, Walla has opened its gates to the vast trade of tea and horses, facilitating swift military advancement with a clear objective. Li Jianjun, go and scout the situation first, Zhongzhi suggested softly. It is far better to inform the Walla in advance rather than charge in recklessly without communication. A pincer attack on the Tartars would yield greater efficacy. You truly disregard Qingbao's life, Li Qing replied helplessly. This is not an issue for me, but your safety is paramount as mandated by the Emperor. Rest assured, I am no longer the reckless youth I once was, Zhongzhi assured him. With the weight of responsibility upon me, I must consider not only my own safety but that of the 20,000 soldiers. I shall not act impulsively. Very well, Li Qing conceded without further argument. Then I shall proceed. Wait a moment, Zhongzhi chuckled. Are you truly going alone? I wish to accompany Minister Li. Came a voice from nearby as Yu Qian approached on horseback. Li Qing declined. No need. Too many will complicate matters. I can manage on my own. Yu Qian interjected. The likelihood of battle is high. It is perilous for you to venture alone, Minister Li. That is of no concern, Li Qing replied with a smile. Though the Walla may be weak, they are unlikely to fall so swiftly. I shall proceed with caution. Yu Qian wished to argue further, but Zhongzhi preemptively assented, instructing a servant to fetch the prepared yuan attire, reminding, remember, safety is paramount. Indeed, Li Qing replied, taking the garments and departing. Will you not change first? Will you not remove your mask? Both Zhongzhi and Yu Qian queried in succession. I am rather shy, Li Qing retorted dismissively, riding away. As he watched Li Qing fade into the distance, Yu Qian's brow furrowed deeply. Your Highness, Minister Li is over 60. It is ill-advised for him to undertake such a perilous task. Zhongzhi cast him a sidelong glance and huffed. You know nothing of his capabilities. Though Yu Qian harbored some resentment, he refrained from expressing it. Setting aside Zhongzhi's princely status, Li Qing's position as the commander was beyond reproach. Zhongzhi held a favorable impression of Yu Qian, patting his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, he will be fine. A man of his caliber will not suffer misfortune. He is quite shrewd. At the Walla camp, the once vibrant beard of Tua Huan has thinned considerably under the oppressive might of the Tartars, leaving him breathless. Within the command tent, his numerous subordinate commanders, along with the Shitamu, wore expressions of deep concern for the current situation and the uncertain future. We cannot prevail, we truly cannot. A muscular man rose, baring his chest. The pass ahead can hold out no longer. We have retreated to the brink and must seek assistance. Seek assistance? Tua Huan responded weakly. From whom? A Shitamu interjected. From the Ming. They would relish in our internecine strife. Why would they send troops to assist us? Tua Huan saw through the facade. Increasing trade was their utmost limit. I have sought aid before, yet the Ming court has steadfastly refused to deploy their forces. As he spoke, a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Even if the Ming court were to agree, time would be too short. The crowd fell silent, indeed. Tom was no longer on their side. What shall we do now? A shipmer inquired. If we retreat further, we would have to surrender our livestock, women, and children. Without these, will our men still follow us? They might just as well throw themselves into the arms of the Tatars. A shipmer declared gravely, we cannot retreat. If we do, we will lose everything. He earnestly turned to To, urging, let us make a final stand. There is an ancient saying among the Han. Only by placing oneself in dire circumstances can one find a path to life. Our situation is precisely that. A desperate gamble may still yield a glimmer of hope, while inaction will undoubtedly lead to our demise. The Uyghurs had already become a mere shadow of their former selves. A shipmer believed that to restore their past glory, they must rely on the Walla, hoping they would strike a decisive blow against the Tatars. After all, he had little left to lose. It was better to drag the Walla into the fray. If they were defeated, he would not suffer. But if they could indeed inflict a crushing defeat on the Tatars, he would reap considerable rewards. Let us fight, a shipmer incited, addressing the warriors of Walla. You are the heroes of the steppe. To, aware of a shipmer's ulterior motives, remained unyielded by his persuasion, yet found himself with no other alternatives. Even if he were to surrender, he would not fare well. The Tatars might spare his men, but would not show him mercy. The Tatars were excessively oppressive. Send word, he commanded. A loyal soldier entered, reporting, a man claiming to be the Minister of War from the Ming court requests an audience. The Minister of War from the Ming court? To was taken aback. What does he look like? He wears a mask, so his true features are concealed. The mention of a masked figure sparked To interest, invigorating him instantly. Quickly, invite him in. No, everyone, let us go greet him. Li Qing let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he would not have to explain. Do you understand? I am the Minister of War from the Great Ming? He had anticipated everything except the language barrier. Fortunately, luck was on his side, as he encountered someone who understood Mandarin. Otherwise, he would have had to force his way into the Walla camp. The more skills one possesses, the better, Li Qing resolved silently. Upon returning, he would learn the language of the steppes. Not to become fluent, but at least to communicate. While lost in thought, he noticed a surge of movement as a group of people, surrounded by guards, approached. Li Qing halted his musings and focused ahead. Moments later, the guards parted, revealing To and the leaders of the various Walla factions hastening forward. It truly is ministerly, To exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy evident on his face. As he clasped his hands in reverence, your humble servant pays his respects. The Prince of Shunning returns the courtesy, Li Qing replied in a gentle tone. Moving directly to the matter at hand, the grand army of the Ming has arrived. The Emperor leads the charge. Upon hearing this, To felt as though he had ascended from hell to heaven. His spirit soared, and he was nearly moved to tears with joy. Ministerly, please, come inside, To urged, suppressing his excitement and joy while maintaining an air of respect. Li Qing, unreserved, stepped confidently ahead. Once inside the tent, To and the various generals bowed deeply, stating, your servant, To of the Chuluos, respectfully requests the Emperor's peace. May your person be well. Li Qing's voice rang clear and authoritative. He then softened his tone. Please rise. Everyone. The Emperor has heard of the Walla's heavy losses to the Tatars and is deeply concerned. He has dispatched elite troops to assist. We have not arrived too late. Have we? Not too late, not too late. Tu Huan shook his head, feeling both touched and exhilarated. He bowed deeply in gratitude to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Ming dynasty, for such divine favor. In a moment of life and death, the kindness of offering assistance is undoubtedly the greatest. And Tu Huan was genuinely moved. He had not anticipated that the Ming court would truly come to his aid, especially with the Emperor personally leading the charge. Chapter 144. Chuluo Saboy and Timur Li Qing got straight to the point. What is the current situation? Before arriving, he had deliberately avoided the battlefield, taking a long detour to reach the Walla tribe. Thus he was unaware of the developments on the front lines. Not optimistic, Tu Huan replied with a serious expression. The Walla tribe was at a critical juncture, with the Tatar offensive being too fierce. The passes were perilously threatened and could hold out for no more than 10 days. That is sufficient, Li Qing stated. The Ming army can reach you in less than 10 days, at which point we can switch from defense to offense. Upon hearing this, Tu Huan felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face adorned with a mixture of gratitude and hope. Will His Majesty also come? The Emperor will not come, as he intends to strike at the Tatar camp. Li Qing shook his head. Observing Tua Huan's slight disappointment, he added, however, the forces coming to your aid this time are all elite troops, destined to alleviate the peril faced by the Walla. Ashy time you are interjected. May I ask, Yongqing Marquis, how many troops are being dispatched by the Ming? Tua Huan and the various tribal leaders all turned their hopeful gazes toward Li Qing. 20,000 elite soldiers. Li Qing replied with a smile, all from the Divine Machine Camp, specifically the 3,000 camp. The mention of the Divine Machine Camp ignited a spark in Tua Huan's eyes, akin to a surge of energy coursing through his being, illuminating his entire demeanor. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Ming's firearms, having endured their wrath firsthand. With 20,000 elite soldiers, bolstered by artillery, Tua Huan brimmed with confidence. This time, the Walla would finally stand firm. He understood that moving forward, the Walla would not only survive but thrive. As the Ming had declared their stance, the Ming dynasty supports the Walla. Tua Huan comprehended that as long as he clung to the Ming's favor, the Walla could rest easy and perhaps, one day, overshadow the Tatars and emerge as the foremost tribe on the steppe. Although he recognized that the Ming's assistance stemmed from a desire to prevent the unification of the steppes, what did it matter? Without the Ming's support, the Walla would surely perish. The Walla would look to the Ming for guidance. Tua Huan once again expressed his sincerity. What would His Majesty have the Walla do? For now, simply hold the line, Li Qing mused. Approximately 5 days hence, the Ming army will reach the battlefield. At that time, I implore the Walla not to hold back. With our combined assault, we shall surely cause the Tatars to falter. Agreed, Tua Huan answered with enthusiasm. Having endured Tatar oppression for so long, he felt a surge of defiance rise within him. Rest assured, Yongqing Marquis, the Walla will give their utmost in 5 days. Li Qing nodded. I must return now. Seize this opportunity wisely. After all, 20,000 Ming troops cannot remain hidden indefinitely. If the Tatars discover us in advance, you must hold them at bay. Otherwise, the Ming forces would arrive only to find the Tatars have fled, rendering our efforts in vain. Without inflicting significant pain upon the Tatars, life will remain difficult for the Walla. Understood, Tua Huan replied solemnly. Rest assured, Yongqing Marquis, I will not allow the Tatars to retreat before the Ming troops arrive. This is indeed the best course of action. Li Qing rose and said, indeed. Do prepare a small team for me, to demonstrate that I have engaged in negotiations with Prince Shunning. After all, I must fulfill my obligations. Tua Huan did not hesitate. I shall arrange this immediately. To express his loyalty, Tua Huan spared no effort and summoned his once second son, now the eldest, Chua Luozber Yin Timur. The young man bowed before the forever young Marquis. Your Highness, he greeted. Such formality is unnecessary, Li Qing replied courteously. The 14-year-old boy appeared simple-minded, lacking the cunning and shrewdness of Chua Luoz. Li Qing secretly contemplated that if the Walla were to be led by this youth in the future, it would undoubtedly be far more advantageous for the Ming than if Yi Xian took the reins. In the Tatar camp, Muzhuaer no longer exhibited her previous nonchalance. Her expression was grave. The future of Tatar unification of the steppe rested upon this battle. Meanwhile, the Walla's military maneuvers against the Ming were exceedingly perilous, bordering on audacity. However, should they succeed, the rewards would be immense. She had not intended to take such risks, but the Ming's involvement left her with no alternative. We must succeed, Muzhuaer murmured. At that moment, the tent flaps parted, and a Rutai entered, bowing with a serious demeanor. How fares the situation at the front? Muzhuaer inquired. Not well, Arutai replied, frowning. The Walla are holding firm. Their resistance is quite tenacious. To completely breach the pass will likely take at least 10 days. And our casualties are significant. Muzhuaer gritted her teeth. Continue the assault. Additionally, send a contingent to flank the Walla's rear. Understood. Wait, Arutai paused. Looking at Muzhuaer, have the brothers who conducted the night raid against the Ming returned? Not yet. Report. Outside the tent, the sound of hooves interrupted Arutai's words. Shortly thereafter, a burly man entered the camp. Your Highness, Grand Master, the night raid against the Ming has failed. We were unfortunate. The Ming marched swiftly at night, responding too quickly, causing us minimal damage. No matter, just hold them at bay, Muzhuaer asserted. Her true target was not the Ming, but the Walla. Did I not previously state that we need not kill enemies, only hinder the Ming's advance? You need not return personally with the news. Abu Jiyin spoke in a low voice. Your Highness, after our initial engagement yielded no results, We rested for a day, but upon attempting a second night raid, we observed a noticeable reduction in the Ming's numbers. I suspect they may have sent reinforcements to the Walla. Is that so? Arutai exclaimed in astonishment. Could the Ming court so openly assist the Walla? How altruistic. It is merely a conjecture. I cannot guarantee its accuracy. Abu Yin slightly shook his head. But there is a possibility. Arutai fell silent, and both turned to Mujwayer. Your Highness, what should we do now? The Ming is likely, no? Certainly coming to reinforce the Walla. Mujwayer felt somewhat weary. Deceiving the Emperor of the Ming was indeed a formidable challenge. After her previous success, she had allowed herself to feel inflated with confidence, believing she could replicate her triumph. Yet reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Should we withdraw? Abu Yin suggested. The Ming's combat strength remains as formidable as ever. Should we engage in a direct confrontation, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. We cannot retreat. Arutai countered vehemently. Having suffered such losses against the Walla, to retreat now would render our previous efforts futile. Abu Yin dared not argue further and turned to Mujwayer, seeking her guidance. Mujwayer found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Her reason urged her to retreat, yet her subjective inclination resisted the idea. As Arutai had aptly stated, withdrawing at this juncture would render all previous efforts futile. After a moment's contemplation, Mujwayer declared, Abu Yin, you must immediately return to engage the Ming forces, simply to divert their main contingent. Understood. Abu Yin performed a respectful bow and exited the tent. Mujwayer continued, Arutai, intensify the assault on the Walla Pass. You shall personally oversee the operations and endeavor to breach Walla as swiftly as possible. Yes, Arutai replied as he took his leave. Sighing, Mujwayer furrowed her brow. The Ming court's response is remarkably swift. Yet, I have ultimately seized the initiative. I doubt the Ming forces will catch up. Even if they do, it is of little consequence. The Ming Emperor is unlikely to be overly generous, at most dispatching a contingent of 10 to 18,000 troops, which would have minimal impact on the overall situation. Generally, what is the status of Walla? Zhongzhi inquired, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Li Qing return. Though he held great confidence in Li Qing, the battlefield was unpredictable, and no one could guarantee absolute safety. For now, the situation is manageable. But it will not hold for long, Li Qing responded. I have reached an agreement with Tuo Huan. Once our forces arrive, we shall execute a pincer movement against the Tatars. Pausing for a moment, he added, the situation in Walla is becoming increasingly urgent. We must accelerate our march. Zhongzhi directed his personal guards, relay the order, prepare meals, and after we have eaten and refreshed ourselves, we shall hasten our journey. Yu Qian approached and exchanged pleasantries with Li Qing, asking, Minister Li, I noticed several Walla individuals accompanying you. Are they guides? Indeed, your question jogs my memory. Li Qing replied with a smile, turning to Zhongzhi. This time, Tuo Huan's new eldest son has also joined us. Would you care to meet him, Your Highness? Very well, Zhongzhi nodded, then added, from now on, refer to me as the Great Commander. Chilo Sibo Yin Timur, at your service, Great Commander, the youth said, bowing and speaking in halting Mandarin, yet he was comprehensible. Zhongzhi internally lamented the multitude of Timurs on the grasslands, yet maintained a gentle demeanor, no need for formalities. Please summon your guards. You've traveled far. Rest a moment before we resume our journey. Following their meal and a brief respite, the Ming forces continued onward, their pace significantly quicker than before. 2 days later, they approached the main battlefield, where the conflict between Walla and the Tatars had reached a fever pitch. Chapter 145. The gambler Tuo Huan took to the field himself, his visage radiating an aura of ferocity. There was no alternative. Failure to act was not an option. The Tatar forces had encircled from the rear, numbering just over 1,000 but comprised of elite warriors, inflicting considerable damage. Your Highness, let us engage, a Shite Timur urged, suggesting that rather than waiting idly, they should boldly confront the situation. Moreover, with the Ming army approaching, it would showcase Walla's valor to the Ming court. He relished the unfolding drama, well aware that Tuo Huan still held a secret advantage, 5,000 trusted elite troops concealed and ready. Tuo Huan was torn. It was only the 4th day of the campaign, with still a day remaining. However, the Tatars were fully committed now. Revealing their hidden strength could prove disastrous if the Ming forces arrived late, leaving him unable to retreat effectively. As hesitation lingered, the royal guard hastened to report, Your Majesty, The encircling Tatars are nearly upon the main camp. The cattle and sheep are in a state of panic, and women and children are retreating to the center. But their endurance will not last long. Seizing the opportunity, Ashitamu urged, "The Tatars are at our doorstep, and the Ming army is right behind them. Is there still room for doubt at this critical juncture? After all, it is not his blood that will spill, and he feels no remorse." To Wan. "What are you afraid of? Why do you hesitate to confront the Tatars?" "Nonsense. When have I ever feared the Tatars?" To Wan retorted, feeling cornered, and with a firm resolve, ordered that Balamank immediately take action to eliminate the encroaching Tatars. Report. A Tatar scout dismounted in haste, proclaiming loudly before even entering the general's tent, "The Ming army is approaching us." With a swift motion, Musuer emerged clad in armor, demanding, "How many?" "More than 15,000. The scout responded. "So many?" Musuer inquired. "How far away are they?" "Less than 100 miles. "So soon?" Musuer felt a twinge of anxiety. The situation had once again defied her expectations. The Ming army's movements were alarmingly rapid. Should she fight or retreat? Musuer found herself in a quandary. Report. A messenger arrived in haste. "The Grand Master has breached the Walla Pass and is advancing rapidly. He requests immediate reinforcements." Just as this news was delivered, another scout hurried in. "The small detachment encircling Walla has infiltrated their main camp." The succession of favorable reports rekindled Musuer's confidence. At this juncture, retreating would not only result in the complete failure of their plans, but also cost them the advantages gained in previous encounters. The weariness that had settled in her eyes transformed into a fierce determination. This time, there would be no retreat. At 56 years of age, she had little time left to devise new strategies. Musuer spoke with a cold clarity. "Issue the command. Abandon unnecessary supplies. All warriors must mobilize. Victory or defeat hinges on this moment." Report. A blood-soaked scout was brought back by a war horse, collapsing before her in panic. "Your Majesty, the pass has fallen." "What?" To Wan was taken aback. Although he had anticipated such a situation, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. With a full day still to go before the appointed time, could Walla withstand the onslaught? There was no choice left. He had revealed all his cards, and even the option to flee had vanished. At the brink of life and death, To Wan's heroic spirit emerged. "Damn the Tatars. I shall fight you to the end." He cast a glance at Ashitamu. "The Tatars are upon us. If you seek vengeance for Ulianga, rally your 3,000 warriors to assist me. Of course, if you are afraid, you may choose to flee." Ashitamu comprehended the gravity of the moment. He realized that with his mere 3,000 men, escape was improbable. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Let us fight." "Good. A true man," To Wan affirmed to his guards. "Go inform Balamank. Eliminate those 1,000 Tatars and immediately head to the main battlefield. It's a fight to the death between Walla and the Tatars." With that, he began to muster all available forces, fully committing to the battle ahead. Ashitamu, too, was not idle and quickly gathered his scant followers. This was indeed a moment to fight for their lives. "Ming army, you must come quickly." A quarter of an hour later, Tua Huan had mustered over 2,000 men, while Ashitamu gathered 3,000. The two forces converged and hastened towards the battlefield. "Faster, the Ming army must hurry." They silently prayed as they journeyed. "Slower. May the Ming army delay." Mu Zhui'er clenched her fists, her gaze fixed intently on the unfolding situation of the battle. The cacophony of battle resounded, the neighing of war horses, the clash of weapons, the spray of blood, and the cries of the wounded merged into a singular, harrowing symphony, echoing like thunder across the heavens. Such a scene would instill dread even in the hearts of the fiercest specters. The conflict on the grasslands never ceased, and while they regarded plunder as a natural right, they accepted the brutality as part of their survival code. In their worldview, a man was meant to fight on the battlefield, providing for his family and kin. From the moment they gained awareness, they were mentally prepared to meet death on the battlefield in the fertile plains. The two largest tribes on the steppes, the Tatars and the Walla, clashed fiercely. This time, both sides unveiled their most potent strategies. On the battlefield, every moment bore witness to injuries and deaths, vividly illustrating the savagery of war. Report. The scout's voice interrupted Mu Zhui'er's thoughts as she turned coldly. "Speak." "The Ming vanguard is less than 30 miles from us." "So soon?" Mu Zhui'er exclaimed, astonished. How could they cover such distance in just over half an hour? The Ming forces were indeed swift. But she overlooked the delay in communication. By the time she had heard they were within 100 miles, they were already less than 70 miles distant. The Ming vanguard consists entirely of cavalry, the scout relayed with difficulty. Approximately how many? Mouguer inquired. The situation is too urgent. I couldn't see clearly. But there should be at least 5,000. The scout stammered. They appeared just as we detected them. 30 miles. Mouguer gritted her teeth and surveyed the battlefield. The Tatars were advancing with overwhelming force, while the Walla were retreating step by step, losing their strongholds. In no more than half an hour, they would breach the Walla defenses. She had already wagered too much and could not withdraw. Send the order. Leave 3,000 warriors to hold back the advancing Ming vanguard. The rest shall continue the assault on the Walla with full might. At that moment, she resembled a gambler, one who had gone all in. Mouguer declared, the first to breach the Walla camp shall receive a reward of 100 gold pieces. A young woman, and 10 cattle and 10 sheep. Her loyal guards echoed her command with fervor, their voices resounding through the ranks, reaching even the rear forces. Soon, all the Tatars, and even some of the Walla, heard the proclamation. As the saying goes, under the lure of great rewards, brave men will emerge. The Tatar offense intensified, while the Walla, infuriated, realized they had not yet lost the battle and could not endure the thought of the Tatars dividing their wives and livestock. The casualties on both sides escalated further. A quarter of an hour later, the Walla's despair became apparent. Despite their desperate efforts, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Sheer determination could not bridge the gap. Tua Huan's face twisted in rage. He understood that he was unlikely to await the Ming reinforcements. If only we had just one more day. If only they could delay another day. Tua Huan felt a mix of frustration, bitterness, and a sense of helplessness. As Ashitamer bore a countenance of bitterness, he faced yet another defeat, marking his second loss to the Tatars. After this encounter, the Uyghurs would undoubtedly vanish from the steppes. A sense of unwillingness lingered, yet he felt utterly powerless. At that moment, Baluamank, accompanied by thousands of elite warriors, surged forth. Upon witnessing this, both Towan and Ashitamer felt a flicker of hope, but it quickly morphed into a bitter smile. It was too late. Even this influx of thousands could only offer a fleeting resistance against the Tatar onslaught, unable to withstand for even a day. On the watchtower, Mouguer observed the arrival of fresh reinforcements for the Walla, and her frustration escalated. Her teeth clenched as she muttered, "This Tawan still has hidden cards." The Ming army was steadily encroaching, leaving the Tatars with little time. Rationality urged Mouguer to retreat. Failure to do so would result in greater losses. However, the stakes had been too high for her to relinquish her position. The Ming forces numbered merely 5,000. Even if they engaged, they posed little threat to her army. As long as they could breach the Walla before the main forces arrived, they could seize the stronghold and fortify their defenses. Mouguer comforted herself with this notion. Gradually lowering her raised hand, she ultimately refrained from issuing the command to withdraw. In this battle, the Walla wagered everything, and the Tatars were no less fervent. Both sides resembled reckless gamblers, unwilling to fold, for the cost of surrender was now unbearable. A quarter of an hour later, despite the Walla's reinforcements, they exhibited a notable decline. This time, it was evident that the moment to reveal their true strength had arrived. Yet, Towan found himself devoid of any hidden cards. Defeat loomed over him, his expression filled with despair, while victory ignited a gleam in Mouguer's eyes. Unbeknownst to both, the one who would overturn the table had already arrived. Chapter 146. Those who engage in mischief will eventually pay the price. Boom. The sound of cannon fire reverberated, causing Mouguer's gaze to sharpen, swiftly transforming into shock. Impossible. The Ming army could not arrive so swiftly. She struggled to accept. Boom. Another cannon blast jolted her back to reality. Whether possible or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that the Ming forces had indeed come. The Ming artillery had not inflicted harm upon the Tatars, as the distance was still too great. However, the sound of the cannon was enough to rattle the Tatar morale. In truth, Li Qing's vanguard had brought along a single cannon to hasten their arrival at the battlefield. "I believe I just heard cannon fire," Ashitamer murmured. "Towan, did you hear that?" "I think I might have," Towan replied, uncertainty lacing his voice. After a brief moment, more indistinct cannon sounds echoed, nearly inaudible amidst the chaos of battle, yet discernible upon closer listening. Gradually, elation surged within Towan, rekindling his confidence, though the details remained unclear. One thing was certain, The Ming army had arrived. Ashitamer also wore a joyful expression, aware that he and Towan shared a mutual fate. Naturally, he did not wish for the Wallace demise. Towan, the Ming army is here. Quickly, rally the troops. Ashitamer urged. Oh, right. As Tuahuan came to his senses, he immediately bellowed, Warriors of Walla, our reinforcements have arrived. The Ming dynasty comes to aid us in vanquishing the malevolent Tatars. Stand firm, brave warriors, and wield your curved sabers to sever the heads of our foes. The warriors of Walla echoed his rallying cry. Even Ashitamer joined the chorus, striving to bolster their morale. In the chaos of battle, the significance of morale cannot be overstated. While numerous factors determine victory or defeat, morale undoubtedly stands as the most pivotal. Upon receiving the news, the spirits of the Walla troops soared, while the Tatar forces quaked in fear. The dread imposed by the Ming army lingered, and upon hearing of their arrival, the morale of the Tatars plummeted, their strikes with curved sabers losing their former vigor. Arutai, uncertain of the veracity of the information, felt a sudden jolt in his heart and hastened to the rear. Boom, boom, boom. Sporadic cannon fire erupted, and Arutai's face paled. The Ming army had indeed come. By the time he reached the rear, the Ming forces had already surged forward. On the observation platform, Mujwar wore a grave expression, almost as if water could drip from it. Upon seeing Arutai approach, he stated directly, The Ming army is here, we must retreat. Arutai's body trembled, his fists, as large as sandbags, bulged with veins. My lord, must we truly abandon everything now? Mujwar closed his eyes in anguish. We must retreat. Reluctantly, Arutai conceded. The resources invested were immense, and failing to seize Walla was a grievous loss. The Tatars were in retreat. Li Qing, astutely perceiving the situation, immediately disregarded waiting for Zhu Zhongzi's reinforcements, brandishing his long spear to form a line of sharp blades. Such a splendid opportunity to severely wound the Tatars would not be missed. Chualuasi Boyan Timur drew the curved saber from his saddle, proclaiming, Warriors of Walla, fight alongside the Ming army. At merely 14 years of age, he appeared remarkably robust, almost indistinguishable from an adult man. Hold on. Li Qing quickly intervened. You stay back. Tuahuan had already lost one son, and Li Qing did not wish to see him suffer the loss of another. This was not merely out of compassion. Rather, the Ming needed Walla as an ally to restrain the Tatars on the steppes. If both of his sons were to perish by Li Qing's hand, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. More importantly, Li Qing perceived Chualuasi Boyan Timur as sincere and loyal, likely to be an easy ally in the future. Furthermore, with only a few dozen men, his presence or absence on the battlefield would scarcely alter the outcome. Li Qing addressed the Walla guards. You all, protect the air, understood? Some of the guards, having learned the Han language, nodded earnestly. Relieved, Li Qing waited patiently for a moment, and once the formation was steady, he summoned his spirit and shouted, Kill. Nearly 8,000 elite cavalry charged into the fray. The Ming forces surged forth like a tempest, while the Tatars, their morale shattered and stamina waning from prolonged combat, struggled to withstand the onslaught. With the addition of 3,000 elite troops, the Tatars' formation was thrown into disarray. With a swift thrust of his spear, Li Qing pierced a Tatar, lifting him off the ground and hurling him away, causing a domino effect that trampled many others beneath stampeding steeds. Li Qing surged forward, his spear striking like a dragon, wreaking havoc upon their ranks. The valiant commander inspired immense morale among the troops. The elite cavalry of 3,000, already renowned for their bravery, became even more formidable with this surge of motivation. The imposing presence of 8,000 warriors rivaled that of 12,000. Meanwhile, Tuahuan, sensing the retreat and disarray of the Tatars, felt a surge of joy that almost compelled him to leap. He recalled Li Qing's earlier admonition to launch a pincer attack, with the Ming army coming to his aid. He knew that failing to adhere to their pact would result in reckoning later. Furthermore, having endured prolonged oppression from the Tatars, a burning desire for vengeance ignited within him. If not now, when would he seek retribution? Tuahuan raised his arm and shouted, Warriors of Walla, the Tatars' fate is sealed. The time for vengeance has come. Charge! The long-oppressed Walla army finally had their moment to rise, their eyes ablaze as they began to counterattack. The clamor of clashing weapons intensified on the battlefield. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Mujwar urged, do not linger in battle. Alutai also shouted anxiously, striving to rally the soldiers, effective, yet with limited success. for Li Qing's 8,000 had already muddled the battlefield. After a brief, yet tense interval, the Tatar forces finally regrouped their remnants, only to find Zhongzhi arriving. The formation of the wild geese blocked the Tatars' retreat, and the artillerymen prepared their cannons. Zhongzhi refrained from ordering a charge. Instead, he stationed himself along the Tatars' escape route, poised to strike them head-on. The wild geese formation, while expansive, was also susceptible to breaches, particularly by cavalry, making it a less than wise strategy. Nevertheless, given the current state of the Tatar forces, bereft of morale and strength, breaking through the formation would require considerable effort. Even so, relying solely on the wild geese formation to contain the Tatars was a formidable challenge. However, it mattered little, for behind the formation stood the Ming artillerymen, whose firepower covered a vast area. With a resounding boom, the artillerymen moved with practiced ease, loading powder, inserting shells, igniting fuses, and firing in a seamless flow. The musketmen executed their three-stage firing technique with notable lethality. Meanwhile, the archers and crossbowmen remained relentless. This was a complete degradation of combat. And under the enhancement of modern weaponry, even the most valiant heroes of the steppes could not escape the bitter fate of defeat. The shield-bearers advanced. Observing the Tatars' reckless attempts to break through, Zhongzhi quickly adjusted the formation. They managed to obstruct the assault, though not entirely. Nonetheless, it significantly slowed the Tatar advance, granting the artillerymen precious moments to unleash their fury. Flesh and blood, after all, could scarcely withstand such firepower. The ensuing bombardment inflicted devastating losses on the Tatars. Many of their steeds, panicked and stampeding, inadvertently caused considerable casualties. Muzhuir felt her heart bleed. This gamble had cost her dearly, losing not only her previous gains, but also her very foundation. In that moment, her confidence lay shattered. The din rose once more, and as Muzhuir turned to gaze, she beheld the Walla advancing. A bitter smile tugged at her lips. One must eventually settle their debts in this world. Taking a deep breath, Muzhuir resolved to retreat, disregarding casualties and costs. Ultimately, they are cavalry. The Ming army's aspiration to annihilate them is akin to a fool's dream. In the end, the Tatars managed to break through, albeit at a grievous cost, suffering nearly 10,000 losses just to escape. As she departed, she cast a glance back at the battlefield, teeming with heads. Yet she did not see the person she longed for. With a soft sigh, she hastened away. The devastation inflicted upon the Tatars was unprecedented by the time they retreated. Their remaining fighting force dwindled to fewer than 20,000. A well-played hand had been shattered. The Walla also sustained significant losses, and after accounting for the wounded, their combat strength barely surpassed 10,000. The Ming army experienced minimal casualties while reaping the greatest rewards. The Tatars had suffered far too heavily this time. Without a decade or so of recuperation, they could scarcely regain their strength. The Walla remained no match for the Tatars and would have to continue their alliance with the Ming. The steppe lacked unification, and the overall strength of the population had significantly diminished. The concerns that Li Qing had harbored ultimately did not come to fruition. Chapter 147, One Stone. 3 birds. The battle had concluded. The Tatars were left severely weakened, and the Walla had also exhausted themselves. For the next decade, the borders of the Ming would likely experience a genuine period of peace. The Ming army temporarily stationed with the Walla to recuperate, not pursuing the Tatars. Even if they had, it would have been arduous to eradicate them. The reason being the vastness of the steppe. More importantly, the steppe was home not only to the Tatars and Walla, but also to various other tribes whose strength could not be overlooked. Li Qing had estimated the total population of the steppe to be between 3.5 to 5 million, including numerous armed tribes with populations exceeding 10,000. Eliminating the Tatars was not the optimal choice. Should the Tatars vanish, another would surely emerge in their place, and the same could be said for the Walla. The truly effective strategy would be to keep these two tribes in a state of near exhaustion, preserving their dominion over the steppe while simultaneously weakening their power, thereby empowering smaller tribes to resist them. Consequently, the conflicts on the steppe would continue unabated. The task of clearing the battlefield was solely undertaken by the Walla, with the Ming army abstaining from involvement. In return for the bountiful provisions provided by the Walla, the Ming army took no spoils from the battlefield. On one hand, Zhongzhi deemed such items trivial. On the other, transporting them back would be too cumbersome. Moreover, the heavily depleted Walla required resupply to continue their struggle against the Tatars. prompting Zhongzhi to be exceedingly generous. 5 days later, Zhu Di arrived belatedly, and Tua Huan was taken aback, holding a grand celebration in his honor. At the feast, Zhu Di accepted the homage of the Wallace chief commanders and, after sketching a few large pancakes, excused himself to return to the central command for rest. Li Qing did not partake in the banquet, but accompanied Zhu Di back to the barracks. "Your Majesty, do you feel unwell?" "I am not unwell, merely a bit weary," Zhu Di replied, seemingly enjoying reclining. Upon entering the command tent, he leaned against the bed and chuckled. "After this battle, they shall not create much commotion for a long time." "Indeed," Li Qing responded with a look of delight. Zhu Di sighed. "The external threats have been quelled. Now we must confront internal troubles. I wonder if I can resolve them before my demise." Li Qing fell silent. The answer was clearly a negative one. Even if Zhu Di were granted another 10 or 20 years, the issues would remain unresolved, unless he were to compromise and yield to the officials and gentry, which Zhu Di would evidently not entertain. "Li Qing, I possess a foreboding feeling," remarked Zhu Di, his aged visage marred by a trace of concern. Upon returning, "There shall undoubtedly be upheaval." "Your Majesty, you are overthinking," Li Qing smiled reassuringly. "Rest well, and in a few days, we shall return without incident." Yet, despite his words, Li Qing harbored doubts. He too sensed an impending disturbance upon their return, all due to Zhu Di's advancing years. In the not-so-distant future, the Ming dynasty would face a transition of power, a scenario foreseen by all. After several months away from the capital, those cunning individuals would not remain passive. Inevitably, they had already plotted their schemes, merely awaiting the emperor's return. The court was rife with intrigue, and the machinations of the officials were beyond Li Qing's full comprehension. However, he did not feel overly anxious, for he still held certain leverage over them. Zhu Di cast a glance at Li Qing, as if perceiving his inner thoughts, and candidly asserted, "Your strategy is flawed. Those individuals will not act of their own accord, harboring the delusion of achieving lifelong gains with a single maneuver." After a brief pause, he continued, "You often claim I delight in breaking the rules. This time, you have surpassed me. Although you achieved your goal, it has rendered our relationship more strained." "They possess no evidence to implicate me," Li Qing replied with confidence. Zhu Di scoffed. "Evidence is unnecessary. The astute merely observe the outcome." Li Qing fell silent. "Li Qing," Zhu Di lamented, "to be honest, I have some regrets." "Regrets about what?" "I should have appointed the second prince," Zhu Di mused. "Had I done so, we would not be entangled in such matters." Li Qing shook his head. "If we had truly established the Han Prince, it would not bode well for the realm. The world requires stability, with the waning of conflict. The rise of civil officials is inevitable. Furthermore, if the military continues to grow unchecked, the consequences could be dire." Zhu Di chuckled softly, choosing not to counter his argument. Yet he remained steadfast in his beliefs. However, discussing this now seemed futile. "In truth, Your Majesty, there is no need for excessive concern," Li Qing smiled. "Although the crown prince lacks martial prowess, the heir apparent does not." "You are overly naive," Zhu Di shook his head. "Pray tell, who is the first in line for succession?" Li Qing hesitated. "The crown prince." "Precisely," Zhu Di replied with a wry smile. "Even if the first in line is Zhongzhi, it does not guarantee tranquility. The merits of the dragon surpass all else." Li Qing's heart tightened, and he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that military generals might rebel?" "The likelihood is exceedingly low," Zhu Di countered, "unless the civil officials emulate the treachery of the Zhengwen era. However, given past lessons, they may not dare to do so." Indeed, Li Qing slightly relaxed. The fate of Qi Fong Huang was evident. As long as they were not foolish, they would not emulate those three. Moreover, the military structure was exceptionally stringent, making rebellion by generals a formidable challenge. This was precisely why Zhu Di had consistently elevated their status. "Your Majesty, in the prime of your years." Li Qing wished to offer some words of comfort, but noticed Zhu Di had already succumbed to slumber, prompting him to silence his voice. He approached to examine Zhu Di's health. There were no apparent ailments, yet signs of deterioration were evident within his organs. While there were no major illnesses, numerous minor afflictions persisted. As age advanced, organ decline and immune system deterioration were inevitable, and Li Qing found himself powerless to alter this reality. Taking advantage of Zhu Di's deep slumber, Li Qing quietly bestowed upon him a surge of true energy before departing the tent. The sky was a brilliant blue, the grass a vibrant green, and the air was imbued with the sense of fresh grass and dust. Everything was simply exquisite. Li Qing gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. What occupied his mind? A voice snapped him back to reality. Turning, he saw Zhongzhi approaching, his cheeks flushed. Has His Majesty fallen asleep? Indeed. Li Qing nodded. How much have you had to drink? There was no avoiding it. I could not refuse such hospitality, especially with His Majesty absent. It would have been rather ungracious to maintain my distance, Zhongzhi replied, spreading his hands. He then plopped down on the grass without regard for appearances. The matter of sending the corpses of the Tatars to the Tatar camp would be handled by the Walla, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Tatars and readily agreed. After all, with so many bodies, there was a risk of contagion. Zhongzhi naturally wished to spare the Ming army from such peril. Oh, the Crown Prince is indeed wise. Did I not tell you to call me Commander? Very well, Your Highness. Zhongzhi's face was clouded with frustration. But he soon noticed something amiss in Li Qing's demeanor and inquired, What troubles you? It's nothing, Li Qing replied softly. The situation on the grasslands has settled. We shall rest a few days before returning. You are concerned about matters in court, aren't you? Zhongzhi, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Li Qing did not deny it. A little, he admitted. Zhongzhi dismissed it lightly, believing that trouble would be minor, as they only dared to engage in petty schemes. Let us hope it remains as you predict. Li Qing smiled. By the way, did you relay my message to Tuo Huan? I did. What was his response? Li Qing asked. Zhongzhi chuckled. Tuo Huan agreed. He would be delighted. That is good to hear, Li Qing replied, returning the smile. 5 days later, the Ming army began its return, with Tuo Huan personally seeing them off. As they parted, Tuo Huan cautioned his son to adhere to the rules in the Ming court and to avoid causing trouble. Chuluozbai and Timur nodded, filled with anticipation and longing for the Ming. The father and son conversed for a while, and Tuo Huan then paid his respects to Zhu Di. After a brief exchange of courtesies, the Ming army officially set forth on their journey home. Bringing Chuluozbai and Timur back to the Ming was Li Qing's idea, aimed not at the traditional hostage approach, but rather to subtly influence the young man. He sought to cultivate a pro-Ming Walla leader for future considerations. Tuo Huan was aware of this intention but did not object. He had come to understand that attempting to seize the Central Plains was futile. Embracing the Ming's support while exerting influence on the grasslands was a far wiser course of action. The Ming's actions underscored their commitment to supporting the Walla, a notion Tuo Huan accepted with satisfaction, even feeling a hint of secret delight. The Ming's military campaign could be deemed a resounding success. Having weakened the Tatars while rescuing the Walla, the grasslands remained fragmented rather than unified, as the power of both factions had significantly diminished, leading to even greater chaos. Simultaneously, they had secured the future heir of the Walla, achieving 3 objectives with one endeavor. External threats were minimal for the foreseeable future, at least for the next decade. The focus would soon shift inward. With this thought, Li Qing's good mood began to wane as he pondered. What kind of mischief would that group concoct this time? Chapter 148. The deepening conflict between ruler and minister in early October. In the capital, the emperor returned from his expedition, greeted by Crown Prince Zhu Gaoqi and a throng of officials. Although the simpleton has already been banished, the shadow he cast lingers. Last time, due to the welcoming ceremony, the young chubby one was severely duped, and he could not afford to be careless again. Upon receiving his son's secret missive, he promptly set aside his affairs and summoned the ministers to make ample preparations. At the city gates, the dragon carriage came to a halt, and Zhu Di assisted his eldest grandson in descending from the royal vehicle. The young chubby one lifted his robe and knelt with a puff. Your humble son welcomes the triumphant return of His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The ministers echoed in unison, Long live the Emperor. Zhu Di gently waved his sleeve. All rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The courtiers stood up, their expressions respectful. Observing this, Li Qing felt a slight relaxation. It seemed he had been overthinking. A glance at Zhu Di revealed that he too appeared at ease. Upon returning to the palace, Li Qing did not indulge in baseless conjectures, but directly sought out the young chubby one, for any clandestine maneuvers among the ministers would surely be known to him. In the Eastern Palace, Li Qing conducted his customary health check on the young chubby one. All was well. Despite suffering from hypertension, it was not severe enough to require medication. Knowing that Li Qing had come immediately, the young chubby one understood it was not solely for a health inspection. So he dismissed those around him. Brother Qing, feel free to ask me directly. Then I shall not be polite, Li Qing replied, during your majesty's recent campaign, has anything significant transpired in the capital? What do you consider to be significant? The young chubby one retorted. Li Qing was taken aback, frowning. So, there are indeed significant matters at hand. The young chubby one fell silent for a moment before nodding. One could say so. Li Qing sipped his tea, patiently awaiting further elaboration. After a while, the young chubby one gathered his thoughts and spoke. Smuggling at sea continues unabated. Although the pirates have been vanquished, the bandits remain. And many prominent families, nobles, and vassal kings are entangled in this. Li Qing's brow furrowed deeper, maintaining his composure as he inquired, "How have you addressed this?" "I have not addressed it." The young chubby one shook his head. "What?" Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment. "Why not?" The young chubby one sighed in resignation. "Once we escalate the issue, the strategy of relocating the southern populace to the north will undoubtedly be obstructed. Smuggling is not entirely detrimental. It can foster the development of handicrafts. Moreover, the relocation of the southern populace is paramount and cannot be halted. It must be executed with vigor. However, Brother Qing, listen to me." The young chubby one smiled wryly. "Currently, the interests of the nobility and gentry are gradually aligning. Their influence is too substantial. It is impossible to reach a consensus without compromise. If we were to implement a rigid approach, maritime trade would undoubtedly be halted." Li Qing shook his head. "You underestimate your father's deterrent power." "What about after my father?" The young chubby one replied weakly. "I cannot maintain control, and Zhongzhi is equally challenged. The dynamics have shifted. The former nobility could suppress the gentry, but now they have united with them. The stakes at sea are too high. Everyone wishes to partake. The best solution I can conceive is for the court to reap the benefits while they merely partake of the remnants. Otherwise, I fear that in the distant future, the policy of maritime expeditions will vanish." Li Qing did not counter. "Do you not intend to inform your father of this matter?" "I do not wish to." The young chubby one nodded, then added helplessly, "But I cannot withhold it from him. I dare not commit the crime of deceiving the sovereign, and besides, this matter cannot remain concealed. Brother Qing, you always find a way. Think of a solution," Xiao Peng said, his face brimming with expectation. Li Qing, speechless, replied, "You truly hold me in high regard. However, lifting the maritime ban is, on the whole, not a detrimental act. While the affluent may reap the most benefits, the impoverished can also partake in its advantages. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. My only concern is that if the ban is lifted prematurely, it could adversely affect the migration of southerners to the north and stall the transfer of grain in the Ming dynasty. The optimal solution in such a scenario is to remain inactive. Xiao Peng has adopted this approach with commendable results. The dilemma lies in the fact that Zhu Di would never acquiesce to such an action. It is not in his nature. Once he learns that smuggling persists, he will undoubtedly pursue a thorough investigation. It is no wonder that the officials appear so compliant. They must feel apprehensive." Li Qing chuckled in resignation, acknowledging that he had no desire for such a role, yet he could attempt to persuade others when the time came. Xiao Peng nodded with a smile, saying, "Your words carry more weight than mine. As for the matters on the grasslands, Zhongzhi has informed me that this northern expedition has yielded substantial gains. The Ming dynasty is poised for an extended period of peace, allowing us to focus on internal development." He added with a grin, "You have worked hard this time. Brother Qing, you deserve a grand feast." "It seems you are the one yearning for a banquet," Li Qing replied, choosing not to expose him. "In that case, I shall graciously comply." "Ha! Who are we to each other?" Xiao Peng exclaimed with pride. "Come, prepare the food and drinks." By the time Li Qing returned to the Marquis residence, it was already afternoon. After nearly 100 days apart, the three women appeared to have aged somewhat, stirring a sense of melancholy within him. He understood that the true farewell was not far off. That day would inevitably arrive, though he could not discern when exactly. All he could do was cherish the present moment. After reminiscing for a while, that evening, Li Qing took a warm bath and returned to his room to channel true energy into the three women. He lay on the large bed, regaling them with stories. Amid laughter and conversation, they gradually fell asleep, while Li Qing suppressed his myriad thoughts and succumbed to slumber himself. The following day, Li Qing was groggily awakened by the commotion outside and slowly opened his eyes. "The master is awake," Wan Ling exclaimed with a smile. "Several officials have arrived, saying they wish for your esteemed guidance." "Ah, I had forgotten about this matter," Li Qing replied, rising and, with Wan Ling's assistance, donned his long robe. After washing with warm water, he stepped out of the room. In October, the chill had already settled in Beiping. The ministers, dressed in thick garments for the morning court session, found themselves sweating as the sun rose and temperatures gradually climbed. Half of it was from the heat, and half from urgency. With the 100-day deadline approaching, their time was scarce. The thought of the penetrating cold sent shivers down their spines, and they were loath to endure the extreme discomfort again. A group of officials had just exited the morning court and waited for over half an hour, eagerly anticipating Li Qing's arrival. "Minister Li," they greeted as he appeared. "We have come to see you, Minister Li." The crowd rose and stepped forward. Li Qing clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Gentlemen, please, no formalities. Have a seat." Once seated, Jianyi got straight to the point. "Minister Li, it is time to commence the third phase of treatment, is it not? As one grows older, the value of life becomes increasingly precious in matters of life and death." Jianyi did not mince words. Li Qing readily agreed. "Then let us begin with Scholar Jian." "Thank you very much," Jianyi replied joyfully, stepping forward to be the first to receive treatment. Li Qing opened the needle box and disinfected the silver needles. After performing a few acupuncture sessions, he casually inquired, "Minister Jian, does smuggling still persist in Jiangnan?" Jianyi was taken aback, his face displaying embarrassment as he replied, "I am not well informed on this matter. It may exist, or it may not. Who can say for certain?" Li Qing chuckled and further asked, "What is your perspective on smuggling, Minister Jian? Could you focus on your acupuncture?" "I am not ready to depart this life just yet." Jianyi stifled his urge to complain, forcing a laugh as he remarked, "There are indeed numerous advantages to opening the sea. The wise emperor has indicated that the court intends to lift the maritime ban, hasn't he? Using the emperor as a shield right from the start. Truly a cunning old fox," Li Qing thought to himself, choosing not to press further. Judging by Jianyi's reaction, the situation did not appear grave. At the very least, these individuals knew how to conceal their actions and internally recognized their misdeeds. As Li Qing continued with the acupuncture, Jianyi also relaxed, and the atmosphere became harmonious. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qing penned a prescription: "Prepare the medicine according to this formula, to be taken 3 times daily. In 7 days, the cold will be completely dispelled." "Thank you, Minister Li, for your remarkable skill." Jianyi rose to assess his condition, exclaiming, "Minister Li, you are truly like Hua reborn. I feel significantly better now." That may be merely a psychological effect. In truth, it would not matter if no treatment was administered. Li Qing humbly smiled. "Next, please." Xia Yuanji stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Minister Xia." Li Qing replied politely. After a busy morning, he finally sent all the patients away, enjoyed a meal, took a stroll around the Ministry of War, clocked in, and returned to rest. The next day, early in the morning, Zhongzhi arrived. Li Qing, feeling quite irritable, wondered why it was so difficult to indulge in a leisurely sleep. "What is the matter?" "Uncle Qing, there has been an incident," Zhongzhi replied. "Minister of Personnel Jianyi, Cabinet Scholar Yang Shiqi, and Deputy Minister of Justice Yang Mian have been imprisoned." "Goodness," Li Qing remarked with a tone of schadenfreude. Just when they had barely recovered from their last stint in prison, they are eager to re-enter. One must wonder what allure the prison holds. Zhongzhi was speechless. "How can you still find this amusing? Should I weep instead?" Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Let me guess. Did they end up in prison due to the maritime ban?" Zhongzhi's face showed astonishment. "Uncle Qing, you truly possess an uncanny intuition. How did you deduce that?" "Just a trivial matter. Do you have any solutions?" Li Qing shook his head. "They dug their own graves. Why should I concern myself with a solution?" Zhongzhi continued. During this morning's court session, they urged the emperor to immediately lift the maritime ban. When the emperor refused, they pressed on, only to find themselves imprisoned. "Personally, I believe there is nothing wrong with lifting the ban early." "Why do you say that?" Zhongzhi explained. "With the widespread cultivation of yongle beans and rice, the issue of food scarcity is virtually non-existent. Even if Jiangnan were to cultivate mulberry on a large scale, it would not lead to widespread hunger among the populace. However, it could hinder the migration of southern residents to the north, impacting the economy of the Ming dynasty and the distribution of grain." Li Qing held a differing opinion. "I believe that will not be the case." Zhongzhi retorted, "I have not been idle these years. I possess a clear understanding of the affairs within the court. The ministers are quite adept at navigating human sentiments and adhere to established protocols. Should His Majesty consent to open the seas, they would not overreach. Rather, they would respond with reciprocity, exerting greater effort in matters concerning the populace's migration. For they are astute individuals, and astute individuals contemplate sustainable development rather than mere one-off transactions. Li Qing gazed at Zhongzhi in astonishment. Indeed, your comprehension is quite profound. However, have you considered the sentiments of the common people? If the seas are opened prematurely, the lives of the Jiangnan populace would undoubtedly soar, and would they still migrate north? Zhongzhi paused, offering a wry smile. I truly wish to avoid further internal strife. I share that sentiment. Yet how can one expect everything to unfold as desired? Li Qing sighed. In life, it is said that 9 out of 10 matters do not proceed as one wishes. How many are devoid of selfish motives? Zhongzhi pondered. Is there a possibility of compromise? You may attempt it, though the likelihood is slim, Li Qing replied, devoid of hope. Will you join me? Zhongzhi affectionately proposed. His Majesty values our counsel above all. Who granted you that authority? Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance, but recollecting his earlier agreement to assist the little chubby one, he nodded. I can lend a hand, but funding is required, correct? Zhongzhi teased. Elder Qing, you truly are a money-minded individual. Then I shall not go. Wait. I shall cover the expenses. Would 100 taels of gold suffice? Li Qing reluctantly conceded, adding, however, I do not guarantee the outcome. That is acceptable. It is better to act promptly than to delay. Let us be on our way. In the Qianxing Palace, after listening to the suggestions of the two, Zhu Di fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he slowly shook his head. You present certain valid points. Yet I believe we cannot allow that group to taste the sweetness of success. Li Qing was not surprised. It would have been unexpected if Zhu Di had readily acquiesced. Zhongzhi, however, wished to make one last effort. Grandfather, compromise does not equate to surrender. Preposterous. Zhu Di exclaimed. How many times must I remind you not to emulate your father? Why can't you heed my words? A compromise this time will lead to further compromises in the future. Do you understand the implications of setting such a precedent? And what of the bandits in Jiangnan? Zhongzhi inquired with curiosity. Let us consult Li Qing, Zhu Di said, turning to him. Li Qing shook his head. Your Majesty, I am growing old. This time, Zhu Di did not press the matter, perhaps because he too felt the weight of age and the impotence that accompanies it. After some thought, he declared, then let the Eastern Depot and the Jinui take action. Zhongzhi, remember this. The court is like a tug of war. We cannot yield an inch, Zhu Di instructed. If your methods lack firmness, you will surely suffer losses. Do not imitate your father's approach, nor adhere to the mediocrity of bureaucratic conventions. Mediocrity will ultimately lead to true mediocrity. Zhongzhi held reservations, but dared not retort. Your grandson shall remember. Though Zhu Di had aged, he remained the resolute Yongle Emperor, intolerant of any obstructions. The following day, both the Eastern Depot and the Jinui launched a large-scale operation to quell the bandits in Jiangnan. Zhu Di's determination to combat smuggling instilled fear and trepidation among the ministers. Simultaneously, it incited their indignation. Since the Song dynasty, Zhu Di had undoubtedly become the most detested Han Emperor among the gentry, surpassing all others in their ire. His exploitation and oppression of the gentry had reached an almost perverse degree, overshadowing even that of Zhu Yuanzhang. However, such actions are fraught with danger. Li Qing felt a surge of trepidation, fearing that Zhu Di might push matters to the brink, repeating the tragic fate of Tang's sire. The lucrative realm of maritime trade attracted not only the scholarly bureaucrats of noble lineage, but also the aristocratic elite. Under the weight of competing interests, these two factions could potentially unite. Should they collaborate, the consequences would be dire. Zhu Di, fully aware of these dynamics, ordered the Eastern Depot to closely monitor the officials, remaining vigilant to any signs of dissent. Consequently, the relationship between the sovereign and his ministers became increasingly strained, deepening the underlying conflicts. The atmosphere in the court was charged with tension, where even the slightest spark could ignite a catastrophic upheaval. Chapter 149. The chaos in Jiaozhi. The tension in the court reached a boiling point, perceptible even to Yu Qian, the chief minister. Officials below the fifth rank treaded cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, fearful that any misstep could lead to a sweeping purge. Meanwhile, higher-ranking officials harbored resentment. Recalling the near annihilation of Shandong's provincial officials just a few years prior, no one wished to become a target. The court fell into an eerie calm. Yet this tranquility offered no solace. Rather, it felt like the calm before a storm. Fortunately, The powder keg did not explode, largely due to the mediation of the rotund figure at its center. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. The discord remained, merely repressed for the time being. Li Qing understood that an eruption was inevitable. Days passed, and soon the year-end approached. The winter in Beiping was as unyieldingly cold as ever, with officials shivering as they attended court, adhering to protocol. Although no one voiced complaints, an unsettling atmosphere lingered. As the new year approached, with holidays and red envelopes on the horizon, no one wished to stir the pot. The ministers continued to endure. On the first day of the new year in the 22nd year of Yongle, Zhu Di, adhering to tradition, distributed red envelopes to the officials. However, this time, he refrained from offering empty promises. After the customary proceedings, he retired to rest. The officials exchanged New Year-esque greetings, offered well wishes, received their envelopes, bid farewell to the emperor, and exited the palace. Everything appeared harmonious, albeit with a jarring sense of dissonance. It seemed that everyone was merely playing a role, and the performance felt disingenuous. In the Yongqing Marquisate, Li Qing's snowman building skills had remarkably improved. Although the 3 snowmen were not perfect replicas, they bore a striking resemblance. Regrettably, with the sun high in the sky, their longevity was compromised. Look, don't they resemble us? Li Qing beamed with pride. Wanling chuckled. Not quite like ours. You 3 built 1, while I made 3. Naturally, the effect pales in comparison. Li Qing laughed and shook his head, brushing the snow off his hands. I'll step out for a bit and return before dusk. On New Year's Day, where could you possibly be going? Hong Xiu draped a cloak over his shoulders. It's hardly the time for visits. I'm off to see San Bao. He departs tomorrow. Li Qing stretched, anticipating a drink. Dinner will be to your liking. San Bao reclined in a chair, basking in the sunlight. In his 50s, with strands of gray hair, years spent adrift at sea had aged him beyond his peers. Alone on this festive day, he quietly soaked in the warmth, embodying a sense of solitude and melancholy. San Bao, Li Qing called out. San Bao awoke from his light slumber to find Li Qing approaching and greeted him with a smile. Have you come, sir? Li Qing, returning the smile, set a gift upon the adjacent table and inquired, where are the servants? Oh, it is the new year, so I sent them home to celebrate. San Bao replied, inviting him indoors. No need. It is pleasant enough to bask in the sun here, Li Qing said as he pulled a chair from the table and sat down. Are you departing tomorrow? San Bao nodded. The esteemed Shi Jinqing has passed away in Old Port, and His Majesty has summoned me to ensure that Shi Ji's son takes over his father's position. With the monsoon approaching in the latter half of the year, time is of the essence. You've worked hard, Li Qing murmured gently. Old Port, referring to Indonesia's Palembang on Sumatra Island, was quite a distance away. It is nothing. I have grown accustomed to it, San Bao replied with a soothing smile. Despite the hardships over the years, his life had been grand and magnificent, making his earthly journey worthwhile. He remained as open-hearted as ever. Decades had passed, changing only his age, while his innocent spirit had remained intact. I shall accompany you, Li Qing offered. Very well, San Bao responded cheerfully. The emperor has gifted me some imperial brew. Shall we indulge? Certainly. Though the household servants had been sent away for the new year, and there were no proper accompaniments for the wine, the spirits of the 2 men were high. As one ages, reminiscing about the past becomes a cherished pastime, and Li Qing was no exception. The youth of yesteryear had now matured into a man of 50, evoking a sense of nostalgia. San Bao, will you set sail again in the latter half of the year? Li Qing asked. Indeed, San Bao set down his cup. The preparations for trade goods are nearly complete. We plan to depart around July. After a pause, he added, this time, I intend to venture further, in hopes of discovering the sweet potatoes that you spoke of. Do you have any leads? Li Qing, less acquainted with the current world dynamics than San Bao, was curious, as he hardly knew the history of the Ming dynasty. None, San Bao shook his head, then smiled. Yet the presence of Yongle rice and Yongle beans affirms the truths in your writings. Since sweet potatoes exist, I am confident I will find them, Li Qing sincerely remarked. With you, the Ming dynasty is indeed fortunate. You flatter me excessively, sir, San Bao chuckled. My achievements are entirely founded upon the emperor's wisdom and might. Without his grand vision, how could I shine? Li Qing's hearty laughter filled the air. The emperor is indeed wise, but your contributions cannot be overlooked. Centuries hence, Zhongzhi's voyages will still be celebrated. A spark lit in San Bao's eyes. Is that so? The following day, San Bao set off, with Li Qing seeing him off. Upon returning home, Li Qing resumed his repose, oblivious to the world outside. The migration of the southern populace to the north continued, and smuggling had not been eradicated. Overall, the situation was not dire. After the Lantern Festival, Zhu Di once again began to orchestrate plans for a northern expedition. Despite the council of officials against it, Zhu Di remained resolute. In truth, there was no longer a necessity for a northern campaign. The Tatar and Wala forces had been severely weakened and dared not invade the Ming. Zhu Di was well aware of this. Yet his motives for the northern expedition were not solely to engage in combat. It was a pretext to lead his troops personally, thereby consolidating his power by controlling the military and thus the court. The authority of a martial emperor far surpassed that of a civil one. Zhu Di was unwilling to relinquish power. Even if death awaited him the following day, he intended to firmly grasp his authority today. The civil officials were acutely aware of the situation. In the past, they would have never dared to confront the authority so boldly, but the circumstances had changed. Zhu Di was aging, and their courage had burgeoned. Consequently, opposition was unprecedentedly fierce. Petitions for the impeachment of Zhu Di flooded in, accusing him of being overly ambitious, harming the populace, and depleting the resources of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di, however, remained indifferent, dismissing them all. I intend to lead my troops. Not even the heavenly sovereign can thwart my will. The delicate balance that little Fatty had painstakingly maintained was shattered in an instant by Zhu Di's actions. As the officials realized that their petitions were ineffectual, they resorted to openly berating him, their spittle flying across the court. Zhu Di did not coddle them. Those who spoke lightly faced salary deductions. Those who spoke harshly were beaten, and those who were particularly fierce were imprisoned. The conflict escalated to an irreconcilable state, with neither side willing to yield. In early March, the day designated for the expedition arrived, yet Zhu Di did not set forth. Chaos erupted in Jiaoji. Luli of the Blue Mountain uprising launched an assault against the Ming forces, and Yian Prefecture was on the verge of falling. Huang Fu, the governor of Jiaoji, submitted a memorial stating, "The fierce resistance in Jiaoji is due to the brutality of the eunuch Ma Qi, who has compelled the people to revolt." After inciting this turmoil, Ma Qi, fearing punishment from the emperor, committed suicide out of guilt. Luli has already occupied parts of Yian Prefecture and is currently quelling the insurrection. Upon reading this memorial, Zhu Di astutely sensed an underlying scheme. Could a single eunuch have instigated such turmoil in Jiaoji, forcing the populace to rebel? Zhu Di found this hard to believe, not because he held any particular esteem for Ma Qi, but because he knew the eunuch lacked the power to create such chaos. The terrifying truth became evident. The governor of Jiaoji and the commanding general had colluded, and furthermore, they had established close ties with certain individuals within the court, forming a united front. Jiaoji was the vital artery for Western trade and the resupply point for treasure ships. Losing it would severely obstruct, if not entirely halt, trade with the West. Zhu Di was incensed. He was fully aware of the reasons behind the unrest in Jiaoji. It was all about Western commerce. As long as he was alive, these individuals dared to act with such arrogance. What would happen if he were to perish? Without hesitation, Zhu Di ordered Zhang Fu to lead troops to suppress the rebellion and instructed that once order was restored, both the governor and the commanding general should be brought back. Execution was inevitable. Li Qing busied himself coordinating military supplies with Zhang Fu and Xia Yuanji. Yu Qian was also conscripted by Li Qing, leaving him scarcely a moment to rest. After more than a month of relentless activity, Zhang Fu finally set off. Once these matters were settled, Zhu Di's grand birthday celebration approached. Zhu Di had originally intended to embark on his campaign immediately, but little Fatty wished to celebrate his father's birthday. After a brief delay, Zhu Di acquiesced. As one aged, the value of familial bonds became more pronounced, and Zhu Di did not wish to miss the opportunity to be close to his children and grandchildren. The emperor's birthday was a momentous occasion, and preparations within the palace were fervent. Even Prince Zhao, Zhu Gaoqiao, traveled from afar to attend. Prince Han, Zhu Gaoxiu, however, did not come, since his second relegation. He seemed to have no intention of recognizing Zhu Di as his father. Chapter 150. Rising tides again on April 17th, in the morning. The officials gathered at the Fengtiang Hall Plaza. This time, Li Qing did not wait until the last moment. He arrived early to secure a seat and patiently awaited the commencement of the festivities. After a while, Zhongzhi approached, and the ministers rose to pay their respects upon seeing the crown prince. No need for formalities. Zhongzhi waved his hand dismissively, Please, be seated. He then took a seat beside Li Qing. Li Qing was not well liked, being the only one at the table, which allowed Zhongzhi to speak freely. In a hushed tone, he said, Uncle Qing, my father is asking grandfather to release Jian Yi and the others. If they are to be released, then let them go. Li Qing replied nonchalantly. The emperor wishes to lead the campaign himself. Someone must manage affairs in the court. Otherwise, your father would be in a precarious position. Grandfather is quite displeased, Zhongzhi added. And then they were set free. Zhongzhi continued with concern. I sense that grandfather has significant grievances against my father and may be contemplating a shift in succession. Li Qing scoffed. What are you thinking? At this juncture, he would not entertain such notions. He merely seeks to intimidate your father. Their governance philosophies clash. After a pause, he added, Your father is not anxious. So why should you be? What is the saying? When the emperor is not in a hurry, why should the eunuchs be? Zhongzhi, realizing the implication, frowned. Are you mocking me? What did I say? Li Qing feigned innocence. Enough. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Zhongzhi inquired. Will grandfather lead the northern expedition after his birthday? Will you accompany him? Li Qing scratched his head. The emperor has not informed me, but I suppose I should go. Zhu Di's health was declining, and Li Qing felt uneasy not accompanying him. Should anything happen on the way, given the current circumstances, it would be catastrophic. If you go, then I shall remain behind, Zhongzhi said softly. There are no battles left to fight. I shall stay in the capital to alleviate my father's burdens. Do as you wish, Li Qing shrugged, disinterested. What sort of attitude is that? Zhongzhi expressed dissatisfaction. Our Zhu family provides you with a stipend, yet you always appear so indifferent. Look at yourself. Where is the demeanor of a loyal minister? I have been quite generous to your family. Li Qing rolled his eyes, about to retort when they were interrupted by a voice. Nephew. Both turned to see Prince Zhao, Zhu Gaosui, approaching with a cheerful demeanor. Uncle has arrived. Zhongzhi greeted his uncle warmly, primarily because Zhu Gaosui harbored no ambitions. Come, sit down. Li Qing rose and offered a respectful gesture, acknowledging Prince Zhao. Mr. Li, no need for such formality, Zhu Gaosui said, taking a seat at the table, behaving as if he were an old friend, engaging in casual conversation with the two. With his arrival, there was no opportunity for private discourse. Zhu Gaosui had a tendency to dominate conversations. For every remark Li Qing made, he would respond with 10. Before long, Li Qing had grown weary of his incessant chatter, retreating into silence while sipping tea, allowing Zhongzhi the stage. Leaning back in his chair, Li Qing took small sips of tea while observing the surrounding officials. Somehow, he sensed something amiss and soon realized what it was. The reaction of the officials to Prince Zhao's presence was rather tepid. Although officials were prohibited from mingling with princes, basic etiquette should have been observed, at the very least. They should have risen to acknowledge him. Yet, they behaved as if they were oblivious to his presence, treating him as if he were invisible. This was decidedly irrational. Could it be that Prince Zhao and they were secretly colluding with nefarious intentions, avoiding suspicion? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Qing extinguished it. The third prince was wise enough to heed counsel and understand the times. He would neither undertake nor dare such actions. After a considerable amount of time, Zhu Di and Zhu Gaoqi arrived late, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects. Following the formalities, they resumed their seats and the feast officially commenced. A continuous stream of fine wines and exquisite dishes flowed forth, as palace eunuchs and maidens bustled about. The plump young prince approached with a jovial demeanor, saying, "Third brother, come, let us join father at his table." "Of course, your highness," came the reply. "Who taught you to speak like that?" The chubby prince chided playfully. "Just call me brother." After a moment's pause, he added, "Li Qing, you should join us as well." "I am quite content here," Li Qing demurred, thinking to himself that he would not involve himself in family matters. "Father has specifically summoned you," the chubby prince insisted. "Very well then." Li Qing, no longer hesitant, joined the others at Zhu Di's table. He chose to sit beside Prince Zhao rather than next to the chubby prince, for the latter was excessively talkative, leaving little room for enjoying the meal, unlike the former, who focused solely on eating. "Li Qing, you shall accompany us on the northern expedition in a few days," Zhu Di stated directly. What could Li Qing say but, "I shall obey your command." "Grandfather, must I go?" Zhongzhi inquired. "Stay at home," Zhu Di replied. Raising his cup, little Linzi swiftly poured him more wine. After downing 2 cups, with the dishes nearly finished, Zhu Di picked up his chopsticks and selected a piece of fish. Let the feast begin, the chubby prince exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and beckoning everyone to indulge. Zhongzhi rolled his eyes at his gluttonous father and stood to proclaim. Grandson wishes His Majesty longevity as vast as the eastern sea and life as enduring as the southern mountains. Oh yes, yes, yes. The chubby prince quickly set down his chopsticks and stood to honor his father's birthday. Following this, the ministers rose and recited the prepared congratulatory phrases. After about a quarter of an hour of this activity, the feast finally began in earnest. The imperial banquet was of the highest order, and Li Qing remained silent, focusing solely on feasting. For such an occasion occurred but once a year, akin to the celebrations of the new year, and he intended to savor it fully. Just as he was enjoying himself, an unexpected voice interrupted. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Li Qing paused, casting a glance back at the speaker, whose name eluded him but recalled was a minister from the Ministry of Rites. Zhu Di narrowed his eyes slightly. Proceed with your report. The minister's expression was grave. Your Majesty, I bear significant intelligence to present. Significant intelligence? Zhu Di was taken aback, initially thinking the man intended to dissuade him from leading the campaign. He had been prepared to have the man removed, but he restrained himself and awaited the response. The minister stepped forward to bow. Your Majesty, I received an anonymous letter this morning containing shocking and absurd claims. I deemed it unworthy of belief, yet I could not conceal it from you. I beseech your judgment. An anonymous letter? Zhu Di's expression shifted from surprise to derision, scoffing. Such veiled accusations are indeed ludicrous. After a moment's contemplation, curiosity got the better of him. Bring it forth. Little Lindsay hurried to retrieve it, returning to present it to Zhu Di for his perusal. Upon opening the envelope, Zhu Di's countenance darkened within moments, his keen gaze directed toward Zhu Gaosui, seated beside Li Qing. The chubby prince's expression also soured. What troubles you, father? Zhu Gaosui asked, perplexed by the intense scrutiny directed at him. Zhu Di's expression fluctuated, and after a brief pause, he stood and declared, Third, you shall accompany me. Oh, very well. Zhu Gaosui rose to follow Zhu Di. Zhongzhi, you come with your father. Little fatty, preoccupied with concern and anger, neglected his meal, his chubby face etched with gravity. Oh, very well. Zhongzhi hastily followed his father, only to return moments later, addressing Li Qing. You, come with me. Wait, are we just sitting here? Li Qing sighed, setting down his chopsticks. His curiosity piqued about the contents of the letter. Upon arriving at the gate of heavenly purity, Li Qing overheard Zhu Gaozui's trembling voice filled with fear. Father, you know me. I harbor no ambition, not even a trace. I am being slandered. They are slandering me. As he entered the palace, Zhu Gaozui's voice grew more fervent. Father, this position could never belong to me. I was raised under your watchful eye. How could I possess treasonous thoughts? This is clearly a baseless fabrication. Zhu Di remained silent, aware that his third son lacked both the audacity and capability for such treachery. Yet, cautious by nature, he felt compelled to probe further. Little Fatty attempted to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Grandson pays his respects to the emperor. Zhongzhi broke the heavy silence with a formal bow. Li Qing followed suit, stating, I offer my humble greetings to your majesty. Zhu Di waved a hand dismissively, refocusing on Zhu Gaozui. Ah, my third son, you are quite the master of concealment. I am innocent. I am not being wronged. Zhu Gaozui's face turned ashen, his kowtowing fervent. Father, my elder brother has governed for many years. How could I possibly entertain such thoughts? My capabilities are insufficient for such ambitions. Even if my elder brother were incapable, there is still the second brother. What am I in comparison? Oh, Zhongzhi was displeased. Are you implying that my second uncle is more suitable for the throne? Oh dear, my eldest nephew, you cannot betray your third uncle. I hold you in high regard. Zhu Gaozui awkwardly attempted to ingratiate himself. Zhongzhi remained unfazed, turning away in disdain. At this moment, Zhu Gaozui was genuinely distraught. Father, brother, I am wronged. You must believe me. Enough. Zhu Di's countenance was a tempest of fury and disdain, yet a hint of relief flickered within. Look at you. In such a pitiful state, you resemble anything but a prince. Indeed, the third son held no potential for rebellion. Rise, with your meager capabilities. You are hardly worthy of my concern, Zhu Di reprimanded. The emperor's discerning insight is unmatched. How wise he is. Zhu Gaokai, feeling as if he had been reborn, bowed fervently several times, rising from the ground with a countenance full of gratitude. In this brief moment, it seemed he had traversed the gates of the underworld multiple times. Zhu Di turned to Li Qing, tossing the letter aside, and commanded, "You are responsible for this case. I grant you 3 days." Li Qing, resigned to his fate, thought to himself that he should not have come. Curiosity indeed kills the cat. He picked up the letter and unfolded it. The content was rather straightforward. Summarizing in one sentence, Prince Zhao conspired with the lieutenant of Changshan, the commander of the Yulin Guard, and certain eunuchs within the palace to poison Zhu Di and usurp his position. Li Qing scoffed. Had it been Prince Han, there might have been some credibility. But the notion surrounding Prince Zhao was rather ludicrous. The handwriting was a chaotic scrawl, almost as if written with one's foot or left hand. It would be futile to identify the author through handwriting analysis. Li Qing sighed and inquired, "Your Majesty, how shall we deal with the perpetrator once identified?" "Lingqi," Zhu Di replied coldly. "The male offenders shall be sent to the borders, while the females shall be confined to the Bureau of Music." "Understood," Li Qing replied, bowing. With only 3 days at his disposal, he had no choice but to meticulously unravel the strands of this conspiracy. Prince Zhao Zhugaokai had entered the capital 2 days prior. Before that, officials such as Jian Yi from the Ministry of Personnel, Yang Shiqi from the cabinet, and Yang Mian from the Ministry of Rites were still imprisoned, with the Jinyui guarding them. There was no opportunity for collusion. The lieutenant of Changshan, the Yulin Guard, and the eunuchs. Li Qing exhaled deeply. This was evidently aimed at implicating military officials and eunuchs. Such a framing tactic was not particularly sophisticated. It even bordered on childish. Yet it proved to be remarkably effective. Under normal logic, for such a grand act of treason, no matter how absurd, it would warrant a thorough investigation by the emperor. However, a stringent inquiry would inevitably lead to a crisis of trust, just as Zhu Di was about to lead troops in a battle. This maneuver was a masterful manipulation of the political situation. Will you investigate or not? If you do, it is highly probable that we cannot mobilize our forces. If you do not, a thorn will forever remain in your heart. Especially with the notion of eunuchs administering poison, the stakes were exceedingly high. Neglecting to investigate would leave one uneasy at every meal, for who could ascertain whether the eunuch testing the poison had prepared an antidote in advance? Damn it! Li Qing cursed under his breath. This is filthy. Zhu Di, realizing this predicament, was caught in a dilemma, which is why he presented the issue to Li Qing. The crux was that Li Qing was equally troubled. Without any evidence to pinpoint the mastermind, handling the case within the court, particularly concerning officials, could not rely on mere conjecture. Sufficient evidence was necessary to garner public support. Li Qing furrowed his brow and resolved, "I must start the investigation from the source." Thus, he proceeded to the Ministry of Rites, seeking out the physician. "What shall I address you as?" "I am Wang Zhong, your humble servant." "Physician Wang." Li Qing nodded and queried, "The emperor has commanded me to thoroughly investigate this matter. Apart from you, who else has seen this letter?" His gaze bore an ominous intensity. "Have you disseminated such an absurd tale?" "I have not," Wang Zhong replied, his composure faltering. Unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen into Li Qing's verbal trap. Li Qing noted down his testimony, marking it with a seal. "Is this informant also guilty?" Wang Zhong exclaimed, agitated. "I am wholly devoted to the nation. My sincerity is as visible as the heavens and earth. This is merely an investigation, not a trial." Li Qing responded with a grin. "Otherwise, I would have to invite you to discuss matters further in the Jiayu prison." "Ah, very well." Wang Zhong reluctantly affixed his seal. Li Qing collected the confession, his gaze intimidating. "As for the matter of the letter, I trust that Dr. Wang will keep it confidential. Should it leak from your lips, the consequences will be dire." I understand," Wang Zhong replied with a forced smile. "That is reassuring. Do take care of yourself, Dr. Wang." Li Qing patted his shoulder, revealing a smile laden with meaning, and turned to leave. As he watched Li Qing stride away, Wang Zhong sank heavily into a chair, unable to suppress his trembling. His face etched with regret. "I should never have waded into this murky water." However, it was too late for second thoughts. The die had been cast, and he could only pray that Li Qing would uncover no substantial evidence. As the bearer of the anonymous letter, his suspicion loomed large, a fact he was acutely aware of. Li Qing was certainly cognizant of this as well, but without evidence, he could not take action. Thus, he employed words and expressions to instill in Wang Zhong a sense of being the orchestrator of the scheme. Upon exiting the Ministry of Rites, Li Qing returned home, eschewing any visit to the Imperial Guard or seeking the eunuch mentioned in the letter. There was no need for such actions. Zhu Di's control over the military surpassed that of Zhu Yuanzhang during the same era. As for the eunuchs of the Eastern Depot, they were in their prime and would not conspire against Zhu Di. The civil officials merely sought to investigate the military generals and eunuchs, aiming to undermine the close relationship between Zhu Di and these two factions, an insight Li Qing was fully aware of. That night, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Clad in a robe of deep black, Li Qing stood alongside Zhu Zhongzhi, who was adorned in dark garments. As they concealed themselves in an alley 30 paces from Wang Zhong's residence. "Uncle Qing, why do we feel like thieves?" Zhu Zhongzhi whispered. "Less chatter," Li Qing retorted. "The Emperor has granted me 3 days. What options do I have? This is the only course left. Do you think Wang Zhong will slip up?" Zhu Zhongzhi inquired. "What if he remains composed?" Li Qing sighed. "Then I am out of options. We can only rely on luck." Zhu Zhongzhi fell silent, suppressing his impatience as they waited. A quarter of an hour passed, then another, and as the hour of the rat approached, Zhu Zhongzhi could no longer endure. "Let us retreat. If Wang Zhong withstood the pressure, there is no need for us to remain here. Just a little longer," Li Qing urged. "I frightened him considerably during the day. He is likely to falter." Zhu Zhongzhi nodded, albeit reluctantly. Another long stretch of waiting ensued, and as the final moments of the hour of the rat approached, Zhu Zhongzhi was on the verge of slumber when the door creaked open. The sound was slight, yet in the stillness of the night, it rang out sharply. Zhu Zhongzhi's senses sharpened. He was about to peek out when Li Qing pulled him back. "Do not move recklessly." Li Qing cautiously extended his head to observe. A shadowy figure emerged, glancing around before moving away, unaware of their presence from several paces away. "Uncle Qing, let us pursue," Zhu Zhongzhi exclaimed, now fully alert. "In this darkness, we'll lose him if we delay." "Fear not. He cannot escape," Li Qing replied with a smile. "What do you suppose his destination is?" Zhu Zhongzhi shook his head. "How would I know? These civil officials maintain a respectable facade. Until their clandestine dealings are exposed, they all appear virtuous." Li Qing chuckled softly. Indeed, throughout the Ming dynasty, the number of treacherous officials among the civil servants was indeed quite limited, with the notorious Yin Song being the most prominent among them. Despite the multitude of ministers and cabinet members, only a handful bore the title of traitor, which seems rather unjust. In contrast, the eunuchs were predominantly duplicitous, with scarcely a virtuous individual among them. The officials of the Ming dynasty were indeed commendable. Li Qing discreetly summoned his inner energy, enhancing his hearing, and waited until the footsteps had completely faded before pulling Zhu Zhongzhi out, suggesting they make a wager. "What shall we bet on?" Zhu Zhongzhi inquired. "Let us wager on whom he is meeting," Li Qing replied with a smile. "How about a stake of 100 taels of gold?" "Agreed," Zhu Zhongzhi responded. "I wager he is going to see the Minister of Rites." Li Qing nodded. "Then I bet he is not meeting the Minister of Rites." "Not fair, Qing Bo. Your chances are too broad," Zhu Zhongzhi protested. "I bet he is not meeting the Minister of Rites." "Then I bet he is," Li Qing countered. "Let us go. If we dally any longer, we might lose track of him." The night was dark, visibility limited to mere meters, and Zhu Zhongzhi followed closely behind Li Qing, feeling rather lost. "Qing Bo, are you certain we haven't lost him?" Zhu Zhongzhi asked suspiciously. "How can you tell which path he took when you can't see anything?" "By listening." "I can't hear anything." "That's a sign of weak kidneys. If you can't hear, it means your kidneys are deficient." Zhu Zhongzhi was quite agitated. "You're talking nonsense. Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Qing teased. "Could it be that you truly are deficient?" "I don't wish to argue with you," Zhu Zhongzhi insisted. "Let us focus on the matter at hand." Li Qing chuckled reassuringly. "Do not worry. He won't escape. Just stay close to me." A quarter of an hour later, at the residence of Jin Shan, Wang Zhong glanced around, noticing nothing amiss, and then confidently knocked 3 times on the door. After a moment, he knocked 3 times again, repeating this 3 or 4 times, until the door creaked open. The old steward emerged with a lantern, speaking softly. "Dr. Wang, what brings you here? Is the minister asleep?" Wang Zhong inquired quietly. "He is," replied the steward. "Wake him. I have urgent business." The steward, somewhat surprised, did not press for further questions and let him in. After a short while, the door closed again, and Li Qing and Zhu Zhongzhi emerged from the shadows. Zhu Zhongzhi wore a face of regret, thinking it was truly unfortunate that Jin Chun had only recently been transferred from Minister of Works to Minister of Rites. Had he known earlier, he would not have changed positions. "One can hardly by foresight," Li Qing scoffed. "Let us go inside." They approached the courtyard wall, and Zhu Zhongzhi crouched down, saying, "Step on my shoulders to get up." Though Li Qing could have easily leaped up, he wished to experience the sensation of stepping on the future emperor of the Ming dynasty. He lifted his robe and placed his foot on Zhu Zhongji's shoulder, rising up. Zhu Zhongji, looking rather disgruntled, steadied himself against the wall as he stood. Li Qing ascended swiftly, gripping the wall's edge with both hands, and settled himself securely atop it. Then he extended his golden-tipped cane, grasping it firmly. "No need," Zhu Zhongji retorted with pride. "I'm in my prime and do not require assistance." With that, he spat into his palm, took a few steps back, and suddenly sprinted forward, using his momentum to perform a somersault and scale the wall. "Humph, I am not lacking in skill." "All right, let us attend to the matter at hand," Li Qing said. Leaping down with a graceful motion, Zhu Zhongji was taken aback, simultaneously quelling the impulse to engage in a trial with Li Qing. He mused to himself, "It seems I must wait for another 2 years. This old fellow possesses an extraordinary constitution." In the dead of night, the servants of the manor had long since succumbed to slumber, and the courtyard was devoid of dogs. The two men traversed the silent space and swiftly arrived before a room illuminated by candlelight. "Qingba, we..." Zhu Zhongji's words were abruptly interrupted as he felt the world spin, the ground rapidly receding beneath him. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself on the rooftop. "Shoo," Li Qing whispered, raising a finger to gesture below. Zhu Zhongji peered down to see the steward emerging from the room with a lantern, and he was instantly astounded. How could this Qingba be so uncanny? How did he discern our presence? Moreover, how did we ascend so effortlessly? Li Qing disregarded his thoughts, and, once the steward had departed, softly cautioned, "I shall descend first to investigate. Await my signal before you make your move." In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhongji watched as Li Qing floated down gracefully, vanishing from his sight. "Remarkable," Zhu Zhongji exclaimed in awe. "This old fellow indeed conceals remarkable prowess." Within the room, the flickering candlelight cast an uncertain glow upon the face of Minister Jin Chun. "You should not have come," Jin Chun admonished with a low voice filled with anger. "What time is it now? Countless Jinyue and Eastern Depot agents are lurking outside, monitoring our every move. If we are discovered, the repercussions would be dire." "Minister Jin, I am filled with unease," Wang Zhong stammered, his voice trembling. "That Li Qing has begun to suspect me. If he were to confront me, I could not withstand the torture. Might you grant me a few days' leave to hide?" "Fool, the more you try to evade, the more you draw suspicion," Jin Chun retorted sharply. "Stay put. No matter how arrogant Li Qing may be, he wouldn't dare to act without evidence. But what if? It has not been easy for me to attain this position. I have responsibilities above and below." "Enough." Jin Chun waved his hand in irritation. "Rest assured, I have taken care of your family. Even if you were to encounter trouble, they would remain unscathed. Once this turmoil passes, I will recommend you for the position of deputy minister." Wang Zhong's heart soared with joy at the thought of promotion, and his fear diminished. "Minister, what should I do next?" "Do nothing," Jin Chun replied with a sly smile. "Regardless of how the emperor handles this affair, it is a victory for us. The situation in Jiaoji has already descended into chaos, and maritime trade in the latter half of the year is likely to be delayed. We must exploit this opportunity to create a rift between the emperor and the military, as well as the eunuchs of the Eastern Depot. Once the emperor relinquishes his martial prowess, it shall be our era." "Your insights are profound, Minister," Wang Zhong praised, then paused before asking, "But the emperor is aging. Why not wait until after his passing to act? Stirring trouble at this juncture seems exceedingly perilous." Jin Chun scoffed. "What do you know? Although the crown prince is close to the civil officials, he does not share our interests. The more tumultuous the situation upon his ascension, the more our significance will be highlighted, for he cannot command the military and must rely on us." Suddenly, the door burst open, and both Jin Chun and Wang Zhong turned in alarm. "Who goes there?" With a light laugh, Li Qing clapped his hands. "Minister Jin, what a masterful strategy you employ. Your cunning truly impresses me." "Li Qing?" Jin Chun gasped in shock. "When did you arrive?" Suddenly awakening to the reality of the situation, he roared at Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, you scoundrel, do you dare betray me?" I didn't." Wang Zhong repeatedly waved his hands, his face a mixture of fear and astonishment. "Li Qing, you've been following me?" Li Qing chuckled and nodded. TSK. You truly are something. Now, tell me, who are your accomplices?" "What accomplices?" Jin Chun realized what was happening and immediately shook his head with a cold smile. "I don't understand what you're talking about, Duke Yongqing." "Don't understand?" Li Qing laughed. At this point, you still wish to play tricks? Do you have any evidence? Jin Chun retorted, there are only the three of us in this room. Once we leave, it counts for nothing. Wang Zhong. Yes, sir. Wang Zhong stammered. Jin Chun sneered, do not be afraid. Even if we deny it. Should he report to the emperor, we will simply turn the tables and say you were never here, nor did I see you. It was all a scheme devised by Duke Yongqing to frame us. This statement served to both reassure Wang Zhong and threaten Li Qing. Naive. Li Qing declared loudly. Come forth, Crown Prince. Jin Chun froze, his expression instantly shifting. The Crown Prince has arrived? Just as his words fell, a cacophony erupted, followed by a scream. I've fallen to my death. Zhu Zhongzhi rushed to descend upon hearing the call, but unexpectedly slipped and tumbled from the rooftop. He limped into the room, his face contorted with pain and fury, having heard every word of Jin Chun's utterance. Jin Chun, the court has treated you generously. Jin Chun turned pale, collapsing to the ground, trembling as he pleaded, Crown Prince, I beg for your forgiveness. The Crown Prince sees all. Suddenly, Wang Zhong exclaimed, the reason I acted this way was because of this scoundrel, Jin Chun. Wang Zhong decisively turned against him, recalling the legal principle. Acting under orders absolves one from guilt. You beast. Jin Chun was infuriated to the point of almost bursting. It was you who incited me. He realized that today was a complete disaster. With no chance of redemption left, and in his final moments, he sought to drag someone down with him. You are talking nonsense. Wang Zhong cursed back, you treacherous beast. Even at death's door, you still wish to frame me. Alas. You forget that the Crown Prince sees through all. How could he be deceived? The Crown Prince will surely restore my innocence. Wang Zhong, you are courting death. Jin Chun, in a fit of rage, lunged at him. Wang Zhong, having received 2 resounding slaps, retaliated. You are the one courting death. A brawl ensued, with Li Qing attempting to mediate. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Chapter 153. The power of the aristocracy observing the two grappling with one another. Li Qing couldn't help but smile. No wonder people in later generations often say that civil officials of the Ming dynasty love to fight even more than military generals. This saying holds true. Li Qing watched with great interest, while Zhu Zhongzhi was infuriated, his anger rising like a Buddha ascending to heaven, shouting, Stop it, all of you. Cease at once. Wang Zhong believed he could salvage the situation and thus halted. Jin Chun, realizing escape was impossible, refused to relent and delivered several more slaps, leaving Wang Zhong dazed. Crown Prince, look at him. Wang Zhong covered his face, pleading, Crown Prince, please say something. Zhu Zhongzhi stepped forward, kicking each of the two away. Jin Chun, confess honestly, who else is involved in this matter? No one, it's just me. Jin Chun took a deep breath and readily confessed, stating that the Crown Prince could do as he pleased with him. His defiance was rather amusing to Zhu Zhongzhi, who hoped that Jin Chun would maintain such bravado even after being taken to the Zhao prison. Come on, bind him up, he commanded. Just the two of us. Who else would you bring? Li Qing, feeling helpless, stepped forward and delivered a swift blow, rendering both men unconscious. The following morning, Li Qing was awakened by Zhu Zhongzhi's voice. Qingba, it is time to review the case. The suspect has been apprehended, and my task is complete. Still groggy from slumber, Li Qing mumbled, you handle the case. It would be a perfect opportunity for you to impress your goddess. What goddess? Zhu Zhongzhi retorted, oblivious to his own affections. Oh, go on, let me sleep a little longer, Li Qing sighed, turning over to continue his deep slumber. Get up quickly, Zhu Zhongzhi insisted, showing no respect for age. As he forcibly pulled Li Qing to his feet. We solved this case together. I want to take all the credit. Li Qing, with resignation, donned his outer robe and replied, all right, let us proceed. As they made their way to the courtyard, they untied Jin Chun and Wang Zhong, escorting them to Zhao prison. Qingba, don't you ever wash your face? Zhu Zhongzhi inquired curiously along the way. Li Qing chuckled. What kind of question is that? I pride myself on cleanliness. Of course I do. I thought, Zhu Zhongzhi replied sheepishly, that you wouldn't need to wear a mask at your age. Why bother with such things? It's just a habit, Li Qing deflected. Zhu Zhongzhi paused, deeply moved. Qingba, when you pass, I will ensure that a biography is written solely for you. Thank you. But that is unnecessary, Li Qing responded with a hint of irony. After a moment, he added, if you truly feel that way, it would be better to write one for Sambao. Li Qing spoke earnestly. without the wealth brought by maritime trade and the introduction of Yongla rice and beans. The Ming dynasty would not be what it is today. Sanbao has dedicated himself tirelessly to the empire through immense hardship, and he deserves to be remembered by future generations. If we are to speak of merits, none can surpass Sanbao's contributions. Zhu Zhongzhi chuckled. Even without your prompting, I would have done so. Sanbao is one of us. He certainly should not be overlooked. However, he added seriously, you are equally deserving. The Ming dynasty will not forget you. Enough of this empty praise. I have had my fill, Li Qing teased. Just settle your debts. Zhu Zhongzhi, his expression darkened, complained, I've lost all my pocket money to you. A bet is a bet, Li Qing replied. Do you not feel guilty for deceiving a child? You are the one acting like a child. Do you still consider yourself one? Li Qing mocked, unashamed. Zhu Zhongzhi's face flushed, and he quietly asked, Qingbo, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Am I really suffering from kidney deficiency? Li Qing could not suppress his laughter. What makes you think that? Zhu Zhongzhi, feeling a mix of distress and embarrassment, explained. Little Hu has had 2 daughters, and just the other day, Xiao's son also had a daughter. Does this mean I have kidney deficiency? Li Qing burst into laughter. Huh? Please, don't laugh. Zhu Zhongzhi snapped, slightly irritated. If you keep laughing, I might turn hostile. All right, no more laughter. Li Qing coughed to stifle his mirth. This has nothing to do with kidney deficiency. It's just luck. With enough effort, you will surely have a son. Zhu Zhongzhi asked. Is there any way to ensure a son? Honestly, I have no idea. Li Qing shook his head, remarking that at such a tender age, there was no need for such concerns. The emperor is no longer young. Zhu Zhongzhi responded. Isn't it simply because I wish for him to embrace his great-grandson? What you desire is for the 4th prince to cradle his great-grandson. Your true aim is to secure your position as the crown prince, Li Qing thought, rolling his eyes in exasperation and choosing not to engage with that impertinent youth. However, Zhu Zhongzhi's words suddenly reminded him of the renowned god of war of the Ming dynasty. By the way, when was Zhu Qizhen born? After pondering for a considerable time, Li Qing could not arrive at a conclusion. In the Zhaoyi prison, Jin Shun and Wang Zhong were held in solitary confinement. As a member of the noble elite, Zhu Zhongzhi was not subject to interrogation. That duty fell upon Li Qing. Wang Zhong, without hesitation, divulged all he knew, hoping for a lighter sentence, though his knowledge was limited. In contrast, Jin Shun exhibited remarkable tenacity, resolutely maintaining his silence. He endured until he lost consciousness without revealing any accomplices, which earned Li Qing's admiration. Why do you choose not to speak? Li Qing inquired. I do not wish to implicate my comrades, came the reply. Li Qing retorted, if we are all involved in the same case, why should you face execution and exile while they enjoy their freedom? Do you not find that deeply unjust? Enough of this chatter. If you intend to kill me, then do so. I am the mastermind behind it all, Jin Shun proclaimed with a boldness that was commendable. Perplexed, Li Qing questioned. But what do you stand to gain from this? Jin Shun merely smirked, offering no response. A nearby Jinyui whispered, My lord, should we not proceed with the interrogation? That will not be necessary, Li Qing replied, shaking his head. Once we wash him clean, he will no longer exist. Keep a close watch on him. He must not interact with anyone, and he certainly cannot die. Li Qing spoke coldly. If he dies, you will take his place facing the brutal execution. What? How can this be? Do you have any objections? None at all. I shall comply, the Jinyui replied, feeling the weight of the situation. At the entrance of the Zhaoyi prison, Zhu Zhongzhi inquired, How goes it? He is quite obstinate, showing no signs of yielding, Li Qing replied, furrowing his brow. This defies logic. He is on the brink of execution, yet maintains such composure. Zhu Zhongzhi scratched his head. It is indeed illogical. This man clearly fears death and cannot withstand torture, yet he remains so resolute. Could there be something more terrifying than execution? Who knows? Li Qing responded with a wry smile. You should report to His Majesty. I will continue to interrogate Wang Zhong to see if any insights emerge. Very well. Returning to the Zhaoyi prison, Li Qing resumed his questioning of Wang Zhong. Aside from Jin Shun, do you know of any other accomplices? Wang Zhong shook his head. I have only interacted with him. As for others, I truly do not know. I am compelled, my lord. Enough, Li Qing interrupted with a wave of his hand. I shall pose a question, and if you answer well, I may speak a kind word on your behalf, perhaps resulting in a lighter sentence. Please, my lord. I shall speak without reservation. Wang Zhong eagerly nodded. Jin Shun did not betray his accomplices, but instead took the blame upon himself. Do you know why that is? Wang Zhong pondered for a moment. I believe I should understand. Then enlighten me. It is for the sake of his family. Wang Zhongdao stated that while officials appear to hold more power than the aristocratic families on the surface, the reality is quite different. As the influence of these families is immense, they possess wealth that enables them to cultivate relationships, often collaborating with ruthless gangsters, and in some cases, their household servants are trained assassins. If Jin Shun were to shoulder the burden alone, these families would undoubtedly look after his relatives, as this is an unspoken agreement among officials and gentry. However, should he expose the court officials connected to these families, even if he manages to avoid punishment, his family would face severe retribution, and annihilation would not be surprising. They might even disturb his ancestral grave. It was akin to my own situation. Before I sent that anonymous letter, my youngest son had already been dispatched, and upon realizing this, he faltered, awkwardly stating, "My lord, you promised me. I have spoken truthfully, and you must hold to your word." Li Qing's gaze sharpened, and his expression darkened. This is more treacherous than any criminal organization. Without Wang Zhong's further elaboration, he grasped the underlying situation. Then why did you dare to betray Jin Shun? You all have noticed that whether I betray him or not, it makes no difference. It is he who has coerced me into doing so. Li Qing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. These families, with their legacies spanning hundreds, even thousands of years, were genuinely formidable adversaries. A surge of frustration welled up within him, prompting him to consider the unthinkable. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate them entirely. Even if such actions incited civil unrest or rebellion, he would not hesitate. In Chapter 154, Hu Wei returns. Taking advantage of the emperor's remaining authority and the military still under his control, a decisive strike could prevent future troubles. Even if new aristocratic families emerged thereafter, they would never possess such profound roots. Once this terrifying and ruthless thought took hold, it could not be suppressed. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air. There has been a death. A death. Li Qing sprang to his feet, witnessing the Jinyue, who had been overseeing Jin Shun, rushing out in a state of panic. Upon seeing him, they immediately knelt, bowing their heads. "My lord, the prisoner has committed suicide by biting his tongue." Damn it. Li Qing disregarded the Jinyue and dashed towards the prison where Jin Shun was held. The man was still alive, but barely. A copious amount of blood had filled his airway, causing him to suffocate, his face turning crimson. Even so, he seemed to find his demise too slow and struggled to smash his head against the wooden post that restrained him. It was both pitiful and detestable.